Swallowed Star Chapter 333 to Chapter 388. The horn of the single-horned iron rhino, Luo Feng swiftly kept it into his space ring, using his spirit energy to shout, "Hurry and leave, there's a small team behind." What? Hong and Thunder God were shocked. Without hesitation, the five immediately rushed into the forest beside, leaving behind the huge corpses of the horned iron rhinos. 12 kilometers, to a star-level warrior, if it was in the outside world, they would be able to pass through in a second. Even in this Sector Lord's world, the speed would slow down, but it wouldn't take long. Within the forest, Luo Feng, who was standing on the soaring shuttle, flipped his hands, a shield and an alloy blade appeared in his hands, he even put on a normal alloy armor. Alloy armor, blade etc., they weren't expensive, as they didn't have any amplification effects. However, the materials used were extremely sturdy, reaching the D grade. D grade alloy, if it was a universe ship, it would definitely be shockingly expensive. However, blades, alloy armor, shields etc. were extremely cheap. Chi-Chi, a blood-red helmet swiftly extended from Luo Feng's head. This was an extension of the cloud contact vine. Wielding a hexagonal shield, an alloy blade, the reflecting cold metal armor wrapped around Luo Feng's body, looking like a leather jacket. His entire body was as fast as lightning, swiftly escaping, thinking anxiously, "Babata, how strong is that team?" 7-star level 9 stages, 1-star level 2 stage, 1-star level 3 stage. Babata said. "Bastard." Luo Feng cursed within. The opponent's speed is very fast, the distance is shrinking, too. 8 kilometers. 6 kilometers. Babata continuously informed Luo Feng. "There are 7-star level 9 stages behind us." Luo Feng used his spirit energy to communicate to Hong, Thunder God, Ao Gu, and Tai Nanhe. "We're in big trouble." Hong and the others all felt the pressure. At this time, the chasing team was constantly shrinking the distance between them and Luo Feng's team. The distance had already shrunk to less than 1 kilometer. His face was like a knife, the skin on his face was crystal clear, almost like jade, one could even see the blood vessels under his skin. His eyes squinted and his smile seemed harmless. At this moment, he was dressed in a leather-like origin power armor and had a huge battle blade on his back that was almost as tall as him. He was currently being held by his comrade by the hand, relying on his comrade's psychic weapon to quickly chase after him. Humph. He looked down at the AI screen on his arm, 2-star level 9s, and 3-star level 1s and 2s? Humph. So weak. 600 meters, 500 meters, 400 meters. He kept calculating the distance. He could already see the team that was rapidly advancing in front of him. Many of the other 8 members were wearing goggles, but the goggles also had the effect of a screen, and from time to time, strings of data would flash past. "Surround them," he ordered via origin power transmission. "Yes." 7 of the other 8 members obeyed. Whoosh. 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 Whoosh, the group swiftly spread out and surrounded Luo Feng's group of 5. Luo Feng and the others stopped and looked at the 9 people surrounding them. This was still within the boundaries of the Long Sua mountain range, and there were many towering trees in the surroundings. There were even some claw marks left behind by vicious beasts. Such sturdy trees were rarely seen in the universe. People couldn't help but praise the methods of the Realm Lord. "Who's the leader?" The youth in the lead of the 9 shouted, his gaze sweeping across Luo Feng, Hong and Thunder God. Obviously, the participants of the Universe Mercenary Trainee exam mostly arranged for the stronger ones to protect the important younger members. The weaker ones, on the other hand, gave the orders. "It's me." Luo Feng stared at the youth in front of him. "Who are you and what do you want?" "Haha, your question sure is stupid, don't you know what we want?" The youth sneered, his eyes filled with arrogance, as though he was looking at a beggar. "Punk, hand over all 6 horns of the horned iron rhino and I can spare your lives. If you don't." The youth laughed coldly. Luo Feng looked at the group of people surrounding them, the screen on his arm displayed a large amount of data. "Why are you wasting time with them, just kill them." A young lady dressed in a black battle uniform beside the youth said coldly. The youth raged within, this idiot, can't he see that they have 2-star level 9s? Even though we can win, if we really fight and they fight to the death, even if we can kill them, we'll probably lose some people. If we can get the horn without dying, wouldn't that be better? My partner can't wait any longer. The youth's gaze swept across Luo Feng's group of 5, better give us an answer. Surrounded in the center. Luo Feng's group of 5, Tai Nan He and Ao Gu naturally looked towards their master, Luo Feng. Hong and Thunder God also exchanged glances with Luo Feng. Horned Iron Rhino's horn? Luo Feng flipped his hand and took out a horn, looking at the youth in front of him. Horn? We can give you one. 6. Not one less. The youth said coldly. The other 8 stared at Luo Feng's group of 5. Before this, they had seen 21 one-horned iron rhinos drinking water by the lake. 16 of them had died, and 10 of their horns had been taken away by a group of people. So they were very sure that this group of yellow-skinned, black-haired humans in front of them had taken away 6 horns. Black-haired punk. The young lady beside shouted, "We are from the 100 Tiger Building, hurry up and hand over the horns, otherwise, humph." 100 Tiger Building? One of the 4 great universe organizations within the Black Dragon Mountain Empire, coming from the 100 Tiger Building, it meant that this group of people were definitely well trained, at least in terms of battle, they were definitely exceptional. Are you handing it over or not? The youth was getting angry. Don't waste your breath with them. The young lady urged. Luo Feng's group of 5 in the center of the encirclement felt a huge pressure. Luo Feng could feel that the other group was obviously losing their patience. Ao Gu. Luo Feng communicated through his spirit reading. Master. The old man Ao Gu replied. The moment we make our move, follow what I told you before we came to the Sector Lord's world. Do you know what to do? Understood. Ao Gu replied. Luo Feng coldly surveyed the 100 Tiger Building team before him, his gaze sweeping past the star level 9 warriors with protective goggles, finally landing on the young man and woman. The horn, I'll give you at most one. If you're still not satisfied, let me remind you, the moment some things happen, it'll be too late for regrets. Trying to scare me? The youth laughed coldly. Humph. The young lady turned and exchanged glances with the youth. The two retreated almost simultaneously. Rumble. 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 Other than one star level 9 warrior protecting the two of them, the other 6 exploded simultaneously. And at the moment they exploded, Luo Feng, who was standing beside Ao Gu's, eyes went cold. Shua. In mid-air, a blue shard appeared. Ao Gu's spirit reading was like a hand, grabbing onto the shard's body, revealing only the blade's edge. The blade's edge, strangely, had a faint red glow. Yes, this was the hybrid copper essence that had been coated with a layer of alloy, only the sharp edge wasn't covered. This move was Luo Feng's current killing move. To let the strongest spirit reader slave Ao Gu use the hybrid copper essence shard, with the hybrid copper essence's sharpness, if Ao Gu were to use it, he would probably be able to injure even a universe level. Xiao. The blue blade flashed in an arc, as fast as lightning towards the incoming star level 9 enemies. Master, be careful, it's a spirit attack. Ao Gu, who had long released his spirit energy, warned. He only used half of his focus to control the hybrid copper essence shard, the rest of his focus was on defense, because Luo Feng, Hong and Thunder God's soul defenses couldn't withstand a star level 9 spirit reader's soul attack. Chi. 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 Ao Gu blocked the 3 spirit energy attacks. Chi. 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 The blue blade aura easily swept past the star level 9 warriors, under the extremely fast and sharp blade aura, all the fighters and spirit readers wearing protective goggles, their expressions serious and confident, all had their heads sliced off, their skulls exploding and their brains splattering everywhere. Before they died, their eyes behind the goggles were filled with shock and fear. Impossible. The confident young man and lady watching from afar stared wide-eyed. Star level 9 warriors, they couldn't even withstand a single blow. What they didn't know was, the opponent's spirit weapon's level of sharpness was terrifying. The Yun Mo planet ship accelerated, whatever meteorite or small planet, it directly collided with it, slicing through a small planet. Even against a group of meteorites, its level of sharpness was unimaginable. Even a Sector Lord warrior, under the Yun Mo planet ship's acceleration, could be easily sliced apart by its sharp edges. Flee. The youth sent the order to his underling, a star level 9 spirit reader. The underling brought the youth along, while simultaneously bringing the lady. Throw her down, quickly. The youth ordered. Yes. In terms of position, the lady was lower than the youth. And this bodyguard was clear. The moment the opponent's spirit reader's speed increased, even if he brought the two of them, they probably wouldn't be able to escape. Who? The bodyguard immediately brought the youth, stepping on the spirit weapon, swiftly becoming a beam of light and escaping. Wait for me. The young lady's expression was one of defeat. She turned her head and saw the blue light that killed the 6-star level 9 warriors arcing through the air, flying towards her. The lady's expression was malevolent, her eyes filled with venom. Cho Yu. Chi, her brain exploded. In the blink of an eye, 6-star level 9 warriors including an elite of the 100 Tiger building, were all killed. On the other hand, the young man called Cho Yu and his bodyguard had long since escaped without a trace. Stop chasing. Luo Feng said. Yes, master. Aogu and Tainanha said respectfully. Luo Feng immediately kept the hybrid copper essence shard back into his storage ring. If he wanted to chase after that person, he would have to let Aogu chase after him. Also, Aogu couldn't bring anyone with him. If he did, Aogu probably wouldn't be able to catch up. That way, with only Luo Feng and his team left, it wouldn't be safe in the Long Sua mountain range. And Luo Feng couldn't possibly let Aogu carry the hybrid copper essence shard far away from him to chase and kill people. Babada, will they be fine escaping? Luo Feng asked within. I'm fine. He doesn't know your identity at all. Even if he did, you don't have a fixed place to stay. Even if you go back, you'll be going back to Earth. What are you afraid of? Babada didn't care at all. A barefooted person isn't afraid of someone with shoes. You're barefooted right now. P.S. Chapter 1. Get more monthly votes. Sun Lan Star, Sector Lord's World. Luo Feng and the other 4 were swiftly cleaning up the battlefield. Haha, no wonder they're the elites of the 100 Tiger building's younger generation. This little girl actually uses an AI. I don't need to buy an AI, I'll just use this. Thunder God was very proud. Luo Feng was using an AI life form that surpassed AI, Hong was using an AI quantum computer, and Thunder God was using an auxiliary quantum computer. And the space ring. And the spirit weapon. These 6-star level 9 stages added together, they can't even compare to this little girl's treasures. Tainan he made his move, swiftly sweeping away all the valuable items. Of the 6-star level 9 stages, 3 were spirit readers and 3 were fighters. However, their standards were similar to the Newland Shan guards, hence they were the lowest level cannon fodder in the 100 Tiger building. This time, they were here to protect the 2 elites. Aogu, this flying spirit weapon is yours. Tainan he, pick whichever genetic energy weapon you like. This space ring. Luo Feng's gaze swept across Thunder God, Aogu, and Tainan he. Thunder God shouted, let me take a look at this space ring, the one I use is the smallest. Of the 5 in the team, Luo Feng and Hong already had their own space rings, Thunder God bought his own. It was the smallest one he bought. Haha, it really is bigger than my space ring. Thunder God was extremely happy. Thunder God, Tainan he and Aogu adjusted their equipment, after which they swiftly left the battlefield, arriving at the foot of a mountain 1,000 km away before stopping. Next, we should go find the Wind Cornerstone. Luo Feng looked at the others. The Wind Cornerstone, there's only one place in the Sector Lord's world, the most central area of the World of Thunder, the Canyon of Wind and Thunder. Hong looked at the screen on his arm, gently tapping on it, from here to the Canyon of Wind and Thunder. The distance is over 300,000 kilometers, even if everything goes smoothly, it'll still take close to a month to reach there 300,000 kilometers. In the Sector Lord's world, firstly, the gravity was too strong, and secondly, Luo Feng and the others couldn't fly at their highest speed. Hence, relying on Babada's vigilance, it was the smoothest. They could only travel about 10,000 kilometers a day. The horned iron rhinos live in a few places in the Sector Lord's world, all far away from the central area. No matter where we go to hunt one horned iron rhinos, we still have to go to the Wind and Thunder Canyon. Thunder God creased his eyebrows. This Universe Mercenary Alliance, arranging this mission, it's obvious they want us to cross half of the Sector Lord's world. In the Realm Lord's world, there were naturally many threats. Traversing through half of the Realm Lord's world was definitely a life and death crisis. Even if there was a warning system, it would not be of much use against some natural threats. This is training, elimination. Luo Feng shook his head. The Universe Mercenary Alliance wants to eliminate a bunch of unqualified people. If you can't even pass this, you won't have the right to wander the universe in the future. Yes. Hong nodded. From where we are, there are 3 paths to the Wind and Thunder Canyon in the core region of the Realm Lord's world. Everyone take a look. Which one should we take? These 3 paths. Thunder God looked at the map on the screen. They are all quite dangerous. The first path. Luo Feng said. There were slightly more ferocious beasts on the first path, so there were naturally fewer threats. Of course, that was only relative to the other 2 paths. Alright, the first one. Hong nodded. Then let's go. Thunder God said. Luo Feng's team began their longest journey in the Sector Lord's world. They didn't dare to fly in midair. That would only attract the ferocious beasts and be a death wish. The Sector Lord's world was heaven and hell. The unexplored Sector Lord's world, to many adventurers and mercenaries, was a huge treasure trove, a heaven. At the same time, it was filled with danger. If one wasn't careful, they could lose their life. However, there would still be large amounts of adventurers and universe mercenaries rushing in. And this world of thunder had already been explored a long time ago. Right now, it was only used as a tool to test for trainee mercenaries. Bastard! Beside a thistle bush in the Long Sua mountain range, Cho Yu single-handedly grabbed the huge blade, gritting his teeth. Thinking about the venomous voice of his female companion before she died, thinking about the seemingly beautiful blue blade cutting down the star level 9 stage corpses, Cho Yu was filled with rage and fear. His entire body couldn't help but tremble with rage. This was his first time entering the Sector Lord's world. In the past, he was a genius. Along with many other geniuses, he was carefully nurtured by the 100 Tiger building. Even though nurturing was tiring, there wasn't any danger to his life. However, this time, I almost died. Cho Yu's heart was pounding. In the past, he had many fantasies about the future. He had killed before. However, when he faced death himself, he realized that he was actually so afraid of death. The instructor said that fear isn't wrong. However, you must remain calm. Fear is also a form of strength. A strength that can allow the body to evolve. Calm. Cho Yu gradually calmed down. Looking at the bodyguard beside him, he ordered, "Help me guard the surroundings. I'm entering the virtual universe." Yes. The bodyguard replied respectfully. The 100 Tiger building had orders for these young elites who entered the Sector Lord's world to participate in the Universe Mercenary Trainee exams. Every day, they had to use the virtual universe network to send a mail to the supervisor. If a comrade died, the mail had to explain it. As long as the mail was sent, it meant that the comrade was still alive. Virtual Universe Network, Black Dragon Mountain Island. His entire body was fat, with 2 horns on his head. A fat man was lying on a chair. In front of him floated a screen. A mail appeared on the screen. Another one reporting that he's still alive. Open it. The fat man said slowly. The mail automatically opened. The fat man looked at it slowly. After which he stood up fiercely, staring in shock at the mail. This 8th team only has 2 people left alive? And one of them even lost a level 2 elite? The fat man sent a communication request to the other 7 members of the 8th team. Indeed, there was no reply. The 100 Tiger building usually assigned bodyguards according to the importance of the young generation. For example, a team of 10 would have 5 youths and 5 bodyguards. And some teams would have 1 youth and 9 bodyguards. This 8th team originally had a total of 8 bodyguards. 2 of them were youths. They had lost a bodyguard before. Obviously, the 8th team was considered a more important team. To the 100 Tiger building, losing a level 3 elite was painful. Losing a level 2 elite was even more painful. If they were to lose a level 1 elite, they would be hopping mad. As for special elites, it was hard for the 100 Tiger building to even meet one. Those absolute geniuses were hard to come by. In the universe. The fat man opened his eyes. Through the external simulation, he saw a huge object in the distant space. Since I'm about to reach the headquarters, I might as well report this personally. That huge object was a planet. Accurately speaking, it was a planet that seemed to be made of alloy. This was the headquarters of the 100 Tiger building, Black Tiger Star. This Black Tiger Star was basically a large planet fortress. It was completely black. On it were many deep tunnels that led directly into the planet. And on the surface of the planet, there were thick cannons that could destroy a D-grade universe ship in one shot. There were also magnetic rail cannons, large laser cannons, and many other weapons. On the entire planet, there were some places that occasionally emitted a dark blue glow. Universe ships after universe ships covered the sky and land. They were like countless locusts. Occasionally, large amounts of them would fly into the planet from the tunnels. Occasionally, large amounts of universe ships would fly out from the tunnels. Those ships, with a glance, seemed to be at least C-grade. There were even D-grade ships and occasionally E-grade ships. The ships that covered the sky and land were like locusts. And the planet fortress was a huge object, constantly swallowing large amounts of ships. This was the headquarters of the 100 Tiger building, one of the 4 great universe organizations of the Black Dragon Mountain Empire. There were many Sector Lord warriors stationed here all year round. The entire planet was made from a very normal mineral planet. They spent an astronomical amount of wealth to transform it into a fortress. Planet Fortress, D. The chubby man's spaceship followed the guidance signal from the planet's fortress and flew into one of the many deep tunnels on the surface of Black Tiger Planet. From space, these deep tunnels were very small and inconspicuous, but once one flew closer, one would realize that each tunnel was more than 100 kilometers wide. The universe ship entered the tunnel. Has the new equipment been installed? The fat man looked carefully at the walls on both sides of the tunnel. On the walls, there were more black centipede-like alloy frames embedded into the walls. After a while, the universe ship entered the docking bay. The fat man was dressed in a blue long robe. He followed the 2 sides of the virtual sky and white clouds along the wide corridor. On this corridor, one could see over 100 people. Almost everyone was dressed in a blue long robe. Only 2 of them were dressed in white, and on their chests hung 2-star mercenary badges. Greetings, Lord. Passing by the 2 white-robed men, the fat man bowed. Everyone else in the corridor did the same. In the 100 Tiger building, blue robes represented the universe level, as well as a few people with important positions. The fat man was only a star level. However, due to his authority, he had the right to wear a blue robe. White robes represented the domain lords and a few of the upper echelons. Black robes represented the sector lords. As for the undying beings, even if the 100 Tiger building had produced undying beings in its history, they would have long gone to the Ganwu Universe country or other places. To the undying beings, the Black Dragon Mountain Empire wasn't able to contain them, no matter. The 100 Tiger building, Black Cloud Guild, North Dragon City, 3 Axe Mountain, these 4 great universe organizations were considered huge in the Black Dragon Mountain Empire. Their foundations were deep and the universe-level warriors under them were numerous. Even the Empire's royal family didn't dare to provoke them. Just looking at the 100 Tiger building's universe ships that covered the skies and earth, one could see their power. Black Dragon Mountain Starfield, on the famous Sunlan Star, in the World of Thunder. Luo Feng has been in the World of Thunder for 36 days. On the prairie, weeds grew everywhere. Some of the weeds were over 10 meters tall. Under the nurturing of the universe source energy, these weeds were extremely tough. They were comparable to grade A alloys and much tougher than the diamonds on Earth. The wind blew and the grass bent over. Sometimes, a few ferocious beasts that were resting on the prairie would appear. 5 streaks of light quickly flew past the underbrush. In the distance, a gigantic beast covered in green scales lay there with its head drooping down like a small mountain. It raised its head and glanced over as if it had sensed something. It let out a low roar, and then lowered its head again. We've already left the territory of the ferocious beast green-scaled crocodile. There's a group of ferocious beasts 9 kilometers in the 11 o'clock direction, we'll go around them. The 5 flowing lights slightly paused. Luo Feng, who was wearing an alloy battle uniform, communicated through his spiritual force, let's go, we'll rest after another 3,000 kilometers today. Yes, Master Tainan. He and Ao Gu were both extremely respectful. Whoosh, the 5 flowing lights continued to fly forward. With Babada's warning, I thought the Universe Mercenary Trainee exam would be much easier. Who would have thought that it would be more complicated than I thought? Luo Feng's gaze looked into the distance as he flew on his soaring shuttle. The weeds on both sides swiftly retreated. I thought I could reach the Valley of Thunder in a month, but now it looks like I'll need at least half the time. After nearly 4 hours. Stop, Luo Feng communicated. The 5 of them stopped at the same time. Even Hong and Thunder God listened to Luo Feng's orders in the world of thunder, because they knew that Luo Feng had a special warning device that could detect danger within a certain range. Tainan He, Ao Gu, you guys take turns guarding. Big brother, second brother, and I will rest first, said Luo Feng. Yes, master, the 2 of them respectfully replied. Luo Feng looked around. It was already night time and the weeds were growing everywhere, making it almost impossible to see the surroundings with the naked eye. Our luck is pretty good today. We didn't encounter any danger. Thunder God let out a smile. Now we can finally take a breather. I was also worried that it would be like yesterday. Hong also heaved a sigh of relief. Luo Feng couldn't help but think back to yesterday's scene. He was still a little scared. Yesterday, his little team was advancing according to the usual route. Originally, they were advancing very easily according to the usual route. However, suddenly, with the help of the alarm system, they discovered that there were 5 ferocious beasts rushing towards them from 18 kilometers away. Obviously, they had discovered their little team long ago. If there was nothing obstructing his line of sight, it was normal for star states to see more than 100 kilometers with their naked eyes. These 5 beasts were chasing after his team, so it was actually easy for them to escape. After all, there were weeds everywhere. But, perhaps one of the 5 vicious beasts had a particularly sharp nose, as it chased after the 5 of them. In the process, it even let out a series of roars, attracting the attention of the other vicious beasts on the prairie. In an instant, the team of 5 dire beasts chasing after them turned into hundreds of dire beasts chasing after them. In the end, they had to rely on Ao Gu and the hybrid copper essence shard, as well as the 2 liquid silver guards. They had to risk their lives to escape. Our luck yesterday was still not bad. Luo Feng exclaimed, if it was the Black Ring Snake group that appeared later, if they had appeared earlier and formed an encirclement with the hundreds of ferocious beasts, we really wouldn't have been able to escape. Black Ring Snake group? Thunder God stared, don't even mention it. Just thinking about yesterday makes me scared. Yesterday was our worst day in the world of thunder. Make the best use of our time and train well. Hong ordered softly, there are very few opportunities to train in the world of thunder. Alright. Luo Feng and Thunder God didn't speak further, they closed their eyes and began to train. Luo Feng was very satisfied with his training days in the world of thunder. Even though there were occasional accidents along the way, making him very worried, and even brushing shoulders with death a few times. But under this kind of pressure, the progress he made during these 36 days of cultivation was very, very shocking. Maybe it was because the world of thunder was filled with universe energies, allowing him to train even faster. Or maybe it was because of the evolution catalyst he got from the virtual universe. Anyway, 36 days, adding the time it took to rush from Bailan Star to Dragon Star, and then from Dragon Star to Tsanglan Star, these 2 months allowed him to go from the Star Level 2 stage to the Star Level 3 stage. This was just a simple improvement in his body's fitness level. The real improvement was in his comprehension of the soaring shuttle and soul imprint. Luo Feng's personal virtual space. On a mountain peak that reached the clouds, a white-robed Luo Feng appeared out of thin air. Beside him was a blood-red castle erected on the mountain peak. Rumble, the castle opened. Master. The 18 rock giants respectfully shouted. Luo Feng directly entered the castle. Under Meiji's lead, he entered the training room. The 4 walls of the training room were filled with bookshelves. The bookshelves were filled with books, these were all Yun Mo Planet's secret manuals. And Luo Feng directly walked to one of the bookshelves and took out a golden book Soul Imprint Volume 2. Holding the book, Luo Feng directly sat on a chair and opened the book to read. Chi-chi, Shishi. The demon Babata, who was covered in a black robe and had blood-red eyes, sat on the side. He held a bright red apple and took a big bite. He glanced at Luo Feng and continued to eat his apple without a care. Suddenly, he froze and stopped. He turned his head towards Luo Feng and carefully looked at the book in Luo Feng's hand. Luo Feng, yelled Babata in shock. What's up? Luo Feng raised his head and looked at Babata in confusion. You've already finished learning the basics of Soul Imprint, said Babata in shock. Among the secret manuals of Xianxia planet, Soul Imprint is ranked number 1. And ever since Luo Feng received these secret manuals, he learned the most basic parts of the few important books that Babata arranged for him. After that, he started to study according to his interests. Luo Feng mainly studied the 2 manuals Soul Imprint and Tower of the Void. Because from the descriptions in the books, it was clear that the master of Xianxia planet was very proud of these 2 manuals. The master of Xianxia planet once said in Soul Imprint, "The Soul Imprint technique is the most important technique of my Xianxia planet. It is also the biggest reason why I, Hu Yanbo, rose to power." And the master of Xianxia planet once said in Tower of the Void, "Disciple, you cannot slack off on your training in the Tower of the Void." Back then, if I could complete the 7-level pagoda of the Tower of the Void, I wouldn't have lost my life. When traveling in the universe, you have to train hard in your defensive techniques. And so, Luo Feng has been training hard in these 2 techniques. Training in these techniques requires a large amount of time and energy, and also requires comprehension. And it hasn't been long since he received these manuals. Even though his strength has increased quite quickly, it's mainly because of the body of the golden horned beast that allowed his strength to increase so quickly. Otherwise, according to Babata's plan, he would need 50 years to reach the star level. The main reason is because his foundation needs to be solid. And after spending so much time, Luo Feng finally completed the most basic requirements of Soul Imprint. And Tower of the Void still remained at the most basic 1st level. What's the matter, Babata, is it weird? Luo Feng was shocked. You've met all the requirements in Soul Imprint Volume 1? Babata asked. I've met all of them. Luo Feng said. Oh? Hee, no wonder you're a soul born from the body of the golden horned beast, you're strong enough. Babata couldn't help but to compliment, I thought it would take a few more years. Right, Luo Feng, from today onwards, you can learn the 10,000 Blade Soul Imprint from Soul Imprint Volume 2. This is the most basic Soul Imprint. When you completely learn the 10,000 Blade Soul Imprint, you'll have the right to condense the Slave Imprint. Babata explained. Luo Feng listened with anticipation. Using the Soul Imprint technique to truly control a person is very difficult. It requires a higher level of skill in the Soul Imprint technique. At least, he can't do it right now. I'll first learn the 10,000 Blade Soul Imprint? Luo Feng flipped open the book. Babata, there are so many soul imprints here, why this one? Luo Feng couldn't help but to ask. Stupid. It's better to focus on a few things. Babata scolded, don't you specialize in the soaring shuttle? Then the requirement for the soul imprint technique is to be able to affect the enemy. This 10,000 blade soul imprint uses the soul imprint to form a sword, a direct soul attack. Give the enemy a headache. If they're distracted for a moment during battle, you can use the soaring shuttle to cut them into pieces. Okay. Luo Feng nodded. Begin. Training in the 10,000 blade soul imprint isn't easy. Once you finish, with your skill in the soul imprint, you'll be able to condense the slave imprint. When that time comes, you can directly enslave others and make them your eternal servant. Just like how your teacher has 9 undying servants. Babata threw out the bait. The slave imprint, how excited. Luo Feng was really looking forward to this technique. Even if it's for the slave imprint, he has to work hard on the 10,000 blade soul imprint. While Luo Feng's consciousness was in his personal virtual space, reading the soul imprint technique and starting to practice the first defensive soul imprint technique he learned, 10,000 blade soul imprint. His other body, the golden horned beast, was completely immersed in the training of absolute space in his internal world. Internal world. On the Golden Continent, the golden horned beast that was as large as a mountain range was continuously casting the absolute space technique. Its dark golden eyes had a bit of dissatisfaction. After so long, I still can't complete the first stage of absolute space. What's going on? In the world of thunder, Luo Feng was under that kind of pressure. It seemed like his brain's comprehension increased quite a bit under the pressure, and he had some understanding towards absolute space. However, he was still far from completing the first stage of absolute space. Howl! The golden horned beast raised its head and let out an angry roar. Its current body length was already over 900 m. Yes, after consuming the 89 times metal combination for over 3 months, which was equivalent to over 22 years of normal evolution, it had already stepped into the star level 9 stage from the star level 7 stage. The golden horned beast that had reached the star level 9 stage was just one step away from stepping into the universe level. And this step was also the hardest step in the entire star level evolution process. P.S. Chapter 1 here. Immersed in his training, time passed quickly. Luo Feng, it's almost daybreak. Hong and Thunder God have both stopped their training. Within the quiet training room, Babata was sleeping on a chair, his eyes closed as he spoke. Ah? Luo Feng closed the book in his hands, closing his eyes. His mind flashed through the detailed training process of the 10,000 blade soul seal technique, the process of unleashing it, the theory behind it, etc., after which Luo Feng smiled as he opened his eyes. This night, he had finally grasped the theory behind the 10,000 blade soul seal technique. From tomorrow onwards, he would officially begin training. Once he had mastered it, this 10,000 blade soul seal technique could be said to be the only soul attack technique Luo Feng had. Babata, I'm leaving. Luo Feng placed the book on the shelf. Countdown reminder, until the Newland Shan family arrives on Earth, there's still 2 years, 4 months, and 29 days. Babata shouted. 2 years, 4 months, and 29 days. Luo Feng muttered softly, his eyes gleaming coldly. The Newland Shan family troops that would arrive in 2 years, he had no way of placing his hopes on others. In a short 2 years, Hong and Thunder God's strength wasn't enough to help at all, he could only hold the fort for now. A little more than 2 years. What do I do? If the Newland Shan family's fleet sends a universe level 6 or 7 warrior, then how do I deal with them? Luo Feng was troubled too. His golden horned beast body could indeed step into the universe level in a few months. However, the moment he stepped into the universe level, the time required to evolve would become much longer, and if he used the metal combination, the price would be much higher than when he was in the star level. He didn't have enough money on him. Milky Way, Void Region. A D3 class streamlined spaceship that looked like an axe was flying rapidly in the starry sky. By Kaluo, you've come out? Within the control room, his ears pointed, the second-generation head of the Newland Shan family Dewen Newland Shan turned to look at the person. The black-robed Bai Kaluo nodded. Dewen felt uncomfortable within. As the second-generation head of the family, naturally he had long been a disciple of the head ancestor. And this Bai Kaluo was his junior. However, this Bai Kaluo's comprehension was extremely high. He was one of the most outstanding disciples of Newland Shan. Right now, Dewen was at the universe level 6, while Bai Kaluo was at the universe level 8. This Bai Kaluo naturally had the capital to be arrogant. Universe level 8, in terms of comprehension and battle experience, Bai Kaluo far surpassed the former head Dewen. Bai Kaluo, what kind of experts do you think there are on Earth? Even the elite squad didn't manage to send back a message before they all died. This opponent isn't weak. Dewen looked at the beautiful starry sky in front of him as he asked his junior apprentice brother beside him. Bai Kaluo's cold eyes looked outside. The automaton race's ships have been parked there, and no one has taken them away. Even if there are experts, they can't be that high. Dewen's eyes lit up and he said with a smile, junior brother is right. Senior brother, how much longer until we reach Earth? Bai Kaluo asked coldly. Another 2 years, 4 months and 26 days, Dewen said. Oh, then I'll enter the virtual universe first. Bai Kaluo said, turning and leaving the control room. Dewen looked at Bai Kaluo's silhouette, cursing within, this bastard, leaving his cabin this time. I'm afraid he's just here to ask how much longer until we reach Earth. Before, when he went through the wormhole, he didn't even come out once. Now that we know the approximate time, I'm afraid he won't even come out once during the journey to Earth. Baikalluo, amongst the many disciples of the Xianxia family, was one of the most solitary ones. If Luo Feng knew that the Xianxia family had sent 2 universe-level warriors this time, one was a universe level 6 and the other a universe level 8, the pressure on him would have been much greater. It had already been 51 days since they entered the world of thunder. No problem, let's continue. Thunder God sat on the ground and shouted. At this time Thunder God's waist was covered in fresh blood had completely seeped out. Don't try to show off, after all we're very close to the Canyon of Wind and Thunder, there's still around 8,000 kilometers, we'll be there in a day. Luo Feng said softly, your injuries are very heavy, even if you use the Muya crystals, you'll still need a few hours to recover. Right, second brother, it won't be too late to leave tomorrow. Hong looked at Thunder God. Thunder God gritted his teeth, cursing softly, damn, that bastard bird. Luo Feng felt helpless within. From the Long Suam mountain range to the Canyon of Wind and Thunder, they had to travel through half of the world of thunder. Before, in the Long Suam mountain range, relying on Babada's warning device, they didn't meet with any danger at all, hence their group had been very optimistic. Who would have thought? Only after their group had truly traveled through half of the world of thunder did they realize, as the elimination test world, it wasn't as easy as they had imagined. A warning of 20,000 m in the mountains and forests, it was useful, because there were many places with lush trees, a distance of 20,000 m was very safe. However, in the plains, grasslands, swamps, reef mountain areas etc., some ferocious beasts could see up to 100 kilometers with their naked eyes, the moment they saw it. With the ferocious beast's speed, even if the world of thunder's gravity was strong, they would only need 1 or 2 seconds to cross the 20 kilometers distance. The 20 kilometers warning, Luo Feng's reaction and order for the others to escape, didn't even take a second. Hence meeting with danger was very normal. Just before, a golden strange bird that looked like a huge eagle, probably flying high in the sky, saw the group below from afar, hence it swooped down to kill them. This golden strange bird's speed was extremely fast, and its power was extremely strong. Much stronger than a normal star level 9 fighter, Tainan he was sent flying on the spot. That sharp claw force wreaked havoc. Feng Luo and Hong, with their alloy armor on the outside, had the cloud contact armor on the inside to absorb a large amount of the impact, hence they were safe and sound. However, Thunder God was the one who suffered. Luckily it was only the claw force that flew out of his body. If he had really been caught by that sharp claw, Thunder God's little life would have been gone. And that golden strange bird, after being hit by Aogu's soul attack, knew it was hard to win quickly, hence it immediately turned and fled. Everyone must be on guard at all times. The ferocious beast's speed is extremely fast. Once I discover them, I'll tell everyone. The time everyone has to dodge and escape will be very short. Luo Feng said seriously, we're only about 8,000 kilometers away from the Valley of Wind and Thunder, a day's journey, we can't afford to make any mistakes on the last day. We're already in such danger, those small teams that can't be on guard, along the way, it'll definitely be a life and death crisis. Thunder God couldn't help but say. We've met with many life and death crises too. Hong said. Another night of meditation. This night, Luo Feng spent his time training within the killing field's killing space. These 10 days of training, while training the soaring shuttle, he also trained the 10,000 Blade Soul Seal. This 10,000 Blade Soul Seal's first level was finally completed. The first level's mark was very simple, being able to unleash a Blade Soul Seal. Soul attacks is using spirit energy to form the most effective arrangement, combining it into one attack. Back then, the spirit readers on Earth's understanding of soul attacks were very weak, even fighters of the same level couldn't be killed by soul attacks. This Blade Soul Seal structure is obviously strange and intricate, it's even more orderly. Luo Feng was extremely happy within, with the Blade Soul Seal, his strength had doubled. Even against a higher level fighter, the moment his Blade Soul Seal attacks, even if they didn't die, most of them would have their minds go blank for a moment. And the soaring shuttle could take the opportunity to kill the enemy, one real and one fake. This was the strength of a spirit reader. If it was purely fake, relying on soul attacks, illusions etc., or purely real, relying on spirit weapons, this was not displaying the true strength of a spirit reader. It was a pity, whether it was the spirit weapon techniques, or the soul attack techniques, they were all secrets, every technique was incomparably precious. And the higher the level of the techniques, the harder it was to exchange for them. Just like the Yun-Mo Planet Master's greatest pride, the Soul Seal, this technique, even if you used an entire galaxy to exchange for it, the undying beings wouldn't even bother. This was the reason why disciples with backgrounds and masters could cultivate faster and break through more easily. 5 beams of light stopped, it was 5 people. This small team looked at the distant mountain range. The distant mountain range seemed to be covered in snow. It was pitch black, accurately speaking, it wasn't snow, it was the wind mixed with large amounts of rocks. At the same time, in the air above the mountain range, there were cumulus clouds. Within the cumulus clouds were lightning snakes. It seemed like lightning could strike at any time. Big Brother, 30, according to the map, up ahead is the Valley of Wind and Thunder. Thunder God held his breath. Thunder clouds hang in the sky for a long time. Other than the Valley of Wind and Thunder, there's no other place in this world of thunder. Hong squinted his eyes. Luo Feng held his breath as he watched. The Valley of Wind and Thunder, the core of this world of thunder, the center, was also the most dangerous place. And one of the items needed to pass the Universe Mercenary Trainee exam, the Wind Cornerstone, must be obtained from the Valley of Wind and Thunder. Go. Luo Feng ordered. The 5 of them didn't fly anymore, instead walking towards the Valley of Wind and Thunder. The strange thing was, maybe because they knew the Valley of Wind and Thunder was dangerous, not a single ferocious beast appeared around the Valley of Wind and Thunder. There weren't any plants in the valley either. On the bare rocks, the rocks were black, occasionally mixed with a sliver of silver. The wind is so strong. Luo Feng couldn't even walk steadily. How strong is the wind? Thunder God and Hong couldn't help but to be shocked. Earth's level 12 typhoons, to star levels, couldn't even affect them at all. However, at this time, Luo Feng, Thunder God, and Hong couldn't even walk steadily. This was unbelievable. According to the books, the wind in the Valley of Wind and Thunder, the closer to the center, the deeper the wind is, the stronger it is. The wind at the very bottom, the very center, is like a knife. It contains powerful universe energies. Even if a universe level flew to the center of the valley, he would be shredded by the crazy winds, dying without a doubt. The crazy winds cover the most dangerous bottom, however has the most wind cornerstones. Of course there are also many wind cornerstones dancing in the wind. The entire Valley of Wind and Thunder, the most dangerous thing is the thunder. The moment the thunder strikes, even a weak domain lord will die. Even a universe level has no chance of survival, much less a star levels. Everyone, let's talk. How do we go get those wind cornerstones? Luo Feng looked at the other 4 beside him. At this time a voice resounded in his mind. Luo Feng, within a 20 kilometers radius of your team, there are a total of 1,092 humans. P.S. Chapter 2 has ended, continue writing the 3rd. So many? Luo Feng was shocked. Surveying his surroundings, he could barely make out the silhouettes of 2 to 3 small teams. Most of the teams are close to the canyon, and all of them are hidden. Hence if you don't look carefully, it'll be hard to spot a few teams. Babata's voice resounded. Understood. Luo Feng said. It was completely bare. The rocks on this mountain range were almost all black, with only a few silver mixed in. Luo Feng's team carefully advanced. In the center of the mountain range, it was as though it had been chopped down by a god's blade, splitting the entire mountain range apart, forming a canyon. This huge canyon that seemed to have been formed by a blade, was the Canyon of Wind and Thunder. With the universe energy as the source, the raging winds howled, mixed with large amounts of broken rocks. There were even some wind cornerstones that danced in the wind. On both sides of the canyon, in various places, there were many families and powers from the Black Dragon Mountain star field, the younger generation from many planets. They were the younger generation, and had yet to become true universe warriors. This time was their first test on the path to becoming strong. Luo Feng, this is a map, the location marked out on it isn't extremely good. Location. It's best for your team to hide there. Babata communicated mentally. Luo Feng lowered his head to look at the screen on his arm. Follow me. Luo Feng said softly. Hong, Thunder God, and the other two followed quietly. The closer they got to the canyon, the stronger the winds became. Luo Feng came to a boulder, fiercely lifting it up, revealing a cave, communicating mentally. Everyone go in, there's a cave inside, it connects directly to the canyon walls. You can even find such a place? Thunder God couldn't help but praise. Go in. Hong led the way in. In this world of thunder, the range of a spirit reader's spirit force was very small. That was because the range of the spirit reader's spirit force was very small in the air, and for the spirit reader's spirit force to pass through these giant rocks mixed with universe origin energy, it was absolutely impossible for someone at least at the star level to do so. Spirit energy couldn't scan, hence such a place was very hard to find. And to dig it himself? With the canyon of wind and thunder having been tempered by the strong winds for a long time, it would take at least 1 to 2 years of work to completely dig it out. Luckily I had Babata's reminder. Luo Feng jumped into the cave, covering the boulder. The cave was within the mountain range. He walked along the cave until he reached one of the mountain walls leading to the wind and thunder canyon. There was a hole about 30 centimeters wide on the mountain wall. What is this? Thunder God's eyes lit up. Eh? Hong Lian picked up a small, smooth stone near the entrance of the cave. The stone was mainly black, but the surface of the stone was coated with a strange blue film. The ordinary stones here were all black, or black stones with a hint of silver mixed in. Only the wind corner stone had a layer of dark blue light. It was said that the wind corner stone had been struck by lightning, but it didn't turn into powder. It just so happened that it had absorbed a trace of the power of lightning to form this strange stone. Wind corner stone, it's the wind corner stone. Thunder God said. I didn't expect to be able to pick up a wind corner stone. Luo Feng smiled as he walked to the entrance of the cave. Outside the cave, the wind howled like ghosts and howled like wolves, turning the entire sky dark. As one side of the cave was blocked, the wind was very weak. Luo Feng turned and said to the other 4 in the cave, the wind outside is very terrifying, it's very hard to find another wind corner stone. Previously, there was a wind corner stone on the ground of the cave. It was probably one of the wind corner stones that flew into the cave. However, this was purely a matter of luck, otherwise there wouldn't only be one within the cave. Second brother, third brother, according to the books, we have 3 methods. Hong said softly, the first method is to go to the top of the canyon and risk your life to collect the wind corner stones. Because the wind gets stronger the deeper you go, the stronger it gets towards the center. Hence the wind at the top of the canyon is much weaker, at least a star level 7 or 8 would be able to withstand it. The only danger is, as it's at the highest point, it's easy to attract the lightning. That lightning in the cumulus cloud, any one of them would definitely have no chance of survival. The second method is to get close to the canyon and use spirit energy or genetic energy to pull 1 or 2 of the wind corner stones that were swept away by the wind over. This is difficult to do, but the danger is very low. It requires patience. The third method is to kill the other teams that have the wind corner stones and steal them. Everybody, which method do you think we should use? Hong looked at Thunder God and Luo Feng. Luo Feng creased his eyebrows and pondered. Going to the top of the canyon to collect the wind corner stones was the fastest. If one didn't get struck by lightning, it would be like picking a stone. However, according to the experiences of the seniors, when going to the top of the canyon to collect the wind corner stones, one had to keep all the metals on one's body. It was said that the more metal one had, the more it would attract the lightning to strike. If one arranged for a metal robot to go, there was a 100% chance of being struck by lightning, and humans wearing normal clothes, the chances of being struck by lightning were about 50%. If one wore alloy armor, the chances of being struck by lightning would rise to about 2/3. This was the experience of the generations of seniors that fought in the world of thunder. The first method is very dangerous, and it's purely based on luck, it's not for us. The third method, robbing and killing the other teams? Luo Feng shook his head, the cave we're in right now is extremely good, the cave entrance is right on the mountain wall of the canyon, we'll temporarily use the second method. At the same time, we'll see how the other teams acquire the wind corner stones, let's observe first before deciding. All right. Hong nodded. Thunder God agreed too, hence Luo Feng and the others temporarily began their days of waiting. Catching the wind corner stones that were flying close to the entrance of the cave, one needed luck, and the other needed strength. As the raging winds made it hard for one's naked eye to see clearly, with large amounts of stones mixed within, there would occasionally be one or two wind corner stones, hence it required luck. And the moment the wind corner stones flew past the cave entrance, one had to grab them in an instant. If they missed it, they would have to wait a long time for the next time. However, the raging winds contained the universe energies. The moment the spirit energy was about to reach in, it would be destroyed and dissipated. Luo Feng's spirit energy hand could only extend about 20 centimeters out of the cave entrance, maintaining the spirit energy hand without dissipating. And the star level 9 Aogu's spirit energy hand could only extend 1 m out without dissipating. Exceeding 1 m, Aogu couldn't maintain the stability of his spirit energy. On the contrary, what made Luo Feng pleasantly surprised was the cloud contact vine that was currently a star level 4. After shrinking, it formed a vine that was extremely sturdy, able to reach about 2 m deep into the wind with lightning speed and swiftly retract. Even though the vine was covered in wounds, its recovery speed was indeed able to maintain the 2 m deep result. This indeed made Luo Feng surprised, pleasantly surprised. He reckoned that this raging wind infused with the universe energies was even more destructive to spirit energy-like existences, but to plants like the vine, it probably had less of a destructive effect. In the Canyon of Wind and Thunder, the majority of the teams relied on this method of waiting to grab the wind corner stones, occasionally forcing the Slade bodyguards to risk their lives at the top of the canyon to grab the wind corner stones. However, such teams were very rare. After all, the Slade bodyguards were also a part of their battle strength. Losing one or two would have a huge impact on the team. On the third day in the Canyon of Wind and Thunder, Luo Feng and the others acquired their second wind corner stone. On the fifth day in the Canyon of Wind and Thunder, Luo Feng and the others acquired their third wind corner stone. On the ninth day, they acquired their fourth wind corner stone. And this was still because of their good location. A normal team, just passing through half of the world of thunder, would require a year and a half. Collecting the wind corner stones would require another year and a half. Hence, spending a few years of effort was normal. Luo Feng and his team were already considered to be an extremely efficient team. On the 32nd day in the Canyon of Wind and Thunder. This cave's location is really good. If this goes on, in another month, we'll definitely be able to collect all the wind corner stones. Thunder God laughed. Luo Feng, Hong, Thunder God, Tai Nan He and Aogu, the five of them sat cross-legged. One of the vines extended from Luo Feng's arm and stopped at the entrance of the cave, ready to attack at any time. And in front of the five of them was a projection screen on the mountain wall. It was created by Luo Feng's living AI Babata. On the screen were 4 images, depicting the scenery within a 20 kilometers radius. Even though we're in the cave, we can clearly see the situation within the 20 kilometers radius. Luo Feng laughed. How refreshing. Thunder God complimented. Look, there's another 2 teams rushing over, dodging really quickly. The spirit reader is not bad too. Thunder God's eyes gleamed, evaluating one of the images that suddenly appeared. 2 teams, however his expression froze, saying, "It's Harua." Harua? Luo Feng's expression changed. Back when he, his big brother and second brother were in the virtual universe killing fields, they made quite a few friends. Amongst them were Harua and Bulemu. Before Harua and Bulemu said they wanted to participate in the universe mercenary training exam. The entire Black Dragon Mountain Star field was in this place. Harua and the others being here was very normal. Let's go. Hong was the first to rush out. Aogu and Tai Nan he looked at Luo Feng. Quickly. Luo Feng didn't hesitate. Immediately the 5-man team swiftly followed the other end of the cave and rushed out, using their spirit energy to sweep away the unremarkable rocks. After the 5 of them came out, they put the rocks down again. In the distance, Harua's team was currently being pressured and attacked by another team. Harua's team only had 2 star level 9s, while the opponent had 5 star level 9s. However, both sides were mostly injured. Obviously they were fighting crazily. Both teams swiftly noticed another team rushing over from the distance. Harua. Spirit energy transmission resounded in his ears. Harua turned his head to look. Within the 5 lightning silhouettes rushing over were Luo Feng, Hong, and Thunder God, his 3 good friends. He immediately revealed a look of glee, and the 2 rushing at the front were Tai Nan He and Ao Gu, especially Ao Gu, who had released his spirit weapon from afar, becoming a golden beam of light. 2-star level 9s? The enemy team looked. The quantum computer had long since determined the opponent's strength. Retreat. Quickly retreat. The captain ordered. Without any hesitation, the team swiftly retreated. Even though they had 5-star level 9s, 3 of them were injured. One had to know, there were strong and weak star level 9s, the strong ones could fight 10 of the same level and level. Herua's team had a rather strong star level 9, this was also the reason why they were able to hold on for so long even though they were at a disadvantage. And the 2 rushing over right now, daring to rush over meant they had confidence. The 2 teams converged. The enemy team thought they wouldn't be able to hold on. Even if they could, with both sides heavily injured, the enemy team wouldn't be willing, hence they decided to retreat. Luo Feng's team and Herua's team converged. Thank you. You are? Immediately a bald youth with green markings on both sides of his face walked over to thank them. They are my friends. Herua said, simultaneously walking forward. Luo Feng, Hong, Thunder God. Herua said. What happened? How did it end up like this? Luo Feng and the other 2 looked at Herua. Thunder God said, Herua, aren't you from the North Dragon City organization? How did you end up like this? Thunder God and Hong knew the importance of the universe language the first time they came into contact with the virtual universe. Naturally they began to learn it. With their brain expansiveness, learning was indeed very fast. Even though they weren't proficient, communicating wasn't a problem. Speaking of which, it was really tragic this time. Herua shook his head. Our team had 5 elites and 5 bodyguards. When we were dealing with the single-horned iron rhino horn, we were surrounded by ferocious beasts. One of our bodyguards died. Later, on our way to the Wind and Thunder Canyon, we were ambushed 6 times in a row by other squads. In the process, we lost another 2 bodyguards and 3 elite companions. Herua's expression was bitter. Now, our squad only has 2 elites and 2 bodyguards left. Luo Feng felt his heart go cold as he heard. My God, even though his team had experienced over 10 life and death situations, most of them were from the ferocious beasts. As for the ambushes? With Ao Gu and the hybrid copper essence shard, it was really a clean sweep. Plus with Babata's vigilance, Luo Feng's team's journey was tough. There were people injured, but no one died. However, Herua's team actually lost more than half of them. Where's Bilemu? Thunder God asked. In the other teams? He's dead. Herua shook his head. Luo Feng was stunned. That rough-looking black bear-like youth was dead? Luo Feng could still clearly remember the scene of him, Hong and Thunder God wishing them safe return. Who would have thought that in the blink of an eye? Bilemu was already dead. How could this happen? There's no use in being sad. Herua shook his head and laughed bitterly. Many of the brothers and sisters that I've lived with for so many years have died. This is the first test for us elites. Only after going through life and death situations and finally breaking through to the universe level, can we be called strong and become important members of the organization. Selection. The bald green-marked youth beside shook his head. This is the selection. Large amounts of so-called geniuses and elites, after going through life and death situations, are eliminated and die. Only at the very end do a few universe levels emerge. Our training camp has over 10,000 geniuses and elites, but if 10 of them can become universe levels, that's already not bad. Luo Feng, Hong, and Thunder God exchanged glances. Cruel, very cruel. These are the rules of the universe organizations. They take in large amounts of geniuses and elites, give them the best education, provide them with the best conditions, and then give them the cruelest elimination rules, finally giving birth to a few strong warriors. It can be said, those who participate in the universe-level mercenary trainee exam aren't even considered strong. They're all just trainees, after going through 1 in 1,000, no, that's the probability of the big organization's elites, precisely speaking. After going through 1 in 10 million chance, maybe a universe level will emerge. Rumble. The entire world of Thunder suddenly shook violently, without any warning whatsoever. All the teams were shocked. What's going on? Is this world about to collapse? My God. The entire valley of wind and thunder spanned over 1,000 km, the tens of thousands of star-level explorers who came to take the exam, all looked up in shock at their surroundings, at the world. And Luo Feng's team and Herua's team naturally looked up in shock at their surroundings. The entire world was shaking, even the mountains were shaking. What's going on? Luo Feng looked around. Over there. Someone shouted. Tens of thousands of stellar-level adventurers, as long as they were on the mountain range, saw the mountain range not far away crack open, and a pitch-black hole that seemed to have been torn open appeared. This black hole was half on the mountain range, and the other half was in the mountain range. The surrounding space was torn open, and it was extremely strange. P.S. 3 chapters completed. I'm lagging behind in the monthly votes. I hope everyone supports me. There's also the golden keyboard voting. You can vote on the book's introduction page. I hope everyone supports me. Thank you. Look, what's that? Thunder God stared wide-eyed, pointing at the distant pitch-black hole. A black hole that tore open the world of thunder? Beside him, Herua from the North Dragon City team creased his eyebrows too. Luo Feng was staring at the black hole pondering. This black hole wasn't a normal cave, but a mysterious existence that tore open space. Babada, just what is this black hole? It should be an entrance to a world. Right, an entrance to a world. Babada's excited voice resounded. Entrance to a world? Luo Feng held his alloy blade, feeling suspicious. And at this time, the tens of thousands of explorers on the mountain range were all looking at the black hole. Suddenly a voice resounded, a world within a world. This could very well be the entrance to a world within a world. Right, a world within a world. It's a world within a world. Quickly. Large amounts of star-level youths, from the various families and powers of the Black Dragon Mountain Empire, or even youths from different planets, all with different looks, however at this time they were all extremely excited, all becoming beams of light, over 10,000 beams of light swiftly flying towards the distant black hole. It's a world within a world. Herua too was extremely excited. A world within a world? Luo Feng, Hong and Thunder God were all suspicious. At this time it was time to display their knowledge. The explorers from the various families and planets all had some understanding of many things and legends. However, Luo Feng and the other two hadn't been in contact with the Virtual Universe Network for long. They didn't know much. Quickly rush, don't let them get ahead of us. Herua shouted, his team swiftly rushing into the distance. Even though Luo Feng was suspicious, his team followed the large amounts of people and swiftly rushed over. Luo Feng, don't rush. Babada's voice resounded, a few minutes late is fine. Babada, what's a world within a world? Luo Feng asked. A sector lord can create a world, you should know that. And within this world, he can create another world and hide it within this world. This world within this world is called a world within a world. Babada explained, however, to create another world within this world. First, we need the world within a world to be stable enough, that requires large amounts of universe crystals as the foundation. Luo Feng understood. The world of thunder was hidden within a villa on Sunglan Star. And this world within a world was hidden in a secret place within the world of thunder. Creating a world within a world costs a lot. That's why they usually build a world within a world at all costs to hide treasures. Babada said. The black hole that appeared beside the Wind and Thunder Canyon attracted a large number of adventurers. Within the crowd, there was a small team dressed entirely in black, 9-star level 9s and 1-star level 2, it was the 9th Prince's team that killed the horned iron rhinos. Your Highness, a bodyguard greeted respectfully. Interesting, very interesting. The white-skinned youth wielded a blade, looking at the black hole and smiling. A world within a world? The cost of building a world was already high enough. He wanted to build another world within this world. The difficulty was 10 times higher. For a sector lord to be willing to pay such a huge price to create a world within a world, there must be a true treasure hidden within. This world of thunder has long been excavated. After which it was used by the Universe Mercenary Alliance as a testing world. After so long, countless people have come here, but no one has found a world within a world. That team actually accidentally opened the entrance to the world within a world. The young man revealed a smile. Luck. That's luck. Your Majesty's luck has always been good. The black-clothed bodyguard beside said respectfully. No, this world within a world is too big of a piece of meat. The youth shook his head. To be able to make a sector lord pay a huge price to create a world within a world to hide, it's definitely a treasure that even a sector lord would be jealous of. The news of the world within a world would swiftly spread to the 4 big organizations, the absolute warriors of our empire, the domain lords, and even the sector lords would rush over. Hence, this group of star-level explorers wouldn't be able to get any true treasures. The youth said disdainfully. Your Majesty, if you were able to get any treasures, that group of warriors wouldn't come to steal from you. The black-clothed bodyguard said. The youth smiled. Woo, the team at the very front, the robots they sent in have come out again. The entrance to the world within a world isn't dangerous. Let's go, we'll enter. The youth ordered, the 9 bodyguards under him acknowledged. Quickly. The entrance to the world within a world isn't dangerous, we can enter. Brothers from the 100 Tiger Building, quickly follow. The star-level explorers were all going crazy. Luo Feng's team and Herua's team swiftly entered the black hole amidst the crowd. This is the world within a world? Luo Feng looked at his surroundings. It was currently night time within the world within a world. Within the darkness there were faint threads of light floating about. One couldn't see very far with the naked eye. Brother Luo Feng, wait a moment, I'll report the news to the organization. Herua said. Report to the organization? Luo Feng looked at Herua. Hong and Thunder God were shocked too. Encountering such a huge matter, if we don't report it, in the future, we'll be in deep trouble. Herua shook his head. Beside him another comrade had already closed his eyes, his consciousness connected to the virtual universe. Following which Herua closed his eyes too. As for the 2 bodyguards, they stood by the side, silently guarding them. Luo Feng sighed within as he saw the situation. This organization's influence on their disciples was simply too exaggerated. Looks like, the 4 big organizations within the Black Dragon Mountain Empire would quickly get wind of this news. The Black Dragon Mountain star field encompassed over 8,000 galaxies, with trillions of life planets. The roots of the 4 big organizations spread throughout many galaxies, and among them, in terms of position and power, the Black Cloud Guild, North Dragon City, 100 Tiger Building and 3 Axe Mountain. The undisputed number 1 amongst the 4 was the 3 Axe Mountain. The 3 Axe Mountain was different from the other 3 big organizations. The other 3 organizations trained their elites etc., and the 3 Axe Mountain didn't even accept star levels. To join the 3 Axe Mountain, the lowest one had to be a universe level. Within the 3 Axe Mountain, in terms of position, the universe levels were called soldiers, the domain lords were called commanders, and the sector lords were called generals. It was said, the 3 founders of the 3 Axe Mountain had the highest title of generals. These 3 founders, 2 of them had already become undying, the last one had reached the pinnacle of sector lords hundreds of thousands of years ago, invincible amongst the sector lords, after which there was no news of him. No one knew if he broke through to the undying level, or if he died. You're talking about Sung Lonstar's World of Thunder? A man dressed in a dark red battle uniform, draped in a peculiar black cape, looked at the silver-haired old man draped in a white cape. Yes, General. The old man said respectfully. You may leave. The general ordered. Yes. The old man's silhouette flashed and disappeared. The eyes of the man in the crimson battle uniform were faintly flashing with lightning. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly, and his fingers lightly moved. The surrounding space began to ripple, and even cracks in space would occasionally appear. General said in a low voice, the World of Thunder was created by Realm Lord Kabu back then. No wonder Kabu's hidden treasures couldn't be found. So he even created a world within a world. The Universe Mercenary Alliance was very interesting too, obtaining this World of Thunder early on, excavating it for so long, all the treasures were gone. Only then did they transport large amounts of ferocious beasts in, creating a test world. Who would have thought, this test world still had a world within a world? Interesting. Kabu, he's been dead for tens of thousands of years, yet he's never stopped worrying. The general's eyes gleamed, almost as though he could pierce through space. That space technique he obtained back then, who knows, it might be left in that world within a world. The World of Thunder, back then the world of Thunder Sector Lord Kabu created, there's still a world within a world? Sector Lord Kabu created this world within a world, the treasures he hid definitely weren't ordinary. Luckily, Sunglan Star is close to me. Haha. Quick, 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 get on the ship. We're leaving for Sunglan Star immediately. In a base, large amounts of Star Level 9 warriors swiftly rushed into the ship, following which 2 domain lords also flew in, following which the ship took off. This day, the entire Black Dragon Mountain Empire was in an uproar because of this news. Even though the Black Dragon Mountain Empire controlled over 8,000 galaxies, a sector lord was already considered the pinnacle of power in the Black Dragon Mountain Empire. For example, the 16 big families, it was all because they had a sector lord that they had such a position. The creator of the world of thunder, Sector Lord Kabu, was a pinnacle sector lord warrior back then. He created a world within a world. What treasures would there be? The entire Black Dragon Mountain Empire, even the royal family sent people over. The 4 big organizations all sent their experts over. In the eyes of the large powers, even though those star-level explorers were the ones who discovered the world within a world, the ones who could truly obtain the treasures of the world within a world, were undoubtedly them, star levels? Just cannon fodder, ************, a fiery red planet. The planet's diameter was 8,600 kilometers, the planet's surface was covered in fiery red sand. This was a planet of sand and rocks, without any signs of life. The planet's surface temperature could reach a maximum of over 3,000 degrees. It was a normal planet unsuitable for humans to live on. It could be seen everywhere in the universe. On this planet, a fiery red tall mountain. The wind blew past, the tall mountain was deathly silent. Rumble. Very suddenly, the entire tall mountain fiercely exploded, trillions of mountain rocks flew in all directions, a purple flame rushed into the sky. Enveloped in the purple flame, wearing an armor, eyes blazing with flames, a bald brute floated in the air. On his forehead was a strange flame imprint. Sector Lord Kabu actually left behind a world within a world? No wonder I haven't heard any news of that spatial technique inheritance crystal ball in so many years. That inheritance crystal ball could very well be in a world within a world. That's a complete inheritance, haha, it's mine. Rumble. In front of him appeared a huge silver pyramid. It was almost exactly the same as the automaton race's pyramid ship back on Earth, just that it was a little smaller. Below the silver pyramid automatically opened up an entrance pathway. The pathway was filled with colorful lights. It was incomparably beautiful. So, enveloped in the purple flame, the godlike bald brute's figure flashed and entered the ship, after which the silver pyramid ship swiftly broke through space and left this deathly silent planet, rapidly accelerating, entering the universe. Starting to rush towards Sunglan Star. P.S. Chapter 1 here. Within the world within a world. Who? Tens of thousands of stellar-level adventurers came in from the black hole. They formed small teams and quickly flew in all directions. Third brother, where are we going? Hong looked at Luo Feng. We can't waste time. Thunder God was also very anxious. Luo Feng looked around. At this time, Hurua, who had connected to the virtual universe network to report the news, opened his eyes, looking apologetically at Luo Feng and the others. Luo Feng, Hong, Thunder God, my apologies, I have to follow the organization's orders to meet up. After which, their team swiftly flew away. Follow me. Luo Feng rose into the air. Hong, Thunder God, Tai Nanha, and Aogu followed behind, the 5-man team flying close to the ground. Before, there were tens of thousands of explorers densely packed together. However, after flying for a few minutes, Luo Feng's team couldn't see anyone else anymore. This world within a world was simply too huge. Tens of thousands of people entering was like a drop of water falling into the ocean. Third brother, we're just flying like this? Hong looked at Luo Feng. That's the only way. Luo Feng explained, a world within a world is a world. Who knew where the treasure was hidden? Therefore, he could only wander aimlessly like searching for a needle in a haystack. Fortunately, we can detect within a 20-kilometer radius. As long as there are any treasures within this range, we will definitely be able to discover them immediately. Luo Feng was very clear, with the vastness of the world within a world, this was his best method. Stick close to the ground, then let Babata search within 20 kilometers. If there is a treasure, immediately inform me. Big brother, second brother. Luo Feng smiled. Before Hurua went to gather with the North Dragon City people, you should have noticed something, right? Thunder God nodded. The major powers have arranged for their forces to join forces. A world within a world for treasures, numbers were important, and the 4 great organizations and the 16 great families all had a lot of manpower in the world within a world. Once they gathered, they could form teams of hundreds of people. And for someone like Luo Feng who has no background, if he were to compete with a team of a few hundred people, he would be looking for death. Hence, we'll stay low profile for now. Luo Feng smiled. If we can find treasures, we'll find them. If we can't, we'll dig for universe crystals. Every world had its own universe crystals. In undeveloped worlds, there were even more universe crystals. This was the hard currency of the universe. Within a world, there were no ferocious beasts, but a quiet world. So quiet. Luo Feng exclaimed. It's normal to be quiet. The ferocious beasts within the world of thunder are all specially transported over by the Universe Mercenary Alliance for the sake of selecting the trainee mercenaries. Thunder God muttered, actually, without any dire beasts, it's really boring to fly. Stop. A voice suddenly resounded in Luo Feng's mind. Stop. Luo Feng immediately used his spirit energy to communicate, roaring, his voice exploding in the ears of the other 4. Damn. Thunder God couldn't help but cover his ears, staring. Luo Feng, lower your voice. Luo Feng couldn't be bothered with his second brother's nonsense, his consciousness swiftly communicating with Babata, following which he looked around and roared, everyone be careful, we'll find a place and start drilling. Burrow into the ground? Hong and Thunder God were stunned. There are universe crystals 3200 m underground. Luo Feng said softly. Universe crystals? F*CK, universe crystals? Thunder God's eyes widened. This land is made of mud, 1900 m down should be made of rocks. However, the rocks here shouldn't be too hard, unlike the rocks in the Valley of Wind and Thunder, which have been tempered by the fierce winds and thunder for a long period of time, we should be able to dig through in a day. Luo Feng said softly. Universe crystals, that was wealth. And it was an absolute hard currency, much more valuable than the Gongwu dollars. And right now Luo Feng was lacking money. Accurately speaking, the moment the golden horned beast breaks through to the universe level, Luo Feng would be extremely short on money. The first account his teacher left him was 10 billion Gongwu dollars, Luo Feng was currently left with less than 5 billion Gongwu dollars, however the moment the golden horned beast breaks through, from the universe level 1 to the domain lord level 1, it would require 1,000 years. To evolve even faster, he would need to purchase many precious metals to form combinations. The metals required for the universe level were much more expensive than the star level, and the amount required was huge. This resulted in Luo Feng's 5 billion Gongwu dollars, even if he used the best metal combinations, wouldn't even be enough for the universe level golden horned beast for a month. Of course, if he swallowed normal alloy remains etc., it would be cheaper, but the evolution speed would be slower. Luo Feng couldn't afford to waste time, the Newell and Shan family's troops wouldn't take long before they reached Earth. Hence, he had to use the fastest speed to acquire enough money, to allow the golden horned beast to evolve as fast as possible. Chi-Chi Aogu used the hybrid copper essence shard to quickly dig into the ground, Luo Feng followed closely behind. Hong and Thunder God followed too. Tainan he was in charge of covering the surface, preventing the other star-level explorers from discovering them. That 900 m deep layer of soil only took half an hour to dig through. However the rock layer below, the speed was greatly reduced. Too slow. Luo Feng was getting anxious, looks like it'll really take a day. Luo Feng, use the cloud contact vine to hold the shard and dig deeper, maybe that'll be faster. Hong said. Right. Luo Feng's eyes gleamed, digging a tunnel for a person to move through underground was difficult, but to use a vine to penetrate it, that was much easier. Aogu, step back. Luo Feng said. Yes. Aogu moved to the side. Luo Feng dug to the very bottom, with a thought, the cloud contact armor that stuck to his skin immediately extended a vine, simultaneously the wrist guard on his wrist swiftly wrapped around the vine, and the wrist guard shrunk. This wrist guard was where Babata stayed, it was also Babata's storage space. This long vine was slender yet sturdy, there was even a leaf at the top, the leaf wrapped around the hybrid copper essence shard, swiftly extending downwards. The hybrid copper essence shard dug into the ground, the slender vine continuously extended downwards, it was simply too fast. Back on Earth, the Star Traveler level 5 or 6 cloud contact vine, its length was already shocking. The current star level 4 cloud contact vine could easily extend up to 10,000 m. Hence, after about 20 minutes or so, with the hybrid copper essence shard as the tip of the vine, it had already reached 3,200 m underground. 3,200 m underground. A huge dark blue, almost like the color of the starry sky, within the rocks, a vine wrapped around the hybrid copper essence shard, extended over 1,000 m. Finally reaching here. On the vine, there was even a bracelet. Waha! Keep it for me! Babata shouted proudly. The huge dark blue crystal immediately vanished, absorbed into the storage space. Within the storage space. This was an incomparably huge storage space, even the UNMO planet ship stopped beside. The huge dark blue crystal appeared in mid-air, a metal robot immediately flew over, the robot's red eyes gleamed, a voice came from its mouth, Luo phoned that idiot, he actually followed the rules of Earth's fighter teams to split the spoils, this universe crystal lord was his, and he was even prepared to give 40% to Hong and Thunder God. What an idiot. This universe crystal is quite big, about 9,000 cubic meters. Cut it. Immediately, a few little robots appeared. They swiftly began to break down this huge universe crystal. The universe crystal's energy was shocking, however breaking it down wasn't hard. In the universe, it was usually broken down into coin shapes. The universe's standard was that 1 cubic meter of universe crystal would be broken down into 1,000 universe dollars. Underground. Luo Feng's cloud contact armor extended vines swiftly retracted, simultaneously the bracelet flew back into Luo Feng's wrist, entering it. Babata, how many universe crystals did we get? Luo Feng asked within. Haha, our luck isn't bad, a world's scattered universe crystals are usually lesser, only the central regions have more. I didn't expect you to actually get 3,000 cubic meters of universe crystals this time, your luck isn't bad. Babata's voice resounded within Luo Feng's consciousness. Luo Feng nodded as he heard. Big brother, second brother, let's go up. Luo Feng said. The 5 swiftly flew towards the surface, very quickly breaking through. How was it? Thunder God looked at Luo Feng. How many universe crystals did we get? Hong asked. Our luck wasn't bad. Luo Feng looked around, it was pitch black and silent, only the vast land could be vaguely seen, these scattered universe crystals in the world within a world, there wouldn't be many. We got 3,000 cubic meters this time, it's quite a lot, 3,000 cubic meters? Thunder God's eyes gleamed, 3,000 cubic meters, is equivalent to 3 million universe dollars. 1 universe dollar, it seems like right now, can be exchanged for over 3,000 Ganwu dollars. Meaning, about 10 billion Ganwu dollars. 10 billion Ganwu dollars? Hong too felt that this number was huge. The first time my second brother and I went to the killing fields, we heard a universe-level warrior talking about discovering a new world. I heard he got 10,000 cubic meters of universe crystals. For us to get 3,000 cubic meters in one go, that's not bad. Hong exclaimed. Indeed, a sector lord's world, the first transaction is already so much. Luo Feng couldn't help but exclaim, in the Legends of the Universe Explorers, discovering a new world is a huge fortune. However, the first time a new world is discovered, it's usually snatched by the universe levels and even the domain lords. Let's not waste any more time. Luo Feng said, let's continue. The first transaction was 3,000 cubic meters, it was comparable to the wealth his teacher left him in his first account, this made Luo Feng even more excited. The Sector Lord's world was indeed a huge treasure trove, even the most unassuming universe crystals were huge fortunes. However, the moment the golden horned beast reaches the universe level, the amount of money needed is shocking. This is far from enough, let's continue. Luo Feng was filled with anticipation. At this time, Luo Feng didn't even know, the universe crystals he got this time were actually 9,000 cubic meters, It was just that some evil Babata purposely hid 6,000 cubic meters. Maybe the other teams, some had energy sensors, however, those devices, how many of them could match up to Babata's scanning? Under Babata's guidance, Luo Feng quickly discovered a second underground location with universe crystals. Who knows, relying on this sector lord's world, I might actually be able to get all the money the golden horned beast needs to reach the universe level. Luo Feng's eyes gleamed, controlling the vines and bracelet to drill into the ground. Drill. P.S. The second chapter has arrived. Tomato will continue writing the third chapter. Everyone, please vote for me. Recently, my popularity has been low. At this time, I hope everyone can support Tomato. The central area of the world within a world, universe crystals are the most abundant. However, the adventurers weren't stupid. The 2 sacred lands, the 4 major organizations, the 16 great families, as well as the low-level countries of the universe, and the adventurers of the various planets, were all fighting for the central region. The competition there was the most intense. Moreover, the hardness of the rocks there was very high, just like the Wind and Thunder Canyon in the World of Thunder. It would be very difficult to excavate it. We might as well do a large search around the world within a world. Scattered cosmos crystals, when gathered together, it's still quite astonishing. Babata persuaded. Luo Feng listened, simultaneously controlling the cloud contact vine to drill into the ground. After more than 3 hours, this was the 3rd place with universe crystals that they had found. I've really struck it rich. Luo Feng was secretly happy. The first place was 3,000 cubes. The second location was slightly less, only 2,000 cubic meters. The third area, according to Babata's scan, it was 4,000 cubic meters. Chi-Chi the cloud contact vine quickly retracted. Babata, how many? 4,000 cubic meters, asked Luo Feng. 4,000, Babata answered. Luo Feng looked up at Hong and Thunder God, 4,000 cubic meters. Haha. Both Hong and Thunder God were delighted. Even though Luo Feng had helped them a lot, whether it was Hong, Thunder God, or Luo Feng, they were all very clear about the benefits of adventuring in the universe. If they didn't explain it clearly from the start, it would easily cause some conflicts in the future. This kind of thing was too common on Earth. Therefore, the 3 of them had already come to an agreement. If the 3 of them worked together, it would be 1/3 for each of them. If one person exerted the most strength while the other 2 assisted, the person who exerted the most strength would get 60%, while the other 2 would each get 20%. If only one person used his full strength and the other 2 didn't make a move, then it would be a different story. The person who put in the most effort would get 80%, while the other 2 would get 10%. Right now we have a total of 9,000 cubic meters of universe crystal. Luo Feng was elated. Keep looking. Hong said worriedly, I'm afraid we don't have much time left. Once the people from the major organizations arrive, we won't be able to get any benefits. Okay. Luo Feng nodded, his expression serious. Those family descendants and the youngsters of the organization must have reported it to the organization. Very quickly, universe-level warriors and even domain lords. So much so that, the peak martial power of the entire Black Dragon Mountain Empire, the sector lord existence, might even come. By then, how would there be a chance for a Star State cannon fodder like him to intervene? A newly discovered world would make people go crazy, and many experts would die. Not to mention a newly discovered world within a world. A world within a world, compared to normal worlds, it attracted many strong warriors. Let's not waste any more time. Luo Feng said softly, let's continue searching for the next location. In the world within a world, that was digging for treasures. The other teams may not be able to catch up to Luo Feng's group, however, even if they managed to acquire 100 cubic meters of universe crystals, to normal star-level explorers, that was an astronomical amount of wealth. Hence, all the Star State adventurers started digging like crazy, unless he went to the central area and fought with tens of thousands of adventurers. Otherwise, in terms of digging efficiency, they really wouldn't be able to catch up to Luo Feng's squad. There was no other way. Babata's surveillance equipment was brought along on the Yun Mo planet ship. Ordinary sector lords didn't have such advanced equipment. A triangular charcoal black spaceship traveled through the universe and arrived at a space not far from Sunlan Star. Two men dressed in silver white capes stood shoulder to shoulder, on their chests hung 2-star mercenary badges. Brother Mingyu, this time us two brothers should be able to get some treasures. That Thunder Sector Lord was extremely famous back then. It said that he had many treasures on him. When he died, he self-destructed. No one reaped any benefits, said a handsome man with long purple hair and a silvery white cloak. His eyes were as sharp as swords. Brother Dong Lai, you and I are pretty close to Tsang Star. We rushed over at the first moment, getting some treasures is very normal. A tall and sturdy man with green and black hair said. These two could be said to be two extremes. One was purple-haired and handsome, the other was tall and sturdy, almost like he was made of steel. These two were the famous warriors of the Three-Axe Mountain. Mingyu and Xiaodong Lai. They were both top-notch fighters within the domain lord level. Of course, these two were also external members of the Virtual Universe Company's Warriors Department. The Virtual Universe Company's Warriors Department allowed many members to be in other smaller organizations. Compared to the Virtual Universe Company, even the Ganwu Empire didn't pose much of a threat, much less the Black Dragon Mountain Empire's Three-Axe Mountain organization. Those star-level explorers, even though they were the first to discover the world within a world. However, the treasures within the world within a world aren't something small punks like them can take. For them to get some universe crystals is already considered a huge gain, they should be satisfied. The purple-haired man Xiaodong Lai smiled. When we were at the star level, we didn't get any universe crystals. Mingyu exclaimed. The two domain lords naturally thought star-level explorers didn't even have the right to touch the treasures within the world within a world. Do you want to go to the planet's docking bay? Xiaodong Lai asked. No need. Mingyu shook his head. I have property on Tsang Star, the ship can just fly in, it wouldn't be considered a provocation to the leader of the planet. This universe ship entered the interior of Tsang Star. Very quickly, it stopped in the air above the Universe Mercenary Alliance base. One handsome, one tall and sturdy, both wearing silver-white capes that represented their status. The two flew down. Mingyu, Dong Lai. Immediately a green-skinned man dressed in armor flew over. Mole, what's going on? Mingyu and Xiaodong Lai, the two domain lords flew over. The green-skinned man's eyes seemed to have another pair of pupils. He pointed unhappily at the villa not far away. Look, that entrance to the World of Thunder is being blocked by the Universe Mercenary Alliance, not letting anyone in. What's going on? Mingyu and Xiaodong Lai were shocked. Right now the various powers of the Black Dragon Mountain Empire had sent their experts over. At this time, could it be that the person in charge of the Universe Mercenary Alliance base on Tsang Star would dare to block them? Let's go over. Mingyu said. Immediately the three domain lords walked over. At the villa's entrance stood 12 universe-level warriors, each of them either cold, tyrannical, laughing, or gloomy. All in all, each of them had their own unique traits. The villa's guards didn't dare block them, however at the villa's entrance stood a lady with short silver hair, dressed in a bright silver battle uniform. Lord Mingyu. Lord Dong Lai. Immediately many of the universe-level warriors bowed. Mingyu and Xiaodong Lai nodded. Looking at the lady, Mingyu said softly, a world within a world has appeared in the World of Thunder. It's no longer suitable to be an examination world. Since it's no longer suitable, then it should be a world that every mercenary has the right to enter. Why are you blocking the way? Who are you? The lady with short silver hair shouted. Mingyu, the leader of the Three-Axe Mountain, Mingyu. The tall and sturdy Mingyu stared at the lady. Listen well, I'm Rania. The lady with short silver hair emitted a cold aura, as though she was the ruler of the surrounding area, a god. Rania? Mingyu and Xiaodong Lai creased their eyebrows. There were very few sector lords in the Black Dragon Mountain Empire, and there weren't many domain lords either. As long as they had a bit of fame, they would recognize them. However, they had never heard of a female region lord called Rania. The World of Thunder is an examination world. It's an examination world recognized by our Universe Mercenary Alliance, unless the Alliance revokes its status as an examination world, otherwise, it will remain an examination world. As an examination world used to select trainee mercenaries, only star-level explorers have the right to enter. Mercenaries, you are forbidden from entering. the silver-haired lady shouted. Mingyu, Xiaodong Lai and Mo Lei, the three domain lords were furious. Rules, sometimes there were rules to be followed, but sometimes, there was no need to. Rania, what's your status in the Universe Mercenary Alliance? Daring to block 3 Universe 2-star mercenaries. Mingyu shouted. 8 hours later. The sky was already dark. At the entrance to the World of Thunder, outside that villa, the number of domain lords had already reached 6, and the number of universe levels had reached 21. But when faced with this silver-haired woman, Rania, no one could enter. Rumble. The land and skies trembled slightly. Large amounts of people in the Universe Mercenary Alliance base looked up, only to see a silver-white pyramid appear in the air. Immediately Mingyu and the others were shocked. Automaton ship? In the Black Dragon Mountain Empire, the number of warriors with automaton ships were few and far between, and the ship before them seemed to be rather high level. The silver-white pyramid suddenly disappeared. An incomparably sturdy bald man suddenly appeared, his eyes burning with flames. There was even a flame mark on his forehead, his gaze sweeping downwards, immediately causing all the domain lords below to feel their souls tremble. They couldn't help but lower their heads. The universe-level warriors had long since bowed respectfully in respect. Lord and Mingzi. The domain lords and universe levels all bowed respectfully. And Mingzi, known as the Flame Sector Lord, within the Sector Lords of the Black Dragon Mountain Empire, he was definitely a pinnacle warrior. His use of flames had already reached an inconceivable level. The burning of the flames was enough to cause space to collapse. Move aside. And Mingzi's gaze swept towards the silver-haired lady. The silver-haired lady looked at Mingzi, her gaze stopping at the flame imprint between his eyebrows, revealing a strange smile. And Mingzi? You've already reached the recognition of the universe origin laws? Indeed, a Sector Lord pinnacle warrior. However, this is a test world recognized by the Universe Mercenary Alliance. Only star-level explorers participating in the test can enter. No mercenaries are allowed in. I told you to move aside. And Mingzi's voice was thick, giving off a feeling that made one's soul tremble. Weng, the silver-haired lady's body suddenly emitted a silver-white glow. Impudent. The silver-haired lady roared, pointing angrily at the absolute warrior in front of her. And Mingzi, you actually dare to challenge the Universe Mercenary Alliance's rules? The test world, only star-level explorers can enter. If you want to die, go ahead and enter. I dare guarantee that if you enter now, after the matter is over, our Universe Mercenary Alliance's law enforcement team will definitely kill you, causing your soul to dissipate into nothingness, leaving nothing behind. And the others, listen carefully. The silver-haired lady retreated to one side, pointing at the villa. If you want to die, go ahead and enter. At that moment, the 6 domain lords, the 21 universe-level warriors were all silent. Even the Flame Sector Lord and Mingzi was deep in thought as he looked at the silver-haired lady before him, not daring to barge in. Time passed day by day. The number of warriors on Sung Lan Star grew more and more, however not a single warrior was able to enter the World of Thunder. Almost as though the words "if you want to die, go ahead and enter" had a shocking amount of power. And within a world, the star-level cannon fodder were all in a frenzy of excitement. Luo Feng and the others were also diligently grasping every bit of time they had. In the vast sky, a huge ball of light floated high up in the sky, illuminating the entire world within a world. Rumble, the waterfall that was over 100 meters tall, crashed down, landing in the deep pool below. The pool water was still emitting waves of cold air. However, suddenly 5 silhouettes broke through the water, landing on the shore beside the pool. Under the light, their alloy armors reflected a cold light. These 5 people were Luo Feng, Hong, Thunder God, Tai Nan He and Ao Gu. We've finally gotten something big. Thunder God sighed, I've been worried to death these past few days. The universe crystals scattered all over this world within a world are scattered and without any pattern. Sometimes we'll consecutively find a few universe crystal locations, sometimes we won't even find one for a period of time. This is very normal. Luo Feng's gaze swept across the surroundings. The surrounding forest was silent, there were no other living beings. Third brother, how many universe crystals have we gotten so far? Hong asked. 3 days added up, 31,000 cubic meters of universe crystals. Luo Feng revealed a smile. This was a number worth being excited about. Ever since they entered the world within a world, their group had been searching the surrounding areas of the world within a world. However, this world within a world was simply too huge, with a length and width of close to 1,000,000 kilometers. Such a huge world, to truly search it all, they would have to run back and forth tens of thousands of times. No, even if they ran back and forth tens of thousands of times, they would only be able to search the entire surface of the world within a world at a depth of 20 kilometers. The depth of this world within a world was over 20 kilometers. Just searching 20 kilometers of the surface once would require thousands of years. It was because it was too huge that searching really depended on luck. In the first 10 hours of the first day, their group consecutively found 6 locations of universe crystals, a total of 15,000 cubic meters of universe crystals. However, until noon of the second day, after about 20 hours, they only found one location, and it was only 300 cubic meters of universe crystals. From noon of the second day until now, their luck only improved a little. Consecutively finding 5 locations, especially the one in the deep pool, it had 6,000 cubic meters of universe crystals. 3 days added up, a total of 31,000 cubic meters of universe crystals. 31,000 cubic meters of universe crystals, that's 31 million universe dollars, worth close to 100 billion Ganwu dollars. Back then, my teacher only left me 10 billion Ganwu dollars. Unearthing a new world is really profitable. Luo Feng was filled with joy. His group had left Earth and arrived in the vast universe. This was his first time taking the Universe Mercenary Trainee exam, and he had already encountered such a good thing. Luo Feng, in theory, there should be universe warriors entering the world within a world to chase us away. Hong creased his eyebrows. How come until now, there's no news at all? It is quite strange. Luo Feng shook his head. Even though the world of thunder is huge, from the border to the canyon of wind and thunder, with a universe level's power, without fear of the ferocious beasts, one day is enough. It's been 3 days, in the world within a world, we haven't even discovered a single universe level, much less a domain and sector lord. Why are you thinking so much? Since they didn't come in, let's continue digging for universe crystals. If we miss this opportunity, we won't get another one. Thunder God urged. Haha, that makes sense. Hong was also looking forward to it. In the universe, even planets could be bought and sold. Even the Muya crystals used to feed the cloud contact vine could be bought and sold without restraint. Anyway, as long as one had enough wealth, even a universe-level slave could be bought. As a group of 3 that entered the universe from Earth, Hong, Thunder God, and Luo Feng naturally had to madly dig for universe crystals. With enough wealth, Earth would be able to develop better with the help of the 3 of them. They were the pioneers of Earth's humanity. Let's go. Luo Feng's eyes gleamed, filled with desire. Haha, let's go. Thunder God and Hong were the same. The 5 of them became 5 beams of light. Under the search equipment, they continued the process of searching and digging in the world within a world. Sung Lan Star. At the entrance to the world of thunder, within the garden of that historical villa, a bald, muscular man stood there like a mountain range with his eyes closed. However, the flame imprint between his eyebrows gave off a feeling that made people's hearts tremble, causing them to involuntarily submit to him. Looking at the flame imprint, it was like an ant looking at a tall mountain. He stood there, the space around him trembled slightly. Occasionally a flame would burst forth from his body. In front of him stood the silver-haired Lady Rania. As for the other domain lords and universe levels, they were all outside the villa garden. Within the garden, there was only Mingzi and Rania. And Mingzi, why haven't you entered? A booming voice resounded throughout the garden. Dressed in dark blue armor, wearing a helmet, a man even more sturdy than Mingzi, suddenly appeared like a god. He stepped in the air, every step causing the land around him to tremble. When he landed in the garden, the entire garden immediately disappeared. The surroundings became a vast land, beside it was even a tall mountain. While chatting, he changed the land, controlling the land. Who are you? You're the one who stopped Mingzi? The tall and sturdy man looked at the silver-haired lady, his eyes shining brilliantly, as though the sun was illuminating the entire land. Rania. Universe Mercenary Alliance Ganwu Department's envoy Rania. The silver-haired lady looked at him. You should be the Black Dragon Mountain Empire's sacred land, Black Dragon Mountain, Sector Lord Ba Si Ha. Envoy? The tall and sturdy man looked at the silver-haired lady in front of him, looking suspiciously at Mingzi. A voice resounded in Mingzi's mind. Mingzi, who is she? She seems to have some sort of background, to actually be able to call out my name. Just what is her identity? I don't know. Mingzi said indifferently. If you don't know, why would you stop because of a domain lord blocking your way? Ba Siha creased his eyebrows. I don't know who she is, but I know that behind her is an undying. Mingzi said. Undying? Towering waves rose in Ba Siha's heart, but on the surface, he was like a rock, appearing very calm. After that, Ba Siha's gaze swept towards the girl named Rania. His world energy flowed around the silver-haired girl, and he could faintly sense a fluctuation that made one's heart tremble. Lord Ba Siha. The silver-haired lady's eyes were calm. This world of thunder is the Universe Mercenary Alliance's designated examination world, unless the Alliance revokes its status, otherwise, it will remain an examination world. Only star-level explorers participating in the mercenary trainee exams can enter, others cannot. If one were to barge in, it would be a violation of the Alliance's rules. The silver-haired lady looked at Ba Siha. Ba Siha immediately had a headache. To think that he, Ba Siha, had an esteemed position, even within one of the two sacred lands of the Black Dragon Mountain star field, he had an extremely high position. Even the Emperor of the Black Dragon Mountain Empire had to give him face. However, at this moment, facing this silver-haired lady, he had no choice. Want to kill the lady? He could kill her with a flip of his hand. However, firstly, this silver-haired lady's background wasn't small. Secondly, she had made it very clear, barging in was a violation of the Alliance's rules. Who would dare to mess around? Offending the Universe Mercenary Alliance, that was simply courting death. Actually, the rules were the rules, but the people in charge of the Universe Mercenary Alliance turned a blind eye, and the matter passed. Who would go against the rules and offend a group of strong warriors? However, this silver-haired lady's background was obviously not small, and had no fear of offending them. Mingzi, where did she come from? Ba Siha creased his eyebrows, his heart filled with rage. I don't know. Mingzi communicated in a low voice. One day later. The third sector lord arrived. Dressed in a dark red battle uniform, with a black cape draped over his shoulders, the devilishly handsome man seemed to have teleported. With a flash of lightning in the sky, he appeared in the villa's garden. The devilishly handsome man had a lightning mark on his forehead. When he closed his eyes, there was lightning flickering. Rania, why are you here? The devilishly handsome man stood in the garden, frowning as he looked at Rania. 3 Axe Mountain, Xianxia. Mingzi and Ba Siha were shocked. In terms of strength, Mingzi was much stronger than Ba Siha. However, compared to Xianxia, he paled in comparison. Xianxia was definitely one of the top 5 warriors in the entire Black Dragon Mountain. Starfield. Xianxia was an absolute warrior that represented the 3 Axe Mountain, and he held an important position in the Black Dragon Mountain department of the Virtual Universe Company. I'm representing my teacher to patrol the Black Dragon Mountain Starfield, and coincidentally found this matter. Of course I have to interfere. Rania looked at Xianxia. I'm representing my teacher now. Naturally, I forbid anything that goes against the Alliance's rules. The devilishly handsome Xianxia creased his eyebrows. Pa. 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 Lightning flashed all around. What nonsense. Xianxia was furious. What nonsense. Rania raged. Xianxia, these are the rules of the Universe Mercenary Alliance. It's not up to you to interfere. I can't stop you, but I'll record everything that happens and send it to my teacher. Whoever dares to brazenly violate the Alliance's rules, I'll report it to the Alliance and get killed by the law enforcers. Their souls will be shattered and turned into nothingness. Don't blame me for not reminding you. Xianxia squinted. Mingzi and Ba Siha both admired this lady. Powerful background? But daring to go against Xianxia, she really had courage. By doing this, you've offended the warriors of the Black Dragon Mountain Starfield. Xianxia frowned as he looked at Rania. Don't use that to scare me. Whoever dares to enter, I'll definitely follow the rules and report it to the Alliance. Rania said coldly. Xianxia shook his head. Your strength is far from your teacher's. but your temper is quite similar. And Mingzi, Ba Si Ha, I will arrange for our Black Dragon Mountain Starfield's 4 organizations and the 2 Holy Lands to hold a meeting. Jiang Tianchen looked towards An Mingzi and Ba Si Ha. And Mingzi and Ba Si Ha nodded their heads. Jiang Tianchen, what's wrong? Are you going to gather people to suppress me? Rania's aura became even more imposing. She was annoyed. If she wasn't a fierce dragon that didn't cross the river, she was really prepared to shoulder it. You've already taken out the Alliance's rules. Who would dare to fight with you? Jiang Tianchen glanced at her. Don't worry, I will follow the Alliance's rules. I definitely won't send any universe level, domain lord or sector lord in. At the same time, he sent a thread of consciousness into the virtual universe network. Maintaining a clear mind in reality, he sent a sliver of his consciousness into the virtual universe. To a sector lord, it was very easy. P.S. Chapter 1 Here Virtual Universe. The sky was a deep blue, pure, and without a single flaw. Clouds surrounded the surroundings, and in this cloudy space, a 10 m diameter huge round stone table floated in midair. The table's surface was covered in scars. Around the floating stone table floated many chairs made of the same material. Shwa. Shwa. Shwa, one silhouette after another appeared in midair. Amongst them were Jiang Tianchen and Mingzi and Ba Si Ha. They each chose a chair and sat down. I represent the 3-Axe Mountain. Jiang Tianchen sat on the chair and said coldly. I represent the Ice Seagull God Country. Dressed in a snow-white robe, a lady with almost transparent long hair smiled. I represent the Black Dragon Mountain. His face was covered in scales, revealing only a pair of blood-red eyes, a 4-meter-tall sector lord said solemnly. 12 silhouettes. They represented the 4 organizations, 2 sacred lands and 16 families. Of which the 16 families only sent 1 representative, while the 4 organizations and 2 sacred lands sent a total of 11 sector lords. Then, let the meeting begin. The scaled giant from the Black Dragon Mountain said solemnly. The entrance to the World of Thunder is currently guarded by the Universe Mercenary Alliance Ganwu Department's Special Envoy Rania, forbidding any non-stellar level explorers from entering. Jiang Tianchen's voice resounded in midair. This Rania, what's her identity? A gentle voice resounded from the female sector lord from the Ice Seagull God Country. Her teacher is the Ganwu Universe Country's 3rd Army General. Jiang Tianchen said, the 3rd Army General dotes on her a lot. 3rd Army General? The other 11 sector lords were shocked. Right, hence we can't force our way in. Jiang Tianchen's gaze swept past the other sector lords, hence I think, there's only one way, to arrange for a large group of Star Level 9 explorers to enter the World of Thunder under the guise of participating in the mercenary training exams. Good idea. HM. Jiang Tianchen's words made the rest of the sector lords nod in agreement. If anyone has any other opinions, please speak. Jiang Tianchen said. With Rania blocking the entrance, who would dare to brazenly go against the Alliance's rules? The scaled giant laughed softly. All right, Brother Jiang, we'll do as you say. We'll arrange for a large group of Star Level 9 explorers to enter. How many will each family arrange? How do we determine the number? Momentarily, the 12 world overlords started to discuss amongst themselves. The more people they send out, the more advantageous it would be for them to fight for the treasures. Actually, it was mainly a dispute between the 4 organizations and the 2 Holy Lands. Each of the 16 families can only send 10,000 Star State adventurers. Each of the 4 organizations can send at most 200,000 Star State adventurers. The 2 sacred grounds can only send 500,000 Star State adventurers each. The outcome of the summit meeting in the Black Dragon Mountain Star Field was quickly decided by the 4 organizations and the 2 Holy Lands. Every organization had sector lords, domain lords, and universe levels under them. According to their strength and position, the number of slots they could obtain would naturally differ too. Sunglan Star. As the 2 sacred grounds, 4 organizations, and 16 families jointly sealed the World of Thunder, forbidding any other Star State adventurers from entering. Wow, so many people are flying over. It's so dark. How many are there? In the Universe Mercenary Alliance base, a few adventurers stared in shock at the sky, only to see a huge battleship floating in mid-air. At the same time large amounts of dark gray armored warriors flew downwards, covering the entire sky. In an instant, they all flew one by one towards the entrance to the World of Thunder, that villa. "What's going on?" Rania, dressed in a bright silver armor, shouted. "Lord, we are all Star State adventurers, we've all accepted the Universe Mercenary Trainee Exam mission." The leader of the team, a star-level fighter, said respectfully. "All here to take the Mercenary Trainee Exam?" Rania was shocked, looking at the team in front of her. The queue was so long that it stretched all the way to the sky. How many people were there? However, Rania had conducted a large-scale test. This long line of people were actually all Star State adventurers, and they had all accepted the Mercenary Trainee Exam mission. Within the villa's garden, and Mingzi, Ba Siha and Jiang Tianchen watched as the team swiftly entered the World of Thunder. "And Mingzi, you sure are fast." Ba Siha looked at Mingzi. 10,000 star level 9 warriors, just right. And Mingzi grinned, "Everyone, I'll be making a move first." Even Newell and Shan could pull out 10,000 star level 9 warriors, much less sector lords. To them, finding 10,000 star level 9 warriors was as easy as breathing. Just like in Mingzi, just his territory alone had 3 galaxies, not to mention the many who worshipped him. Since then, in the airspace above Songlan Star, teams after teams arrived. They were all star-level explorers, and almost all star-level 9 warriors. Whether it was a small team of 10 people, or a team of over 1,000, or even a large team of over 10,000. Team after team of star-level 9 warriors entered the World of Thunder in a single file. Instead, many of the adventurers who had originally planned to take the Mercenary Trainee Exam were all stopped. Songlan Star, Universe Mercenary Alliance Base, within a tavern beside. Mingyu and Xiaodong Lai, the 2 domain lords, sat there. In the entire tavern, other than the domain lords, there were only universe levels. Normal adventurers wouldn't even dare enter. At this time, a man dressed in a dark green armor, with pointy ears, walked in, his gaze sweeping the area. He first noticed Mingyu and Xiaodong Lai. "Lord Mingyu, Lord Dong Lai. Newell and Shan, you brought your men here too." Mingyu and Xiaodong Lai nodded, the 2 of them were domain lords. However, this Newell and Shan in front of them had the Battle Axe Fighter title. Back when they were at the universe level, they didn't even have the title. Hence, towards Newell and Shan, they had a sense of respect. "Just a few men." Newell and Shan smiled, "They're all outside." Mingyu and Xiaodong Lai glanced outside. Outside the window, on the empty ground, a team dressed in battle armor was queuing up. "Not a few, there's about 200 of them." Mingyu praised, "Universe levels, some only get 50 slots, some only get 100. A team of 200 star level 9 warriors from the Newell and Shan family walked towards the villa, following the order, entering in a single file. These 200 people were handpicked by Newell and Shan from the family and the Newell and Shan guards. They were all star level 9 warriors with high battle abilities. "I'm just trying my luck." Newell and Shan smiled. Go ahead." Mingyu said indifferently. "Yes." Newell and Shan bowed and walked to a corner of the tavern, sitting with 2 universe levels he was familiar with. In the entire tavern, there was a group of universe levels and a few domain lords. Everyone was waiting here, waiting for a period of time for the star level 9 explorers from the various organizations to come out. In the tavern, by the window, Mingyu and Xiaodong Lai were conversing. "There are so many people going in," Xiaodong Lai exclaimed. 2 sacred lands, 4 organizations, 16 families, adding it up to about 2 million star-level explorers. Mingyu exclaimed too, "Look, the star-level explorers outside preparing to enter the World of Thunder. They've already formed a long queue, the queue has even reached the skies." "Yes." Xiaodong Lai looked outside through the window. A huge black mass, almost like a black cloud covering the sky. "You and I both send 1,000 people in, who knows what we'll get." Xiaodong Lai shook his head. Star levels fly slowly, and there are ferocious beasts obstructing them. Even if they rely on their numbers and dare to charge in, flying to the Canyon of Wind and Thunder would probably take 7 to 8 days. Mingyu shook his head. "That's why, with the time advantage, the group of people who were already in the World of Thunder are the ones with the highest chance of getting the treasures of the world within a world." Xiao Donglai nodded, after which he asked, how many people under you have been in the world of thunder since the beginning? Nobody. You know our 3-axe mountain doesn't nurture young people. Mingyu shook his head, suddenly remembering something, his eyes flashing. Right, I recruited 3 young people back then, I persuaded them to go on an adventure in the universe. From the looks of it, the 3 of them were quite moved. If they wanted to adventure, it's very likely that they would take the mercenary training exam. 3 young people? Xiao Donglai was shocked. Right, it was Lord Man Luo who told me to pay attention to 3 people called Luo Feng, Hong, and Thunder God. Mingyu let out a smile. I'll contact them. Luo Feng, Hong, Thunder God? Xiao Donglai mumbled, to be noticed by Lord Man Luo? World within a world, it was night time. It was already the 8th day in the world within a world. In the plains, wild grass grew, the ground slightly shook, and with a pung, 5 silhouettes flew out. I haven't rested for 8 days, I'm really tired. Why haven't those universe warriors arrived yet? Thunder God cried out weirdly. You've gotten the best of it and you're still pretending to be innocent. Hong laughed. It's quite tiring, however it's tiring and satisfying. Luo Feng was extremely happy. Thunder God nodded, right, satisfying. Digging for universe crystals is really satisfying, thinking about Earth's too. 1 billion Ganwu dollars, and we've already dug, about 96,000 cubic meters of universe crystals, that's close to 300 billion Ganwu dollars, it can be said that we've dug up over 100 Earths. This comparison is interesting. Luo Feng laughed loudly. 96,000 cubic meters of universe crystals. Worth 300 billion Ganwu dollars, a very large number. To a universe-level warrior, this was a huge sum of wealth. One had to say, excavating a world was indeed a very satisfying thing. Luo Feng was stunned. What's up? Hong and Thunder God looked at him. Wait a moment, I'll go into the virtual universe network. Luo Feng said, before closing his eyes. Black Dragon Mountain Island, 9-star Bay. Luo Feng appeared out of thin air before his own house. With a glance he saw Xianxia sitting beside, searching for information. Luo Feng? Xianxia stood up excitedly. You haven't been in the virtual universe network these few days. I've been very busy these few days. Time is wealth, time is power. These few days, I can't waste a single minute or second. Luo Feng laughed. These words made Xianxia suspicious. What do you mean? I can't waste a single minute or second these few days. Just where have you been these few days? I'll tell you when I get back. Luo Feng's thoughts moved. A screen appeared before him. There was a communication request. It was a communication request from the Virtual Universe Company's Warriors Department stationed in Black Dragon Mountain, Mingyu. Luo Feng answered. Lord Mingyu. Luo Feng smiled at Mingyu. Luo Feng, let me ask you, are you currently in the world within a world in the world of thunder? A world within a world? Luo Feng looked at the screen, his heart skipping a beat. Many thoughts flashed through his mind. Logically speaking, his participation in the Universe Mercenary Trainee exam wasn't leaked. Very few people knew about it. Although Hurua knew about it, he was just a person from Northern Dragon City. He didn't have the qualifications to contact a super expert like Mingyu. Then, how did this domain Lord Mingyu know that he was in the world within a world? Don't be surprised. Back then, when I talked to the 3 of you, I could tell that you wanted to explore the universe. And with your strength, if you want to adventure in the universe, the first thing you should do is participate in this Universe Mercenary Trainee examination. And the entire Black Dragon Mountain Star Field's examination location is a world of thunder. Mingyu was very straightforward. Luo Feng looked at the tall and sturdy man on the screen. Lord Mingyu, why are you looking for me? This world within a world was created by a very famous sector lord of our Black Dragon Mountain Starfield tens of millions of years ago. His name was Kabu, people call him the Thunder Sector Lord. Mingyu quickly says, while Realm Lord Kabu's luck is very good, and he is considered very wealthy among the Realm Lords. Furthermore, he has quite a few famous treasures that even the Realm Lords covet. Luo Feng's heart moved, asking, then Lord Mingyu, why didn't you enter the world within a world? Hong, Thunder God, and himself had been wondering about this for a long time. It's a long story. When you come out of the world of thunder, you'll know. Mingyu spoke in a low and powerful voice. I'm looking for you because I want to tell you. Although it was said that non-stellar level adventurers were unable to enter the world of thunder. However, the treasures of this world within a world were too alluring. Hence right now the entire Black Dragon Mountain starfield, all the large organizations and powers have all sent out star level 9 armies to enter the world of thunder. What? Luo Feng was shocked. An army formed from star level 9 warriors. In the entire Black Dragon Mountain star field, there were more than 8,000 galaxies, and the Silver Blue Empire and other vassal states numbered more than 500. Such a huge starfield, to send star level 9 warriors, how many would that be? How many in total? Luo Feng asked. All the peak experts of the entire Black Dragon Mountain starfield will gather, and then hold a Sector Lord conference. Finally, they will agree to send out close to 2 million explorers. Mingyu said in a low voice. Luo Feng was silent. 2 million, as the saying goes, once there are more than 10,000 people, there will be a feeling of a sea of people. Once this army of 2 million was formed, it would be like a sea of people, with no end in sight. They were all star level 9 warriors. A million-strong star level 9 army, even a universe-level warrior would be scared and flee upon seeing that. Even ants could bite an elephant to death. To a universe-level warrior, a star level 9 was an ant, but 2 million ants, to kill them all, the energy within his body wouldn't even be enough. There are both large and small adventurer teams. Some are under sector lords, some under domain lords, some under universe levels. Mingyu smiled and encouraged, because they aren't united, you don't have to worry too much. As long as you hide a little, you still have a chance of surviving. Luo Feng couldn't relax. 2 million star level 9 warriors, it was enough to make one's scalp go numb. If a sector lord were to take out 2 million star level 9 warriors, it would be hard, but this time, the entire Black Dragon Mountain starfield was working together. Naturally it was easy. Spectacular. Luo Feng exclaimed within. Lord Mingyu, why are you looking for me? Luo Feng asked. Of course I'm looking for you for something. Mingyu smiled, let me tell you, even though there are 2 million star level 9 warriors entering. However, on Sun Lan Star, it's a rare gathering of the strongest in the entire Black Dragon Mountain starfield. All the powerful warriors have gathered, guarding the entire Sun Lan Star, forbidding other adventurers from entering the world of thunder. At the same time, the moment someone exits the world of thunder. Like you, Luo Feng. As long as it's not our 2 sacred lands, the 4 big organizations, the 16 families, then the consequences, just think about it and you'll understand. Luo Feng's expression changed greatly. This was too much of a bastard. The large organizations of the Black Dragon Mountain starfield were obviously working together, determined to swallow the fat piece of meat that was the world within a world. As long as it wasn't their power, being threatened would be a light punishment. It could very well be murder and plunder. Right now on Sun Lan Star, there's a large group of universe levels. There's over 100 domain lords. And close to 10 sector lords. Luo Feng, tell me, if you were to come out of the world of thunder, how tragic would the consequences be? Mingyu smiled as he looked at Luo Feng. However, with his tall and sturdy build, his smile was indeed terrifying. Luo Feng was indeed shocked. Sector lords, that was an existence that could cause a life planet like Earth to fall into extinction with just one slap. The so-called interstellar fleets, in front of a sector lord, were like toys. Even the Silver Blue Empire, in front of a sector lord, was trembling in fear. Compared to a sector lord, the Newland Shan family was like an ant. Such existences on Sun Lan Star, my god. Lord Mingyu, then what should I do? Luo Feng looked at Mingyu, guessing what this absolute warrior was thinking. You should be able to guess what I'm thinking. Mingyu said very casually, very simple, you are the earliest batch to arrive in the world within a world. And even though the other star level 9 armies have many people, they're too late. You are the ones with the highest hopes of obtaining the treasures. Sector Lord Kabu has many treasures, even the other sector lords are jealous, of course, just a little bit. Even I, as a domain lord, would be moved. What you need to do is, after obtaining the treasures, give them to me. Give them to me. Of course, I won't mistreat you. Mingyu smiled. And, using my name, the large organizations and powers naturally won't make things difficult for you. Those who could become strong were all intelligent people, hence Luo Feng naturally wouldn't reject. After finishing his conversation with Mingyu, Luo Feng left the virtual universe network. Sister-in-law, my brother just came back? Luo Hua was a bit tired as he walked out of his wooden house. Xianxia, who was sitting on a chair outside looking up information, smiled and nodded. Right, he just came to the virtual universe network for a bit. However, he just returned to reality. I have something to talk to him about. Sigh, I missed my chance. Luo Hua creased his eyebrows. What's the matter? Xianxia closed the virtual notebook in front of her. In the virtual universe network, the browsing screen could be set however she wanted. Xianxia came from Earth. She was already used to using a notebook. Naturally, she used the quantum computer to modify it a little. It's the Earth Summit. Luo Hua explained. The leaders of the various countries on Earth are discussing. They want to send a few vanguard troops into the universe. They want to officially make contact with the universe. What? Xianxia creased her eyebrows. Humans are like that. With the consciousness sensor, they can connect to the virtual universe network. However, now they're not satisfied with just relying on the network, they want to make contact in reality. Luo Hua shook his head. They want me to pass a message to my brother. Anyway, I'm just a messenger, I don't have the power to decide. Don't rush. Xianxia creased her eyebrows. Your brother is very busy right now, wait for him to finish his work, then we'll talk to him about this. Luo Hua thought for a moment, nodding. That's good too. World within a world. In the grass, Luo Feng and his team squatted there. 30. Agreeing with Lord Mingyu was the right thing to do. Thunder God pondered and nodded. What he said makes sense. Those big organizations will definitely team up. They definitely won't let some small fry with no background take away the treasures. I thought so too, that's why I agreed. Luo Feng nodded. However, I'm very worried about one thing. Thunder God creased his eyebrows. After we leave, we have to leave with Mingyu. However, if this Mingyu stealthily kills the few of us and takes the treasures, he won't have to pay any price and we'll still get all the treasures we have. Right, we have to guard against this. Hong nodded. I'm worried about this too. Luo Feng was troubled too. Only by cooperating with Mingyu could they avoid being attacked by the other strong warriors. However, what if Mingyu plays dirty and kills them, a domain lord warrior? If he wants to kill them, he really can do so with a flip of his hand. Don't worry, Luo Feng. A clear voice resounded in Luo Feng's mind. This Mingyu is only looking for you guys for one more reason. One has to know, this first batch of people entering the world within a world has tens of thousands of people. Tens of thousands of people fighting for the treasures. Mingyu doesn't have much confidence in you guys. It's just that in comparison, your chances are much higher than the 2 million army behind. Also, right now on Xianxia Star, universe levels, domain lords, sector lords, large amounts of powerful warriors have gathered. This is a rare gathering in the Black Dragon Mountain star field. If anyone dares to rob and kill on Xianxia Star, even the sector lords will immediately find out. That Mingyu isn't so disgusting as to make a move in a place like Xianxia Star. Warriors care a lot about their face and pride. Believe in the promises of the strong. Especially places where the strong gather, like Xianxia Star. Even the most sly and cunning person has to maintain the basic demeanor of a strong warrior. Babata's words made Luo Feng feel relieved. That's true. Domain lords, powerful warriors that can cause a low-level country in the universe to tremble in fear, especially in such a large gathering, they definitely wouldn't play around with their reputation. Right now, the 2 million adventurers' army is continuously entering the world of thunder. They only need 7 to 8 days to reach the world within a world. That's why, we can't just wander around the periphery of the world within a world right now. Luo Feng said quietly, we have to hurry and head towards the core of the world within a world. Universe crystals are precious. Thunder God nodded. However, those treasures that even the sector lords and domain lords want are the truly precious ones. Hong slightly nodded. However, we have to be careful, there were already tens of thousands of people in this world within a world. Luo Feng creased his eyebrows, especially those big organizations, big powers, their teams have all banded together. Compared to them, our team of 5 is simply too weak. That's why we should stay low profile and figure out the situation in the core first. That makes sense. The area with the most universe crystals is the core. That place would definitely have been filled with killing and blood. Thunder God was a bit excited. 8 days in the world within a world. Luo Feng's team never dared to go to the core, because they guessed that that place would be filled with killing and chaos, so they didn't go. And now, they had no choice but to go. Because in 7 to 8 days, the 2 million army that will enter from the entrance will first appear in the periphery. Let's go. Luo Feng commanded. The 5-man team immediately became 5 beams of light, flying towards the center of the world within a world. Flying in a world within a world, at least there wouldn't be any ferocious beasts. The ferocious beasts of the world of thunder were specially sent in by the Universe Mercenary Alliance for the sake of testing and screening. This world within a world had just been discovered, of course it was very primitive. However, this new world was even more maddening. Luo Feng and the others flew from the periphery towards the core region. In the short span of 6 days, he had encountered 21 assassination attempts, once on the first day. On the second day, he was attacked 3 times. On the third day, it happened twice. On the fourth day, he was attacked twice. On the fifth day, he was attacked 5 times. On the sixth day, he was attacked 8 times. Obviously, the closer they were to the core area, the more adventurers there were. Luckily Luo Feng was able to scan the 20 kilometers area, hence, even though they met 21 ambushes, Luo Feng and the others were occasionally in danger, but never really lost out. It was now the 7th day. Judging from the position of the sphere of light, we are very close to the core area. I estimate that we will reach the core area either today or tomorrow. Luo Feng looked up at the light ball in the sky. The position of the light ball was right in the middle of the entire world within a world. Therefore, as long as one headed in the direction of the light sphere, they would be heading to the core area. The closer we get, the more dangerous it will be. We encountered 8 waves of robbing adventurers yesterday. Thunder God did not dare to relax either. Universe crystals, large amounts of universe crystals will indeed make the explorers go crazy. Luo Feng exclaimed. Star-level martial artist, spirit reader. On a barbarian planet, it was enough to proclaim himself king. However, in front of the universe crystals formed by sector lord experts condensing the origin energy of the universe, they would go crazy. Everyone be careful. Luo Feng's expression changed. What's up? Hong, Thunder God, Aogu, and Tai Nan he all looked at Luo Feng. 3 o'clock ahead, 19. 2 kilometers away. There are 50 adventurers. Of which 48 are star level 9 warriors. Luo Feng communicated mentally, right now everyone change directions. Quick. After being in the world within a world for so long, Luo Feng and the others were very experienced, immediately turning a corner and speeding up, trying to escape. But after flying for 2 to 3 kilometers, stop. Luo Feng's expression changed. Hong and Thunder God were both in a sorry state. The tough weeds below them were pressed down by the roaring airflow. What's wrong? Hong and Thunder God asked via voice transmissions. There are 50 explorers ahead too. Luo Feng creased his eyebrows. What? We'll change directions. Luo Feng was very direct. The team once again changed directions. Earth's 5-man team once again stuck close to the grass plains and flew, however in the blink of an eye, in the distance a group of black silhouettes suddenly rushed into the sky. Simultaneously from another direction a large group of silhouettes swiftly flew over. A total of 6 groups of people flew up, very uniformly heading towards Luo Feng's team to surround them. There are actually 6 groups of people, and each group has 50 people? A team of 300. Thor's eyes widened. Hurry and run. Luo Feng yelled. Boom, Aogu grabbed Thunder God and Hong, while Luo Feng and Tai Nan he flew at their highest speeds. Not good, they're faster than us, Thunder God transmitted anxiously. This is troublesome. Hong was also anxious. Luo Feng lowered his head and looked at the screen on his arm. On the screen, there were 300 dots of light chasing after 5 dots. Clearly, these 300 people were unified and had a commander. They spread out in a fan shape. Once a small team crashed into them, the 300 people would surround them and devour them like dumplings. Luo Feng, their speed is faster than yours. The group at the very front are all star level 9 spirit readers riding on spirit weapons. And you only have one spirit reader, Ao Gu, and you still have to bring Hong and Thunder God. According to my estimations, after another 600 kilometers, they'll catch up to you. Babata's voice resounded in Luo Feng's mind. 600 km, with the speed of their group, 600 kilometers was too short a distance. They're getting closer and closer. Thunder God said urgently. Follow me. Luo Feng communicated through his spiritual force. 5 beams of light formed an arc, whistling through the air and flying into the distance. Behind them, there were countless beams of light chasing after them. Of the 300 beams of light chasing after them, the ones at the front were naturally the spirit readers riding on their spirit weapons. The fighters were a little slower, mainly protecting the elites. Master, they're about to catch up. Aogu communicated, I'll bring Master alone. In Aogu and Tainanhe's eyes, they would only acknowledge their master, Luo Feng. At such a crucial moment, they would definitely protect him. Luo Feng's eyes stared straight ahead. Ahead was the huge forest that bordered the grass plains. Ahead. Go down. Luo Feng communicated through his spiritual force. The 5 of them rushed downwards, immediately rushing into the forest. 300 beams of light madly rushed downwards, continuing the chase. A few minutes later, in the air above the forest, 300 silhouettes converged. Captain. Don't chase. A cold-looking youth with purple lips, dressed in a silver armor and black boots ordered, this forest is too big, once they go in, it'll be really hard for us to find them. Also, a small team of 5, I don't think we'll get much universe crystals. Return and continue hunting in the grass plains. Yes. The 300 beams of light swiftly returned. Within the forest, Luo Feng and the others all let out a sigh of relief. Luckily, we made it into the forest. Thunder God let out a long sigh of relief. We'll have the advantage in the forest. Hong nodded, the forest was lush, it was easy to hide. And at this time, Luo Feng's scouting equipment was of great use. Luckily we ran fast, if we were any slower we'd be finished. Luo Feng laughed, if they were any slower, then they could only send the golden horned beast out. However, that way, the news of the golden horned beast being in the world within a world would quickly leak out. A star level 9 golden horned beast would definitely be considered an infant golden horned beast. When that time came, even undying beings would be attracted. Undying beings, as long as they guarded the entrance to the world of thunder, it would be like catching a turtle in a jar. Luo Feng would have nowhere to run. To use the golden horned beast, it has to be at night, and the moment it's used, it has to kill the enemies cleanly. We definitely can't let them spread the news outside. Luo Feng thought. 30. It's not easy to hide in the grass plains. If we fly a little faster, the wind will blow up the grass, it'll be easy for the robbers to spot us. Thunder God said. The grass plains and plains are more dangerous. Hong nodded. Let's advance from the forest. Taking a detour won't make much of a difference. Luo Feng nodded. However, the closer they got to the center, it was obvious that the number of adventurer teams was much higher. The 7th day had just begun. Luo Feng and the others had already met 3 teams. 2 of them were large teams with over 100 people. Against such a large team, Luo Feng didn't dare to fight them head-on. After all, the moment the battle broke out, there might be casualties on his side. The 7th day. Luo Feng's team had already advanced in the forest for about 8 hours. The white ball of light in the sky had already dimmed. About 120 kilometers away from Luo Feng's team. At the top of a thick tree in the forest, there were 3 human silhouettes floating and hiding in the leaves. These 3 were all holding long-distance vision devices, looking down from above, looking into the distance. Captain. One of them lowered his head and looked below. Under this thick tree, there were 12 people resting. One of them was dressed in a dark alloy armor, carrying a huge axe on his back. His face covered in strange markings, a green-skinned strong man frowned and looked up into the sky. "There's prey, a total of 5 people," the scout above said. "Ah?" The captain rushed into the sky, floating in the leaves, borrowing binoculars from the side. Binoculars and other devices, these were definitely equipment for adventurers. In the universe, there were many places with strong gravity, or strange magnetic fields. Spirit reading would be affected. At this time, looking with the naked eye would be more effective. Some binoculars and other devices would naturally be useful. 5 of them? The captain looked through the binoculars. With his already shocking vision, under the guidance of the scout beside, he very quickly saw 5 silhouettes in the distance, occasionally peeking out from the dense forest. "Everyone get up, prepare to move," the captain communicated via genetic energy. The group of team members under the tree swiftly got up. "Captain, how's the prey strength?" "Don't worry, there's only 5 of them, they can't be that strong," the team leader said. His words immediately caused the team members to smile. They loved this kind of killing without much risk. And the returns were extremely high. One had to know that the earliest batch to arrive in the world within a world, as long as they didn't die in the chaotic battles at the beginning, who wouldn't have some worth? A few hundred cubic meters of universe crystals was very common. Outside, a few hundred cubic meters of universe crystals, even buying a star level 9 slave was enough to buy a ship. "Let's go all out this time, our future generations will be rich for tens of millions of years." Many of the team members who had no hope of breaking through to the universe level, just wanted to get rich, enjoy themselves in the future, nurture their future generations, etc. "Quick, be careful, don't let the 5 fat sheep discover us. The moment they discover us and escape, it'll be very hard to find them again in the forest. Be careful. Quick, there's still 20 kilometers, 10 kilometers, 5 kilometers, everyone get ready, move out." This small hunting team of 15 people immediately rushed out from behind a few large trees, or from the dense foliage, all of them moving at an insane speed, becoming beams of light and lightning, rushing towards Luo Feng's team. Xiao! A blue light flashed, its speed extremely fast, drawing an arc through the 13 silhouettes, immediately slicing off the heads of the 13 star level 9 warriors. Fresh blood and brain matter splattered everywhere. The blue light made a slight turn, directly passing through the 2 elites. One of them was the green-skinned captain. That captain's eyes were wide with fear. Obviously he didn't expect the 5 weak fat sheep to suddenly transform into ferocious wolves. "Master, kill them all," Aogu said respectfully. "Okay." Luo Feng nodded, after which he looked at the 15 corpses scattered around. At a distance of 20 kilometers, he had already discovered these 15 people. After scanning, of these 15, 13 were star level 9 warriors. Luo Feng obviously wouldn't flee, instead he would swallow the opponents. Even though, during the 7 days of rushing from the periphery to the core area, he had met with many robberies, most of them were fleeing. However, there were still 6 times where Luo Feng swallowed the opponents whole. With Aogu and the hybrid copper essence shard, as long as there were 20 star level 9 warriors, he would definitely be able to sweep through them. Check and see how many universe crystals there are. Luo Feng went to check. P.S. 2 chapters completed. That's quite a lot. This 15-man team actually has close to 8,000 cubic meters of universe crystals. Luo Feng smiled as he threw the 2 storage rings he had just acquired to Hong. "Big brother, keep these." Hong extended his hand to grab them, smiling. "These kinds of teams, the more times we meet them the better." Luo Feng smiled and nodded. "With enough universe crystals, when the time comes, we can even buy universe-level slaves. That way, our Earth's foundation in the universe will be more stable." The current Earth, as an aboriginal planet, was simply too weak. Any slightly bigger wave would cause it to collapse. Hence, the 3 of them had to fight hard. Adding this 8,000 cubic meters now, we have a total. Thunder God counted with his fingers, muttering, "In the past 8 days, we've dug up 96,000 cubic meters of universe crystals. In the 7 days of rushing, we've dug up close to 26,000 cubic meters of universe crystals along the way. Before this, we've swallowed the teams that robbed us 6 times, earning close to 52,000 cubic meters of universe crystals. Adding today's 8,000 cubic meters, a total of, over 180,000 cubic meters. With just these numbers, with just a thought, I know the answer. Luo Feng teased, second brother, look at you, do you still look like the head of the Thunder Dojo? From what I see, you're just a tofu vendor, counting how much money you earn in a day. I'm just proud, so what? Thunder God blinked, rubbing his bald head, I've never seen so much money before, right? Over 180,000 cubic meters of universe crystals, this was a huge amount of wealth. Even to the Xianxia family, this was an astronomical figure, a normal life planet, over $1 trillion black dragon dollars, that was not bad. Over $1 trillion black dragon dollars, that was 700 million Ganwu dollars. 1,000 life planets, that was worth 700 billion Ganwu dollars. And 180,000 cubic meters of universe crystals and 700 billion Ganwu dollars, the difference wasn't that huge. A world within a world, it's really a huge treasure trove. Hong couldn't help but exclaim. The creation of a world within a world is 10 times harder than a normal world. Luo Feng smiled, it needs to be more stable, naturally it needs more universe crystals. To create a world within a world, even for a sector lord pinnacle warrior, that's a huge price to pay. To a sector lord, joining any empire, they'll be able to gain a galaxy territory. Some galaxies have hundreds of thousands of habitable planets. Some galaxies even have millions of habitable planets. The wealth of a world within a world is no less than a galaxy. What we have now is just a drop in the ocean. It's only equivalent to a few hundred planets. Luo Feng said it casually, however he was extremely happy within. The assets of the Xianxia family was only over 1,000 life planets. Therefore, exploring a new world, the universe-level warriors would kill each other, and a bunch of warriors would fall. It was because wealth moved people's hearts. If it wasn't for that Rania who stopped so many powerful beings, how could these little star states get their hands on these riches? Only 180,000 cubic meters of universe crystals. In the small corner of the universe, the Milky Way, they were considered super rich. However, our wealth is only about a third of the Xianxia family's. Luo Feng laughed, compared to the Domain Lord, it's even worse. Therefore, everyone needs to continue working hard. Haha, that's right, it's still not enough. Thunder God laughed. The opportunities of a world within a world are hard to come by even in 10,000 years, if we don't make a killing now, how can we face ourselves? Hong teased and laughed. Let's go. Luo Feng waved the alloy blade in his hand, pointing in the direction of the core region. Under the sunlight, the alloy blade reflected a glaring light. 30, your posture is quite impressive. Can't you be proud? Haha, Luo Feng's team was in a good mood, laughing and joking around for a while, after which they quietly headed towards the core region. When the sky turned dark, Luo Feng and his team finally reached the core region. At this time, their wealth had already risen to over 190,000 cubic meters of universe crystals. To have such a harvest, one was due to Babada's vigilance, the second was due to Aogu and the hybrid copper essence shards' powerful combination. The core region of the world within a world was a beautiful plain, the ground was filled with strange short flowers and plants. These flowers and plants were all about 10 centimeters tall, extremely flat, almost as though someone was trimming them. The terrain was gentle, with very little undulations. My God! Just how many people have died here? Luo Feng and his team were extremely shocked in the dark of the plain. In the dark of the night, the sky would occasionally emit a weak white light, allowing Luo Feng to barely see a few hundred meters around him. With a glance, just within a few hundred meters, there were over 30 corpses lying on the ground. There were men and women, some resembling beast men, some resembling earth humans, just that they were all dead, even their corpses were split apart. Kacha! Luo Feng's alloy boots, that pure alloy forged sturdy boots stepped on a piece of white bone, making a sound. This? Luo Feng creased his eyebrows. 30, what you said before was right, this core region is indeed filled with intense killings. Thunder God said solemnly, we've only just entered the core region not long ago, just the corpses we've seen already number over 100. The entire core region is so huge, just how many people have died? The core region has 99% of the universe crystals in the world within a world, of course the killing is the craziest here. Luo Feng sighed. Even if we were here, we'd probably still kill. Hong exclaimed. 99% of the universe crystals were all in the core region. Because the core region was the cornerstone of the entire world within a world. Of course, the core universe crystals were all protected, unable to be excavated. The moment they were excavated, the entire world within a world would collapse. When a world was built, the core universe crystal would form a supply cycle, naturally absorbing the universe energy from the outside. This resulted in the large amounts of universe crystals surrounding the core universe crystal. As for the distant surroundings, Luo Feng and his team had excavated before. Those were scattered universe crystals. The amount was small. Birds die for food, humans die for wealth. Luo Feng sighed, let's go. Luo Feng and his team carefully made their way towards the center of the core region. Wherever they passed, they would occasionally see a few deep pits on the plains, obviously the pits used to excavate universe crystals. Around the pits, there would often be star-level explorers' corpses. The blood had long dried. An hour later. Get down. Advance. Luo Feng and his team crawled, arriving at a slightly protruding hill peak, looking into the distance. In the distance, there was a faint glow. At the same time there were many human silhouettes. That is. Luo Feng flipped his hand, retrieving a pair of binoculars. Before entering, Luo Feng and his team didn't buy these binoculars. However, after killing a few small teams, they found some special equipment in their space rings. Luo Feng naturally kept them. So many people. Through the Universe Explorer telescope, Luo Feng could clearly see the human silhouettes a few hundred km away. Damn. Beside, Thunder God held the binoculars too, muttering, there should be over 1,000. That's quite a lot. Hong nodded. There's a sound. Tainan, he suddenly said. Right, there's a sound. Aogu said too. Luo Feng, Hong, and Thunder God looked at Tainan. He and Aogu, these two bodyguards were star level 9, their hearing and vision were much stronger than Luo Feng and his team. What are they saying? Luo Feng asked. Master, if you advance another 1 to 200 km, you'll be able to hear them clearly. Aogu explained. Alright. Luo Feng nodded. Anyway, they were close to 600 kilometers away from the large group. Advancing another 1 to 200 km was still within the safe zone. Advance. Luo Feng and his team carefully and swiftly advanced. As they got closer, they indeed heard the unceasing shouts. Adventurers. One world was enough to make the universe-level warriors and domain lords go green with envy. This world within a world is 10 times rarer than one world, 10 times more precious. That's why right now on Sunglan Star, at the exit of the World of Thunder, there have long been large amounts of universe-level warriors, domain lords and even great sector lords. Our Black Dragon Mountain Star fields 2 sacred lands, for great organizations and 16 great families have all sent their warriors here. The treasures of the world within a world are destined to be obtained by our Black Dragon Mountain Star field. That's why, the large organizations and powers have long since agreed, if it's not the 2 sacred lands, for great organizations or 16 great families adventurers. The moment they leave the World of Thunder, they'll be immediately captured and arrested. The distant voices were extremely loud, traveling over a few hundred km. Luo Feng and the others could clearly hear them. Obviously, they were intentionally shouting. Luo Feng, Hong and Thunder God exchanged glances. These words, they'd already heard from the domain lord Mingyu. After which, Luo Feng and the others continued listening. No matter how many universe crystals you get, or even some special treasures, it's useless. As long as it's not our 2 sacred lands, for great organizations or 16 great families, they'll all be captured. You'll be working for nothing. And right now, you have a chance. As long as you join our North Dragon City, temporarily become an external member of our North Dragon City. Our North Dragon City, with our reputation as a guarantee, when you leave the World of Thunder, return to Sunglan Star. You'll also be protected by our North Dragon City. You won't be arrested. As for the universe crystals you obtained before, no one will steal them. All you need to do is to join us. Help our North Dragon City obtain the treasures. As long as you join our 100 Tiger building, temporarily. Then you won't have to worry about your safety. No one will care about the universe crystals you obtain. all you need to do is listen to our 100 Tiger Building's orders, join us, help our 100 Tiger Building obtain the treasures. Thick and powerful voices in the common language of the universe spread across the vast plains. Luo Feng and the others looked at each other. Yes, 100 Tiger Building, North Dragon City, Black Cloud Guild, Sacred Land Black Dragon Mountain, Sacred Land Ice Sea Godly Country. Right now, they're all crazily trying to rope in some freelance adventurers, all using their organization's reputations to guarantee that they definitely won't steal the universe crystals of the adventurers. Right, universe crystals? Even if it's all the universe crystals in the world within a world, the 4 great organizations and 2 sacred lands wouldn't care much about it. Luo Feng slightly nodded. What they care about are the important treasures of Sector Lord Kabu. Those are the true treasures. Right now they're trying to rope in freelance adventurers. Hong laughed. Right, the 4 great organizations and 2 sacred lands that came here to take the mercenary trainee exam are all elites. Since they're elites, there won't be too many of them. Each organization probably only has a few hundred to 1,000 people. The ones who truly have the advantage in numbers are the tens of thousands of freelance adventurers. They came from different countries, different galaxies, different races. Large amounts of adventurers with no powerful backgrounds, no powerful backers, they're weak. However, they have more people. Added together, they far exceed the numbers of the 4 great organizations and 2 sacred lands. What do we do? Frowned Hong. Why isn't 3Axe Mountain here? Thunder God suddenly asked. Luo Feng was startled. Right, there were 5 voices shouting. They were 100 Tiger Building, North Dragon City, Black Cloud Guild, Sacred Land Black Dragon Mountain and Sacred Land Ice Sea Country. However, there was no mention of 3Axe Mountain. Let's ask Harua, Hong said. Thunder God nodded. Nanhe, Ao Gu, the 2 of you help guard. Luo Feng said. After which, Luo Feng, Hong and Thunder God closed their eyes and entered the Virtual Universe Network. Virtual Universe, Black Dragon Mountain Island, 9-star Bay Residential Area. Crazy, crazy, crazy. Luo Hua rubbed his hair with all his might, feeling very conflicted. He, Luo Honghua, and Gong Xian Lan sat together at a round table, drinking tea in the garden. Xiaohua, what are you thinking about? Why are you so troubled? Luo Honghua held his teacup and smiled. What's wrong? It's not right. It's supposed to rise. It's because of the quantity and energy. The flow of funds and other investment markets should be changing. It's either a big fall or a big rise. It shouldn't be like a stagnant pool. Luo Hua said bitterly. I need to pour more money into the Donghua Star area. How could this be? How could this be? I can't keep up, I can't keep up. What are you talking about, little Hua? Gong Xian Lan laughed. The utilization of funds isn't right. Luo Hua looked up at Gong Xian Lan. Mom, don't interrupt me, I'm thinking about something. TSK, on Earth, aren't you able to call the shots in the financial game? What's wrong with you now? You were full of confidence last night. Gong Xian Lan teased. It's different. Luo Hua shook his head. For any operation, you must first establish your own operating system. The financial operations on Earth were very different from those in the universe. It was like the difference between a 2-dimensional world and a 3-dimensional world. And in the virtual universe, I can invest in many places, like the Black Dragon Mountain Starfield, Donghua Starfield, etc., or even other universe countries. Who knows, a battle between some super experts might be enough to destroy a group. Therefore, investing is very complicated, and changes are very fast. It's just like the stock market on Earth. There's a huge bull market every 10 years. However, it was different in the universe. Different countries in the universe had different economic situations. Some were religious countries, some were imperial countries. If the financial market on Earth is a gentle stream, then the financial market in the universe is the sea with a level 12 typhoon. Full of danger, but also full of opportunities. The more powerful ones can increase their capital by 1,000 times in 10 days to half a month. Similarly, even if you're an expert, once you're attacked, you might also be finished. Luo Hua shook his head. I'm just a small fry right now, and I'm always following behind others. you still have a small capital? Luo Hongwu glared at him. Didn't you say that your capital has increased tenfold in the past few months? 10 times in a few months? That's pretty average. Luo Hua shook his head. The universe's financial market changes extremely quickly, 100 times faster than Earth's market. The danger was 100 times, 1,000 times greater. In order to ensure the safety of my capital, I only increased it tenfold after a few months. However, from yesterday to today, I lost 30%, about 2 billion Gongwu dollars. What? Luo Hongwu and Gong Xianlan opened their eyes wide. 2 billion Gongwu dollars. Luo Feng had once given Luo Hua 500 million Gongwu dollars, and Luo Hua had raised it to close to 10 billion Gongwu dollars. Relax, I'm considered rather stable. Luo Hua shook his head, after which he smiled at his parents. However, Dad, honestly, I feel that the universe's financial market is the most interesting. It's really grand and majestic, giving one the feeling of fighting against the waves. It feels good. You feel good, 2 billion Gongwu dollars gone. Your brother bought Earth and only spent 1 billion Gongwu dollars. Luo Hongwu was obviously a little depressed. He was dumbfounded by the 2 billion Gongwu dollars. 2 billion Gongwu dollars isn't much. Luo Hua shook his head and smiled. Dad, you have to broaden your horizons. The universe financial market, a few super oligarchs, can even control the rise and fall of a middle-tier country in the universe. Their wealth is simply astronomical. Some of the universe's absolute warriors have even joined in. The waters within are very deep. I'm just a small fry. This kind of financial market that crosses universe countries, the lowest requirement is a capital of 100 million Gongwu dollars. If it wasn't for my brother giving me a sum of money, I'm afraid I'd only be able to mingle within my own universe country. There are many investment markets that I wouldn't even be able to enter. Suddenly, in the garden in front of the 3 houses, Luo Feng, Hong and Thunder God appeared. Their 3 houses were all built on the same piece of land. What lowest requirement is 100 million Gongwu dollars? Luo Feng walked over. Brother. Luo Hua stood up. I just met with some trouble and lost some money. How much? Luo Feng casually sat down, picking up his teacup and drinking. Right now in the world within a world, the large organizations were all trying to recruit people. Luo Feng didn't really gather them. About 2 billion Gongwu dollars. Luo Hua said. Qi. A mouthful of tea was spat out, drenching Luo Hua. Brother. Luo Hua looked helplessly at Luo Feng. How much did you say, 2 billion Gongwu dollars? Luo Feng stared. Damn, even when he bought metals he had to consider the price etc. The first sum he got from his teacher was only 10 billion Gongwu dollars, after buying Earth, universe ships, slaves, planet defense systems, giving his brother, Hong and Thunder God a sum each, he didn't even have 5 billion Gongwu dollars left. Of course, he earned a huge sum in the world within a world. Brother, don't make a fuss alright? Luo Hua said, right now I still have over 3 billion left. Over 3 billion Gongwu dollars? Are you sure it's Gongwu dollars? Luo Feng stared. Right. Gongwu dollars. Luo Hua nodded. Damn. Luo Feng stared. At this time, Hong and Thunder God walked over. Hong laughed. Luo Feng, why haven't you contacted Hurua? What are you talking about? My little brother played some universe financial market and lost 2 billion Gongwu dollars. Luo Feng said. Hong and Thunder God were immediately stunned. After that, he still has over 3 billion left. I'll say this first, I only gave him 500 million Gongwu dollars. Hong and Thunder God stared at Luo Hua. Why are you all looking at me like that? Luo Hua was a little stunned. It's very normal, investing these things depends on the capital. The capital of 100 million Gongwu dollars, multiplied by 5 times, becomes 500 million Gongwu dollars. And the capital of 10 billion Gongwu dollars, multiplied by 5 times, becomes 50 billion Gongwu dollars. Luo Hua said, the bigger the capital, the more I earn. Similarly, the losses are huge too. What I need to do is to lower the losses as much as possible, and even reduce them. Increase my earnings. Luo Feng, Hong and Thunder God looked at each other. D. Your account has received a transfer of 4 billion Ganwu dollars. A screen appeared before Luo Hua, on it was a mail. Luo Hua was stunned. Don't look, it's for you. Luo Feng looked at Luo Hua. Big brother, you're giving me this much? Luo Hua said, I can't guarantee that I won't lose money, the universe financial market changes very quickly, I can only guarantee, the capital will at most lose 30%. Luo Hua and Luo Feng were blood brothers, with his innate intelligence, along with absorbing the thoughts of many investment masters on Earth, he was definitely one of the investment masters on Earth. Maybe Earth's financial market, compared to the universe's financial market, was very immature. However, in terms of thinking, Earth's many investment thoughts, many theories passed down from ancient times, were indeed unique. At least Luo Hua, who had just entered the universe financial market not long ago, was able to quickly adapt, and had some gains. The occasional setbacks allowed him to gain experience, perfecting his own investment strategies. According to Luo Hua's words, only through repeated setbacks, constantly gaining experience, can one become stronger. The price of failure and setbacks must be controlled, be prepared for failure, don't ever let a single failure knock you down. It's only a 30% loss, go ahead and do it. Luo Feng laughed. This financial market, the profits really double, the losses are shocking too. However, little brother is indeed talented in this area. Luo Feng thought to himself, from now on, 30% of the money I earn will be transferred to my brother, let him invest. I believe this will allow my brother to walk even further and higher. After finishing his conversation with his brother, Luo Feng, Hong and Thunder God contacted Hurua. Luo Feng, Hong, Thunder God, I'm really happy to see you three. On the screen, Hurua was extremely excited, many people in the world within a world died too horribly, many people died. To be able to see you, we're very happy too. Hong laughed. Hurua, right now the large organizations are trying to rope in the adventurers? Luo Feng asked. Right. Hurua nodded, our North Dragon City still has the 100 Tiger Building, the Black Cloud Guild and the 2 Sacred Lands. They're all trying to rope in the adventurers. To fight for the treasures, the first thing is to have enough people. They didn't rope in the 3-Axe Mountain? Thunder God asked. The 3-Axe Mountain is different from the other 3 organizations. The 3-Axe Mountain is known as the leader of the 4 great organizations. They don't nurture young people. To join the 3-Axe Mountain, the lowest requirement is the universe level. Because they don't nurture young people, in this world within a world, there are only a few disciples of the 3-Axe Mountain's powerful fighters. There aren't many people, so they can't form a power. Hurua explained. Luo Feng, Thunder God and Hong understood. Not nurturing young people, so the number of people from the 3-Axe Mountain that participate in the trainee exam is naturally very few. No wonder even Ming Yu found him. So, the main thing is the 5 of us fighting for it. Hurua laughed, Luo Feng, we've already roughly confirmed the location of the treasure. However, the 5 of us are restraining each other, so we're all trying our best to rope in the adventurers. Luo Feng, you guys join our North Dragon City, just temporarily. Luo Feng, Hong and Thunder God were shocked. You've confirmed the location of the treasure? Luo Feng and Thunder God said almost at the same time. Hurua nodded, we're 90% sure that the treasure is there. Right now, it's being watched by the 5 of us. If you don't join one of us, you won't even have the chance to enter. Oh? Luo Feng and the other 2 slightly nodded, the 3 exchanged glances and made a decision. World within a world, late night. Luo Feng and his team temporarily joined the North Dragon Castle camp. The entire central region of the plains was split into 5 big camps. Within the North Dragon Castle camp. Senior, these are the Luo Feng, Hong and Thunder God I was talking about. Luo Feng and his team were chatting with the North Dragon Castle people. Hurua was introducing them. This is my senior Kazan Luan. You guys are the ones who saved my 2 juniors, thank you. Oh, I still have important matters to attend to, I'll let Hurua entertain you guys. Kazan Luan smiled and left, his entire body was skinny, about 1.5 m tall, his eyes glowed with a green light, his entire being was filled with killing intent. Watching Kazan Luan leave. Luo Feng, Hong and Thunder God exchanged glances. Obviously he didn't care about them at all. It was only because of Herua's face that he made the trip over. My senior is this person, don't mind him. Herua explained. No problem. Luo Feng smiled. Our North Dragon Castle camp has a total of about 2,100 people. Every 100 people are split into a square formation. The main thing is to prevent chaos. Herua pointed around. There were explorers all around. Every 100 people were grouped together. This way, if chaos were to happen in one formation, it wouldn't affect the others. Where do you want to go? Right now there are 6 formations. There are quite a few empty people. Herua smiled. Try to get close to your North Dragon Castle camp. Luo Feng said. Alright, no problem. North Dragon Castle camp's 18th formation, that was where Luo Feng and his team were currently at. The second day's dawn. After chatting with the other members of the formation for half the night, Luo Feng and his team learned quite a bit of information. So, the treasure is right there. Luo Feng looked at the center of the 5 big camps. There was a castle built on the plains, a completely dark blue castle. The 5 big camps' guess is very logical. Thunder God nodded. In the entire world within a world, swamps, deserts, lakes, plains, mountain ranges, grass plains etc., are all natural environments. Only this one structure. And it's even built in the center of the world within a world. Above it is the light ball. This kind of castle is indeed very likely to be the location of the treasure. Treasure. Within the castle is the treasure, however, the 5 big camps don't dare to touch it. Hong laughed and said, it's very normal. At the start, there weren't many people from the 5 camps in the core area. They were worried that once a fight broke out, a large number of independent adventurers would benefit from it. Therefore, they began to draw people to their side. With one side drawing, all 5 sides were drawing. Then, they looked for an opportunity and started to snatch it. I wonder when we'll make our move, Thunder God muttered. They're not in a hurry. The vanguard of the 2 million army outside has probably just entered the world within a world. Luo Feng smiled. From the edge of the world within a world to the core region, there's still about another 7 days. Therefore, the battle is likely to break out within 7 days. Luo Feng's prediction was correct. On the 3rd day after they joined the North Dragon City camp, something big happened. Within the world within a world, a white ball of light floated in the air, sprinkling down light. Xiao! 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 In the sky, numerous black shadows suddenly flew toward the 5 camps from afar. So many people? Why are there so many people all of a sudden? A commotion broke out in the 5 camps. Luo Feng was in the crowd, raising his head to look at the sky. With a glance he could roughly estimate the number, about 600 people? And from the looks of it, they should be from the same power. 600 people, to the 5 camps, has completely affected the balance. The 5 camps, over 10,000 explorers were all discussing softly. Black Dragon Mountain, Sakazan greets the 9th prince. A loud voice resounded through the sky. We greet the 9th prince. In unison, almost as though the sky and earth were rumbling, a large group of people from the Black Dragon Mountain sacred land all bowed respectfully. And in the sky, the 600 people were all clustered around a white-skinned youth. The youth stood in mid-air, his eyes like lightning, surveying the area below, his voice resounding in everyone's ears. I, the Empire's 9th Prince Brolin, wish to obtain this treasure trove. Those who obstruct me, die. Silence, the 5 camps all quietened down. The Black Dragon Mountain camp naturally supported the imperial family, because the sacred land Black Dragon Mountain was the foundation of the imperial family, and the other 4 camps were in chaos. Powerful. In the crowd, Luo Feng looked at the incomparably arrogant 9th prince in mid-air, shocked within. This 9th prince didn't appear at the start, only continuously gathering his people in the surrounding areas, before suddenly appearing at the most crucial moment. In an instant, the Black Dragon Mountain side's strength greatly increased, catching the other 4 camps off guard. On the plains, the other 4 camps were all discussing softly. Your 9th prince. A loud and powerful voice resounded from the 100 Tiger Building camp. A tall and sturdy youth, with 2 curved black horns on his forehead, looked up at the 9th prince in the sky. saying loudly, "This world within a world's treasure trove, for you to swallow it all by yourself, isn't that too, chi?" A blinding white light immediately pierced through the tall and sturdy youth, causing his head to turn into nothingness. Silence, the 5 camps were all stunned. Within their field of vision, there was still the remnants of that white light. Everyone was stunned, they all understood what had happened. Just before, a laser light had killed the leader of the 100 Tiger building camp. In the crowd, Luo Feng and the others were all shocked. Thunder God said softly, "That was too fast, that laser weapon didn't seem to have any time to prepare, it instantly fired. It was very fast, an instant kill." Luo Feng was shocked within. Back then, he had used a B6 grade laser cannon to attack the golden horned beast. And that laser cannon required a certain amount of time to prepare before firing, and just now, that laser had no warning at all. In the sky, there were 9 bodyguards standing behind the 9th prince. Each of them was holding a weapon that was about 3 meters long and had a diameter of about 30 centimeters. It looked like a magnified version of the rocket launcher on Earth. "Let me introduce everyone. C2 grade laser guns, 9 of them. This is the newest model, I just got them." The 9th prince's gaze swept below, noticing that the leaders of the other camps were all pale. He couldn't help but laugh. As for power, 1 shot is enough to kill a universe level 2 warrior. "This time I came to the World of Thunder for the trainee exam. For safety, I brought a few along. I didn't expect to encounter a world within a world. I believe there won't be anyone stopping me, right?" The 9th Prince Brolin's gaze swept across the large camps below. Everyone was dumbfounded. 9 C2 grade laser guns, normal energy weapons, once they reached the C grade, would be considered a restricted level. It was very hard to purchase, and even if one could, the price would be astronomical. A C2 grade laser gun, in terms of price, wasn't much lower than a universe level 1 or 2 slave. An astronomical weapon. Very good. Everyone is very cooperative. The 9th prince smiled as he swooped down. The 600-plus people swooped down. After which, the 9th prince brought the 600-plus people, along with a large group of people from the Black Dragon Mountain camp, majestically heading towards the castle. The other 4 camps were slightly hesitant, however they were slower by a step, following beside and heading towards the castle. The crowd moved forward. Luo Feng and his team were mixed in with the North Dragon Mountain camp. Damn, it was stolen just like that? Thunder God stared. How helpless. Luo Feng looked in the distance, at the silhouette at the front. He has 9 C2 grade laser guns, his pinnacle strength can be said to be invincible. And he still has 3,000 to 4,000 people under him. His pinnacle strength and numbers, along with his identity as a prince of the Black Dragon Mountain Empire, killing the elites of those organizations. He has no hesitation at all. Hong shook his head. This way, his aura is already set, no one can stop him. Luo Feng and his team could only watch. North Dragon Mountain, Black Cloud Guild, 100 Tiger Building, Sacred Land Icicle Country, these 4 camps large numbers of people could only watch as this happened. Those 9 C2 grade laser guns, in a group of explorers that didn't have a universe level, that was an invincible weapon. Whoever he wanted to kill, no one would be able to escape. If he only had 9 laser guns, he wouldn't be able to intimidate the 10,000 explorers of the 4 camps. The main thing was that he had 3,000 to 4,000 people under him. Stop. The 9th Prince Brolin raised his left hand high up. Shwa, the Black Dragon Mountain Sacred Lands people stopped, the other 4 camps could only stop too. In the distant crowd. So handsome. Thunder God exclaimed softly. This is the power has been set. Hong exclaimed. No one can stop him now. Luo Feng watched quietly. After the 9th Prince Brolin gave the order, the other camp's people all stopped. The 9th Prince, Buluo Lin, brought his 9 bodyguards and headed towards the castle. Under the watchful eyes of over 10,000 people, they slowly and carefully walked towards the castle. Saying by, open the castle for me. The 9th Prince Brolin pointed at the castle. Yes. A bodyguard behind him said respectfully. The curly-haired bodyguard was dressed in a black alloy armor. Suddenly a helmet automatically formed, covering his entire body. After which, this bodyguard carefully walked towards the ancient castle, this ancient castle that had stood for over 10 million years. No one had ever opened it. The castle's door was 12 m tall, 8 m wide. The bodyguard walked to the door, placing both his hands on it, suddenly exerting strength. Over 10,000 explorers were all staring at the castle. The ninth Prince Brolin too stared at the castle, his face flushed with excitement. In the crowd, Luo Feng and his team watched from afar as the bodyguard pushed open the door. With the bodyguard's strength, the door slightly shook. There were still bits of dust falling from all directions. Chi-chi bolts of lightning fiercely shot out from various parts of the castle. Large amounts of lightning surrounded the entire castle. In an instant, the bodyguard didn't even have time to retreat. The lightning had already pierced through his body. As though his hair had been burnt, with a chi sound, that bodyguard immediately turned into ashes, leaving behind only a red-hot alloy armor. This scene shocked the tens of thousands of adventurers. The ninth Prince Brolin's forehead was covered in cold sweat. With a flash, he retreated to the back of the group of bodyguards. If he had been the one to push the door open, he would probably have died. The lightning continued to revolve around the castle. The lightning grew more and more. Gradually, the entire castle became a lightning castle, bathing in the lightning. In the distant crowd, Luo Feng and his team were shocked at the scene before them. Over 10,000 explorers, with a glance, all of them dressed in alloy armor, split into 5 large groups, almost like a steel warrior army. Under the piercing light of the Thunder Castle's twisting thunder, rays of green light were reflected. Almost everyone's eyes were burning with passion as they stared at the Thunder Castle. That was the treasure of the world within a world. What's going on? The ninth Prince Brolin creased his eyebrows as he watched. Your Majesty, for the explorers outside to reach here, it's still too early. We have plenty of time. Amongst the 9 bodyguards, one of them was a green-haired lady, saying softly, right now we have the absolute advantage, slowly watch. This world within a world's treasure will definitely be yours. Brolin looked silently ahead, the ancient castle that stood proudly bathed in the thunder. Suddenly, ka, the castle let out a low rumbling sound. The huge castle door began to slowly open. The door is open. Surrounded by his bodyguards, the ninth Prince Brolin's eyes gleamed fiercely, like a starving wild dog seeing a bone. There's a 99% chance of the treasure within the castle. The huge castle door slowly opened, allowing people to faintly see the blurry layout of the interior of the castle. This caused the over 10,000 explorers gathered outside the castle to stare with wide eyes. Many of them even took out binoculars, looking longingly into the interior of the castle. Star level 9, maybe on Bailon star or some other normal life planets, they could be called kings. However, in the entire galaxy, or even the entire Black Dragon Mountain star field, they were normal soldiers, cannon fodder, bodyguards. This group of cannon fodder, because of the insistence of a lady with a strong background, Rania, gave them the chance to touch the treasures of the world within a world. This would be something that almost 99% of the people present would be proud of in their lives. The door is open. Within the crowd, Thunder God gazed at the huge Thunder Castle. The treasures are about to be taken away. Anyway, there's nothing for us. Hong said softly. Luo Feng laughed lightly. This treasure is too shocking. What's more, there's still that ninth prince. That's the ninth prince of the Black Dragon Mountain Empire. And that restricted level. C2 grade laser gun, even weaker universe level warriors can be killed. We'll just watch the show. The ones who aren't satisfied are the leaders of the other 4 camps. Luo Feng was calm. This world within a world's treasure, of course he had the ambition to obtain it. But while it was good to have ambition, if he was too hot-headed and didn't see his own strength clearly, he could easily lose his life. That laser gun only needed 1 shot. No one present could block it. Chaos. Only chaos, or other sudden situations. Maybe I can take advantage of the chaos, but right now, there's no hope. Luo Feng's gaze looked ahead. The leaders of the 4 camps were right in front. The Black Cloud Guild, the 100 Tiger Tower, the Northern Dragon City, and the Icy Divine Kingdom, the elite Star State adventurers of the 4 factions were all stunned by this ninth prince. No one came to stop or destroy it. They just quietly watched everything happen. Crack, the castle gate was completely open. Silence. For a moment, no one dared to enter the castle. The ninth prince stared at the castle silently as if he was waiting for any changes to take place. "Your Highness?" The female bodyguard behind him called out in a low voice. "Don't rush," Buluo Lin said softly, his eyes staring at the lightning castle in front. Within the crowd, Luo Feng too stared at the distant thunder castle. Suddenly, the lightning on the surface of the thunder castle swiftly disappeared. However, the old and broken castle seemed to have been completely renewed. Chi! 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 Sounds resounded from within the castle. The entire castle lit up with beams of light. Very quickly, the beams of light enveloped the entire castle. Ha ha, ha 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 ha, a clear and carefree laughter resounded from within the castle, resounding throughout the land and skies. Welcome everyone to the world within a world. I've been waiting for this day for over 10 million years. A thick voice resounded throughout the land and skies. More than 10,000 adventurers were stunned. What voice? Who's that? I don't know. Don't tell me the sector lord that created the world within a world isn't dead? Dream on, the world of thunder has been discovered for over 10 million years. The sector lord can't live that long unless he's undying. If the sector lord back then became undying and hid in the world within a world for 10 million years, is that possible? Unless he's sick. Outside the castle, over 10,000 explorers discussed softly. Within the crowd, Luo Feng and the other two were equally shocked. This? Luo Feng, Hong, and Thunder God exchanged glances. What's this? Luo Feng said softly. Do you even need to ask, to live for so long, it's definitely the dead sector lord's AI. A disdainful voice resounded within Luo Feng's mind, alone for 10 million years, I wonder if this AI has evolved into a living AI. If it did, being alone for 10 million years, I'm afraid it's sick. Sick? Luo Feng creased his eyebrows. The leaders of the 5 factions, including the 9th prince, were all staring at the castle. In the air above the castle, beams of light converged, after which a virtual human silhouette appeared. It was a fat and stout white-bearded old man. The white-bearded old man squinted his eyes at the 10,000 people below. This caused the 10,000 explorers to be shocked. Most of them here had some experience. Gathering light into a human silhouette was usually an AI or technological method. Little punks, you've all come here to obtain the treasures of the world within a world, right? The white-bearded old man smiled as he gazed below. Right, the master placed his treasures in the world within a world, and I was the one guarding it. The master has a lot of treasures. Look. The white-bearded old man pointed to his side. In the air above the castle, beams of light converged and immediately a huge screen appeared. On the screen were large amounts of pictures of items. There were many pictures of all sorts of treasures, causing one to be dazzled. And at the very center, there was a strange colored crystal ball. Inheritance crystal ball. The 9th Prince Brolin's eyes gleamed. It's the inheritance crystal ball. The other 4 faction leaders were all excited and expectant. Within the crowd, including Luo Feng, over 10,000 people were excitedly looking at the pictures of the treasures on the screen. The master has a lot of treasures. I've carefully categorized them, there's a total of 68 types, 312 items. The white-bearded old man pointed to the screen beside, immediately a ranking appeared on the screen. Number 1 Full set of Space Technique Inheritance Crystal Ball Bank Account Number, 3 accounts, Number 2 Master Savings Bank Account Number No. 3 Domain Lord Level Bloodline Medicine, 1 portion, Number 4, Number 68 Level 5 Genetic Energy Weapon Fire Will Silence. Everyone stared at the screen, it was too majestic. 68 types of treasures, some had 3 or 4, some had 6 or 7. This resulted in a total of 312 treasures. 2, crazy, it's crazy. The worst one is a level 5 genetic energy weapon. My god. With just 1 treasure, I'll become the richest person in Arcuna Galaxy. Over 10,000 explorers' eyes gleamed, they were completely crazy. Luo Feng and the other 2 were excited too, their eyes almost popping out. 2, this is 2. Thunder God's mouth was wide open. No wonder the 4 organizations and 2 sacred lands don't care about universe crystals. Even if all of those universe crystals were added up, there's no way to compare to these treasures. The second most important bank account number. A Sector Lord Pinnacle Warrior savings, how much would he have? It's definitely more than all the universe crystals in the world within a world added up. Luo Feng couldn't hide his excitement. This Sector Lord is really rich. Babata's voice resounded in Luo Feng's mind, it's too crazy, this Sector Lord must have acquired some undying inheritance. Otherwise it wouldn't be this exaggerated. The full set of space technique inheritance, this meant that the space origin laws had all been analyzed. And the third most important was the Domain Lord bloodline medicine, it meant that one could reach the Domain Lord bloodline in adulthood. Like the Manka people. The moment one consumes it, it can completely change one's bloodline. And the ninth most important life fruit, there's actually 3 of them. No matter how heavily injured a Sector Lord is, the moment he consumes it, he can completely recover. To a Sector Lord, this is equivalent to having an extra life. I wonder how the Sector Lord died, he didn't even have the time to consume the life fruit. So rich, so rich. It's comparable to the poorer undying beings. Babata was very excited too. On Sun Lan Star, beside a peaceful lake was a wooden house. In front of the wooden house sat 2 men, even though they were sitting there, one of them gave off the feeling of a huge mountain, while the other gave off a shocking cold aura. They were all wearing battle suits, battle boots, and black cloaks. The 2 of them were drinking the best fruit wine. The 2 of them revealed shock in their eyes. This Sector Lord Kabu, no wonder he was surrounded and hunted back then, his treasures are really shocking. The ice-cold man couldn't help but exclaim. The tall and sturdy man nodded, he even has a Domain Lord level bloodline medicine, I wonder what race it is. In the human race, the number of people who could reach the Domain Lord level could be counted on one's fingers. There were only a few races. For example, to create a Manka bloodline medicine, one would normally need to kill 6 or 7 Manka people to create it. Hence, this kind of thing made the stronger races extremely furious. Because their race's population was already low, naturally they would chase and kill those who had the medicine. Let's go to the base. The 2 men stood up, schwa. Their silhouettes gradually disappeared, as for their bodies, they had already reached the base of the Universe Mercenary Alliance over 10,000 kilometers away. Their speed was so fast, yet they didn't cause any damage to their surroundings. World within a world. In the air above the castle, beams of light projected down, the white-bearded old man pointed at the screen, smiling, look clearly, this is the treasure my master left behind. Over 10,000 explorers lifted their heads in excitement. Who wouldn't want it? Any one of these treasures was probably worth 1,000, 10,000 times the entire Newland Shan family's wealth. P.S. Writing today was very slow, one chapter took over 3 hours. Today I'll write one. Everyone please forgive me. Within the crowd, Luo Feng looked up at the distant castle, at the screen formed by the light beams. There were 68 astronomical treasures on the screen, causing Luo Feng to feel a strong desire to possess them. Probably none of the 10,000 explorers here didn't want to get one, it was just that they didn't have the ability to. It's a pity, no one dares to fight with the 9th prince. If the situation isn't chaotic, I can only watch obediently. Luo Feng's gaze swept across the distant front, at the 9th prince who was being surrounded. You want these treasures? The white-bearded old man laughed loudly, you only need to use thunderstones to exchange for them. Every treasure here could be exchanged for a lightning stone. Look, every treasure has a detailed price. Immediately the list on the screen changed slightly. Number 1 Full set of Space Technique Inheritance Crystal Ball Bank Accounts, 3 accounts, every account costs 10 million thunderstones, once all 3 accounts are combined, you can retrieve the Inheritance Crystal Ball from the Universe First Bank. Number 2 Master's Bank Account, requires 8 million thunderstones. Number 3 Domain Lord Level Bloodline Medicine, 1 portion, every portion costs 3 million thunderstones. Number 4, Number 9 Life Fruits, 3, every one costs 800,000 thunderstones. Number 32 D6 Grade Rail Cannons, 3, every one costs 210,000 thunderstones. Number 68 Level 5 Genetic Energy Weapon Skyfire Wheel, 1, every one costs 100,000 thunderstones. The entire list immediately caused everyone below to go crazy. What's a thunderstone? I've never heard of a thunderstone before. To actually be able to exchange for these treasures, the thunderstones must be very valuable. The discussions were unceasing. Are you curious about what a thunderstone is? In the air above the castle, the white-bearded old man formed by the light beams smiled. Thunderstone, this is the name I gave it. This stone is a unique stone in this world within a world. Speaking of which, it's not worth much. But it's unique to this world within a world. Look carefully, this is a thunderstone. The screen showed a picture of the thunderstone, along with a large amount of detailed information. Silence. The 10,000 explorers all quietened down. Carefully observing the appearance of the thunderstone, or using the quantum computer or AI to swiftly record it down. However, the thunderstone is different from the universe crystal. The thunderstone's energy is very low, hence your energy measuring devices have a hard time detecting it. To make things easier for you guys, this is the thunderstone distribution map. The white-bearded old man waved his hand again, and a map appeared on the screen. This is a simple map of the world within a world. The entire world within a world is divided into mountain ranges, swamps, deserts, etc. It can be split into 26 regions. The thunderstones are scattered in some of the 26 regions. The map shows the distribution of the thunderstones. Go. Go dig for thunderstones. You can kill each other for the thunderstones, I won't care. As long as you have enough thunderstones, you can exchange them with me for any treasure you want. The white-bearded old man had a hint of madness in his eyes. If you want a treasure, then go for it. I'll wait for you in the castle. After obtaining the thunderstones, come to the castle and exchange them for treasures with me. Go. The white-bearded old man's silhouette dissipated, leaving only the big screen above the castle. More than 10,000 people were silent. Then, the sound of discussion gradually increased. In the crowd. That's great. Thunder God lowered his voice, his face full of excitement. Luo Feng too was filled with excitement and joy. Using thunderstones to exchange, and a thunderstone unique to the world within a world. What exactly is this white-bearded old man thinking? Babata's voice resounded. From the way he spoke, this guy has definitely evolved into a living AI. Lonely for tens of thousands of years, living AIs also have emotions like being moved, longing, hatred, loneliness, etc. Being lonely for tens of thousands of years, this white-bearded old man is definitely sick. Babata, who cares if he's sick or not, as long as he can exchange for treasures with us. Luo Feng said within. Understood, it's rare for me to meet a living AI, I'm just surprised. Babata said. Living AIs were very rare. Because to evolve into a living AI was very difficult. First, one had to already have an extremely high level of AI, after which, after experiencing large amounts of things, along with a long period of time, only then would there be a chance of evolution. If one didn't evolve, AIs were just tools. And the moment they broke through, they would become a special form of life. Just like the pinnacle race of the vast universe, the automaton race was essentially a living AI race. It was just a living AI with a mechanical body, etc. Seize the time. Quick, quick. 171819, 3 large formations, 1 small team. Head towards the nearest swamp area on the map and dig for the thunderstones. The people of the North Dragon City shouted loudly and swiftly split up. All the adventurers, if you want to leave the world of thunder and still be able to leave Sanglan Star alive, then please help us. Quick, let's all move. This way, this way. Below the castle, the 5 groups swiftly moved. 200 to 300 people each formed a small team and swiftly flew in different directions. Begin the fight for the thunderstones, everyone was clear. The ones who dug the earliest had the highest chance of success. Luo Feng's group of 5 was from the North Dragon City's 18th formation. Right now, they had already formed a team of close to 300 people and swiftly headed towards the swamp area. The vast group of people broke through the air and flew swiftly. Crazy. Thunder God shook his head. This fight for the thunderstones will make everyone go crazy. Just now, I saw that the 9th prince, who was at the front, had a really ugly expression on his face. How could it not be ugly? Luo Feng laughed. This treasure trove was originally meant for the ninth prince to keep for himself. Who would have thought that something like this would happen? That's right, after a true absolute warrior dies, everyone will split their treasures. Back then, the master of the Yunmo planet was like this sector Lord Kabu was the same. Luo Feng. Back when we first arrived, along the way, I discovered 2 thunderstone areas. Only back then I thought it had no value and ignored it. Babata's voice resounded. 2 thunderstone areas? Luo Feng's heart was filled with excitement. That simple map of the distribution of the thunderstones was very simple. One had to know that the entire world within a world spanned over 1,000,000 kilometers. That map only let people know about it. There were probably some thunderstones in a certain area. As for the exact location, one had to slowly search for it. The thunderstone's energy reaction is very low, much lower than universe crystals. Hence, searching for thunderstones is very difficult for other adventurers. At least, in the early stages, we have the advantage. However, once the 2 million strong army arrives, I believe that 2 million strong army will definitely bring along many precious scanning devices. When that time comes, our advantage will be gone. Babata said. Luo Feng nodded to show he understood. The treasure this time had already attracted the attention of the Black Dragon Mountain Empire's few large powers. How could the army behind not have made their preparations? Close to 300 people flew in the air above the world within a world. Along the way, there were members who escaped. The thunderstones are the real treasures. We'll go dig for them ourselves. Even if we rely on the thunderstones to join other organizations like the Black Cloud Guild, 100 Tiger Building, Black Dragon Mountain etc., I think those organizations will definitely be willing to pay a high price for the thunderstones. When that time comes, we'll naturally be able to leave Tsanglan Star safely. If we're lucky, we might even be able to exchange for a treasure. Then we'll be rich. Many of the adventurers had such thoughts. After seeing the treasure, the ambitious ones would want to exchange for it. Like Luo Feng and his group. The less ambitious ones would also want to get their hands on the thunderstones and join other organizations, using them to sell for a high price. This caused the close to 300 people to frequently escape during the flight. And the internal members of the North Dragon City couldn't control them at all. World within a world, the sky was pitch black. 5 beams of light were swiftly flying through the air. It was Luo Feng and his group that had escaped. Babata, how much longer? Luo Feng was in an excited state. According to this speed, after 3 hours and 29 minutes, we'll reach the Thunderstone region. Babata replied. Good. Luo Feng's blood was boiling. 68 types of treasures, every one of them was worth thousands to tens of thousands of times more than what Luo Feng had on him right now. Even a single treasure was sufficient to make a region lord-level expert go mad with greed. One could only imagine how valuable these treasures were. If I don't fight for this opportunity, I'll be struck by lightning. Luo Feng thought. If a god blocks, I'll kill him. Thunder God used Chinese to shout. Crazy. Humans could go crazy, 300% profit, was enough to make a businessman go crazy. 10 times profit, was enough to make Luo Hua and the other financial investors go crazy. And the treasures Luo Feng and his group encountered, even a universe-level warrior would fight for it, domain lords would kill each other. These star levels, how many of them wouldn't go crazy? Along the way, they met a team of explorers. After a slight detour, they reached their destination in 3 hours and 40 minutes. At this time, the sky was still pitch black. This was a grassy region, within the thick grass. There were 5 people squatting, Luo Feng, Hong, Thunder God, Tai Nan He and Ao Gu. About 800 m below, there are thunderstones. Within a 20 kilometers radius, there's a total of 128,926 thunderstones. Babata's voice resounded in Luo Feng's mind. There might be more in the surrounding area, however I'll need to search carefully. I can only search within a 20 kilometers radius, 128926. Luo Feng's eyes gleamed, his eyes slightly bloodshot. He still clearly remembered the exchange prices of the 68 treasures on the screen. The last level 5 genetic energy weapon Firewheel only required 100,000 to exchange. Meaning, the thunderstones discovered within a 20 kilometers radius were enough to exchange for one treasure. Luo Feng, how many thunderstones are there? Hong and Thunder God looked at Luo Feng. 128926, Luo Feng said softly. Hong's face immediately flushed red. Hong stared wide-eyed, his eyeballs almost popping out. He only said, "Damn. We've really struck it rich this time." Hong couldn't help but say. "We'll be even richer. If we don't grab this opportunity, we'll regret it later." Luo Feng couldn't contain his excitement. "Hurry down and start picking up the thunderstones." "Nanhe, you're in charge of covering the surroundings." "Yes, master." "Tainan," he said respectfully. "Chi." Luo Feng was the first to drill into the ground, after which Hong, Thunder God, Ao Gu, and Tainan he followed. "Go, Mo Yun." Luo Feng's thoughts moved. Immediately slender vines extended from his arms, almost like 10 arms, swiftly extending and grabbing the thunderstones. P.S. First chapter here. Today is Saturday. Tomato will work hard to catch up. He still owes one chapter before Friday. And there was only one chapter yesterday on Friday, and it was late. Hence, Tomato still owes everyone 3 chapters. Work hard, work hard. Today's goal is 3 chapters. The thunderstones were all very smooth, every one of them about the same size. The largest was only twice the size of the smallest. Simultaneously, the thunderstones contained threads of thunder energy. This made Luo Feng guess this thunderstone was probably a special stone that was born when the world within a world was opened. 128926, even if one picked up 100 in a second, it would still take close to 1,300 seconds. What's more, even if the cloud contact vine had many vines, there were still a few smaller vines. However, as it needed to drill through the ground, the time required was very high. Picking up the thunderstones takes quite a bit of time. Underground cave, Thunder God exclaimed. We have the cloud contact vine, hence it's faster. If we purely relied on fighters to find it, even if we had spirit readers, drilling would be troublesome. I estimate that over 1,000 people would only be able to catch up to the speed of one cloud contact vine. Luo Feng laughed. As a plant, the cloud contact vine's roots were originally good at penetrating the soil, plus it was very thin, hence it could drill very quickly. If it was a human, with the world within a world's soil and rock sturdiness, it would indeed take a long time. Luo Feng and his team waited patiently within the cave, letting the cloud contact vine do all the work. 2 hours later. It's all done. Luo Feng was extremely excited. He couldn't help but touch the vine wrapped around his arm. Cloud contact vine, it's been hard on you. I've needed your help these few days. Come, eat a Muya crystal. Luo Feng threw a crystal to the cloud contact vine. The extended vine immediately wriggled excitedly. Because during its first evolution, it had already been recognized by Luo Feng. Hence the cloud contact vine was very attached to Luo Feng, like a parent. This is a thunderstone. Luo Feng flipped his hand, a thunderstone appeared. The incomparably slippery stone seemed to have some thunder energy within, however it was very little. Let me see. Thunder God took it curiously. Over 120,000 thunderstones. Hong couldn't help but exclaim, this kind of encounter, it's really extremely lucky. Make use of the time, right now time is thunderstones. Time is a treasure. Luo Feng laughed and said, leading the way towards the surface. Go, let's head up. The 5 swiftly reached the surface. Luo Feng, the thunderstones in this area, I estimate the area is more than 20 kilometers. Take a look around. Babata's voice resounded in Luo Feng's mind. Understood. Luo Feng and the other 4 quickly moved around the area. There are 16,924 stars in this 20-kilometer area. There are 9,156 of them within a 20-kilometer radius. There are 3,208 of them within a 20-kilometer radius. There are 853 of them within a 20-kilometer radius. Haha, we've struck it rich. Luo Feng, this 20 kilometers area actually has 159,835 thunderstones, close to 160,000. Babata shouted excitedly. Indeed. This area of thunderstones was spread out over a radius of nearly 100 kilometers. There were two areas that were relatively concentrated. One was the first one Luo Feng and his team mined. There were 128,926 of them. There was another place where nearly 160,000 of them were found later. In other places, there were more than 10,000, and the lowest was less than 100. Fortunately, Babata's detection was very clear. This really is a great treasure. Thunder God was extremely excited. So many treasures. Tai Nanhe and Ao Gu, the two slaves, were also amazed. These thunderstones represented incomparably precious treasures. That was a treasure that even the Realm Lord valued greatly. If they were to buy the star level 9 slaves, they could easily form a strong army. Dig. Luo Feng's eyes gleamed, ordering. Immediately, Luo Feng and his team began to dig. Relying on the cloud contact vine, they swiftly began the process of grabbing thunderstones. Luckily, this region was extremely far from the core region. Luo Feng and the others had been flying from day to night without stopping. They only arrived here at night. As for the other 10,000 adventurers, most of them were searching near the core area. After all, there were many thunderstones in this area. Compared to that, 10,000 explorers was really not much. Mo Yun, it's been hard on you. Luo Feng was extremely elated, feeling his blood boil. This time, after spending over 8 hours, they finally dug out all the thunderstones in this area. Not a single one was left. How many? Hong couldn't help but ask. 30, how many thunderstones do we have? Thunder God couldn't help but ask. Adding the 128926. We dug at the start, right now our total amount of thunderstones is a total of. Luo Feng smiled, 396201. Damn, close to 400,000? Thunder God stared. Just from this area, we've struck it rich. Hong laughed. That was indeed the case. This area's thunderstones, if it was any other team digging, they would probably have a hard time clearing it all. After all, some were scattered densely, some were scattered sparsely. Luo Feng relied on Babata to search and dig out all the thunderstones. In an instant, he obtained close to 400,000 thunderstones. That level 5 genetic energy heavenly fire wheel only had 100,000. Let's go, we'll make the best use of our time and head to the next place. Luo Feng said. Back when they were rushing over, Babata had discovered 2 places along the way. This was just one place. Right, the next place. Thunder God's eyes gleamed, almost like a beggar seeing a mountain of gold. From the core region to the first digging point, they spent close to 10 hours. And the digging time was close to 11 hours. Luo Feng and his team continued to fly. After spending close to 38 hours, they finally reached the second digging point in the mountain range region. The sky was pitch black. This was a continuous mountain range region. The mountain range was filled with lush vegetation and trees. According to the simple map of the thunderstone distribution, within this 20,000 kilometers area, there are 2 thunderstone areas. However, 20,000 kilometers. Every area requires quite a bit of time. Normal scanning equipment is completely useless. Only the top 2 sets of equipment are effective, relying on these 2, to cover the entire 20,000 kilometers area. How long would that take? Stop complaining, just do your work seriously. A majestic team of over 1,000 people were spreading out and searching, and the conversation just now was between 2 of the team members. About 18 kilometers away from this group of troops. Luo Feng, Hong, Thunder God, Tai Nanhe and Ao Gu, the 5 of them were squatting on the ground. We're in big trouble. Hong said softly. The 2 million army outside has already arrived. Luo Feng was anxious. At least in this forest, there's a team of about 10,000 people. They were preparing to head to the second digging point, but who would have thought they would bump into a team of 1,000, hence they immediately took a detour, but after taking a detour, they actually bumped into another team of 1,000. Along with the people flying in mid-air from afar. Guessing, in this mountain range region, there should be a large team of close to 10,000 gathered. There were originally only around 10,000 explorers. It was impossible for so many to suddenly appear. Then there was only one possibility, the 2 million army had arrived. Actually, when the castle announced the treasures, the 2 million army's vanguard had already arrived, only they were in the surrounding areas. and after 2 to 3 days. In the world within a world, many areas of the 2 million army appeared. As for the simplified map of the Thunderstone distribution, obviously the 2 million army had obtained it too. Quickly, continue taking a detour, Luo Feng ordered. Night, within the mountain range. Luo Feng and his team swiftly took another detour. Along the way they bumped into another team of 1,000, taking another detour. After flying a few thousand km, they finally reached the second digging point. ************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** Luo Feng and his team hid in the thistles and thorns, extremely excited. Obviously, there were no signs of digging in this area. Babada's scanning also meant that there were many thunderstones underground. Thunderstones aren't like universe crystals, it's very hard to scan. From the conversations of the scouting team members, this large team only has 2 sets of the best equipment to scan. Babada said proudly, and that map of the Thunderstone's distribution is just a simple one. The entire world within a world is over 1 million km wide. At most it lets people know that there are thunderstones in an area of tens of thousands of kilometer dig. Luo Feng ordered decisively. The 5 of them swiftly dug into the ground. Tainan he was in charge of covering up the surface of the hole they dug. Underground. This 20 kilometers area, there are 210,397 thunderstones. Babada said. Cloud contact, it's up to you. Luo Feng didn't dare hesitate, with a thought, a large amount of slender vines extended from Luo Feng's arm, swiftly penetrating into the soil, continuously penetrating in all directions. Babada was in charge of guiding. The cloud contact vine was in charge of grabbing the thunderstones. The vines extended into the rocks and soil, touching a thunderstone, the vines would immediately grow leaves, swiftly wrapping around the thunderstone. 20 km long, under the terrifying gravity of the world within a world, even a star level 9 would need to fly for close to an hour. The most important thing was, a 20 kilometers diameter area, required multiple rounds of flying. These top-level equipment, due to its meticulous scanning, didn't cover a large area. For example, Babada's 20 kilometers area was already considered very strong. Even if it was a 20 kilometers scan, a 20 kilometers area would require a total of 1,000 scans, flying once in an hour. With 2 sets of equipment, it would still require a total of 500 hours to complete the scan. Underground. After excavating for over 3 hours, the slender vine swiftly shrunk, becoming smaller and entering Luo Feng's skin. Very good, this area has already been excavated. Go take a look around. Luo Feng communicated through his spirit reading, everyone be careful, don't get discovered. Understood. The 5 carefully and swiftly exited the underground area, beginning to swiftly explore the surroundings. Very quickly, they had explored the entire area. This thunderstone area was 96 kilometers long, 129 kilometers wide. Such a large area. There were 3 areas that were more concentrated. There were 210,397 stones, just excavated, 128,302 stones, and 198,355 stones in these 3 places. The other areas were all below 50,000, with at least a few hundred. Overall, this area was much more than the last time Luo Feng excavated. Go to the next area, 198355. Luo Feng swiftly ordered. Every second counted, every minute represented a large amount of thunderstones being excavated. When Luo Feng and the others were nervously excavating, there would occasionally be a few teams flying past, however they didn't know that there were people underground. You all, go over there and dig. This area hasn't been scanned by the equipment yet. Yes, Captain. A small team finally rushed over to the area Luo Feng and the others were excavating. Captain, thunderstones, there are thunderstones here. What, thunderstones? Quickly inform the head captain, and the sector lord. Underground. Luo Feng, quickly, there are people digging underground. Babada's voice resounded in Luo Feng's mind. Luo Feng's expression changed. And the cloud contact vine was swiftly excavating. Every second, the amount of thunderstones it excavated was constantly rising. They've excavated thunderstones, they've reported it. Quickly, many members are coming down. Quickly leave. Babada roared. Cloud contact vine, quickly, quickly, quickly. Luo Feng ordered. The cloud contact vine swiftly retracted, not caring about the other thunderstones. In a blink of an eye, it completely retracted back into Luo Feng's arm. Go! Luo Feng ordered. Everyone be careful, the moment we're above ground, immediately follow me and run. Right now there are already over 1,000 star level 9 warriors outside. It's just a forest area, we still have a chance of escaping. Luo Feng instructed via genetic energy, the other four nodded. Relying on Babada's scanning, Luo Feng was very clear on the distribution of over 1,000 star level 9 explorers outside, only then did he have the confidence to escape. However, even though he was clear, there were over 1,000 people, there were too many. To evade so many people's eyes and ears, he had to be extremely careful, and with a bit of luck. Charge! Luo Feng communicated through his spiritual force. So. 5 beams of light shot out of the ground. Luo Feng and the others spent about 6 hours just digging. As the night passed, the outside world was already filled with light. Follow me. Be careful, don't make any noise. Luo Feng communicated through his spiritual force, swiftly entering the forest. As for Babada, the artificial intelligence life form, he quickly calculated the most suitable escape route. There's someone over there. It's not our people. Chase. Immediately, over 100 star level 9 swiftly chased after them. Even though Babada's calculations were accurate, they couldn't expect Luo Feng and the others to follow the AI's calculations. They've disappeared. They disappeared in that direction earlier. There were already a few hundred people floating in mid-air, carefully looking around. Only the trees were huge, the leaves were luxuriant, the places that had grown for over 10 million years had long become intertwined. It was almost impossible to see the ground through the leaves. Luo Feng and the others fled quickly and strangely. You guys this way, we'll go this way, quickly. Luo Feng and the others fled tens of thousands of kilometers in one breath before stopping. Phew, we've finally escaped. Thunder God rubbed his head, there were beads of sweat on it, laughing. That was really dangerous. It was very dangerous. If we were in the grass plains or plains, we'd be doomed. That would be the end. Hong sighed. Luo Feng nodded. It was because it was a forest area, with undulating mountain ranges, dense foliage, that made it easy to escape. If it wasn't for the forest area, I wouldn't have dared to take the risk when I first discovered so many people. Luo Feng laughed. Haha, Luo Feng, you punk are very cautious. Thunder God laughed. Right, how many thunderstones have we dug up here? Just now in that region, there were 3 places that had a higher concentration of thunderstones. We dug the 2 places with the most, 210397 and 198355. However, the second place, we only dug half of it, we didn't have time to dig it all. About 170,000. Luo Feng smiled, adding it all up, we've dug up a total of 380,000 in this forest area. How many are there in total in that area? Hong asked. About 630,000. Luo Feng smiled. Not bad, we've dug more than half of it. Hong nodded, while Thunder God curled his lips and said, if that group of people had been a few hours slower, we would have taken more than 90%. At the first excavation site, we dug out nearly 400,000. At the second excavation site, we dug out nearly 380,000 of them. Luo Feng smiled, we've already dug close to 780,000 thunderstones. However, the 2 million strong army has already begun to occupy the various regions. Therefore, we must seize this bit of time and try our best to find more lightning stones. Once all the thunderstone regions are occupied, we will have no more hope. The other 4 nodded. Right now the 2 million adventurers' army had just arrived, some early and some late. Adding on the vastness of the world within a world, it would indeed take a few days to completely occupy the Thunderstone region. There was still a chance in the next few days. An inch of time is an inch of gold. Time was extremely precious now. Luo Feng and his team relied on Babada's scouting and constantly flew towards the distant regions. Because the 2 million strong army was constantly dispersing from the entrance. The further they were from the entrance, the more hope they had. This huge flight took more than 8 days. Luo Feng and his team didn't rest at all during these 8 days flying non-stop. They finally managed to get a piece of meat. The 2 million strong army has pretty much occupied all the Thunderstone regions in the world within a world. We don't have many chances left, right now. Let's return to the core region and head to the castle to exchange for treasures. Luo Feng and his team swiftly flew under the 1,000 kilometers large lake, after which they quietly rushed out of the water. Haha, these 8 days, we've earned quite a bit. Thunder God laughed. Hong smiled too. We've earned quite a bit. Luo Feng was very happy. 8 days of non-stop flying was very tiring, but luckily they found a Thunderstone region that no one had excavated. Even though the amount wasn't as exaggerated as the second time, it was still very close to the first region's amount. Luo Feng and his team were extremely satisfied. After all, these 8 days were all about luck. The 3 regions we've excavated add up to a total of 112,5638 Thunderstones. Luo Feng was extremely happy. After completing their search for Thunderstones, Luo Feng and his team began their journey back to the core region. On the way back, Luo Feng and his team clearly discovered that the areas marked out on the Thunderstone division map back then, all had teams already. Every region had at least 10,000 people gathered. This made the small teams have no hope at all. Tomorrow we'll be able to reach the castle, searching for Thunderstones. Took 11 days, flying back took another 5 days, over half a month of non-stop rest. Everyone have a good rest tonight. In the forest not far from the core region, Luo Feng and his team finally stopped to rest. 16 days of non-stop rest. Tired, even though they were a little tired, they were all very excited. The process of searching for Thunderstones made them nervous and excited, and now that they were going to exchange for treasures, who wouldn't be excited? 30. What treasures are we exchanging for this time? Thunder God couldn't help but ask. We have a total of 12 million Thunderstones. Luo Feng looked at Hong and Thunder God. Big brother, second brother, you guys have the list too. What are you preparing to exchange for? D6 grade rail cannon. Thunder God was filled with anticipation. That's a D6 grade rail cannon. Even a domain lord level 6 fighter would find it hard to block that shot. This type of restricted level weapon, and it's a D6 grade, it's definitely a sky-high price. If we leave this place, we won't have this shop anymore. Right. Luo Feng couldn't help but nod. D6 grade rail cannon, hiding and shooting a domain lord from afar, killing them instantly. This type of restricted level weapon, many sector lords didn't even have one. It wasn't that they didn't have the money to buy it, it was just that they didn't have the channels. Or to sector lords, it wasn't worth buying. The 11th ranked Heart of Stars. Hong's eyes gleamed. This Heart of Stars, you guys know about it too. Right. Luo Feng was a little moved. The Heart of Stars was a very mysterious item. In the vast universe, there were some planets that could nurture life, such as plants, beasts, humans, etc. These life planets all had life cycles. When a life planet dies of old age, within its core there would be a certain probability of nurturing a crystal that gathered all the remaining life energy, the Heart of Stars. Stupid, stupid, stupid. Stupid, stupid, stupid. That sharp and clear voice, filled with anger and dissatisfaction, shouted out. Oh, Babata? Luo Feng was suspicious. What's up? Don't tell me you're preparing to exchange for the D6 grade rail cannon, for the Heart of Stars? The D6 grade rail cannon, first of all, its size is huge, and second, the cannon shell needs to continuously accelerate within the cannon. Just the preparation itself takes about 30 seconds. The most important thing is, that automaton ship on Earth, that's an undying ship. Babata said, that's the undying that died on the UNMO planet ship. Right. Luo Feng remembered clearly. Back then, amongst the undying that died on the UNMO planet ship, there was indeed an automaton warrior. The automaton race is known for their technology. Within their ship, there's definitely something stronger than the D6 grade rail cannon. Babata said, in the future, we'll get something much better than this. Is there a need to waste the Thunderstones? As for the Heart of Stars, it's a good item. It has an effect on the body's evolution, but the speed is too slow. It's very good for normal fighters. However, Luo Feng, you have the golden horned beast's body, hence your body's evolution won't have any bottlenecks, you can greatly improve and evolve. There's no need to be slow at all. Babata said, as long as you have enough wealth, you can have many ways to evolve. There's no need to use the heart of stars. Also, you've made a huge mistake, that is, no ambition. Babata was unhappy. No ambition? How so? Luo Feng was suspicious. Looking at how you're preparing to exchange for treasures, are you planning to end it after you're done? Babata asked. Luo Feng said helplessly, the world within a world has already entered the 2 million army, all the Thunderstone regions have been occupied. Right now there's no hope of getting any more Thunderstones, I believe after this, it'll be a period of slaughter. Everyone will be fighting and killing for the Thunderstones, under the 2 million army slaughter, my little team only has 5 people. Stupid. Life fruit, the 9th ranked life fruit. Babata shouted. What's wrong with the life fruit? Luo Feng was suspicious, the life fruit contains large amounts of life energy, as long as a sector lord's soul doesn't scatter. No matter how heavy his injuries, one fruit will be enough to recover. It's a sector lord's second life. But what does it have to do with me? I'm not going to use it now, right? You can use it, why wouldn't you? Babata said, the fruit of life contains extremely pure life force, you should know the use of life force. I understand, don't the Muya crystals contain life energy? Luo Feng was clear, the Muya crystals can allow humans, plants, and animals to evolve. Right, evolve. Babata said, the Muya crystals can allow humans to evolve, and the trillions of times more precious life fruit, can also allow humans, plants, and animals to evolve. Accurately speaking, it's a Muya crystal that's thousands and tens of thousands of times more advanced. Even a sector lord's injuries can be healed in an instant. You're saying, for me to consume the life fruit, let me evolve? Luo Feng asked. Wrong. Don't tell me you've forgotten about Earth, the result of some monster swallowing the Muya crystals? Babata said. Luo Feng remembered. On Earth, during the Misty Island incident, there were monsters that swallowed the Muya crystals and self-destructed, while there were others that successfully evolved to the Emperor level. The main thing was cell activity, the stronger the cell activity, the more it could be consumed. Just like that tentacle monster, it became an Emperor-level monster. The life energy of the life fruit is incomparably condensed and pure. If you were to swallow it, you'd immediately explode. Babata said, only those with extremely strong cell activity, with extremely large bodies, can absorb as much life energy as possible to evolve. You're saying? Luo Feng's eyes lit up. Right, the cloud contact vine. Babata said, right now, the cloud contact vine is at the star level 4 stage, its limit is to split into 36 main vines, and every main vine can split into many smaller vines. At the same time, one main vine can reach a maximum length of about 30,000 m. At the same time, it has an equally large root system. Luo Feng's eyes lit up. Back on Misty Island, that Star Traveler level cloud contact vine, one vine was already 2,000 m long. At the same time, the cloud contact vine's cell activity is extremely strong. Babata said, back on Misty Island, you know that too. That average-looking cloud contact vine, even if it was cut off, it would quickly regrow. In terms of cell activity, this one of yours has been specially nurtured, it's much stronger than that one. In terms of cell activity, this cloud contact vine, because of its species, I'm afraid even a domain lord might not be able to catch up to it. Along with its incomparably large body. Shocking cell activity. Incomparably large body. This is the best medium to absorb the life fruit. Also, you don't have to worry about it exploding. If it can't absorb it, just cut off a few vines, letting the life energy dissipate. It won't die. Babata was extremely excited, cell activity even stronger than a domain lord, 36 vines that are 30,000 m long, and an enormous root system. The moment it eats the life fruit, it'll definitely be able to rapidly evolve. Right now it's a star level 4, relying on the life fruit, breaking through to the universe level in one go is definitely no problem. When that time comes, with the universe level cloud contact vine as a helper, you can easily kill the leaders of many teams and take away their spatial storage items. stealing their thunderstones. Babata was extremely proud. First invest in the life fruit, strengthening the cloud contact vine. After that, relying on the cloud contact vine to steal even more thunderstones, exchanging for even more treasures. That's the way of the king. Luo Feng's blood was boiling from Babata's words. The cloud contact vine was a very strong support plant life form, otherwise the Yun Mo planet master wouldn't have nurtured one himself. The moment it reached the universe level, with the universe level cloud contact vine's strength, the vines that emerged from the ground could easily kill a fighter. When that time came, even though the opponent had the numbers, killing the leaders and stealing the storage items wouldn't be too difficult. Right. What's 1 million thunderstones? First let the cloud contact vine become incomparably strong, then get more thunderstones. Luo Feng made his decision. The next morning, the white ball of light shone down from the sky of the world within a world. Luo Feng and his team headed towards the core region. The core region of the plains, the Thunder Castle was right there. Luo Feng and his team looked at the distant core region. Third brother. Hong slightly creased his eyebrows. There are so many people in the core region. That's a lot. Luo Feng creased his eyebrows. In the distance, the core region of the Thunder Castle was densely packed with explorers that covered the land and skies. It was like a sea of people. It was much more than any team Luo Feng had seen on his way here. Seems like exchanging for treasures isn't that easy. Thunder God muttered softly. The grass on the plains moved with the wind, and in the distance, a large number of explorers surrounded the Thunder Castle. So many people surrounding the Thunder Castle? Luo Feng looked from afar, creasing his eyebrows. The scene before him obviously showed that this large number of people were working together to seal off the path towards the Thunder Castle. Even if you had thunderstones, with them blocking the way outside the castle, what could you do if you couldn't enter? Big brother, second brother, I'll go find Lord Mingyu. Luo Feng communicated through genetic energy. Hong and Thunder God nodded. Luo Feng closed his eyes, swiftly connecting to the Virtual Universe network. Virtual Universe, Black Dragon Mountain Island 9-Star Bay. Luo Feng stood on his own lawn. Before him floated a screen. On it appeared an incomparably tall and sturdy man. It was the Virtual Universe Company's Black Dragon Mountain Military Department External Manager. Haha, Luo Feng. Mingyu laughed loudly, smiling happily. Lord Mingyu. Luo Feng bowed slightly, expressing respect. I can see that the core region has been heavily surrounded by a large number of explorers. What's going on? Oh, Monopoly. On the screen, Mingyu smiled. This is a decision made by the large organizations after finding out about the castle's AI life's bounty. They've all sent out 10% of their men, forming an allied army. Surrounding the castle, controlling it, forbidding anyone who isn't part of the organizations from entering to exchange for treasures. Oh. Luo Feng realized. Tyrannical enough, 10% of their men, that was about a 200,000 strong army, a 200,000 strong star level 9 army, sealing off the path towards the castle, that was simply too easy. That way, even if other random explorers acquired thunderstones, they wouldn't be able to enter to exchange. However, you'll be fine, you, Hong and Thunder God, the three of you have information. I've already sent them to the temporary command center under the name of my men. Hence if you go over, the 200,000 strong army will know that you are under my 3-axe mountain Mingyu. They won't stop you. Mingyu smiled. Luo Feng let out a sigh of relief. Cautious enough, he actually gathered everyone's information. The moment one wasn't on the list, they wouldn't be able to enter the Thunder Castle. Lord Mingyu, my little team still has 2 members. Luo Feng sent over Tainan He and Ao Gu's information. Alright, they can follow my orders. Mingyu smiled. Thank you, Lord Mingyu, then I'll leave the Virtual Universe network first. Luo Feng bowed. Haha, oh right, Luo Feng, you're heading to the castle now, you should have some gains? Mingyu asked, his eyes filled with anticipation. The situation in the world within a world, I believe Lord Mingyu knows about it. Luo Feng said helplessly, with the arrival of the 2 million army, my 5-man team has no chance at all. On the screen, Mingyu nodded slightly. However, we will work hard and not let Lord Mingyu down. If you risk your life and exchange for treasures. Luo Feng smiled. Don't worry, I won't treat you badly, Mingyu said straightforwardly. Thank you, milord. Then, communication was cut off. A world within a world. The wind howled, Luo Feng and his team swiftly flew towards the distant allied army. Halt! The majestic army of adventurers was like an impenetrable fortress. Not even a mosquito could think of sneaking in. One of them, a man with a lion head, stretched out his hand and shouted. Luo Feng and his team landed. We are under Lord Mingyu of the Three-Axe Mountain. Thunder God shouted. Ah? The lion-head man, his dark yellow pupils swept across Luo Feng and his team. Behind him there was a majestic army of close to 1,000 people. There was a total of close to 200,000 army surrounding the castle, of which they were split into 36 teams for defense. Every team had 1,000 people. At all times, they would maintain a high alert of 36,000 people, with another batch of people replacing them. They would definitely not let go of anyone not part of the organization. The lion-head man lowered his head to look at the AI screen on his arm. The screen indeed showed Luo Feng and his team's faces and simple information. The lion-head man carefully looked at the 5 of them. Haha. The lion-head man let out a carefree laugh. So it's the brothers of the Three-Axe Mountain. The Three-Axe Mountain people aren't far from here. The 5 of you just have to ask around and you'll be able to find them. Thanks. Luo Feng smiled. The 5 of them immediately entered the vast crowd. And the lion-head man communicated through genetic energy. 5 of you, do you have any thunderstones to sell? We're willing to pay 10 cubic meters of universe crystal for 1 thunderstone. My apologies, my lord forbids buying and selling. Luo Feng communicated through spiritual energy, glancing at him. Anyway, your lord doesn't know how many thunderstones you've acquired here. The lion-head man communicated, why don't you sell a bit and exchange for some universe crystals? Oh, let me think. Luo Feng smiled. After which, he brought the 4 of them and swiftly left. Watching Luo Feng and his team leave, the lion-head man rubbed his thick big nose, scoffing unhappily. Obviously he wasn't happy about not being able to exchange for any thunderstones. The allied army was stationed, tight on the outside but loose on the inside. The 36 teams outside were incomparably serious, however the inside was filled with laughter and discussions. Even quietly, there were many transactions of thunderstones. As the saying goes, every man for himself, heaven and earth destroy him. Everyone was a star level 9, there were indeed many transactions of thunderstones. Within the crowd, Luo Feng and his team sat in a circle on the grass. The entire allied army also sat in groups of 2s and 3s. There were even many who scuttled here and there to carry out transactions. That lion-head man before was really unscrupulous, saying 10 cubic meters of universe crystals for 1 thunderstone. Look, the transactions over here, there are people saying 100 cubic meters of universe crystals, even 200 cubic meters of universe crystals for 1 thunderstone. Thunder God said unhappily. Universe crystals may be valuable. However, compared to those treasures, it's nothing. Hong said. Exchanging for treasures. Luo Feng looked ahead, at the ancient castle. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 1 hour, 2 hours, Luo Feng looked at the castle for a total of 3 hours. Within these 3 hours, he discovered a few peculiar things. Occasionally, there would be people dressed in armor with helmets covering their entire heads entering the castle. In a short 3 hours, there were already close to 100 people entering the castle. Don't tell me in these 3 hours, 100 people went into exchange for treasures? There's only a total of 312 treasures. Luo Feng said suspiciously. Haha, brother, you're wrong. A skinny monkey-like silhouette walked past and stopped, smiling as he looked at Luo Feng. Brother, out of 10 people who enter the castle, 9 out of 10 are here to join in the fun. You have to know, this allied army may be called an allied army, but it's actually split into many small teams, representing the various domain lords and sector lords. 2 million army, the battles later on will definitely be intense. Hence no one wants others to know they've acquired treasures. Hence, they'll arrange for their underlings to enter the castle, purposely misleading people. They'll even fork out money to let the other teams enter. Anyway, just entering the castle for a walk would earn them a large sum of money. Who wouldn't be willing? The skinny monkey smiled as he looked at Luo Feng. Luo Feng realized. A smoke bomb, right, the Allied army may be called an Allied army, but they weren't united internally, they were all wary of each other. Brother, do you have any thunderstones for sale? I can give you a high price of 250 cubic meters of universe crystals for one thunderstone. The skinny monkey man laughed again. I'll give you 300 cubic meters of universe crystals for one thunderstone. Luo Feng looked at him. The skinny monkey laughed awkwardly and left. The thunderstones represented those treasures. No matter how high the price, it wasn't considered expensive. It was just that some people were bullying star level 9s who couldn't resist the temptation of money. 300 cubic meters of universe crystals, that was equivalent to 1 billion Ganwu dollars. How could normal star level 9s resist the temptation, however, those treasures? Like a level 5 genetic energy weapon, when sold outside, it would fetch a terrifyingly high price. A normal level 3 genetic energy weapon would sell for 20 to 30 billion black dragon dollars, average price. A level 4 genetic energy weapon would sell for close to 100 billion Ganwu dollars. A level 5 genetic energy weapon would sell for close to 100 billion universe dollars. That was close to 100 million cubic meters of universe crystals. A normal domain lord who had just broken through to sector lord would feel the pinch. Only sector lord Kabu, this kind of sector lord pinnacle who was incomparably wealthy, comparable to a poorer undying, would have such shocking wealth. Time passed minute by minute. The ancient castle, people frequently entered, and almost all of them wore masks and helmets. No one knew who exchanged for treasures and who didn't. Who? Luo Feng took a deep breath, wearing his alloy armor and helmet, only his eyes could be seen. He walked straight towards the castle. Walking out of the crowd, he walked towards the castle alone. This made many people look over, carefully examining Luo Feng. No one could confirm whether this person walking towards the castle was really going to exchange or not. Your Majesty, these are the thunderstones from the second large team. They've mined 2 regions and killed 3 small teams. They've acquired a total of about 2.1 million thunderstones. Within the Allied army, surrounded by 8 bodyguards, the 9th Prince Buluo Lin sat there. Beside him a man respectfully handed over a space wrist guard. 2.1 million thunderstones? Buluo Lin received the space wrist guard, saying softly, pass down the order, get the other large teams to quickly send the thunderstones over. That inheritance crystal ball's 3 password exchange requires a total of 30 million thunderstones. We're still lacking a lot. Yes, Your Majesty. The man nodded respectfully. Buluo Lin slightly turned his head, glancing towards the castle. At this time Luo Feng had just stepped into the castle. Humph, a bunch of poor bastards. Buluo Lin laughed coldly, going to exchange for treasures, all of them hiding their heads and tails. The last thing they exchange for are still the weaker ones. Humph, I don't even care about the second-ranked Thunder Sector Lord's bank account, only that incomparably precious full set of space technique crystal ball is the most important. More important than all the other treasures combined. Your Majesty. Another man rushed in, bowing respectfully handing over a space ring. This is the 5th large team's one. 68 million thunderstones. Buluo Lin's eyes gleamed, picking up the space ring and swiftly standing up. Let's go, follow me into the castle, it's enough to exchange for the first password. Yes. Buluo Lin brought his 4 bodyguards, not bothering to hide his identity, heading straight towards the castle, immediately attracting the gazes of countless people from the Allied army. P.S. Chapter 1 here. Senior, His Majesty the 9th Prince Buluo Lin has gone to the castle. Within the 100 Tiger building group, Cho Yu said softly. Humph, the skinny man's silver eyes stared into the distance, snorting coldly. Buluo Lin has too much of an advantage. Firstly, he's the 9th prince, causing the sacred land Black Dragon Mountain's royal family to support him. Secondly, his grandfather's position in the sacred land Black Dragon Mountain is extremely high, and there's a group of people supporting him, causing the Black Dragon Mountain army of 500,000 to actually have 220,000 of them listen to his commands. This time, there were close to 2 million troops. Black Dragon Mountain, Icy God Country, these 2 sacred lands each had 500,000 troops. For large organizations each had 200,000 troops. The 16 large families, each had 10,000 troops. However, the ninth Prince Buluolin, due to his special background and identity, allowed him to control the 220,000 troops. This was a united 220,000 army. It was indeed a huge advantage. He split the 220,000 troops into 7 large groups, each with 30,000 troops. The skinny man snorted softly, with 30,000 troops plundering, who can stop them? The allied army was discussing, however, even though many of the elites were unhappy. However, in terms of position, they were merely the elites of the younger generation of the organizations. Their positions were far from a universe-level warrior. And as the ninth prince, his mother's bloodline was extremely powerful. Buluolin's position was much higher. If this was the outside world and not the exam world. With one order from Buluolin, killing a universe-level warrior would be easy. However, this was the world within a world. Buluolin could only follow the rules. Ancient Castle. When Buluolin brought his bodyguards into the castle, Luo Feng had already been guided by the castle's living AI, entering a cold ancient house. The ancient house was cold, a weak light illuminated the entire house, however the mottled marks on the walls spoke of its ancient history. Pieces of green-black bricks formed the walls, giving off an aura. "What do you want to exchange for, little punk?" A low voice resounded within the house. The house was silent. Luo Feng surveyed his surroundings. There was no one. "Of course I want to exchange for treasures," Luo Feng said. "Do you have any thunderstones? These few days, many people have purposely come here, yet they don't have any." The low voice continued. "I do." Luo Feng waved his hand. Immediately a human tall pile of thunderstones appeared. "Very good," the deep voice said. Footsteps could be heard from the corridor outside, following which a fat old man with a white beard walked in. His body was glowing. Luo Feng could tell with a glance that this old man was a living AI, just like Babata back in the UNMO planet ship, an energy body. "It's rare for someone to exchange." The white-bearded old man smiled as he looked at Luo Feng. "Hello, old mister, I don't know how to address you." Luo Feng was very polite. No matter what, this white-bearded old man in front of him was an artificial intelligence, and he had followed Realm Lord Kabu and lived alone for more than 10 million years. This kind of existence deserved respect. Moreover, according to Babata, this white-bearded old man who had been alone for thousands of years might have become psychopathic, so it was best not to provoke him. "Little guy, you can call me Lord Wu," the white-bearded old man said with a smile, a faint halo circulating around the surface of his body. "Lord Wu?" Luo Feng froze. What a strange name. "Lord Wu, I want to exchange for treasures," said Luo Feng. "Why aren't you talking to me? Why are you in such a hurry?" The white-bearded old man was a little dissatisfied. Luo Feng said, "Lord Wu, then, since you're in such a hurry, then exchange." The white-bearded old man's expression changed extremely quickly, becoming very cold in an instant. "What do you want to exchange for?" "The level 5 genetic energy weapon Ice Soul Blade," Luo Feng said, "and the level 5 spirit weapon, Suppressed Void Cauldron." "Oh?" The white-bearded old man was very shocked. "And the last one, a life fruit." Luo Feng slightly bowed. "Lord Wu, just these 3. "Just these 3? The white-bearded old man's halo immediately became much more dazzling, looking extremely shocked at the black-haired youth before him. "The level 5 genetic energy weapon Ice Soul Blade requires 130,000 thunderstones. The level 5 spirit weapon, Suppressed Void Cauldron, requires 180,000 thunderstones. One life fruit requires 800,000 thunderstones. The 10,000 kilometers area around this castle is my surveillance area. You don't seem to have much of a position in this explorer army. How did you get so many thunderstones?" Luo Feng smiled. 10,000 kilometers surveillance area. Actually, Babata had already warned him about this. In terms of surveillance, even though the white-bearded old man's surveillance area was huge, like Earth's defense system, it covered the entire solar system. However, the surveillance area was huge, but the precision of the surveillance was much weaker. "Lord Wu, you even have to ask about this?" Luo Feng was shocked. "Just asking for fun." The white-bearded old man blinked, saying casually, 3 treasures, all right, no problem." Luo Feng was filled with anticipation. Actually, exchanging for these 3 treasures was Babata's suggestion. According to what Babata said, the entire treasure list, the prices were a bit messy. For example, the entire Space Technique Inheritance crystal ball, that was a priceless treasure. In terms of price, it could be said to be a level 5 genetic energy weapon fire wheel by 10,000, 100,000 times. However, the fire wheel required 100,000 thunderstones. And the inheritance crystal ball's 3 passwords added up to 30 million thunderstones. Just 300 times. Another example was the life fruit, which was 800,000 thunderstones. And in terms of price outside, 1 life fruit was equivalent to a sector lord's life, more expensive than 100 fire wheels. Hence, the price wasn't the same as the outside worlds. There were techniques when purchasing. The level 5 genetic energy weapon Ice Soul Blade, in the outside world, was 5 to 6 times more expensive than the fire wheel. The pressure void cauldron was 10 times more expensive than the fire wheel. However, exchanging here, the price difference wasn't that huge. Within the silent ancient house, a white-bearded old man surrounded by light stood there. The 3 treasures add up to a total of 11 million thunderstones. The white-bearded old man said. Lord Wu, please keep it well. Luo Feng handed over a normal space ring, killing along the way. Luo Feng had quite a few space rings on his hands. Ah? The white-bearded old man waved his hand, the space ring flew into his hand, after which he revealed a smile. It's exactly 11 million thunderstones. This is the level 5 genetic energy weapon Ice Soul Blade. The white-bearded old man flipped his hand, and immediately, a strange weapon with a silver-blue arc appeared. In an instant, the temperature of the entire ancient house plummeted, and the water vapor in the surrounding space began to condense. The blade of the strange weapon was incomparably sharp. The Ice Soul Blade floated before him. Luo Feng had a feeling like his soul was about to be sliced apart. He extended his hand and kept it in his space ring. This is the level 5 spirit weapon, Suppressed Void Cauldron. The white-bearded old man flipped his hand, a pure purple, almost copper-cast 30 centimeters tall cauldron floated before Luo Feng. On the cauldron there were large amounts of complicated engravings, thousands of times more complicated than the engravings on the soaring shuttle. It felt very similar to the golden engravings on the golden horned beast's body. Peculiar engravings, it caused the surrounding space to feel isolated, even though it was only 30 centimeters tall. It made Luo Feng feel as though the cauldron before him was infinitely larger, almost like a mountain with no end in sight. It made him hold his breath. Don't stare foolishly. Level 5 genetic energy weapons and spirit weapons, the engravings on them are all close to the origin laws of the universe. Every one of them is extremely powerful. However, only after becoming a sector lord and possessing the origin energy of the universe can one truly use them. Babata's voice resounded in Luo Feng's mind. Luo Feng awoke, extending his hand to keep the suppressed void cauldron in his space ring. My god, just 2 level 5 weapons and he had no will to resist. Legend has it that the moment a sector lord battled, he could change the heavens and earth. One move could destroy all life on a planet. It was indeed true. Little punk. Those 2 are only sector lord weapons. And now I'm giving you a second life comparable to a sector lord. It's incomparably pure and mysterious life force. It's a spirit fruit formed from the universe, life fruit. The white-bearded old man's expression was serious. A strange translucent stone box appeared in his hand. Within the translucent stone box, there was a green silhouette. Life fruit, a strange crystal from the vast universe, it's filled with unbelievable life force. Even a sector lord that can destroy a planet with a wave of his hand has endless energy within it. However, no matter how much energy is used, no matter how heavily injured. The white-bearded old man was shocked, mysterious. This is the mystery of the universe. Luo Feng held his breath as he received the stone box. It opened. Within the silent ancient house. After the stone box was opened, in an instant, the surroundings lost all color. Only the green life fruit with water droplets on its surface was the most eye-catching. The green light shot in all directions. Waves of rich and intoxicating aroma emanated. The entire ancient house was filled with life force. The core source of all life was that green fruit, life fruit. Just this one fruit. If a sector lord were to use an entire galaxy to exchange, there would be countless sector lords willing to do so. Incomparably rare, incomparably expensive. Inhale. Luo Feng took a deep breath. The aroma permeated his body. Every cell in his body was excited, almost as though he had eaten a rare treasure. The genetic material within his cells naturally began to change. His entire body's bones let out crackling sounds. His muscles too began to transform. Dummy, quickly close it. The moment it is opened, the life fruit's life energy will constantly leak out. Babata raged. Luo Feng shuddered. Only then did he wake up. Pa, he closed the stone box. Phew, that's unbelievable. Luo Feng looked at the stone box, wide-eyed. I've only taken 1 or 2 breaths and I feel like I've evolved a lot. Dummy, just 1 or 2 breaths and you've lost hundreds of breaths. Babata raged. Luo Feng happily kept the stone box. Thank you, Lord Wu. Luo Feng bowed. Haha, continue working hard, get more thunderstones. I have treasures here for you to exchange. The white-bearded old man smiled as he looked at Luo Feng. Definitely. Luo Feng smiled, turning and leaving. He will definitely return. However, that's after the cloud contact vine evolves. 2 chapters completed. Please support the monthly and recommendation votes. When Luo Feng and the white-bearded old man were exchanging, the Black Dragon Mountain Empire's 9th Prince Brolin was in another room. Within the dark room, Brolin stood there, smiling and shouting, I want to exchange for treasures. Little punk, what's the rush? A low voice resounded within the room. One by one, after this punk finishes, I'll exchange for you. Brolin's eyes gleamed coldly. One by one? That person who entered before, he wasn't just trying to be mysterious, but was actually really exchanging for treasures? Brolin thought, after which he laughed coldly, closing his eyes and connecting to the Virtual Universe network. Virtual Universe, Black Dragon Mountain Island. This was a huge city. Within it were many palaces, rising and falling. Amongst them was an inconspicuous purple palace. This purple palace had 2 guards standing at the entrance. So, within the palace, a fair-skinned handsome man suddenly appeared on the throne. It was the Black Dragon Mountain Empire's 9th Prince Brolin. Dressed mainly in black with golden edges, Buluo Lin sat on the throne, directly requesting for communication, contacting one of his 9 bodyguards. His 9 bodyguards were all his slaves, incomparably loyal to him. Of course one had already died when he opened the castle door. Luckily the Thunder Castle's thunder didn't destroy the space ring, hence the laser gun in the guard's ring wasn't damaged. So, a silhouette appeared within the palace, dressed in a black guard uniform, a head of green flame like hair shooting towards the sky. Your Majesty. The guard respectfully knelt down on one knee. Cachaluo. Brolin stood high above, looking down at the guard, ordering, the punk who entered the Thunder Castle before me, dressed in an alloy armor and helmet. He has quite a few thunderstones, and is exchanging for treasures with the Thunder Castle's AI. What? The guard was shocked. From time to time, there would be people entering the Thunder Castle. Most of them were just to confuse others, not many were actually exchanging for treasures. I'm very sure, he's really exchanging for treasures. Brolin said coldly, hence watch him closely. Do you understand what I mean? Understood. The guard replied respectfully. Very good. Brolin nodded satisfactorily, after which his body vanished from the throne. A world within a world. The white-bearded old man walked into Buluo Lin's ancient house. Seeing this, Buluo Lin smiled. Kid, what do you want to exchange for? The white-bearded old man looked at Luo Lin. The first password of the legacy crystal ball. Buluo Lin looked at the white-bearded old man. And a fruit of life. The white-bearded old man could not help but reveal a shocked expression. When Buluo Lin was exchanging, Luo Feng had just walked out of the Thunder Castle's main door. As he walked out, in the distance, the 200,000 allied army that surrounded the Thunder Castle, at least 10,000 of them looked at Luo Feng, carefully examining him. Luo Feng was very calm. This Thunder and Lightning Castle was frequented by people. Moreover, most of the people who entered it were just to confuse them. Most likely, not many people knew that he was really exchanging for it. That's him. He entered before your highness. Keep an eye on him. Among the tens of thousands of people looking at Luo Feng, there were some with special intentions who were communicating via origin power. Luo Feng blended into the allied army and roamed around for a while, finally meeting up with Hong, Thunder God, Tai Nan He and Aogu. Aogu naturally activated his spirit energy barrier, preventing others from listening in on their conversation. How did it go? Hong and Thunder God looked at Luo Feng. Everything went smoothly, according to the plan. Luo Feng smiled. 1 fruit of life, 2 level 5 weapons. Thunder God revealed a look of surprise and joy. That's great, 1 fruit of life can allow your cloud contact vine to undergo a huge evolution. That way, our little team in the world within a world won't be as miserable as before, meeting a bigger team and having to flee. First invest, then produce. Hong smiled. Third brother, do you remember what you said? When we get another batch of thunderstones, we'll exchange for another fruit of life for my cloud contact vine. Definitely. Luo Feng smiled. Tisk. Thunder God rubbed his nose, glancing at Hong. Don't think too highly of yourself. The fruit of life is a good thing. If third exchanged for it, the others might exchange for it too. And there's only a total of 3 fruits of life. When we get another batch of thunderstones, I wonder if there'll be any more fruits of life. Hong didn't argue with Thunder God. This exchange plan, after Luo Feng discussed it with Hong and Thunder God, both of them were in complete agreement. Because no one knew before that the fruit of life could actually allow the cloud contact vine to undergo a huge evolution. Even Hong said, if there was a chance, his cloud contact vine would evolve once too. However, Hong's cloud contact vine was naturally much weaker than Luo Feng's. Right now, Luo Feng's cloud contact vine was a star level 4, while Hong's had just stepped into the star level 1. Hence, with the incredibly pure and powerful life energy of the fruit of life, Luo Feng's cloud contact vine had a higher chance of absorbing it. Actually, the weapons we've exchanged for this time are already enough for us to do many things when we get out. Thunder God was all smiles. Hong nodded. With enough wealth, we can do many things. Luo Feng too was filled with anticipation. Ice Soul Blade, Pressure Space Cauldron. These were all level 5 genetic energy weapons and spirit weapons. These were weapons that only a sector lord could truly unleash. And Luo Feng, Hong and Thunder God were only star levels. To them, those 2 weapons were completely useless. If Luo Feng used a level 5 weapon, its power probably wouldn't even match up to the soaring shuttle. Only the most suitable weapon was the best. Hence, these 2 weapons, Luo Feng bought them to sell for money. These were level 5 weapons. Selling them in the world within a world would be a loss, however if they were to be sold outside, then they would really be rich. These 2 level 5 weapons represented an incomparably huge amount of wealth. I have to think, what should I do with so much wealth? Thunder God muttered. Firstly, uproot the Newell Shan family. Hong said seriously, as long as the Newell Shan family isn't finished, there will always be trouble. The others are easy to deal with, but Newell Shan himself is hard to deal with. Luo Feng shook his head. To buy a universe level slave, one can at most buy a universe level 9. Because that is the highest level of a slave, and that Newell Shan is someone who has obtained the Battle Axe Fighter title. A normal universe level 9 isn't his match at all. No rush, money makes things easier. Thunder God laughed. Everyone rest first. Luo Feng said softly, we'll wait till it gets dark before leaving the allied army. For the cloud contact vine to evolve, it had to be at its largest size to be able to absorb as much life energy as possible, and with its huge size, and the commotion of its evolution, there was no way it could proceed in the core region. We'll leave when it gets dark. Luo Feng and his team were very normal within the vast allied army. However, there were people secretly watching them. The allied army had about 200,000 people. With the habits of the star-level explorers, they couldn't possibly squeeze like the soldiers on Earth, because the moment a star-level speed exploded, they could move a few kilometers in a blink of an eye. And this was because they were in the world within a world. Hence normally the distance between each team was rather large, like Luo Feng and his team gathered together, the others were just casually huddled together. And some of the bigger teams were even separated by 1 to 2 kilometers. If they were too close, it wouldn't be easy to manage. This bit of distance, to the star-level explorers, they could see them with a glance, and with a flash, they could reach them. Hence the entire Allied army's area of effect was about 60 to 70 kilometers. And the powerful 9th Prince Buluo Lin was at the center of the Black Dragon Mountain Army, over 30 kilometers away from Luo Feng and his team, making it impossible for Babata's surveillance to reach Buluo Lin. And Buluo Lin's surroundings were isolated, his equipment was obtained from the Black Dragon Mountain sacred land. Compared to Babata, it wasn't too far off. Night, the wind howled. Within the tent, Buluo Lin closed his eyes and sat cross-legged. "Your Majesty," Cachalo said respectfully. "You haven't lost sight of that 5-man team, right?" Buluo Lin's voice was calm. "No." Cachalo said respectfully, "The entire Allied army, Your Majesty, controls about 20,000 people. With the spies we've planted everywhere, the entire Allied army is under our surveillance, and the entire Allied army is only 10 kilometers away. That 5-man team has no way of escaping our surveillance." Buluo Lin replied, suddenly opening his eyes. His gaze was like a sharp knife staring at Cachalo. Cachalo bowed. "According to the Alliance Conference, killing is prohibited within the Allied army." Buluo Lin said coldly, "It's not my place to break the rules. Keep a close eye on them. Once the 5 of them leave the Allied army's range, immediately send a small team to kill the 5 of them and bring back their spatial storage items, understand?" "Yes, Your Majesty." Cachalo said respectfully, "I'll arrange it immediately." Go." Buluo said indifferently. Cachalo respectfully left the tent. At this time a man walked in, kneeling on one knee and saying respectfully, "Your Majesty, the 6th team has killed 6 teams today, a total of 5,000 explorers. We've acquired a total of 2.59 million thunderstones." Finishing, he respectfully handed over a space ring. The 6th team has done well." Buluo Lin revealed a rare smile. "Tell the other teams, let them work hard and seize the time to acquire more thunderstones." "Yes." The man retreated. Within the tent, Buluo Lin held the space ring, weighing it, revealing a confident smile. "It's almost 10 million thunderstones. I should be able to exchange for the second password. However, the thunderstones have pretty much all been dug out. The next step is to kill each other for the thunderstones." To the high and mighty 9th Prince Buluo Lin, even if these 2 million people all died, he wouldn't care. He was born in the royal family. His mother's bloodline was incomparably strong. He had seen too much of the strong eating the weak in the universe. With one order, over 10 planets' citizens became slaves. This kind of thing made him feel that killing those teams to acquire the thunderstones was a natural thing. As for arranging for people to kill Luo Feng, Buluo Lin didn't care at all. Those 5-man teams, in Buluo Lin's eyes, with one order, he would just send people to step on the ants. Deep into the night, the winds howled. World within a world's core region, the Allied army. Luo Feng, Hong and Thunder God exchanged glances, revealing smiles. "Everyone depart," Luo Feng said softly. The 5-man team swiftly got up, seemingly casually heading towards the outermost area of the Allied army. It was very difficult to enter. One had to go through identity verification. Only those from the large powers were forbidden from entering. Leaving was much easier. After all, the large organizations and powers frequently sent people over to exchange thunderstones. Entering and exiting, there were indeed many people. "Captain, the 5 of them are about to leave. Hurry and follow. Quickly. Everyone hurry." A small team under the 9th Prince's command, which had been arranged beforehand, also moved quickly. One had to know that the 9th Prince controlled over 220,000 people, those 7 large teams, each had 30,000 people. And the so-called squad was also a squad of 1,000 people. Just like the patrols and sentries, they were made up of 1,000 people. In the middle of the night, Luo Feng's team broke through the skies and flew away from the Allied army base. Behind Luo Feng's team, a 1,000-man team flew into the sky, following closely behind them. "Everyone don't be in a rush to make a move. This place is close to the Allied army base. The moment they reach the base, we won't be able to make a move." Follow them first, we'll make a move after flying a certain distance. The captain of the 1,000-man team sent a low voice transmission to his subordinates. Ahead in mid-air, Luo Feng's team. Haha, this feels good, this feels good. In mid-air, Thunder God communicated and laughed proudly, just thinking about the life fruit and the 2 Sector Lord weapons, I can't help but feel excited. Before coming here, I was also worried that there would be trouble with the exchange. Hong smiled, from the looks of it now, everything is going smoothly. Big brother, second brother, once the cloud contact vine evolves, we'll be even happier. Luo Feng smiled, within he was filled with anticipation. When they went to dig for thunderstones before, it was completely because of Babata's early scouting that they were able to dig up so many thunderstones. And when the 2 million explorer army occupied the various areas and dug up all the thunderstones, they were about to enter the darkest and cruelest killing season. Luo Feng was incomparably sure of this. Some of the sector lord's subordinates exchanged for treasures, some didn't. The realm master who didn't manage to exchange for the treasure naturally ordered his subordinates to kill and snatch it. In the eyes of those sector lords, even if they sacrificed 10,000 adventurers, it didn't count for much. Eh? What's going on? There's a team following us from behind. Luo Feng frowned and communicated. There really is. Thunder God frowned. Are you following us, or are you going in the same direction as us for the thunderstones? Hong asked. Let's speed up in turn. Luo Feng communicated. Yes, master. Tainan He and Aogu followed Luo Feng's orders. Immediately, the 5-man team drew an arc in the air and quickly accelerated, turning into 5 streams of light as they flew to the left. In the rear of the 1,000-man team. Captain, they want to escape. We are now hundreds of kilometers away from the Allied forces' encampment. All members, listen up. Catch up to the 5-man squad in front as fast as possible and kill them, the captain ordered. Yes. Yes. Understood. In the dark night, the star level 9 warriors dressed in black alloy armors all obeyed the order, after which they all exploded with shocking speed. Becoming beams of light, they were extremely conspicuous in the dark night, almost like thousands of shooting stars, with different speeds, madly chasing after the 5 shooting stars ahead. The beams of light behind were closing in with shocking speed. Those were all star level 9 spirit readers riding on spirit weapons, much faster than Luo Feng's team. In Luo Feng's team, probably only the star level 9 Aogu could match up to them, however Aogu still needed to bring Hong and Thunder God. Not good. They've caught up. Thunder God's expression changed. Master, quickly escape. Aogu's old face was filled with anxiety. Luo Feng turned to glance. The beams of light behind were closing in with shocking speed. In an instant, the distance between the two was less than 1 kilometer. What do we do? Thunder God and Hong both revealed anxious expressions. Tainan He and Aogu, the 2 star level 9 slaves, were anxious too. There's 1,000 star level 9 warriors behind us. Luo Feng lowered his head to look at the screen on his arm, his heart chilled even more. The 1,000 lights were closing in on his 5 with shocking speed, it seemed like they were about to be devoured. Master. Aogu and Tainan He looked anxiously at Luo Feng, Thunder God, and Hong were also panicking. Luo Feng's heart was in a mess. Ever since they entered the world of thunder, the world within a world, even though their team had met with danger time and time again, they had never met with such a desperate situation. A whole 1,000 star level 9 warriors, if they all attacked with their spirit weapons, Luo Feng's team would be finished. Unless, to use the golden horned beast, however this place wasn't too far from the allied army, the moment the golden horned beast appeared, it would definitely be exposed. The moment the existence of the golden horned beast was exposed, undying beings would probably descend upon Sung Lan Star and steal Luo Feng's golden horned beast cub, turning him into a slave or something. Beast taming, slave soul imprints, such methods, in the vast universe, not even the master of Yun Mo planet knew. When that time comes, Luo Feng was destined to become someone else's slave. Kill. The captain ordered. Yes. The hundreds of silhouettes behind replied in unison. Xiao. 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 Covering the skies and covering the earth, densely packed, large amounts of spirit weapons pierced through the air, like a rain of arrows shooting towards Luo Feng's team. At this time, Hong, Thunder God, Tai Nan He and Ao Gu were all filled with despair. Go! Luo Feng stared hard at the large amount of arrows in front of him. Rumble, out of nowhere, a huge object appeared in front of Luo Feng's team. Only a series of collisions could be heard. The huge object didn't move at all. This was a disc-shaped universe ship with a diameter of about 100 m. It was completely black. It was a C9 grade. Even a universe level 5 or 6 would have a hard time destroying this ship. In the universe, there was no telling when a ship would be used. Even though there was one docked at Sung Lan Star's docking bay, to Luo Feng, who had his teacher's first account, buying a few universe ships was very easy. Ship. He actually brought a ship. He definitely has a space storage item that's over 100 m long and wide. Quickly, kill them. The hundreds of star level 9 spirit readers, after their first wave of spirit weapons failed, immediately moved their thoughts. The spirit weapons immediately turned and flew past the ship like lightning, heading towards Luo Feng's team. Master, quickly! Quickly flee! Luo Feng, Hong, and Thunder God swiftly rushed towards the ship's cabin door. Luckily, when Luo Feng summoned the ship, the cabin door was facing them. However, its flying speed was far slower than the spirit weapons. Luckily, Luo Feng's team was closer to the cabin door. Quickly! Quickly! Hong and Thunder God's eyes were bloodshot. Charge in! Luo Feng's eyes were bloodshot too. Ao Gu and Tai Nan He brought up the rear. The hundreds of spirit weapons flew in an arc, like a concentrated rain of arrows shooting over. Blocking the front was the star level 9 fighter Tai Nan He. Behind him was the star level 9 spirit reader Ao Gu. Poochie! 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 Poochie, like a rain of arrows, the spirit weapons pierced through Tai Nan He, turning him into a sieve. Against hundreds of spirit weapons of the same level, even the battle axe fighter, star level 9, would die without a doubt. Rumble! Rumble! The outer cabin door and the inner door closed down. They were sealed off from the outside world. So, the universe ship ferociously accelerated, leaving the group of star level 9 far behind, swiftly disappearing without a trace. 1,000 silhouettes floated in the air, looking at the universe ship disappearing into the distance, feeling helpless. 1,000 people killing 5 people, and we still let them escape? The bearded captain raged. How are we going to explain this to His Majesty when we return? Captain, don't blame us. Who knew they had a universe ship? Right, a universe ship has a diameter of at least 100 m. The 5 of them actually had a space ring with such a large space. It's unbelievable. The captain nodded. Such a large space ring, it's indeed unbelievable. The universe ship swiftly left the core region. Its speed was 100 to 1,000 times faster than a human's flying speed. Within the ship. Quick, Ao Gu, hurry and absorb the life energy within the Muya crystal. Luo Feng, Hong, and Thunder God anxiously surrounded Ao Gu. Ao Gu's alloy armor had long since fallen off. His body from his chest down had been turned to mush. Only the area above his chest was intact. Just now, a few hundred spirit weapons had shot over. Tai Nan He, who was at the very front, had instantly exploded into mush. He couldn't be more dead. And Ao Gu was standing behind Tai Nan He, relying on the hybrid copper essence shard to barely protect his head. As for the area below his chest, the spirit weapons had smashed into his armor. The strong impact had shattered his body. Waves of life energy emanated from Ao Gu's body. Ao Gu was slowly recovering. Bastard! Luo Feng saw the situation. Waves of rage filled his chest. Babata, whose people are those? Close to 200,000 people from the Allied army. Everyone's appearance and information has been recorded. These 1,000 people are under the 9th Prince Buluo Lin. Babata said. Back when Luo Feng entered the Allied army, when he was roaming around, Babata had naturally recorded down all the basic information of the people there. Such as aura, appearance, strength, etc. Buluo Lin? Luo Feng creased his eyebrows. He was enraged within. Why is he chasing after me? I have no enmity with him. It's probably because of the treasures. Babata said. How does he know I'm exchanging for treasures? People often enter the Thunder Castle. Luo Feng's emotions were extremely unbearable. especially these two bodyguards. Tai Nanhe's death, Aogu was almost finished. Humans weren't plants, they couldn't be emotionless. Even though they were just bought slaves, Luo Feng's ears were still ringing with cries of "Master, quickly flee." In times of danger, Tai Nanhe and Aogu had used their lives to block. Buluo Lin, Buluo Lin. Luo Feng's heart was burning with rage, it was unbearable. Very painful. Luo Feng, don't be in pain for now. Even though you didn't use the golden horned beast, but you used a universe ship, it's still troublesome. Babata said, a huge storage item that's over 100 m long and wide, it's incomparably precious. Back when I gave it to you, I told you not to reveal it. Because this level of storage item, even domain lords don't have many. And after this battle, that Buluo Lin will definitely value you. If he values you, you'll be in deep trouble. Value me? I'm the one who values him. Luo Feng roared. 2 chapters completed. Do you have monthly votes, recommendation votes? Everyone has a recommendation vote, I hope everyone votes for Tomato. Brolin? Luo Feng clenched his fists tightly, his knuckles pale, letting out cracking sounds, his eyes filled with cold killing intent, waves of rage attacking his rationality. Third brother, are you alright? Hong beside was shocked and asked. He took a deep breath, suppressing the rage within. I'm fine. Luo Feng shook his head. The others didn't know, but Luo Feng himself was very clear. After becoming a golden horned beast, he was influenced by the golden horned beast's nature. Back then in the killing fields, madly slaughtering and venting, he felt much better, but because of that, it caused the killing intent within his bones to grow even stronger. Just like a drug addict, he couldn't help but take the drug, it was great. However, the addiction was even stronger. One theory, Luo Feng was currently addicted to killing. And the golden horned beast was one of the 12 pinnacle bloodlines of the space beasts. It had a strong offensive ability, that kind of cold and tyrannical killing intent came from its bones and soul. There had never been a golden horned beast that was kind. Third brother? Thunder God walked over too. I'm fine. Luo Feng squatted down, looking at the heavily injured Aogu beside. Aogu's messy dark red hair, and his extremely pale face due to his injuries, made Luo Feng bite his lips. Luo Feng looked up at his 2 brothers beside him. Hong and Thunder God were old enough to be Luo Feng's grandfathers. Of course they were concerned about the youngest, the most talented third brother. Big brother, second brother, don't worry, I won't be hot-headed. Luo Feng said. Phew, that's good. Thunder God nodded, we can't forget this grudge, we have to stay calm. Just like when your big brother and I experienced the Grand Nirvana period, back then, we were attacked by monsters, countless cities were destroyed, many humans died. However, no matter how much hatred or rage, we have to endure it. Compared to that, this little grudge really doesn't count for much. When the time comes, we'll just come back and kill. Thunder God was very casual. Hong nodded too. In terms of experience, Hong and Thunder God were indeed much higher than Luo Feng. I understand. Luo Feng nodded. What's more, the one who sent those people was the 9th Prince Brolin. Compared to Brolin, we have no way to resist at all. Brolin? Hong and Thunder God were shocked. Yes. Luo Feng nodded. When I was roaming around the Allied army before, I used my scanning device to record every single person's appearance and aura. That group of people are Buluo Lin's men. This is troublesome. Thunder God shook his head. This revenge will be very difficult. Hong shook his head as well. We'll have to endure for a long time. Luo Feng was clear too. With Buluo Lin's status, in the vast Black Dragon Mountain starfield, he was definitely one of the top figures. We can't just forget about Nanhe's death. Thunder God sneered, I don't believe that the other powers will just watch Buluo Lin's power grow. After all, Brolin only controlled about 220,000 of the 2 million troops. When they start fighting, we'll ambush them at the crucial moment. Hong couldn't help but smile. That'll have to wait for the cloud contact vine to evolve. Luo Feng said. The universe ship continuously left the core region of the world within a world, swiftly flying into the distance. Along the way, they avoided the teams of explorers, after all the news of a universe ship appearing in a world within a world, it was best to slow it down. At the edge of the world, within the continuous vast mountain range, a universe ship appeared in the air above, before vanishing into thin air. Within a cave in the depths of the pitch-black mountain range. "Big brother, second brother, help take good care of Aogu," Luo Feng said. Hong nodded. "Relax." Thunder God smiled. "Master, I'm fine." Aogu, who had recovered quite a bit, shouted. Luo Feng glanced at him, smiling, and swiftly flew out of the cave, immediately arriving a few kilometers away. This mountain range's vegetation had been growing for tens of millions of years. It was incredibly luxuriant. Dressed in his alloy armor, Luo Feng stood on the dirt ground, his eyes like blades sweeping across his surroundings. Cloud contact vine. Luo Feng transmitted his thoughts. Hell. The cloud contact vine transmitted a joyful thought, after which Luo Feng extended both his hands. Immediately the vines madly extended in all directions, with Luo Feng as the center. The vines that were at least 1 m thick, their lengths unending, were like super pythons that covered the skies and earth as they spread out. At the same time, these thick vines with no end in sight, extended thin vines with many leaves. Covering the skies and earth, chi. 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 Chi, large amounts of vines and roots pierced straight into the soil, like piercing through tofu, swiftly extending underground. Every vine was at least 30,000 m long, that was 30 kilometers. There were a total of 36 vines that were 30 kilometers long. There were many thin vines and leaves on the vines, as well as lush roots. For a moment, the boundless mountain range, or at least the surrounding land, was completely rooted by the long vines. At the center of the area covered by the cloud contact vine was Luo Feng, dressed in his alloy armor. Right now is the most crucial moment. Luo Feng took a deep breath. Before him was a huge vine leaf swaying. With a flip of his hand, that almost transparent stone box appeared. Luo Feng stared at the faint glow within the transparent stone box, taking a deep breath and opening it. After opening the stone box, with a shake of his wrist, the fruit of life that was emanating an intoxicating aroma was tossed into the air, flying towards the huge vine leaf. Immediately the vine leaf fiercely extended upwards. The huge vine leaf was like a huge mouth, immediately swallowing the life fruit in one gulp. Chi-chi, the huge vine leaf swiftly shrunk back into the ground. It really makes one's heart ache. Babata's voice resounded within Luo Feng's mind. One life fruit, even a sector lord would value it greatly. Using it to exchange for a universe-level slave, he would be able to exchange for a bunch of universe-level slaves. And now it's given to the cloud contact vine to eat. It really makes one's heart ache. 10 birds in the forest are not worth as much as 1 bird in the hand. Babata, this is what you told me. I know I should do this, but it still hurts. It's such a waste of a treasure. Babata exclaimed. Luo Feng's thoughts, however, were all on the cloud contact vine. Babata, how long does the cloud contact vine take? Can't you see for yourself? Babata said unconcernedly. Suddenly, Luo Feng saw his armguard screen show the underground. The thick vine was glowing with a green light that flowed like lightning. The vine itself was like a heart, expanding and contracting at times. However, every expansion was greater than the contraction, causing the vine's volume to continuously increase. World within a world, core region. Allied Army, Black Dragon Mountain Sacred Land Army Corps, large tent. Pung. The teacup was like a bolt of lightning, fiercely smashing into the ground, immediately exploding, the shards flying in all directions, smashing into the tent. Bastards, 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 a bunch of bastards. Brolin stood in the large tent, letting out an angry roar. I told them to speed up, all of them were incomparably arrogant. And now? The inheritance crystal ball has 3 passcodes, and I've gotten 2. Just one more. Without that one, there's no way to get the inheritance crystal ball. Rice buckets, a bunch of rice buckets. Trash. Buluo Lin cursed madly. He no longer had the calm and collected attitude he had before. One couldn't blame him for being angry. He was in the Black Dragon Mountain Sacred Land, in front of his grandfather and a few other elders, guaranteeing that he would definitely get the inheritance crystal ball and give it to his grandfather. The ninth prince Brolin was very clear, his position amongst the princes was special. Because his mother's bloodline was strong enough, his grandfather had ordered, he naturally had to work hard to get the inheritance crystal ball and give it to his grandfather. However, who would have thought that when he went to exchange for the second passcode, the living AI, the white-bearded old man, would exclaim, "Little punk, your luck is really good. Of the 3 passcodes, only the last one is left. If you were any later, I'm afraid you wouldn't be able to exchange for the inheritance crystal ball's bank account password." Luck my ass. Good my ass. Brolin's expression was savage. Indeed. Only with all 3 passcodes could one retrieve the inheritance crystal ball from the bank. Without the other password, he had 2 passwords, but it was useless. Who? Brolin's breathing was rough, his gaze sweeping past the 2 bodyguards in front of him. The 2 bodyguards knelt on one knee, not daring to make a sound. "Your Majesty." A silhouette ran in from outside, it was one of Brolin's personal bodyguards, K2 Luo. Brolin stared coldly. The bodyguard K2 Luo was shocked, kneeling down and saying respectfully, "Your Majesty, we just sent a 1,000-man team to chase those 5, however, we didn't expect them to actually bring a universe ship?" "What, universe ship?" Brolin creased his eyebrows and shouted. "Yes, universe ship." K2 Luo said, "The enemies rode the universe ship and escaped." The other 2 bodyguards kneeling beside glanced at each other, extremely shocked. There was actually someone who brought a universe ship into the world within a world, that was unbelievable. To create a space storage item, one needs to cut out the universe space and seal it within the item. Brolin creased his eyebrows, thinking, the bigger the space, the harder it is to cut and seal it. A high-quality storage item that can store a universe ship, it's said that only the powerful Undyings can create it. Every one of them is extremely expensive. Brolin was suspicious, these 5 actually brought a ship in. Brolin was very suspicious. Because he was the Empire's 9th prince, in the end it was his grandfather who doted on him and gave him a space ring, barely enough to store a spaceship. Back then his grandfather even explained in detail how precious such a high-quality storage item was. Maybe they got lucky and picked it up from some powerful warrior's ruins. Brolin didn't think any further. Pass down the order, send the information of those 5 to the 7 teams, if they are discovered, kill them. Brolin ordered, at the same time his eyes flashed with sharpness, those 5 are a small matter, right now the most important thing is to find out who has the last passcode. Chapter 1, Yes, Your Majesty. The 3 bodyguards knelt on one knee, respectfully saying, "My speed was already fast enough, I didn't expect the other parties to be able to get 10 million thunderstones in such a short amount of time." Buluo Lin sat on the chair, his slender and fair fingers lightly tapping on the armrest. Suddenly, his eyes lit up and he ordered, "Pass down the order. Have the 1st, 2nd, and 6th brigades quickly move towards the core area. Spread out in all directions about 10,000 kilometers away from the core area." "Yes." The 3 responded in unison, swiftly leaving the tent. Buluo Lin was the only one left in the tent. He sat in his chair pondering. As for Luo Feng and the other 4, Buluo Lin didn't even think much about them. In the vast territory of the Black Dragon Mountain Empire, there were many examples of people getting lucky and finding treasures. What's more, within the borders of the Black Dragon Mountain Empire, he even dared to kill the elites of the other 4 organizations. There was no one he couldn't afford to offend. If Luo Feng and the other 4 really had a huge background, there would have been absolute warriors sending word long ago. To the high and mighty 9th prince, those 5 couldn't even be considered a match for him. Vicious, they actually stole the inheritance crystal ball's first password right under my eyes. Buluo Lin muttered softly, "Icy God Country? 3-Axe Mountain? 100 Tiger Building? Black Cloud Guild? North Dragon City?" Any of the other families were possible, Buluo Lin couldn't figure out at all, just who had the last password. About 100,000 kilometers away from the core region, in the vast grasslands, large amounts of explorers gathered. Tents were set up in the wilderness. These tents were made from the materials used to make alloy armors. They were incomparably sturdy. Within one of the large tents, a tall and sturdy chimpanzee that was more than 3 meters tall sat in the tent. His powerful chest muscles bulged out the alloy battle suit. His head was almost the same as the chimpanzee's, and his sunken eyes were filled with wildness and madness. Ape-man in the universe was a very large type. Amongst the ape-men, there were over 100 different races, most of them were brave and valiant warriors. And he, Chacto, was previously a star level 9 under the command of the Three Axe Mountain's absolute warrior, Sector Lord Xianxia. Originally, he was just a normal member of the countless star level 9 cannon fodder, however now. Hee hee. Chacto let out a weird laugh from deep within his throat, his eyes filled with excitement. I didn't expect that I would be able to break through. Ha ha ha, this world within a world is truly my lucky land. Lady Luck has favored me, Chacto. Chacto was extremely excited. Yes, he was excited, extremely excited. Because he had broken through from the star level 9 to the universe level 1. When I was recruited from planet Waiko, I swore that I would become the greatest warrior. All of this has come true. It has come true. Chacto could not forget the life he had lived for more than 3,000 years. He was forcibly abducted from his hometown, planet Waiko. After training, selling, reselling, finally becoming a Sector Lord Jian Tianchen star system territory soldier, even if they trained bitterly to the star level 9 stage, they would still only be elite soldiers. After over 3,000 years of struggling, he was very clear, if he didn't reach the universe level, he was still a small fry, star level 9 and universe level, the difference of one step was like the difference between heaven and earth. The moment I broke through to the universe level, I was appointed by the Sector Lord to be the main captain of the team, and the original main captain became my assistant. And the Lord even bestowed me with 30 life planets as my territory. Haha. I will definitely get 3,000, no, 30,000 women and give birth to a bunch of children. Ape-man Chactor's heart was in turmoil. Lord. 2 voices resounded from outside. Come in. Chactor said indifferently. 2 silhouettes walked in, one was a star level 2 and the other a star level 3. They were the 2 leaders of the team under the other Sector Lord of the Three Axe Mountain. The leaders of the teams were mostly star level 2 and 3. Because they were all elites, geniuses, instead a large group of star level 9s were all cannon fodder, because the chances of cannon fodder breaking through to the universe level weren't high. I didn't expect a stupid ape-man to break through to the universe level. This luck, it's simply heaven-defying. The 2 youths thought within. Lord. The 2 bowed slightly, one of the youths smiled, Lord Chactor, I wonder if you've gotten the password? One of the passwords within the inheritance crystal ball, I've already gotten it, and through the virtual universe network, I've told the great Sector Lord. Chactor's voice was loud and clear, however the surrounding of the tent formed an energy barrier, preventing his voice from spreading out. Lord Chactor is indeed powerful. The 2 praised. Ape-man Chactor nodded, that black nose spitting out hot air, Blales, the 2 of you have gathered your men right. Yes, Lord. The 2 bowed. Very good. Ape-man Chactor praised loudly, his eyes shooting out 2 beams of light, and intense energy emanated from his body, causing the 2 youths beside to feel as though the world had ended. Ape-man Chactor suddenly frowned. You 2 can leave. Chactor waved his hand. Yes. The 2 youths bowed respectfully, before leaving. Normally these star level 9s were their bodyguards, however this cannon fodder ape-man had actually broken through to the universe level. One had to know that the chances of a universe level emerging from the elite geniuses was very low. In terms of position, they were naturally far below this universe level warrior Chactor. If they didn't break through, they would be cannon fodder for the bodyguards. The moment they broke through, they would immediately have a planet and territory, becoming a big figure. In the world within a world, there were a total of close to 2 million star level 9s. And the 10 galaxies star level 9s added together, they wouldn't even dare say there were 2 million star level 9s. And these star level 9 warriors were all chosen from the Sector Lords and Domain Lords, they were the elites of the group. Given enough time, 6 or 7 universe levels emerging from 2 million star level 9s was a possibility. However, that required enough time. Hence, under such a life and death situation, it was normal for a universe level to emerge from the 2 million star level 9s. How many treasures the 9th Prince Brolin had exchanged was a secret. Within the Three Axe Mountain army, Chapter becoming a universe level was also a secret, and at this time, Luo Feng's cloud contact vine's evolution was also a secret. At the edge of the world, within the vast mountain range, Luo Feng stood amidst the plants, lowering his head to look at the screen on his wrist. On the screen, a blood-red vine was undergoing an incomparably intense transformation. Just like boiling water, the vine that had already become incomparably thick actually had green protrusions on its surface, after which the green was absorbed and the protrusions disappeared. However, occasionally some of the protrusions would explode, just like a bubble bursting. Chi-chi, large amounts of vines and thin vines were madly dancing. Even though it was evolving deep underground, Luo Feng could still feel the vibrations beneath his feet. Third brother. Third brother. 3 silhouettes ran over from the distance. It was Hong, Thunder God, and Ao Gu who could already walk. Third brother, it's been over 2 hours, still not done? Thunder God ran over. Luo Feng nodded, look. Saying that, Luo Feng extended his arm. On the screen was the scene of the cloud contact vine's evolution. As the vine was simply too huge, even Babata could only record a part of it. The screen naturally only showed part of the vine's body. That's weird. Thunder God stared wide-eyed. It's shedding? Hong stared wide-eyed curiously. Luo Feng too stared hard. At this time the thick vine was undergoing a swift transformation. The outer layer of the vine was frequently shedding. The new vines that were revealed were swiftly twisting, becoming sturdy before shedding again, and the vine's entire body was constantly changing, growing thicker and longer. Just like a sapling growing into a huge tree, shortened to 2 to 3 hours. After eating the life fruit, normally it would take many years to evolve, but in such a short amount of time. Luo Feng said seriously, hence, it's not weird at all. How big is this cloud contact vine now? Thunder God asked. The scanning equipment is unable to scan the body of the cloud contact vine. However, according to the calculations, the current length of the vine is already about 210 kilometers, Luo Feng said. 210 kilometers? Thunder God and Hong were shocked. 210 kilometers, what kind of concept was that? Even the shortest highways on Earth were only that long. This cloud contact vine was that long. And right now the cloud contact vine has a total of 72 vines. Luo Feng said. Thunder God and Hong thought about it. 72 vines with a length of 210 kilometers surrounding Luo Feng. It was too crazy. Compared to this cloud contact vine, even the golden horned beast from back then was just a small dot. Luo Feng continued to stare hard at the screen. The evolution was still ongoing. As time passed, Hong and Thunder God didn't ask any more questions. Instead, they waited in silence. The long vine on the screen gave off a feeling that it contained endless power. Moreover, the color of the long vine had changed from its previous blood-red color to an even darker shade. It could be called a deep red. Hell! A huge wave of joy and longing entered Luo Feng's mind. The evolution is a success. Luo Feng's eyes gleamed. So. Deep underground, the 72 vines that had already reached 300 kilometers long swiftly shrunk. As for their thin vines, they swiftly disappeared. As they shrunk, the cloud contact vine swiftly surged upwards, causing the ground beneath Luo Feng to arch, almost as though a huge creature was about to emerge. Rumble after shrunk 100 times, the still huge cloud contact vine broke out of the ground. The 72 shrunk to 3 kilometers long, about 30 centimeters wide. Dark red vines danced in the night sky. Simultaneously, the incomparably thick and huge roots immediately enveloped Luo Feng, shrinking continuously. In the blink of an eye, the sky-covering cloud contact vine swiftly shrunk into Luo Feng's body, becoming incomparably small and cute. The root core entered Luo Feng's skin. The 72 thumb-sized little vines, still covering a 100 m area, after which they danced and formed a dark red armor, helmet and boots on Luo Feng's body. Even Luo Feng's fingers were covered in a dark red glove. Luo Feng could feel the power of the cloud contact armor on him. Even if he didn't use much strength, with just a punch, just the vine's explosive power alone was enough to turn a 100 kilometers area of Earth into ruins, the shockwaves reaching over 1,000 kilometers. This power was even stronger than Luo Feng's own golden horned beast star level 9 strengthening state. End of 2 chapters, 30. Thunder God gulped, staring at Luo Feng who was wearing the cloud contact armor. how strong is this cloud contact vine now? Hong Tu stared at the cloud contact armor on Luo Feng's body. Obviously the cloud contact vine's powerful aura had shocked them all. I'm not too sure either. Luo Feng smiled. Cloud contact. Luo Feng's thoughts moved. Immediately a 2m tall cloud contact vine appeared from Luo Feng's body, landing beside him. Babada, test the cloud contact vine's strength. Luo Feng's thoughts contacted Babada. The cloud contact vine was a very special plant life form. Testing its strength was very difficult. Normally, testing a human's strength could be done easily with the mini quantum computer or AI quantum computer. Testing ferocious beasts, space beasts etc. was easier. Humans and beasts were all flesh and blood life forms. Plant life forms, however, didn't have miniature planets like humans, hence testing them was much harder. Especially the cloud contact vine, the moment it possessed a body and melded into the skin, just like before, when others looked at Luo Feng and tested his strength, they could only see his own strength, but no one tested the cloud contact vine's strength. It was because of the cloud contact vine's special life form structure. Testing the cloud contact vine, it had to be separated from the body, existing independently, and letting it release its aura on its own, only then could it be tested. Hehe, not bad. Babada was shocked. How much? Luo Feng asked within. The cloud contact vine's level is universe level 2. Babada said, the cloud contact vine is a very intrepid life form, at the same level, 99. 99% of humans aren't its match. Like this cloud contact vine of yours, if you nurtured it well, when it reached the universe level, it would develop 72 vines, every one of which is comparable to a universe level 2 human fighter, with the 72 vines working together, along with its shocking cell activity. Cutting off a section would allow it to grow another section, even a universe level 3 human wouldn't be its match. A universe level 2 cloud contact vine, compared to a golden horned beast of the same level, was slightly weaker. And the golden horned beast at star level 7 could easily kill a star level 9 human. The cloud contact vine, with its cell activity and 72 vines, may be able to contend with a universe level 4 human for a while. After a while, Luo Feng and the others called out the universe ship, stopping it at one of the lakes in the mountain range. Spaceship, control room. Luo Feng, Hong, and Thunder God all stood in front of the control panel, looking at the virtual screen. Aogu was recuperating in his cabin. Scan the world within a world. Luo Feng ordered. Yes, Master. The ship's AI said respectfully. This ship was a backup ship, Babada didn't modify it, so the ship's AI was still the same as when the ship was made by Shang Clan. Beep, a huge scene of a world within a world appeared on the screen in front of him. Luo Feng, what's the scanning range of this ship? Thunder God asked. With the ship as the center, 100,000 kilometers, Luo Feng smiled. The detection range is quite wide. Hong nodded. Spaceships all came with their own detection systems. For example, when a space adventure spaceship arrived at a certain planet, it could, of course, scan the entire planet in a short period of time. However, this kind of detection was very rough. It was only a rough estimate of the population and whether there were any shocking energy reactions. As for the minerals of the planet, the strength of the inhabitants, and so on, he could not detect them. This type of detection emphasized on the range. As for Babada's detection, although it was only a 20 kilometers radius, once it was used, it could detect a planet's mineral composition, human strength, armor grade, alloy composition, human mental capacity, etc. It could be seen how detailed the detection was. Master, there are 32,169 humans within the detection range. The ship's AI reported. 32169? Luo Feng's eyes gleamed. How many teams are there? One team has 16,300 people, one team has a total of 10,000 people, one team has 5,862 people, and one team has 7 people. The ship's AI said respectfully. At the same time, the virtual screen was quickly divided into 4 images, each of which recorded the 4 teams. Among them, the small team of 7 was being hunted down by 3 of the teams under the command of the largest team of 16,300 adventurers. It's over, this small team of 7 can't escape. Thunder God stared. They can't escape, they've already been surrounded. Hong said. Luo Feng sighed to himself. In this world within a world, it was indeed very hard for a small team like theirs to survive. Our first target will be this large team of 16,300 people. Luo Feng said. Ah? Thunder God looked shocked. You have confidence? Hong asked curiously. Luo Feng nodded. On the vast grassland, a small team of 7 was currently being surrounded by several smaller teams of explorers. We surrender. We surrender, don't kill us, we have thunderstones, we're willing to give them up. The small team of 7 shouted loudly. Their faces were filled with fear, because in the distance in all directions, there were actually 3 teams, each with over 1,000 people. The moment these 3,000 people surrounded them, how could the 7 of them escape? Haha, surrender? Why would we accept your surrender? The 3 teams were still in the distance earlier, however in the blink of an eye, they had already rushed over 10 kilometers, forcing the small team of 7 into the center. The 3,000 people from the 3 teams were all mocking at the small team of 7. As they had absolute confidence, these 3,000 people weren't in a rush to kill the small team of 7. Haha, killing you all, wouldn't we still get your thunderstones? A muscular man with black markings on his face laughed loudly. The faces of the 7 who were surrounded immediately went pale. Didn't you all recruit us? The captain of the small team of 7, a dazzling blonde handsome man shouted loudly, you all said before, as long as we were willing to join you and help you get the thunderstones, you would use your organization's reputation and promise to guarantee our safety. Haha, silly. That was in the Allied Army headquarters. The Allied Army headquarters forbids killing. That's why we recruited you. And in other places in the world within a world, we'll just kill you all. Your things will all be ours, including those universe crystals. Pitiful rascals, you're all too greedy. The 3,000 people surrounded the small team of 7. The small team of 7 completely crumbled. Captain. The other 6 looked at the blonde handsome man. The blonde handsome man painfully shook his head, after which he raised his head and said, I beg you all, I'll give you all the universe crystals and thunderstones, please spare our lives. Still dreaming? So foolish. Pitiful rascals. The 3,000-man teams laughed. Stop playing, kill them. A bald man with fish scales all over his face shouted. Yes. Xiao. 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 Under the despairing gazes of the small team of 7, a large amount of spirit weapons shot over like a rain of arrows, instantly turning the 7 of them into sieves. And then, from the 3 teams surrounding the 7 corpses, a member swiftly flew over and took away all the treasures on the 7 corpses. Captain. The member handed the storage ring to the bald man. The bald man nodded, let's return. Amidst the large group, the bald man with scales was preparing to check if there were any treasures in the interspatial rings. Suddenly, fast as lightning, a very thin vine broke out of the ground and wrapped tightly around the bald man's legs. Then, it fiercely dragged him into the ground. Pudong, a hole suddenly appeared in the ground, and the bald fish-scaled man disappeared. The 2 vice-captains by the side were still smiling leisurely. However, from the corner of their eyes, they noticed some movement beside them. Turning their heads, the captain who was originally by their side had disappeared, and there was a hole in the ground, a hole. The 2 vice-captains stared with wide eyes, looking at the hole. Captain! What's going on? Where's the captain? The 2 vice-captains and the surrounding team members were all shocked. They were actually taken away right in front of their eyes. The captain is below, there's no sign of life, he's dead. A spirit reader shouted, 12M underground. Immediately, a group of star level 9 explorers drilled into the ground, quickly finding the captain's corpse and moving it to the surface. This, my God, the 2 vice-captains and the surrounding team members were all shocked as they looked at their captain's corpse. His head had already exploded, he couldn't be any more dead. The most shocking thing was, their captain's finger was actually broken, and that was coincidentally the finger with the storage ring. Quickly informed the big captain. The captain has been killed, and the storage ring has been taken. In the depths of the earth. A thin long vine was swiftly shrinking, on it was a leaf, and on the leaf was the broken finger and the storage ring. And on the vine was a bracelet, it was the bracelet with Babada's AI. Babada's signal, which had a radius of 20 kilometers, instantly connected with the spaceship signal, which had a radius of 100,000 kilometers. Luo Feng, Luo Feng. Received, received. Luo Feng stood in the universe ship. The 3 vines have each hunted the 3 little team captains, they've all succeeded. Very good. Continue to deal with the big team. Luo Feng said. Alright. However, that big team may vary. We'll have a precision scanning device. They use that device to scan for thunderstones, that device will discover the cloud contact vine. Babada said, if I discover the device's signal, I'll choose to stop the hunt. Okay, the hunt, the prerequisite is that the cloud contact vine won't be discovered by the other teams. That guarantees its secrecy. Luo Feng said. Alright, then I'll continue. Babada cut the connection. This hunt, the main thing was to rely on the cloud contact vine. The cloud contact vine continued to travel underground, and Babada set off with the cloud contact vine, in charge of being the guide. With Babada's scanning ability, it was naturally incredibly accurate. And the cloud contact vine's strength, it really didn't fear any other team. Author's note, Chapter 1 ends here. The cloud contact vine's body was large enough and its cells were very active, even if it was shot by laser guns or railguns, a part of it could still grow back. Hence in this world within a world, the universe level 2 cloud contact vine was truly invincible. Over 10,000 kilometers away from the 16,300 teams, a universe ship stopped on the grass plains. Within the ship's control room, a long vine entered the cabin door, extending all the way to the control room. Cloud contact. Luo Feng intimately rubbed the cloud contact vine. Successfully killed 9 captains, acquired 12 space storage items. A voice rang out in the control room. At the same time, the vine's leaves unfurled, and immediately, 6 space rings, 4 space bracelets, and 2 space belts fell to the alloy floor of the control room with a metallic clang. That large team's core has a precise scanning device, hence we can only kill the 9,000-man captains scattered around. It's been hard on you. Luo Feng smiled. Thunder God squatted down and began to fiddle with the storage items. I'll continue. The vine swiftly retracted and left the universe ship, heading towards another team. Let's see how many thunderstones there are. Thunder God couldn't wait, his eyes gleaming. Let me see. Luo Feng smiled as he squatted down, picking up a space ring, revealing a look of glee. There's even a huge pile of universe crystals. Luo Feng and the other 2 inspected the items and categorized them. And the cloud contact vine, under Babada's guidance, continued its hunt. Luo Feng's hunt, started off at the periphery. Hence it didn't have much of an impact on the 2 million army of the world within a world, after all many of the teams were heading towards the core area. The core area, within the Allied army. Within the most luxurious tent. The 9th Prince Brolin was sitting crossed-legged with his eyes closed. Suddenly a person entered the tent, it was one of Brolin's 8 bodyguards. Your Majesty. The bodyguard respectfully knelt on one knee. Brolin opened his eyes, looking at the bodyguard, saying coldly, what's the matter? Your Majesty, the 4th team has just been ambushed, and while they were fleeing they were being chased. The 4th Brigade originally had 300 million people, but now there are less than 10,000 people left alive, and during the escape, these surviving members were scattered. The bodyguard's forehead was covered in sweat. Buluo Lin's eyes flashed as he stared at his bodyguard. You said that there are less than 10,000 people left in the 4th Brigade? Yes. It just happened, the bodyguard said respectfully. Among Buluo Lin's 8 bodyguards, 7 of them were remotely contacting the 7 brigades. Buluo Lin himself was leisurely overseeing the Allied army. Tell me the details. Buluo Lin's voice was cold. According to your Highness's orders, the 4th Battalion is stationed in the swamp area. They were also prepared to rob other teams that passed by. But tonight, just now, there were 3 powerful teams attacking the 4th Battalion from 3 directions. These 3 teams also had laser guns, and they had a huge advantage in terms of manpower. On top of that, the 4th Brigade was caught off guard, and they were instantly killed. 1/3 of the 4th Battalion was killed or injured on the spot, and then they scattered and fled. In the process of escaping, the other teams in the world within a world found out and added insult to injury. The people who are after us caused the 4th Battalion to have less than 10,000 survivors. The bodyguard said, right now the 4th Battalion's survivors are swiftly rushing towards the core area. Buluo Lin was silent for a while. The 3 teams attacking the 4th Battalion, how many people are there in total? Buluo Lin asked. At least 60,000. The bodyguard said. You can leave first. Buluo Lin waved his hand. The bodyguard retreated. Only Buluo Lin was left in the tent. Buluo Lin squinted his eyes and thought, muttering, 60,000? The thunderstones in the world within a world have pretty much all been dug out. This war immediately began. It was even faster than I expected. Also, an alliance of 60,000 suddenly appeared. Looks like the other parties aren't stupid. Buluo Lin controlled over 220,000 people. If the other parties were still scattered, that would be too easy for Buluo Lin. One had to know, behind each of the brigades were sector lords, many great sector lords, some were friends, some were in the same organization. At such a crucial moment, it was normal for them to order their subordinates to work together. Has the war begun? Buluo Lin licked his lips, his eyes filled with madness, then let them come. Virtual Universe, Black Dragon Mountain Island. Within a 2-story quiet building's courtyard, the 8-man Chacto sat on a chair. In front of him appeared 2 screens, each with a person on it. Lord Chacto, this time it's really satisfying. Half of Buluo Lin's brigade has been wiped out by us in an instant. I believe that Buluo Lin will definitely be furious. The 2 people on the screens were talking. The 8-man Chacto laughed loudly. The 2 of you, this is only our first attack. Buluo Lin controls far more people than us. After suffering a loss, he will definitely become more cautious. However, he has shown off his abilities. Now that everyone is treating him as an opponent, his days won't be easy. Right, he's just a prince, yet he dares to fight with us. This time we will teach him a lesson. Let him know, we aren't to be trifled with. The 2 of you be careful too, that Buluo Lin won't let this go. The war, just like that, suddenly began. Before, when they were digging for thunderstones, a few large teams, 10,000 men, above 10,000 men, all avoided fighting. However, ever since the 3 teams joined hands to attack Buluo Lin's 4th Brigade, the entire world within a world immediately became bloody. The various brigades were either fighting alone, or teaming up. Even forming an alliance of over 100,000 men, many large-scale battles erupted in the world within a world. Origin Power Long-Range Attack. Rumble rays of all sorts of dazzling origin power beams, over 10,000 beams of light, from one army camp, pierced through the air and shot towards another army. Star Level 9 Origin Power, External Attack. If over 10,000 origin power beams converged, the power wouldn't lose out to a C2 C3 grade laser cannon. Second Team. Chi. 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 One spirit weapon after another gathered together, like a school of fish, as though commanded by one person, over 1,000 spirit weapons attacking a single point, and then collectively forming an arc, attacking another point. Elite soldiers, these Star Level 9 warriors were the largest powers in the Black Dragon Mountain starfield, the 2 sacred lands, the 4 organizations, the elite soldiers sent out. In terms of combined attacks, they were all extremely proficient. In an instant, the world within a world that spanned over 1,000,000 kilometers, battles were fought everywhere, fresh blood splattered everywhere. Within the swamp. A universe ship was parked within the swamp. Within the control room of the universe ship, Luo Feng and the other 3 were inspecting the space storage items. Haha, we've gained so much in an instant. Thunder God laughed loudly. Before digging for thunderstones, the various brigade scanning devices were always on. And now that the digging has ended, the various parties are beginning to fight. Armies against armies, these devices are naturally useless. Luo Feng laughed. With their devices switched off, the cloud contact vine can actually make a move on the main captains. A large team's treasures, 90% of them were in the hands of the main captains. Hence, even though Luo Feng and the others had killed quite a few thousand team captains before, their gains really couldn't compared to killing a main captain. How many Thunderstones do we have? Hong said. Close to 610,000 Thunderstones, from the main captain's space ring. We've acquired the 3 treasures he exchanged for. These 3 treasures are worth close to 800,000 Thunderstones. Luo Feng laughed. It's still the hunting main captain, it's more worth it. Within a world, the 2 million strong army was slaughtering each other. All sorts of schemes and plots were being carried out, as they could communicate through the virtual universe network, hence the various teams could secretly form alliances. The skies were dark, and the sector lords behind the teams naturally wouldn't give up on the treasures. Even if they were to destroy that 10,000-man team, as long as they could get 1 treasure, it would be worth it. Because with the sector lord's orders, this made the battles incomparably bloody. Star level 9 fighters, spirit readers, they were truly cannon fodder. And during this process, Babata coordinated with the Cloud Contact Vine, launching sneak attacks one by one. At the start of the sneak attack, the various teams in the world within a world hadn't been alerted. After all, the teams didn't have much contact with each other. However, as the number of people attacking the main captains increased, one had to know, how many large teams were there in the entire world within a world? Every large team had at least 10,000 men. When the sneak attack killed the 6th main captain, the sector lords who were commanding from afar gave their orders. In the world within a world, there should be a universe-level spirit reader. His spirit weapon is an expert in burrowing. He burrowed into the ground, ambushing and killing one main captain after another. All teams, please be careful. With the sector lord's reminders, the various teams naturally became extremely careful. This caused Luo Feng's hunting efficiency to drop greatly. Battles would always end one day. The battle in the world within a world lasted for about 1.5 months, from the initial close to 2 million troops, to the last remaining close to 600,000. One had to know, in the core region, there were 200,000 allied troops who didn't participate in the battle. Meaning, of the 1.8 million who actually fought, there were less than 400,000 left. One could see the devastation, amidst the dense forest. A universe ship was parked within the control room. It's over, the battle has ended. Luo Feng exclaimed, touching the Cloud Contact Vine beside him. The Cloud Contact Vine happily twisted its vine body, after which with a pu, it merged into Luo Feng's skin, forming a battle armor. Even though we only killed 6 main captains, the other teams became more careful. However, the income is still not bad. Thunder God said proudly. Hong couldn't help but laugh. Luo Feng couldn't help but rub his fingers. The space ring was currently merging into his skin. 1.5 months. This 1.5 months' income was indeed huge. 9 treasures, 9.08 million Thunderstones. Luo Feng revealed a smile, looking at Thunder God and Hong. Big brother, second brother, we should return to the allied base. These Thunderstones have to be there, only then can we exchange for treasures. 2 chapters completed. The tragedy is, both chapters were late. Right, return to the allied base. Hong's expression became serious. Returning to the allied base, it won't be easy. Thunder God rubbed his bald head and pondered. Luo Feng nodded. Right now, the treasures and Thunderstones were in their hands. However, they still had to exchange for the 9.08 million Thunderstones. The Thunderstones themselves weren't worth much. Only after exchanging for treasures would they be able to display their true value. However, even though the war had ended, the various teams would still attack the smaller teams. Our 4-man team heading to the allied base isn't safe at all. Hong creased his eyebrows. Those big powers teams, even though they've stopped fighting, they've damaged each other. However, a broken ship still has 3 kilograms of nails. If those teams see our small team, with their crazed killing over the past month and a half, they'll definitely make a move. Any one of them would be able to wipe us out. Luo Feng's expression was serious. For man team, these small teams, none of the big teams would show any mercy. The allied base forbids killing. Luo Feng emphasized. However, outside of the base, there aren't any. Hence we have to be extremely careful on our way to the allied base. Don't bump into those teams. Right. Hong and Thunder God nodded. We'll first rely on the universe ship. Luo Feng pondered and said, using the universe ship to reach the plains, after which we'll keep the ship and sneak over. I agree. Hong nodded. I suggest we leave at night. Thunder God mentioned. Alright, then let's leave tonight. Luo Feng smiled. Even though his mood was good, Luo Feng didn't dare be careless. As the universe ship had a scanning system, along with a speed that was thousands to tens of thousands of times faster than a star level 9, it could easily avoid the other teams of explorers, allowing Luo Feng and the others to fly through the skies and into the center of the plains. Right now, we're only about 10,000 kilometers away from the Allied base. We'll have to rely on our flying. Luo Feng's thoughts moved, immediately keeping the universe ship in his space ring, simultaneously looking at Hong and Thunder God, Big Brother, Second Brother. The universe ship's map shows that from here to the Allied base, even though it's only 10,000 kilometers. However, along the way, there are many teams stationed. Hong and Thunder God nodded. After a month and a half of frenzied fighting, many teams had been crippled, and many had retreated to the core area to recuperate. However, if Luo Feng's group of 4 were to pass by them, it would be like a dragon casually swallowing a tiger or leopard that passed by its mouth. Luo Feng's group of 4, once discovered by a large group, would definitely be killed. After all, to be able to survive until now, who didn't have a few treasures? Let's go. Luo Feng cautiously used his spirit energy to communicate. Whoosh! 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 Luo Feng, Hong, Thunder God, and Ao Gu followed their predetermined path, preparing to avoid the few teams stationed on the plains and reach the center of the Allied army base. 10,000 kilometers. To Luo Feng and the others, it was a very short distance. If he burst out with speed, he wouldn't even need an hour in the world within a world. However, they were very careful and did not dare to move too fast. 19. 6 kilometers ahead, there's a 1,000-man patrol team. This place was 3,620 kilometers away from the Allied army encampment, so this patrol team should be a branch of a large team. Let's go around them. Luo Feng glanced at the screen on his arm, using his spirit energy to communicate to the other 3 beside him. Hong, Thunder God, and Ao Gu didn't dare relax either. They were currently dancing on the edge of a knife. The moment they were discovered by any other team, that would be troublesome. We've already gone around them. Let's continue towards the Allied army base. There's still 2,110 kilometers to the Allied army base. Go around ahead, there's a large team stationed there. There's still 800 kilometers to the Allied army base. Luo Feng and the others were extremely careful. Under the cover of the night, they quietly flew close to the plains, occasionally taking a detour, occasionally flying quickly, spending close to 3 hours before finally reaching the Allied army base. That's great. We've finally reached the Allied army base. Luo Feng and the others revealed looks of glee. During these 3 hours, they had been extremely tense, as the other teams would send patrols to patrol the surroundings. One couldn't blame them for being cautious. After all the battles over this 1.5 months had been too crazy and intense, ambushes and attacks were even more common. Because there were so many patrols. Luo Feng and the others didn't dare relax along the way. Phew, we've reached. Luo Feng let out a sigh of relief. Halt! One of the team leaders on guard outside the Allied army shouted loudly. Behind him was a majestic large group of people, with over 1,000 people escorting them. The leader's gaze swept across Luo Feng and the others. We're under Lord Mingyu of the Three-Axe Mountain. Luo Feng shouted. Oh. The leader lowered his head to look at his AI screen. Lord Mingyu of the Three-Axe Mountain indeed had information on these 4. Enter. The leader said coldly. Luo Feng. And the others immediately flew into the Allied army base. The leader watched as they left, gritting his teeth and snorting. Bastards of the Three-Axe Mountain. Humph, if I didn't meet you at the Allied army base, I'd definitely kill you all and avenge my group of brothers. Bastards. Bastards. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Luo Feng and the others walked within the Allied army base. The entire base was filled with killing intent. Many teams looked at each other, almost as though they wanted to eat each other. What's going on? Thunder God said softly. The last time we came, the explorers of the Allied army base were still calling each other brothers. However, now the killing intent is very strong. Luo Feng nodded. Walking through the Allied army base, there were very few smiling faces. Most of the explorers were cold, many of their eyes were filled with hatred. The last time we came, the leader of the outer guard team was still smiling and welcoming. However, that leader just now was very cold. Luo Feng said softly, "It's probably because of this 1.5 month of killing, causing the deaths of too many people. Many of those explorers in the army were good friends and brothers, their friends and brothers died, hence they're like this." When Luo Feng and the others entered the Allied army base, heading towards the Three Axe Mountain people, they didn't know that someone had already discovered them. "It's the 4 of them. There's one less than the last time. They're actually here again. Hurry and inform the Lord, these are the people personally chosen by His Majesty." "Yes." A few silhouettes within the Allied army base looked at Luo Feng and the others, after which someone immediately turned and swiftly ran to report to the 9th Prince's bodyguards. Allied army base, Sacred Land, Black Dragon Mountain People's Corps, big tent. The 9th Prince Buluo Lin sat in a chair, eyes closed, eyebrows creased, as though he was troubled by something. "Your Majesty." Someone ran in from outside, kneeling on one knee. "K2 Luo." Buluo Lin opened his eyes, gazing at the kneeling bodyguard. "Your Majesty, our underlings have discovered 4 people. It's 4 of the 5 that Your Majesty personally ordered to be killed, and later escaped on the Universe ship," the bodyguard reported. Back then they were the ones who monitored Luo Feng and the others until midnight, following them to kill them. Hence they were extremely familiar with Luo Feng and the others' looks and strength. The moment Luo Feng and the others arrived, they immediately recognized them. "Ah? Universe ship?" Buluo Lin's eyebrows creased, revealing a mocking smile. "I remember. 1.5 month of killing, Buluo Lin controlling the army. Compared to the war with the army, Luo Feng's group was just a small matter. Continue to monitor them," Buluo Lin ordered coldly. "Yes." The bodyguard replied respectfully. Within the Three Axe Mountain camp, the teams under the sector lords and domain lords that belonged to the Three Axe Mountain would gather here the moment they arrived at the Allied camp. Luo Feng and the other 3 entered the camp. "Master, the last time we were chased by the 9th Prince's underlings, they must have recognized us. Now that we've returned to the Allied camp, their scouts should have discovered us, right?" Aogu communicated through spiritual energy. "Right." Luo Feng nodded. Recognized, this was within Luo Feng's expectations. However, even if he was recognized, Luo Feng still had to return to the Allied camp. "Even if I don't exchange for treasures, I still have to safely leave the world within a world, safely leave the world of thunder." Luo Feng thought, however, if my guess is correct, there will definitely be troops stationed at the exit of the world within a world. The moment a small team leaves through the exit, they'll definitely be ambushed and killed. Only by following the main team will we be able to leave. Luo Feng was very clear on this point. As for Buluo Lin, what was there to be afraid of? After infiltrating the Three Axe Mountain camp, before returning to Tsanglan Star, he had never thought of moving alone. He would always follow the Three Axe Mountain's main team. With the main team stationed, he would follow. The main team would break camp and leave the world within a world, and he would leave the world within a world as well. "I don't believe that Buluo Lin would dare to make a move while I'm in the Three Axe Mountain camp," Luo Feng thought to himself. "Maybe in Buluo Lin's eyes, he doesn't even see me as an important target." "Luo Feng. Luo Feng." A voice resounded, waking Luo Feng from his deep thoughts. Luo Feng raised his head to look, only to see a skinny man, bringing a sturdy man with short silver hair walking over. The skinny man laughed. "Luo Feng, this is the captain in charge of our Three Axe Mountain's second big team, Lord Bindi." Luo Feng was shocked, because the short silver-haired sturdy man in front of him had an energy that was clearly much stronger than the others. "Lord Bindi." Luo Feng bowed. Beside him, Hong, Thunder God, and Aogu also bowed. Before coming, with Babada's investigation, they found out there were a total of 480,000 people in the Allied camp, of which there were 6 universe levels. Obviously, after 1.5 months of incomparably cruel war, after using up over 1 million star level 9 elites, they finally forced out 6 universe levels. Of which, the Three-Axe Mountain camp had 2 universe levels. Luo Feng? Lord Mingyu has mentioned you to me before. The silver-haired sturdy man smiled as he looked at Luo Feng and the others. You guys should be a squad of 5, right? The captain, Bindi, looked towards Luo Feng's group of 4. As one of the 2 universe-level fighters in the Three-Axe Mountains camp in the world within a world, Bindi received detailed information. There were 5 before, but one of them has already died, sighed Luo Feng. Who killed him? Frowned Bindi. The 9th prince's men. Luo Feng wasn't feeling good. Luo Feng's mood wasn't very good. Even though Tainan he was a slave, there weren't any slaves on earth. Therefore, Luo Feng subconsciously didn't treat the slave army as goods, but as bodyguards. So Tainan he's death touched Luo Feng's loyalty, but he was also angry towards the 9th prince. 9th prince? Bindi shook his head. Then there's nothing we can do. Too many people have died under his command. We understand, nodded Luo Feng. Lord Mingyu will be very happy if you guys can leave this place alive, smiled Bindi. Just a reminder, I'm also under Lord Mingyu's command. Oh? Luo Feng, Hong, and Thunder God were all shocked. As the leader of the 4 organizations, the Three-Axe Mountain does indeed have many powerful sector lords and domain lords. Mingyu isn't one of the strongest in the Three-Axe Mountain, but one of the 2 universe-level fighters that came out of the Three-Axe Mountain is under Mingyu's command. So Captain Bindi is also under Lord Mingyu's command. Luo Feng let out a face of joy. Haha, when we leave the world within a world and return to Tsanglan Star, you guys will come with me to see Lord Mingyu, smiled Bindi. If it weren't for the fact that they have a common boss, Lord Mingyu, Bindi wouldn't have personally come to see Luo Feng and the others. Definitely, smiled Luo Feng as he replied. After that, Bindi left. As one of the higher-ups of the Three-Axe Mountains camp, Bindi has a lot of things to take care of. Even though it was late at night, many people wearing battle uniforms and helmets could often be seen entering the Thunder Castle in the center. Luo Feng, Hong, and Thunder God were in the crowd as they looked towards the Thunder Castle in the center. Big brother, second brother, what are you guys going to exchange for? Asked Luo Feng through his spiritual force. A D6 grade rail cannon and a lightning technique, said Thunder God. Alright. Luo Feng smiled. That was how rich and overbearing people were. They would buy whatever they liked. Big brother, what about you? Luo Feng looked at Hong. Those that are of great use to me don't seem to be much. If you have a fruit of life, help me buy one. Also, help me buy a star heart if you have one. Let's forget about the others for now. Hong said. Understood. Luo Feng nodded, revealing a smile. Big brother, second brother, then with the remaining thunderstones, I'll exchange them for other treasures. Those treasures also represent huge amounts of wealth. When we get out, we'll use the wealth to buy some items we truly need. Sure. Hong smiled. Third son, do as you see fit. After all, you were the one who brought all these here. Thunder God laughed. Big brother and I are just taking advantage of you. Luo Feng wasn't in a rush to immediately exchange for it. Instead, he silently observed. There were indeed quite a few people entering the Thunder Castle. However, 99% of them were probably just there to confuse others. The night slowly passed. The world within a world had a glimmer of light. The cold wind blew across the entire plains. Dressed in an alloy armor, carrying an alloy blade on his back and wearing a helmet, Luo Feng, who was dressed like a universe explorer, headed straight towards the Thunder Castle. He's gone to the castle. Is he trying to confuse people, or is he really going to exchange? Don't care if he's really going to exchange or not. Hurry and report to the Lord that 4-man team leader has gone to the castle. Yes. The adventurers under the 9th Prince's command immediately reported the news to their superiors. Regarding this, Luo Feng was completely clueless. However, even if he knew, Luo Feng would probably just laugh in disdain. In this allied camp, within the Three-Axe Mountain army, Luo Feng really wasn't afraid of anything. Under the watchful eyes of the allied army, Luo Feng stepped into the castle. Thunder Castle, within a cold, ancient room. Luo Feng stood quietly. I want to exchange for treasures. Luo Feng shouted. Little punk, wait a moment. A low voice resounded within the ancient room. These 2 days, there's been a lot of people exchanging for treasures, so I'm quite busy. I'll finish this one first. Luo Feng was shocked as he heard that living AI is currently receiving another person. Sinister, sinister. Babata howled. What's wrong? Luo Feng thought. This living AI is indeed sick, a sinister bastard. Babata said angrily, even though the allied army often has people entering the castle, it's only one every few minutes. That's already a lot. Isn't this living AI basically telling you that person who entered the castle before you is exchanging for treasures? Luo Feng was shocked. You have no power or authority, but if you're one of those people with authority and control those teams, what would you do? What will you do? Babata asked. I'll arrange for people to watch him, wait for him to leave the allied army camp before making a move. Luo Feng's eyes were filled with shock. I understand. That's it. This living AI is indeed sinister. As a living AI, can't he predict the outcome of anything he says? His calculation ability is extremely shocking. He wouldn't make such a low-level mistake. This can only mean one thing, he's doing this on purpose. He's doing this with one goal in mind, to make you guys kill each other. This artificial intelligence is truly treacherous. Babata cursed. Luo Feng also felt a wave of anger. If his guess isn't wrong, the reason why he was chased by the 9th Prince Buluo Lin was most likely related to the living AI in the castle. Otherwise, there's no way to explain why the great 9th Prince didn't go after the other people who entered the castle, but chose to go after Luo Feng's group. The sound of footsteps carried from the hallway. A fat old man with a white beard smiled as he walked in. His body was surrounded by a layer of light. If one were to observe carefully, one would be able to barely notice that this old man wasn't a real person, but an energy body formed from energy. Lord Wu. Even though Luo Feng was a bit angry inside, he was still very polite on the outside. Fighting with a sick living AI that's been lonely for millions of years is a very stupid thing to do. Kid, this is the second time we've met. The white-bearded old man smiled, looks like you've gotten quite a bit. Speak, what do you want to exchange for? 1 life fruit. Luo Feng said. You exchanged for a life fruit last time and you're doing it again? The white-bearded old man looked at Luo Feng with shock. Yes. Luo Feng nodded. No more. The white-bearded old man shook his head, all of my life fruits have been exchanged. Not a single one is left. Not a single one? Luo Feng froze. That's right. Thunderstones represent treasures, but that doesn't mean that you'll definitely be able to exchange for the treasures you want with thunderstones. Because the treasures here are limited. Like that 9th Prince Buluo Lin, no matter how many thunderstones he exchanged, he wouldn't be able to get the inheritance crystal. Ball's third password. Then I'll exchange for the Heart of Stars. Luo Feng said. That's all. Babata shook his head. What? That's all? Then, there should be a D6 grade rail cannon, right? Luo Feng stared at the white-bearded old man. A D6 grade rail cannon, to sector lords and domain lords, isn't very valuable. The chances of exchanging for it are very low. And there are a total of 3 D6 grade rail cannons here. That's all. The white-bearded old man shook his head. This D6 grade rail cannon was bought by one person on the first day. Luo Feng took a deep breath. He didn't have this, he didn't have that, he didn't have anything. Lord Wu, what other treasures do you have? Luo Feng looked at the white-bearded old man. After exchanging for so long, there are still 63 treasures left. The white-bearded old man smiled as he looked at Luo Feng. I like you, so I won't waste your time. As he said that, he waved his hand. Immediately, streams of energy gathered around him, forming a screen. On the screen was a list of treasures, which clearly showed the number of treasures remaining. Number 1 Full set of Space Technique Inheritance Crystal Balls Bank Account, 3 accounts, stock, none. Number 2 Master's Bank Account, stock, none. Number 3 Domain Lord Level Bloodline Medicine, 1 portion, stock, none. Number 18 Thunder Technique, 6 portions, stock, 5 portions. Number 68 Level 5 Genetic Energy Weapon Skyfire Wheel, 1 portion, stock. None. Luo Feng looked at this list and took in a deep breath. My God. None, 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 none. A bunch of nuns, it was simply chilling. Little punk, what do you want to buy? Choose. The white-bearded old man smiled as he looked at Luo Feng. Luo Feng was a bit troubled. What should he choose? Luo Feng, why are you so stunned? Stupid. Babada's voice resounded. You want the heart of stars? There's none here, but there are in the universe. You want the life fruit? There are some in the universe too. As long as you have enough wealth, and through some special channels, you can buy them. So, you don't have to stare. You only need to exchange the most cost-effective of these treasures. These treasures represent a huge amount of wealth. In the future, you can just buy more treasures in the universe? Babada said. Luo Feng couldn't help but laugh. Such a simple logic, yet his thoughts were limited by the list. These are the most valuable, I recommend you to buy these. Babada communicated with Luo Feng mentally, telling him which ones to buy. This, that. And these, I want them all. That thunder technique, there's still 5 portions left, I want them all. Luo Feng was rich and overbearing. The white-bearded old man was dumbfounded. Because those who had a lot of thunderstones would usually buy them right from the start. The later it got, the people who came to exchange wouldn't have too many thunderstones. And Luo Feng wanted so many in one go, the amount of thunderstones he needed was a shocking amount. A total of 9.02 million thunderstones. The white-bearded old man stared hard at Luo Feng. Only 2 chapters left today. Yesterday's update was late. Tomato had originally planned to update 3 chapters today, adding 1 more. However, the flu has caused Tomato to be very sad. Sometimes when he writes, his head feels dizzy, not as clear as before. Right now, his thinking speed isn't fast enough. In 2 days, Tomato will definitely add these 2 chapters. Exchanging for treasures in the Thunder Castle. At the very beginning, the leaders of the large organizations, like the Ninth Prince, would bring a few million thunderstones, or even tens of millions of thunderstones to exchange. This wasn't weird, however the later it got, the earlier the thunderstones were exchanged, hence there were very few large exchanges in the later stages. Lord Wu, this is 9.02 million thunderstones. Luo Feng flipped his hand and a space ring appeared in it. The fat white-bearded old man extended his hand and received it. After checking, he couldn't help but look up at Luo Feng. Little punk, you're really making me more and more surprised. I can see that you don't have much power in the Allied army. Along with the last exchange, you've already taken out over 10 million thunderstones. Luck. Luo Feng smiled. There are some things that luck can't explain. The white-bearded old man smiled and didn't say much. After which, he flipped his hand and immediately various treasures floated within the ancient house. In an instant, all sorts of universe origin law energies emanated outwards. There were many level 5 genetic energy weapons and spirit weapons. These weapons had incredibly profound and complicated engravings on them, similar to the natural engravings on the golden horned beast. The thick origin law energies made Luo Feng suffocate. Every one of them was an astronomical treasure. Every one of them could be exchanged for tens of thousands of life planets, even hundreds of thousands. All these treasures added together far exceeded the value of a galaxy. Compared to a sector lord that had just stepped into the sector lord level, their value was much higher. Who? Luo Feng looked at the astronomical treasures floating before him, his heartbeat sped up uncontrollably, his blood boiling. I've kept all these treasures in this space ring. The white-bearded old man threw a space ring to Luo Feng. Luo Feng received it and checked the treasures within, creasing his eyebrows. Lord Wu, where are the 5 thunder techniques? The 5 thunder techniques are stored separately in the 5 quantum computers. The white-bearded old man smiled. Thank you Lord Wu, then I'll leave first. Luo Feng cupped his hands and left. On the vast plains, the Allied army bases numbers had already exceeded 500,000. Obviously the other teams that were outside were all returning. Luo Feng's exchange was successful. His mood was extremely good as he left the ancient castle and returned to the Three-Axe Mountain camp. 30. Thunder God saw Luo Feng return, waving and shouting. "You're here." Luo Feng laughed as he walked over. "How is it?" Hong asked cautiously with a wisp of expectation in his eyes. "We came too late. All the good stuff has already been exchanged. Whether it's the D6 laser cannon, the fruit of life, or the heart of stars, all these rare treasures are gone." Luo Feng communicated mentally. He had no choice but to be careful, as he was currently within the army. There were many other people from the Three-Axe Mountain around him. "All gone?" Hong and Thunder God were stunned. "Yes. As for what you wanted, I've gotten my hands on 5 sets of lightning secret techniques." Luo Feng smiled as he looked at Thunder God, second brother. "This thunder technique is a secret technique from the dead sector Lord Kabu. It's not bad for you to learn it." Among the treasures, this lightning secret art was not considered precious. After all, Realm Lord Kabu was only a realm lord. Some of the absolute arts that he comprehended were not that strong, compared to the inheritance crystal ball. If it was an undying being's secret technique, then that would be incredible. Luo Feng's Yunmo planet secret technique was much stronger than the thunder technique. Of course, in the path of thunder, the Yunmo planet might be weak. After all, the Yunmo planet specialized in spirit readers. "Haha, let me have a look." Thunder God couldn't help it, he trained in the path of thunder after all. "Don't rush." Hong communicated mentally. "There are many eyes around. If someone finds out, there might be some trouble. After we leave the world of thunder, you can slowly look at the thunder techniques. And training in these techniques isn't something that can be done in a short period of time." Alright, I'll listen to Big Brother." Thunder God was clear-headed. "Big Brother, second brother." Luo Feng said, "Even though I've exchanged, I still have 60,000 thunderstones left." "You still have so many left?" Hong and Thunder God were stunned. Hong said, "We can't waste these thunderstones. Since we can't exchange them, hurry and sell them. Once we leave the world within a world, the thunderstones will be worthless. Right now in the Allied army, there are still people buying thunderstones. Even though the prices aren't as high as when we first started, we'll sell for as much as we can." Luo Feng communicated mentally. "Big brother, second brother, we'll be in the army these 2 days. If we see anyone buying, we'll have a good talk and see how much we can sell for." "Alright." Hong and Thunder God nodded. In the next few days, the army on the plains grew in numbers, and Luo Feng took the chance to sell the 60,000 thunderstones in batches. Because even the dealers couldn't swallow so many in one go. Because at the end of the exchange period, the treasures within the castle were few and far between, the thunderstones exchange prices fell greatly. The 60,000 thunderstones were sold at varying prices. The average price was about 80 cubic meters of universe crystals per thunderstone, selling for a total of 5 million cubic meters of universe crystals. Adding in the universe crystals that the cloud contact vine stole from the ambush, and the ones that Luo Feng and the others dug up, there was a total of 8 million cubic meters of universe crystals. 8 million cubic meters of universe crystals, that's 8 billion universe dollars. Haha, even that Newland Shan family doesn't have that much wealth. Thunder God was very proud. "Calm down, this is just a small change." Hong joked and laughed. "The bigger part is those treasures." "Of course I understand." Thunder God smiled. Luo Feng's mood was extremely good too. The huge treasure trove in the world within a world, according to logic, it should only be acquired by the few large organizations and powers. However, with his precise scanning, he had dug out his first bucket of gold, acquiring over 1 million thunderstones. Relying on his first bucket of gold to acquire the life fruit, it allowed the cloud contact vine to undergo a super evolution. Relying on the evolved cloud contact vine and Babata, he had a super huge looting. In terms of rewards, many 10,000-man teams couldn't even catch up to Luo Feng's team. The only ones stronger than Luo Feng's team were the 9th Prince Brolin and a few allied teams. However, the truly valuable items within the treasure trove, like the Inheritance Crystal Ball's 3 accounts, the Sector Lord's bank account password, the Domain Lord level bloodline medicine etc., among the top 10 treasures, Luo Feng had only acquired one of the 3 life fruits, the others were nothing. The fifth day after Luo Feng's exchange. On the plains, close to 600,000 allied troops gathered around the castle. White light shone down on the ground. Haha, little punks. In the air above the Thunder Castle, the white-bearded old man's silhouette appeared. He stood in the air above the castle, gazing down at the allied troops surrounding the castle, full of smiles. Just now, my last treasure has been exchanged. From now on, my 312 treasures have all been exchanged. Right now, the exchange has ended. Rumble. The ancient castle's huge doors automatically began to close. Around the castle, the hundreds of thousands of allied troops were all stunned. Ended? The exchange had ended? I still have thunderstones that I haven't exchanged for. I still have more. The thunderstones I just bought. What do we do? Immediately, within the allied troops, many were flustered and exasperated, some even angrily roared. To these star level 9 warriors, the thunderstones in their hands originally represented a huge fortune that made them dumbstruck. However, in the blink of an eye, the thunderstones had become useless rocks. The moment they couldn't exchange for them, the thunderstones were practically worthless. Some were angry, some were shouting, some were happy. However, the treasure trove of the world within a world had ended. I reckon that castle definitely has more treasures. Thunder God looked at the castle. There are, but they aren't ours. Hong revealed a rare smile. A castle left behind by a sector lord. It definitely isn't that easy to break through. The world within a world journey has ended. Luo Feng smiled too. Suddenly, not too far away, a messenger soldier ran over, shouting, Luo Feng, I'll inform you all, the treasure exchange has ended. In a while, our 3-Axe Mountain army will be moving out. Leaving the world within a world, going to the world of thunder, from there, returning to Tsanglan Star. Understood. Luo Feng shouted. Also, the allied troops forbid killing. However, the moment they move out, the return route of the various armies won't belong to the allied troops, hence there's a possibility of battles happening on the way back. Be careful, don't leave the main group. The messenger said. Understood. Thanks. Luo Feng and the others smiled as they replied. This was something they knew long ago. The so-called the allied troops forbid killing was actually for the various armies to safely exchange for treasures. After the treasure exchange ended, the various armies returned. Some had huge gains, some had very little. Teams with very little gains teamed up and began robbing other teams. This wasn't strange. Anyway, we're following the 3-Axe Mountain army. Luo Feng smiled. 3-Axe Mountain has close to 80,000 people here, and 2 universe levels. It's still very safe. We'll just stay at the back. Thunder God revealed a smile. There's only 4 of us, and we're all direct subordinates under Lord Mingyu. We don't need to be at the front. Indeed, the first batch of people from 3-Axe Mountain that entered the world within a world all stayed at the core of the main army. And the main army had never thought of using this 4-man team. After all, a 4-man team was too weak, and, when they deployed their troops, it was usually done in groups of 1,000, with a 4-man team in the middle, it would instead affect their deployment. The North Dragon City army has moved out. In the eyes of the other allied armies, a vast army, uniformly rose into the air, covering the sky and covering the sun. Tens of thousands of people immediately flew into the distance. 3-Axe Mountain, everyone listen to my orders. Move out. A low voice resounded from the center of the 3-Axe Mountain army, the large ape man, resounding in everyone's ears. And within the vast army, Luo Feng, Hong, Thunder God, and Ao Gu, the 4 were naturally part of it. Let's move out. Luo Feng and the other 3 rose into the air at the same time. The vast army of close to 80,000 people, much more than the North Dragon City army. 80,000 people flying in the air, what kind of concept was that? Just like an infinitely large dark cloud, covering the entire sky, even the planes became pitch black. They became countless beams of light, swiftly flying into the distance. The allied army camp. The 9th Prince Buluo Lin looked at the vast army of the 3-Axe Mountain, flying into the distance. Your Majesty. A bodyguard beside him said, are we still not leaving? Don't rush. Buluo Lin said coldly, everything, I have my own plans. Yes. The bodyguard didn't dare say more. Buluolin thought to himself, are we going to fight or not? Grandpa, please give me an order. Now that the various parties are leaving the Allied army camp, we can start fighting. Asterisk 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 the vast universe, encompassing everything, mysterious and unfathomable. Flesh and blood life forms included humans, beasts, etc. There were also metal life forms, plant life forms, energy life forms, AI life forms, etc. And in terms of danger, white dwarfs and neutron stars were the most common. There were also many incomparably dangerous regions. Similarly, there were many mystical items, called treasures. Some treasures had miraculous effects on flesh and blood life forms, while others had miraculous effects on other life forms. In this vast universe, there was a starfield called Black Dragon Mountain Starfield. And within the Black Dragon Mountain Starfield, the Sunlan star had become the focal point of the entire starfield during this period of time. Many super-strong warriors had descended upon this place. Sunlan star cities were split into ancient cities and new cities. Many of the ancient cities had millions of years of history, and the Universe Mercenary Alliance's camp was in one of the ancient cities. This ancient city's tallest skyscraper, a skyscraper that was about 8,600 meters tall, had a huge hall on the top floor, with a space of more than 1,000 square meters. In such a huge hall, there were only 2 wide wooden chairs facing each other. In front of the chairs, there was a tea table. The 2 chairs facing each other, each had a person sitting. On one side sat a handsome godlike face, his eyes flashing with lightning, an absolute warrior. 3-Axe Mountain Sector Lord Jiang Tianchen. And on the other side, sat a bald eagle-nosed old man with a pair of strange pupils. Black Dragon Mountain Sacred Land Sector Lord Hargray. Between the two of them, Jiang Tianchen had a lightning mark between his eyebrows, while Hargray had an ice mark between his eyebrows. Although the two of them did not display their true strength, the entire hall was under the influence of the lightning origin and the ice origin. Jiang Tianchen, I cannot agree to your conditions. Hargray's voice was hoarse, like 2 blades rubbing against each other. You will change your mind, Jiang Tianchen said indifferently. The two of them were existences at the pinnacle of world overlords. In the Black Dragon Mountain Starfield, they were existences that stood at the pinnacle. The only ones stronger than them were undying. The 9th Prince Buluolin was Hargray's grandson. It was because of Hargray's strength that the 9th Prince Buluolin had such power. After all, the emperor had many princes, and most of the princes were destined not to inherit the throne, nor did they have many privileges. However, Buluolin possessed astonishing power because of his mother's bloodline. I can only agree to 6 of them. Hargray's gaze was sharp, as though it could pierce through space. Jiang Tianchen, if you agree, then it'll be a happy ending. These 9 conditions, not one less. Jiang Tianchen shook his head. If you agree, I'll give you the last password of the inheritance crystal ball. Hargray couldn't hide the anger on his face. At the same time, within the virtual universe, Abu. Dressed in a black and gold long robe, the bald eagle-nosed old man Hargray instantly appeared within a palace. Within the palace, Buluolin stood there in a daze. Grandfather. Buluolin's eyes lit up. Should we make a move? If we delay any longer, we might not make it in time. Do it. Hargray said softly, make a move on the 3-Axe Mountain troops, kill their leader and take their quantum computers. Let's see if we can find the record of the last password in their optical computer. The password obtained from the Thunder Castle was naturally recorded in the quantum computer and sent into the virtual universe to inform the Sector Lord Jiang Tianchen. Understood. Buluolin's eyes lit up, with a hint of excitement and madness. Grandfather, don't worry. Hargray rubbed his grandson's head dotingly. Buluolin was very obedient. He was very clear that the privilege he had amongst the many princes was all given to him by this grandfather of his. Even the royal family looked at strength. With a Sector Lord as a grandfather, his position was obviously different. And if any of the princes could become a Sector Lord, they could immediately sit on the throne. World within a world, the Allied army base. Depart. With one order, the Black Dragon Mountain Sacred Land had a total of 150,000 survivors, of which there were only 60,000 that listened to the 9th Prince. And with one order from the 9th Prince, 60,000 of them rose into the air and swiftly left. The 60,000 flew towards the border region, and after 2 days of flying, the army rested at night. "Your Majesty, these are the 2,000 elites we picked out," a bodyguard said respectfully. "Oh?" Buluolin looked at the 2,000 standing before him. "Very good." Buluolin smiled, waving his hand. Immediately a disc-shaped universe ship appeared in the empty space beside him. Yes. His space ring was just enough to store one ship. "Arrange for them to enter the ship's cabin, lower deck," Buluolin said. "Yes." His 8 bodyguards immediately began to make arrangements. The interior of the spaceship was divided into upper, middle, and lower levels. Each level was at least 10 meters tall, so there were many rooms in the cabin. Some of the beds were even made up of 4 layers of beds. A room that was only a few dozen square meters, as it was 10 m tall, it could fit 8 people within, and it wouldn't be too cramped. The entire ship, accommodating 2,000 people, was extremely easy. "Your Majesty, the 2,000 people have all been arranged. Depart." Buluolin was in high spirits. With one order, the ship immediately rose into the air, swiftly breaking through the skies and chasing after the 3-Axe Mountain army. The army's flying speed, how could it match the universe ship speed? Within the universe ship control room, the 9th Prince Buluolin stood in front of the control board. Behind him stood 8 bodyguards. "Master, to the 3-Axe Mountain army, there's still 120,000 kilometers, 100,000 kilometers, 80,000 kilometers, 60,000 kilometers." The control board screen emitted an electronic sound. "We're about to make contact, 20,000 kilometers, 10,000 kilometers, 5,000 kilometers." The ship decelerates. "Scan the 3-Axe Mountain army, confirm the locations of the 12 important targets," Buluolin ordered. "Yes, Master." This D8 grade universe ship scanning range was a full 200,000 kilometers. It easily scanned the entire 3-Axe Mountain army. Immediately the electronic sound resounded. "The 3-Axe Mountain army has a total of 78,503 people. The 12 important targets are at." A huge virtual screen appeared within the ship. On the screen, a vast army appeared. Within it were 12 dots of light. Simultaneously, 12 heads appeared on the left side of the screen, of which there were 2 universe levels, a few captains, and shockingly one was Luo Feng's head. "Use 3D6 grade laser cannons to bombard their army, causing them to be in chaos. Don't attack these 12, they all have treasures, and their AI computers may even have passwords. Destroying them would be a waste. Arrange for another 12 people, use the laser guns and kill these 12. After that, during the chaos, the army will descend and swiftly steal their treasures. Especially their AI computers," Buluolin said coldly. "Yes." The 8 bodyguards bowed respectfully. The C2 grade laser guns, even though Buluolin only brought 9 at the start, when the 2 million army entered the world within a world, they brought quite a few of them. Gathering 12 now was indeed easy. "Go." Buluolin's voice was suppressed, but his eyes were filled with excitement. The vast army of the 3-Axe Mountain flew through the air. Luo Feng and his team were mixed within the crowd, chatting and laughing, their moods extremely good. 30, we've earned this much. Even if we train to the Domain Lord level, we won't have to worry about money." Thunder God laughed. "Don't get carried away." Hong laughed. Luo Feng however communicated through spirit energy. "Everyone be careful, my scanning device has detected. There should be a large scanning system scanning our area." "Large scanning system?" Hong, Thunder God, and Ao Gu were all shocked within. Luo Feng nodded, his expression serious. "Everyone be careful." Luo Feng and his team became cautious. The entire 3-Axe Mountain army was discussing and laughing. Rumble. 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 3 beams of black light immediately descended within the 3-Axe Mountain army like 3 black holes. Luo Feng and his team only felt the entire world go silent. Without a sound or presence, they could only see the distant point of impact tremble violently. The hundreds of star level 9 warriors immediately turned into nothingness, and the tremble produced a shockwave visible to the naked eye, spreading in all directions. Wherever it passed, large numbers of soldiers were shaken to death, fresh blood seeping out from their armors and helmets. The shockwave was silent at first. After killing everyone within a 100 m radius, only then did it become rumbling, causing large numbers of explorers to spit out fresh blood and suffer heavy injuries. Rumble just one cannon shot, thousands of people had died. This had something to do with the concentration of the army. This? Luo Feng stared wide-eyed, completely stunned by that terrifying cannon shot. Chi. Luo Feng felt as though someone had smashed his head with a stick. 12 beams of white light descended from the sky. In an instant, it struck the entire 3-axe mountain army of 12 people, including the 2 universe-level warriors, including the captains, including Luo Feng, Chi. 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 12 beams of white light, 12 people fell on the spot. 30. Luo Feng. Master. Hong, Thunder God, and Ao Gu were all shocked awake. Luo Feng, who had fallen on the ground, opened his eyes dizzily. This? Luo Feng's mind was still rumbling. That was 12 beams of C2 grade laser light. The other 11 people of the 3-axe mountain, including the 2 universe level 1 warriors, were all killed. Only you relied on the cloud contact vine to block it. Babata's voice resounded in Luo Feng's mind. P.S. 2 chapters complete. What? Luo Feng was shocked as he looked around. Rumble, it was as if the sky was falling and the earth was cracking. A huge spaceship suddenly appeared in the sky, and at the same time, the bottom of the spaceship automatically split open. A large number of adventurers wearing black battle suits tilted out from the bottom of the spaceship and swooped down. They automatically formed 12 teams and rushed down like a gale. And there were laser beams shooting in all directions towards the 3-axe mountain camp, causing them to be in chaos. Block them. Kill them. It's the Black Dragon Mountain people. Kill. Roars of rage resounded throughout the 3-axe mountain camp. Even though thousands had died, these 80,000 people were still people who had struggled through the thin line between life and death. Even after suffering such a violent sneak attack, they still quickly stabilized. In the sky, within the universe ship's control room, the 9th Prince Brolin stood coldly within the control room. Through the external simulation, he could clearly see everything that was happening below. The vast 80,000-strong army below, after suffering an attack from 3D6 grade rail cannons, along with the laser beams from the 12 laser guns, especially the 2,000 elite soldiers split into 12 teams, fiercely rushing into the chaotic army, causing the 3-axe mountain army to do their best to stop them. Close to 80,000 people, however, they were all spread out. And the 12 elite teams were not afraid of death, with the laser guns opening the way. Only after the 12 people's remains. Of course their efficiency was extremely high. Number 1 succeeded. Number 8 succeeded. Number 9 succeeded. Number 6 succeeded. Signals were sent back one by one. The elite teams obtained their quantum computers or space rings and immediately returned. This lightning-fast sneak attack didn't even last more than 3 minutes. The 12 teams swiftly returned to the universe ship, and that universe ship swiftly accelerated, disappearing into the horizon. Large amounts of the 3-axe mountain camp's people looked up at the leaving universe ship, letting out angry roars. Within the crowd, Luo Feng and the other 3 were similarly filled with rage. Luckily you have the cloud contact protection, otherwise, that 9th Prince Brolin is just trash, bastard, trash. Thunder God was incomparably furious. Almost. Hong's expression was ugly too. This Luo Lin is really ruthless. Luo Feng could clearly smell the stench of blood that permeated the air and land, and the distant battle uniforms, boots and helmets that had fallen on the ground. Within these uniforms and boots were pieces of meat, bones, or a heart-chilling large amount of fresh blood. There were also a large number of corpses from the elite team sent by the 9th Prince. Don't bother so much, we don't have any ideas now. Luo Feng snorted softly, endure it for now, following the army out is the most important thing. Yes. Hong and Thunder God were filled with anger, but they could only endure it. Looking at the 3-axe mountain army swiftly becoming orderly, obviously the death of a few thousand didn't have much of an effect. Luo Feng felt a wave of fear. If that spear had pierced through his head. If it was a normal human, he would have died without a doubt. But the core of his life was the original core of his inner world. Even if his head was pierced through, it could still grow back. If that's the case, then the 3X Mountain Army will definitely find out that I, Luo Feng, actually have the ability to not die even after my head is smashed into pieces. It would definitely arouse their curiosity. Even the universe levels, domain lords and sector lords on Sanglan Star are curious about it. Luo Feng's heart was filled with fear. Within the universe ship, we've acquired 7 quantum computers and 8 storage items. The 9th Prince Brolin's face seemed to be covered in a layer of frost, staring at the quantum computers and storage items on the ground, saying softly, "This is your efficiency? Your Majesty." Of the 12 people that were shot by the laser gun, 11 of them died, and 1 didn't. After that, when we went to acquire the quantum computers, there were others beside the corpses trying to acquire them too. Hence, to be able to acquire 7 quantum computers and 8 storage items is indeed not easy. A bodyguard said. Brolin glanced at him. That bodyguard's body trembled, not daring to say another word. In the future, if you don't do well, don't find excuses, understand? Brolin looked at that bodyguard. Understood. The bodyguard knelt down on one knee. One didn't die, who is it? Brolin asked. Target number 12. The bodyguard replied. Oh? Brolin's eyebrows creased. I remember him. That punk with the universe ship as well. All of you leave. Brolin said coldly. The 8 of them swiftly left. Brolin was the only one left in the control room, after which Brolin squatted down and began to inspect the quantum computers and the storage items. 6 treasures? Brolin didn't care much, instead carefully inspecting the quantum computers. Nothing? You didn't find any records of the password? These AIs, they weren't the quantum computers that went to exchange for the inheritance crystal ball password holders? Brolin's face was ashen, his heart filled with anxiety, after which he furiously stomped on the quantum computers, causing them to shatter. Sanglan Star. In the huge hall at the top of a skyscraper that pierced through the clouds, the 2 sector lord pinnacle warriors Jiang Tianchen and Hargrey sat opposite each other. Hargrey, I'll say it again, if you want the last password, then, you have to agree to my 9 conditions, not 1 less. Jiang Tianchen said calmly. You sure are vicious. Hargrey squinted. The 2 warriors stared at each other. I agree to your conditions. Hargrey took a deep breath. Ha ha ha. Jiang Tianchen stood up, his face full of smiles. Hargrey, it's been a pleasure working with me. Pleasure. Hargrey stood up, without much of a smile on his face. Jiang Tianchen's smile was very wide. Don't be so unwilling. You want the inheritance crystal ball, I want these, it's not much. Jiang Tianchen's lips curled into a smile. Also, in the world within a world, one of my soldiers exchanged for the last password, and used the quantum computer. I've already ordered for it to be completely destroyed. I've also sent people to kill that soldier. Hence, in the world within a world, no matter what you do, you won't be able to get the last password. Hargrey's face froze, before he squeezed out a smile. Respect, respect. Same. Jiang Tianchen smiled. Prepare everything, I'll give you the password when the time comes. The things you want, I need a month to prepare. Hargrey said. I'm not in a rush. No rush at all, when your things are prepared, I'll give you the password. Jiang Tianchen laughed. Hargrey, then I'll be leaving first. See you out. Hargrey said. Who? In the hall, there was a flash of lightning, and Jiang Tianchen, who was originally standing in the hall, had already disappeared. Hargrey slowly walked to the huge French window. From 800 meters in the air, he looked down at the ancient city below, his eyes cold as a sword. He said in a low voice, Jiang Tianchen, this time I'll let you take advantage of me. In the future, I'll definitely make you spit out everything you've swallowed today. Hargrey's expression was savage. This time he had practically used up all of his assets, by Jiang Tianchen. Humph, Hargrey angrily snorted. Who? The cold wind blew past, and Hargrey also disappeared into the hall. After a while, the door to the huge hall finally opened. 2 attendants walked in, looking at each other. The door was locked, the windows were closed. Why is he gone? After flying for about 7 days in the world within a world, they finally passed through the exit, arriving at the Wind and Thunder Canyon of the World of Thunder. After flying for about 7 days in the World of Thunder, the Three-Axe Mountain Army finally arrived at the final exit, the exit to Tsung Star. However, this exit wasn't as big as the black hole in the Wind and Thunder Canyon. That black hole could allow hundreds of people to travel side by side, but this exit could only allow a few. Shwa! 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 The adventurers became flowing lights and continuously flew towards the exit. This exit is too small. How long will it take for so many people to arrive? Thunder God floated and looked forward. Even though the adventurers' movement speed is extremely fast, it'll take at least an hour for us to arrive, Luo Feng estimated. Even if 10 people charged out in a second, there would only be around 30,000 people in an hour. It's about time for them, who were in the middle of the army. We're finally going out. Hong laughed as he sighed, this time sure was mysterious. It was quite mysterious. Luo Feng also laughed. Originally, they were going to take the Universe Mercenary Trainee exam, but who would have thought that they would discover a new world within a world? Immediately, all the adventurers no longer cared about the exam, and all threw themselves into the world within a world to fight for their lives. The world within a world represents a huge amount of wealth. Clearly, this time's fight was the right choice. Luo Feng's gains were simply too huge. In terms of wealth, he can compare to a regular sector lord. Of course, he still can't compare to the peak of sector lords like Thunder Sector Lord Kabu, Jiang Tianchen, and Hargray. In terms of strength, the Cloud Contact Vine also made a huge breakthrough. We have quite a bit of wealth now, but the difference between strength and wealth is too big. Thunder God muttered, we need to increase our strength when we go back. Okay. Luo Feng nodded. As they waited, large amounts of adventurers flew in one by one. Finally, it was Luo Feng's turn. Go. Charge. Luo Feng, Hong, Thunder God, and Aogu became 4 flowing lights and swiftly rushed into the waterfall of flowing lights. Xianxia Star, Ancient City. That villa specially opened a path in one of the walls, allowing large amounts of adventurers that rushed out of the World of Thunder to swiftly fly out. Whoosh! Countless adventurers flew out one after the other. All adventurers, gather in front. Those who want to escape, kill. Those who don't obey the manager, kill. In mid-air floated many universe-level warriors, amongst which there was an occasional domain lord. These warriors all stared coldly at the adventurer army that had luckily survived and returned. Angry roars directly entered the ears of every adventurer, causing the adventurer army to not dare to fly around randomly. 30, look over there. Thunder God, who was in the army, said in shock. Luo Feng followed the direction of Thunder God's gaze, only to see that in the distant floating absolute warriors, there was a cold warrior dressed in a dark green battle uniform with pointy ears, Nuolan Shan. That Nuolan Shan felt someone looking at him, he turned his head and looked, immediately spotting Luo Feng in the crowd. Not good. Luo Feng's expression changed. In the distance, Nuolan Shan, who was originally in charge of maintaining order, saw Luo Feng and his eyes gleamed, immediately rushing over. What luck! To actually let me meet this punk here, haha, if I meet him in reality, I'll use him as an excuse for offending me and execute him. With my status, who would say anything? Nuolan Shan was extremely confident. In the vast universe, it was indeed so. The position of a universe level was tens of millions of times higher than a star level. Stepping into the universe level, one step into the heavens. For a universe level to kill a star level, it was indeed like stepping on an ant. Right now, Nuolan Shan wanted to step on this ant Luo Feng to death. Xianxia Star Ancient City, on the vast plains, the Three-Axe Mountain Army was flying down to assemble. And in the distance, Nuolan Shan was flying towards the Three-Axe Mountain Army. This is my Three-Axe Mountain Army, Nuolan Shan, your 100 Tiger Buildings people are trespassing into my Three-Axe Mountain Army, what are you trying to do? A loud roar accompanied by spirit energy, immediately spread throughout the entire Three-Axe Mountain Army of 70,000 people, causing all the adventurers in the army to turn their heads to look. In an instant, they saw a silhouette rushing over from the distance. Nuolan Shan. That's Nuolan Shan? Someone from the 100 Tiger Building? Why is someone from the 100 Tiger building flying towards our army? The adventurer army immediately broke out in discussion. Being stared at by 70,000 people, Newland Shan, who was flying over from the distance, immediately stopped, his expression ugly, cursing within, that Luo Feng actually dares to be so daring. He's just a star-level cannon fodder. He actually dares to use his genetic energy to communicate in such a situation. He's simply too arrogant. In an army, how could a small soldier dare to shout so loudly for the entire army to hear? It was the same logic. In theory, normal soldiers wouldn't dare shout so loudly. However, Newland Shan didn't know. Luo Feng wasn't even a soldier of the Three Axe Mountain organization. Newland Shan, stop. You stop. What are you doing here? Immediately, 5 silhouettes that were also in charge of maintaining order flew over. These 5 were all universe-level warriors belonging to the Three Axe Mountain organization. The 5's expressions were ugly. This adventurer army, many of them are carrying treasures from the world within a world. The various sector lords and domain lords haven't even come to collect their treasures. Newland Shan, the people from the 100 Tiger building actually dared to barge into our Three Axe Mountain army. Could it be that they want to steal our treasures? He's a universe level, even he doesn't have such guts. The 5 universe-level warriors were furious. 5. Newland Shan revealed a smile. Newland Shan, you want to charge into our adventurer army? The 5 universe-level warriors looked at Newland Shan. No, it's not. Newland Shan communicated, I'm only a universe level. On this Sung Lan star there are many people stronger than me by thousands and tens of thousands of times. There are so many world overlords and world overlords here, I don't dare to have such thoughts. I only saw an enemy, I didn't expect to see him today. Hence, I want to settle this today. Oh. The 5 universe-level warriors nodded. Who is your enemy? Among the 5, a tall and sturdy man with hair like steel needles asked. He's called Luo Feng, a small soldier within the army. Newland Shan said. Soldier? The 5 universe-level warriors glanced at each other. 5 sirs, handing over a small soldier to me, there shouldn't be a problem, right? Newland Shan didn't dare to act recklessly. After all, there were many universe levels and domain lords maintaining order around. If he dared to act recklessly, even if the other organizations didn't act, their 100 Tiger building would probably personally deal with Newland Shan. The treasures obtained by the adventurer army, the sector lords and domain lords haven't been retrieved yet. At this time, not a single soldier will be given to you. The 5 universe-level warriors were very clear-headed at this time. Newland Shan's expression became even uglier. Newland Shan, right now the other universe levels and domain lords are all looking over here. From what I see, you should leave. The 5 universe-level warriors looked at him. Newland Shan gritted his teeth, turned and left, not saying a word more. Within the army, Luo Feng looked at the distant Newland Shan, blocked by the 5 universe levels of the Three Axe Mountain, after which Newland Shan could only leave hatefully. Newland Shan? I have to find a chance to settle him. Luo Feng thought within. This Newland Shan, we have to kill him. Beside, Hong's expression was serious, communicating, otherwise with his Newland Shan family eyeing Earth's treasures, our Earth will never have peace. Why don't we ask Lord Mingyu to act? Thunder God looked at Luo Feng and Hong. Luo Feng's eyes immediately gleamed. Right, in a while, they would have to meet Mingyu. That Mingyu was a universe 2-star mercenary, even amongst the domain lords, he was considered a strong warrior. If the domain lord Mingyu was willing to act, it would be as easy as lifting a finger. After all, the higher the level, the harder it was to break through. Similarly, the difference in strength would also become more and more exaggerated. In a while, we will be giving Lord Mingyu treasures. When that time comes and ask for his help, the chances of success are very high. Luo Feng nodded. Luo Feng, how many treasures are you prepared to give Mingyu? Thunder God communicated. Right, Luo Feng, what do you think about this question? Hong looked at Luo Feng, as the majority of the treasures exchanged this time were Luo Feng's, hence the two of them let Luo Feng decide. A good level 5 genetic energy weapon. Luo Feng said. 1. Hong and Thunder God looked at Luo Feng. 1 is enough. This one, if we were to calculate its value, even with Lord Mingyu's entire fortune, it would still be hard to buy it. Luo Feng had Babata to guide him from the side. He was very clear on how high the price of the weapon he was prepared to bring out, even though the amount of thunderstones he exchanged for wasn't much more than the lowest level fire wheel. But the price was tens of times more. Mingyu, a domain lord, even amongst the domain lords, even if they sold their entire fortune, they still wouldn't be able to afford it. Time passed. In the wasteland beside the ancient city, the surviving explorers of the Three-Axe Mountain were camped here. A few strong warriors began to fly over, bringing away the troops that belonged to them. As time passed, the number of troops in the wasteland continued to decrease: 70,000, 60,000, 50,000, 40,000, Luo Feng. Haha, seeing the four of you, it really makes me happy, haha. That carefree laughter resounded. The tall and sturdy Mingyu floated in midair. Luo Feng's group of 4 and the other 200+ people all flew towards Mingyu. Lord. The 200+ explorers bowed respectfully. And Luo Feng's group of 4 stood shoulder to shoulder, bowing respectfully too. Lord Mingyu. Very good, let's go, we'll rest in my villa. Mingyu brought Luo Feng's group of 4 and the 200+ explorers, swiftly leaving. About 20 kilometers away from the wasteland, within the ancient city. In an old shopping center's top floor, Nuolan Shan was looking through the window at the distant wasteland. Seeing Luo Feng's group of 4 and Mingyu leave, Nuolan Shan's expression immediately changed. Not good. I didn't expect this Luo Feng to actually climb up to Lord Mingyu's leg, and from the looks of it, Lord Mingyu is rather courteous to him. Wanting to kill him will be hard. Nuolan Shan fiercely grabbed the railing beside him. Chi, the railing immediately turned to dust. In an elegant and beautiful villa built on the grasslands, the 200+ explorers had long been sent away. Luo Feng's group of 4 sat at the same table as Mingyu. Being brought by Mingyu, Luo Feng was rather regretful, because after waiting there for so long, he still hadn't seen a single sector lord. The sector lords all sent people to bring the explorers away, not personally coming. Speaking of which, it's really a pity this time. The army I sent, one called Bindi, managed to break through to the universe level. He too got me a treasure. Even though it's one of the lowest ranked, it's still a very valuable treasure. Mingyu shook his head and sighed. However, on the way back, we were ambushed by the 9th prince's men. Even the treasure was taken away. Luo Feng, Hong and Thunder God looked at each other. This Lord Mingyu was really unlucky. How were your gains in the world within a world this time? Mingyu looked at Luo Feng's group. We exchanged for a treasure. Luo Feng smiled as he looked at Mingyu. Mingyu's tiger eyes immediately shot out 2 beams of light. What treasure? Mingyu was filled with anticipation. Luo Feng's thoughts moved. Immediately a 3 m long broadsword floated in midair. On the surface of the broadsword were incomparably complex engravings. The engravings caused the entire blade to emanate a heart-palpitating energy. Around the blade, the space itself seemed to tremble. The powerful energy caused Luo Feng's group to go pale. Lord Mingyu, this is the level 5 genetic energy weapon air cutter blade. Luo Feng said. Good, good, good. Mingyu's eyes were burning, staring hard at the air cutter blade. Treasure, even more valuable than the treasure his underling Bindi got. This air cutter saber was ranked 29th on the list. After all, amongst the level 3 weapons, the highest price is a few $100 billion black dragon dollars, the lowest is only a few billion black dragon dollars, the difference is 100 times. One theory, amongst the level 5 genetic energy weapons, the difference is even more exaggerated. That fire wheel is at the bottom, and this air cutter blade is at the top. One is comparable to tens of fire wheels. Luo Feng, this gift of yours is very valuable. Mingyu's expression was complicated, looking at Luo Feng's group. Do you know how much this gift is worth? Sky high. Luo Feng laughed. This is a price we can't even imagine, that's all I know. Right, sky high. My entire net worth is far from enough. Mingyu looked at Luo Feng. I said before, I won't mistreat you. Speak, what requests do you have? I want to kill someone. Luo Feng said. Kill someone, how strong is he? What level of domain lord? Mingyu creased his eyebrows. Universe level 9. Luo Feng said. Haha. Mingyu laughed. Universe level 9? That was too easy for him. Killing 10 of them is far from being able to match up to this air cutter blade you gave me. How about this? Mingyu pondered for a while. I'll give you a third of my territory. No, this way, I'm afraid you'll be targeted by others. How about this? I have close to 100,000 life planets under me. From today on, half of the ownership will belong to you, the other half to me. However, you'll be in charge of everything normally, the profits from the planets, the soldiers etc., I don't care. And cash? Mingyu pondered. P.S. 2 chapters completed. Lord Mingyu. Luo Feng shouted, I'm just a star level, I have no use for so much territory and cash. Mingyu looked at Luo Feng, that iron-like face revealed a smile. Luo Feng, you won't be able to use too much territory and cash right now. However, as a domain lord, how can I just take your benefits for free? What's more, having some territory, patrolling it as a leader, it's still very interesting. How about some territory, 10,000 life planets? Oh. 100 planets. Luo Feng nodded. Planet territories, they weren't of much use to him. Getting 100 life planets as territories was still a form of appreciation. Alright, 100 it is. With 100 life planets as territories, it won't stand out in the universe, it won't attract the attention of any big figures. Mingyu laughed, as for cash, I really don't have much, it's far from the price of your air cutter blade. Lord Mingyu, just give whatever you want. Us 3 brothers have already gotten a lot this time. Luo Feng was very clear, he couldn't be too greedy. Otherwise, if he made the other party hate him, that would be troublesome. What's more, he had gotten many treasures this time, this air cutter blade wasn't even 1/10 of the other treasures added together, it wasn't much. Give me your account number. Mingyu said. Yes. Luo Feng gave him his Universe Galaxy Bank account number. TSK, Universe Galaxy Bank. You have a little bit of wealth too. Mingyu smiled, simultaneously using a thread of consciousness to connect to the virtual universe network. Within the virtual universe network, he began the money transfer. Luo Feng, Hong, and Thunder God were all secretly guessing how much this Lord Mingyu would transfer. Luo Feng, you've received a mail. Babata's voice resounded. Open it. Luo Feng swiftly closed his eyes, his consciousness connecting to the virtual universe network, letting Babata open the mail. It was a notification from the Universe Galaxy Bank. Respected customer, how are you? Your account with our consciousness has just received 20 billion universe dollars. Your account balance has reached the 10 billion universe dollars limit, automatically upgrading to a 2-star account. You've also automatically become a respected 2-star customer of the Universe Galaxy Bank. As a star customer, you have many special rights. The mail has a list of special rights and explanations. Universe Galaxy Bank. It was a simple letter, but it shocked Luo Feng. Back on Jade Rockstar, Luo Feng already knew the meaning of a star account. And at that time, those 2 universe mercenaries only had 1-star accounts. It was obvious that reaching the star level was a very, very high threshold. So, deposit of 10 billion universe credits can automatically upgrade to a 2-star user. 10 billion universe dollars. 1 universe dollar is about 3,300 Ganwu dollars. 10 billion universe dollars is about 33 trillion Ganwu dollars. The average price of a planet is 1 trillion black dragon dollars, which is equivalent to 700 million Ganwu dollars. In other words, 10 billion universe credits is equivalent to close to 50,000 habitable planets. Thinking about this, Luo Feng couldn't help but be shocked. The cash that Area Master Mingyu gave him was almost equivalent to the selling price of 100,000 habitable planets. Even for a region lord, this was a very high price. In the manner. Lord Mingyu. Luo Feng stood up. Sit. Mingyu raised his hand and pressed down. Luo Feng immediately felt a formless energy pressing down on his shoulder. He didn't even have time to resist before he was once again pressed down onto the ground. Don't think I've given you too much. Mingyu shook his head, his eyes gleaming. I haven't given you much at all. If you had only given me a weapon like the fire wheel, I'd have given you a lot. However, you've given me an air cutter blade. If I give you too little, I'll feel extremely guilty. feeling guilty, has an impact on my training. Who? The surrounding space slightly trembled. Luo Feng, Hong, Thunder God, and Ao Gu were all shocked. Because in this quiet manner, there was actually another person. A tall and skinny man with 2 horns on his forehead. His black cape fluttered in the wind. As his eyes swept over, the entire land and skies seemed to be contained within his eyes. Lord General. Mingyu stood up and bowed respectfully. Simultaneously, he communicated to Luo Feng and the others, "This is a Sector Lord warrior from my 3-Axe Mountain." Lord Sector Lord. Luo Feng, Hong, Thunder God, and Ao Gu bowed. Sector Lord, they had never personally seen a living Sector Lord before. Luo Feng couldn't help but sneak a glance at this Sector Lord. His aura wasn't very strong. Only his eyes made one's heart tremble. Mingyu, your luck isn't bad. The tall and skinny man stood there, his legs slightly in the air, looking at Mingyu. Hee hee. Mingyu revealed a simple and honest smile. Air cutter blade, I'll buy it. The tall and skinny man said indifferently, this blade suits me very well. A level 5 genetic energy weapon, even I'm unable to fully unleash its power. Mingyu laughed, to be able to let the general use it is my honor. Following which, Mingyu retrieved the level 5 genetic energy weapon air cutter blade from his space ring. That wide blade immediately floated towards the tall and skinny man. The tall and skinny man extended his hand and received the air cutter blade. His eyes immediately gleamed, chi. Chi, 2 golden beams of light shot out from his eyes and shone on the surface of the air cutter blade. The engravings on the blade made him even more envious. Good blade. The tall and skinny man wielded the air cutter blade and immediately slashed towards the sky. Hua, the clear blue sky, just like a huge piece of cloth, immediately had a 2 to 3 kilometers long, incredibly thin crack cut through it. One could vaguely see the life and death behind the crack, after which the crack swiftly disappeared and the sky once again returned to its calm state. Ha ha ha. The tall and skinny man who had been incomparably cold finally couldn't help but laugh out loud. Congratulations, General. Mingyu bowed. Haha, the air cutter blade is indeed the air cutter blade. My understanding of the space laws is only superficial. Relying on this air cutter blade to activate it, my power has immediately increased greatly. The tall and skinny man laughed as he looked at Mingyu. Mingyu, since I've taken your air cutter blade, naturally I won't let you suffer too much. I've already transferred the money to your account. Also, I owe you a favor. So, the tall and skinny man immediately vanished. Luo Feng, Hong, Thunder God, and Ao Gu were all stunned. Just now, the Sector Lord warrior had instantly appeared and taken the air cutter blade. After which, he immediately slashed open a crack in space and vanished as though he had teleported. Space crack? A 2 to 3 kilometers long space crack? Luo Feng was shocked within, it can actually tear open space? And, the last thing was teleportation? It wasn't teleportation, but flying. The only thing was that the flying speed was too fast. As for not creating any turbulence in the air, that has to do with the Sector Lord's ability to control the universe energies. Babata's voice resounded. Flying? How fast? Luo Feng asked. When he finally left, his instantaneous speed was 32,169 kilometers per second. Luo Feng blinked twice. Light speed was merely 300,000 kilometers per second. And that Sector Lord from before, even though he didn't explode with his fastest speed, his instantaneous speed was already 1/10 of light speed. No wonder he was an absolute being that could destroy all life on a planet with a flip of his hand. Within the villa, the tall and sturdy domain Lord Mingyu laughed loudly and stood up. Luo Feng, I've taken the air cutter blade you gave me and sold it for a high price. I really have to thank you. Mingyu smiled as he looked at Luo Feng. Speak, the universe level 9 you asked me to kill before, who was it? Newland Shan. Luo Feng said. Hong and Thunder God looked expectantly at Mingyu. Newland Shan? Mingyu was slightly shocked, creasing his eyebrows. It's him? Is there a problem? Luo Feng asked. A little problem, but it's not much of a problem. Mingyu shook his head, smiling. He received the Battle Axe Fighter title, hence his chances of breaking through to the domain lord level are extremely high. Hence he's always been treated as an elite within the 100 Tiger building. However, after so many years, he hasn't broken through, especially now that he's nearing the end of his life. His position within the 100 Tiger building has dropped. It's nothing much. Luo Feng, Hong and Thunder God let out a sigh of relief. The three of them exchanged glances. Newell and Shan, he had to die, only then could they truly be at ease. Let me first see where he is on Sanglan Star. Mingyu closed his eyes, a formless spirit energy swiftly spread out, enveloping the entire Sanglan Star, intentionally avoiding the sector lords. 1 second later, Mingyu opened his eyes. Luo Feng, Hong and Thunder God looked expectantly at him. He's not on Sanglan Star. Mingyu shook his head. Not here? Luo Feng and the other two were shocked. I've already searched the entire Sanglan Star, he's indeed not here. Mingyu said apologetically, my apologies, if I ever meet him again, I'll definitely kill him and fulfill my promise. This isn't Lord Mingyu's fault, it's that Newell and Shan who got lucky. Luo Feng said, feeling regretful within. Such a good opportunity, yet he wasn't able to kill Newell and Shan. If he could kill Newell and Shan in one move, then this trip to the world within a world would be truly perfect. Within the dark universe, a universe ship was swiftly flying. Within the control room of the universe ship. Teacher, we're rushing back so quickly, there are so many strong warriors on Sanglan Star, it's rare to have such a gathering, wouldn't it be better to stay a little longer? The two universe-level warriors stood beside. Newell and Shan was deep in thought. The team we sent this time was completely wiped out, we didn't get anything out of it, staying on Sanglan Star is just a waste of time. Newell and Shan's cold gaze swept past the two disciples under him. Also, I told you two to rely on your network of friends to investigate. Have you found out just what relationship Luo Feng and Sector Lord Mingyu have? The two universe-level warriors shook their heads. I've asked a few, none of them know. Me too, I've never heard of Lord Mingyu having an important person called Luo Feng. Newell and Shan listened to his disciples' replies, his expression became even gloomier. This Luo Feng knows that I want to kill him, his relationship with Lord Mingyu is extremely good. He might very well ask Lord Mingyu to get rid of me. Newell and Shan thought, and Mingyu and I aren't from the same organization, Mingyu wouldn't have much to worry about, no matter what, it's better to leave Sanglan Star as soon as possible. Ever since he discovered that Luo Feng and the others were taken away by Mingyu, Newell and Shan hadn't been able to relax. After that, he immediately made the decision to immediately board the ship and leave Sanglan Star. P.S. Chapter 1 here. Since they weren't able to kill Newell and Shan, Luo Feng and the other three could only regretfully leave. They first went to the Universe Mercenary Alliance's camp to hand in the items they needed for the mercenary trainee exam. Even though they didn't get enough wind cornerstones in the Valley of Wind and Thunder, Luo Feng and the other three killed quite a few robbing teams in the world within a world and obtained some wind cornerstones from their belongings. Universe Mercenary Trainee. We've also become Universe Mercenary Trainees, haha. There are as many powerful fighters as the clouds on Sanglan Star, let's leave earlier okay, let's go back to Earth. Luo Feng and the other three swiftly headed to the planet's docking bay, took their own universe ship, and left Sanglan Star. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 3, 2, 1. Universe travel. The universe ship slightly shook for a bit, and then started moving at 1.2 times the speed of light in the dark universe, swiftly heading in the designated direction. In the universe ship's control room, Luo Feng arranged for his old servant Ao Gu to rest long ago. He, Hong, and Thunder God were extremely excited as they stayed in the control room. Same rules, big brother, second brother, you guys each take 4 billion universe dollars. Luo Feng and the others were splitting the spoils. Third brother Hong shook his head, this time, it was all on your own. Your second brother and I are just going to explore the world within a world, taking this money is indeed. Thunder God also shook his head, it's too much, we don't need it. Luo Feng didn't hesitate and directly transferred 4 billion universe dollars to Hong and Thunder God. Hong and Thunder God both received the mail from the virtual universe network. Big brother, second brother, this money is just a small amount. Our greater wealth is in the treasures, laughed Luo Feng. Ya nodded Hong. One air cutter blade is already so expensive, then all of the treasures added together. Thunder God's eyes flashed. Oh, right. Second brother, there are a total of 5 thunder technique manuals. Luo Feng flipped his hand, and 5 mini quantum computers floated above his hand. After that, these 5 mini quantum computers all fell to the ground. Second brother, each mini quantum computer has a thunder technique manual. Study it well. Sector Lord Kabu's technique? Thunder God squatted down and pulled out the chips from the 5 mini quantum computers. Then, he inserted one of the chips into his own mini quantum computer. This feels so good. Thunder God was so excited that his face turned red. He closed his eyes and began to learn the Thunder Dao secret technique. In the control room, Thunder God was observing the secret lightning technique. Luo Feng and Hong were conversing. Third brother. Hong said solemnly in a low voice, the price of the other treasures added together is incomparably expensive, much more expensive than the air cutter blade. What are you going to do about it? Sell, said Luo Feng. How much? Hong said with a frown, these treasures are truly too valuable. I'm afraid they'll be very troublesome, and might even attract some super experts over. Not only will we not get any money from selling our treasures, but we'll also lose our lives. Luo Feng nodded and smiled, I understand this logic, however, I have a way. There's a way? What is it? Hong was curious. It's a secret for now. Luo Feng smiled mysteriously. In fact, these treasures added together were even more valuable than the net worth of many sector lords. It was much more expensive than eternal love. To take out such a treasure, with Luo Feng's star-level strength, it would indeed be hard to handle. If he's not careful, he'll end up in trouble and attract the attention of powerful fighters. If this was back when he first arrived at Dragon Star, Luo Feng indeed wouldn't have a way. But now, Luo Feng already has a way to handle these treasures, and it's extremely safe. The dark universe was extremely silent. It took around 21 days to travel from Sun Lan Star back to Earth. In the control room, after Luo Feng and Hong chatted for a while, they suddenly noticed that Thunder God's eyes were wide open. Second brother? Hong laughed as he looked at him, why are your eyes wide open? Even though you got so many treasures, second brother, I don't see you looking so dumb. Laughed Luo Feng. Thunder God blinked twice and looked towards Hong and Luo Feng, big brother, third brother, I have something to tell you. Luo Feng and Hong exchanged glances. Something wasn't right. What's wrong? Hong looked at Thunder God. Thunder God mumbled, didn't third brother say that he received Yun Mo planet's inheritance? I think I received Sector Lord Kabu's inheritance. Luo Feng and Hong opened their eyes wide. Inheritance, receiving a secret technique and receiving an inheritance are 2 different concepts. Just now, I roughly scanned through the 5 secret techniques and inserted 5 chips into them. Thunder God said quietly, 4 of the secret techniques are proper secret techniques. However, the 5th secret techniques chip actually contains an AI. An AI? Luo Feng and Hong realized something. It's that white-bearded old man. Thunder God blinked twice. He even congratulated me and said that I became Sector Lord Kabu's disciple. Lord Wu? Luo Feng froze. That crazy living AI, Lord Wu, could it be that his main body was actually one of those 5 chips? Sector Lord Kabu's disciple, why does this scene seem so similar to when he became the disciple of the master of Yun Mo planet, Hu Yen Bo? However, his teacher is the master of Yun Mo planet, Hu Yen Bo. And Thunder God actually became the disciple of the dead Sector Lord Kabu? I bought 5 secret techniques and actually bought second brother a teacher? Luo Feng was stunned. World within a world. After the adventurer army completely left, the members of the Universe Mercenary Alliance, 1 sector lord and 2 domain lords entered the world within a world and arrived in front of the ancient castle. Rumble, the ancient castle suddenly collapsed. Lord, there are no treasures in this castle. A fat man with pink skin and a beard that looked like a meat mound shouted respectfully. Lord, the AI in this castle is only an auxiliary AI, it's not a living AI. The white-bearded old man living AI in this castle must have mixed into one of the adventurer army's bodies and left the world within a world. Another skinny bearded man said. The sector lord wearing a black battle uniform floated in the air and slightly frowned. If that's the case, then forget it. This world within a world itself is a treasure. Notify the Universe Mercenary Alliance, Black Dragon Mountain Division. This world of thunder will no longer be a testing world. I need to properly modify this world within a world. This world within a world can completely become a secret training ground for our alliance. Yes, Lord. The two domain lords said respectfully. The black-clothed sector lord floated in the air and suddenly extended his hands. Rumble immediately the skies darkened. That powerful universe origin energy gushed out from the foundations of the world within a world unceasingly. This world within a world began a huge transformation. Such a transformation could only be done by a sector lord. Xianxia Star, ancient city, the top floor of that over 8,000 m tall skyscraper. Hargray and Jiang Tianchen, the two sector lords sat facing each other. Jiang Tianchen, this is what you wanted. Hargray casually tossed it out. A spatial ring that was reflecting rays of light arced through the air and landed opposite Jiang Tianchen. Jiang Tianchen smiled and grabbed it. Hargray, you're indeed straightforward. This inheritance crystal ball's last password is for you. Jiang Tianchen immediately used the virtual universe network to send a mail to Hargray. Hargray immediately received the message and knew the last password. As a sector lord, splitting a bit of his consciousness to handle such a matter was indeed very easy. You wouldn't lie to me about the password, right? Hargray's eyes lifted and he glanced at Jiang Tianchen. I'm not that shameless. Jiang Tianchen laughed indifferently. Hargray, you can go to the Universe First Bank right now and see if you can retrieve this stored inheritance crystal ball. Hargray immediately stood up. He disappeared into thin air from the hall. Within a second, in a beautiful city on the other side of Xianxia Star, the Universe First Bank's building was extremely eye-catching. Hargray had already entered. 3-star client? The Universe First Bank, the branch manager of Xianxia Star, was a three-eyed hunchbacked old man with a carapace on his back. When he found out through the bank's AI system that a 3-star client had arrived, this branch manager hurriedly rushed to the first-floor hall to welcome him. After a while, the building's 19th floor hall. Lord Hargray. The manager bowed respectfully. This manager was able to become the manager of such an important planet like Xianxia Star. His authority was very high. The highest authority allowed him to receive 3-star clients. I want to retrieve a storage item. Hargray said coldly. Retrieve a storage item? The manager was slightly suspicious. This Hargray had never stored a storage item here before, right? It's an item from 10 million years ago. Hargray added. Lord Hargray, an item from 10 million years ago must have been transported to the Ganwu Universe Department for safekeeping. The manager smiled. As long as Lord Hargray says your account number and password, everything will be successful. We will send the item from the Ganwu Universe country to the client's designated location as soon as possible. Hargray slightly nodded. The account number is. Hargray quickly said his account number. This account number is extremely confidential. It requires 3 passwords. The manager helped to key in the password on the side. The first password is pass. The manager said on the side. The second password is. Hargray continued. Pass. The third password is pass. The manager said. D. The manager smiled at Hargray. Lord Hargray, you only need a moment. The bank's main processing system will quickly give you an accurate message. However, according to my experience, sending the item from the Ganwu Universe Department will take about a month. Hargray held his breath, extremely excited. To get the inheritance crystal ball this time, he had spent a lot of time and energy, especially to get the last password. He had lost a lot of his treasures to Jiang Tianchen. The manager looked at the screen on the side. His face changed. What's wrong? Hargray looked at him. Lord Hargray, I think there's no need to send the item from the Ganwu Universe Department. The manager looked at him. Hargray frowned. The item stored here is a recording. The manager said. You can leave. Hargray waved his hand. Yes. the manager left the room. Hargrave stood in front of the screen, a recording appeared on the screen. Hargrave's face darkened, he tapped the screen, instantly the recording that had been stored for 10 million years started playing. I'm very happy to inform you, you have been tricked by me. Ha ha ha, how is it, you're pissed? Did you sacrifice a lot for the 3 passwords? Ha ha ha, I definitely won't give these 3 passwords to the same side, letting you guys fight for it, in the end it'll all be for naught. Ha ha ha, Hargrave gritted his teeth so hard that they made a hissing sound. Pung. Hargrave waved his hand, smashing the screen in front of him into pieces. 3-star customer, you've destroyed my bank's item, please compensate according to the price my bank provides. An electronic voice resounded in the room. Hargrave's face twitched in anger. Go die. Hargrave suddenly exploded, his powerful aura spread out, the items in the hall all exploded, large amounts of broken pieces flew everywhere, dust filled the air. Where's the inheritance crystal ball? Amidst the dust, Hargrave clenched his teeth. P.S. Chapter 6 Sector Lord World has ended. Chapter 7 about to begin. So far, there were 6 chapters in this book. Of which, One Night of Awakening, War God Luo Feng, 50,000-Year Corpse and Life Nirvana belonged to the Earth Scroll. And the 5th chapter, Universe Adventurer, was Luo Feng's first contact with the universe. The 6th chapter, Sector Lord World, was where Luo Feng had built a solid foundation. It could be considered a small asset, after all he had wealth comparable to a sector lord, he had enough capital. The 7th chapter, Luo Feng had officially begun his rise in the universe. Kaka, it will be even more exciting next. Today, Tomato will be going through the plot outline of chapter 7. I won't be updating it today. I will officially start the chapter 7 update tomorrow. Sun Lan Star's world within a world treasure trove caused the entire Black Dragon Mountain star field to become restless. Have you heard, recently there was a star-level idiot on Luona planet preparing to sell an astronomical treasure. After which a universe-level warrior snatched it away, however in the next moment, that universe-level warrior not only lost his life because of this treasure, his entire family was razed to the ground. A universe-level warrior lost his life? His entire family was razed to the ground? What treasure was it? It said that a while ago, Sun Lan Star discovered a world within a world. This astronomical treasure was one of the treasures from that world within a world. The treasures of a world within a world, that was something that caused the 4 great organizations and the 2 sacred lands to fight over. Any one of them would be worth tens of thousands of life planets. Tens of thousands of life planets? My God, how high is that? Anyway, right now in the entire Black Dragon Mountain star field, many big and small families, organizations, are all paying close attention. The moment they discover anyone preparing to sell an astronomical treasure, they'll snatch it away. These astronomical treasures, they're really troublesome. Troublesome, countless people want to get their hands on them. Crazy. The big and small families and organizations of the Black Dragon Mountain star field were all going crazy. One had to know that the pinnacle of power in the Black Dragon Mountain star field, the 16 families, were only created by 16 sector lords. This meant, in the Black Dragon Mountain star field, the sector lord powers were already at the pinnacle. The other big and small organizations, just having a domain lord was already not bad. And the treasures of a world within a world, any one of them, had shocking attraction to the domain lords. Then, because the occasional 1 or 2 treasures that would cause many powers to be envious, it wasn't strange. Those star levels, they don't have any good channels. The moment they want to sell their treasures, they'll be easily discovered. Keep a close eye on them, keep a close eye on all the main planets of the Black Dragon Mountain star field. The moment anyone wants to sell an astronomical treasure, report to me immediately. Yes, Chairman. Treasures were troublesome, those without the power or channels to sell their treasures, acquiring them would instead be a disaster. And these treasures were already so valuable, even a universe-level warrior could lose his life if he acquired them. Within the Dark Universe, Luo Feng's team's universe ship was still advancing. It was already the 12th day of flight, they still needed about 9 more days to reach Earth. They didn't know that there were star-state adventurers in the Black Dragon Mountain starfield selling priceless treasures. Universe ship resting cabin. The layout of the resting cabin was similar to that of a study room. There were tables and chairs, and there was even a very comfortable bed at the very edge. It's time to deal with these treasures. These treasures are simply too troublesome. Luo Feng sat in his chair, tapping on the laptop on his desk. This laptop was even made on Earth. No choice, Luo Feng was used to using such outdated gadgets. The treasures I've exchanged, plus the ones I stole from the cloud contact vine, a total of 48. 48 treasures, some were cheaper than the air cutter saber, and some were more expensive. A single void cutter saber was enough to cause the region lord, Mingyu, to be extremely excited, to the extent that it was enough to cause a realm lord to purchase it. If these 48 treasures were added together, it would probably be comparable to the wealth of a sector lord. As for the dead sector lord Kabu, he was already comparable to a poor undying. And out of the entire 312 treasures, Luo Feng had acquired 49, one was given to Mingyu. One could see how much Luo Feng had gained this time. Connect to the virtual universe network. Luo Feng closed his eyes, his consciousness swiftly connecting to the virtual universe network. Virtual universe, Black Dragon Mountain Island 9-star Bay. When Luo Feng appeared in front of his house, Luo Hua, who was taking a stroll to relax, his eyes gleamed, shouting, "Big brother!" "Luo Hua, what's the matter?" Luo Feng smiled at his brother. "I've been looking for you for a long time, but I just couldn't find you." Luo Hua pulled Luo Feng, "Big brother, sit here, I have something very important to tell you." Luo Feng sat down, looking curiously at his brother. "It's like this." Luo Hua explained, Earth's 5 big countries are discussing, they all really want to enter the universe and interact with the other humans in the universe. Can't they enter the virtual universe? Luo Feng creased his eyebrows. In the virtual universe, they can interact with the other humans in the universe. No, they want to interact in reality. Luo Hua said. In reality? Luo Feng creased his eyebrows even more. Luo Hua saw the situation and said helplessly, "Big brother, don't you understand the various countries on Earth?" At the start, they were satisfied with being able to enter the virtual universe, but as time passes, their ambitions have grown. This ambition is uncontrollable. If you let them enter the universe now, I'm afraid they'll have even higher demands in the future. Man's ambitions were endless. With something good, they would want something even better. Alright, promise them. Luo Feng emphasized. You promise them? Luo Hua stared wide-eyed in shock. Right. Luo Feng nodded. Even though Earth is very safe, however, we can't always let the humans of Earth stay on Earth. It's time for them to interact with the universe. Only by letting them suffer a little, experiencing some setbacks, will they wake up, only then will they know how to survive in the universe. Luo Hua asked curiously, but big brother, which planet will the humans of Earth go to? A large-scale interstellar migration, will the planet management agencies agree? If the governments don't agree, I'll just buy a planet. Luo Feng laughed. What's more, I have 100 life planets under my name, with my approval as the leader, the interstellar migration will be very easy. 100? Luo Hua stared wide-eyed. Big brother, I'll tell you later. Luo Feng smiled as he stood up. As for the humans of Earth wanting to migrate and go into the universe, I'll talk to the 5 countries about it later. Let's end it here for today, I still have some matters to attend to. Oh. Luo Hua stood up too. Mail? Luo Hua opened the mail suspiciously. It was a notification from the bank, informing him that his account balance had increased by 4 billion universe dollars. 4 billion universe dollars? Luo Hua was shocked. This is all yours, work hard. Luo Feng's voice resounded from afar. Luo Hua looked up. The distant Luo Feng was already about to leave the 9-star Bay district. Looking at his big brother's back, Luo Hua was shocked. What has my big brother been doing these past few days? How did he get 4 billion universe dollars for me in a blink of an eye? This is even more expensive than the Ganwu dollars. At the entrance of the 9-star Bay district, Luo Feng waved towards the sky. Immediately a carriage pulled by a winged Pegasus descended from the sky. There was a coachman on the carriage. Luo Feng immediately jumped into the back seat. Sir, where to? The coachman asked. To the Universe Galaxy Bank. Luo Feng said. Immediately the Pegasus wings flapped, the carriage swiftly rose into the sky, flying at a shocking speed. Within the carriage, there was only a slight breeze. In the virtual universe, long distances usually relied on fixed teleportation points, short distances relied on these Pegasus-pulling carriages. Because everyone in the virtual universe only had a body constitution comparable to a student level 4, hence they couldn't fly, their speed wasn't fast enough, and using a Pegasus was much faster. Of course, riding a Pegasus required money. How beautiful. Sitting in the Pegasus carriage, looking down at the huge Black Dragon Mountain Island, it was indeed a majestic sight. What is that? Luo Feng was shocked as he pointed towards the sky. In the clouds in the sky, there was a floating city. Because this floating city was simply too high, if it was on the ground, one wouldn't even be able to see it with the naked eye. Only when one sat in the carriage and flew even higher, would one be able to see the city within the clouds. Floating city. The coachman laughed. Our Black Dragon Mountain Island's floating city. Every island, every continent has a floating city. Floating city? Luo Feng was shocked. Normally only the important people, or at least universe-level warriors, have the right to enter the floating city. The coachman controlled the Pegasus, smiling as he explained to Luo Feng, "Sir, we've arrived at the Universe Galaxy Bank." The Pegasus rushed downwards, its wings flapping slightly, its four hooves stepping on space, swiftly landing in front of the Universe Galaxy Bank. "Thanks." Luo Feng smiled as he got off the carriage rushed into the sky and swiftly left. As for the carriage fee, it was deducted from his personal account. Virtual Universe Black Dragon Mountain Island, Universe Galaxy Bank. Welcome. Luo Feng entered the bank, following the self-service passageway beside the bank, entering a self-service room. Entering the sealed room. Please enter your account number. The electronic voice resounded. 8,492, 8,593, WOXH, 8,528, 5,285, 032. Luo Feng swiftly entered. This was his teacher's 5-star account. Immediately the room's signal scanned Luo Feng. As Luo Feng had previously withdrawn money from Jade Rock Star, he had already left some basic information. Password entered, correct. User confirmed. Rumble, what was originally a normal room, immediately became an incomparably luxurious room, and an incredibly beautiful female AI stood beside, extremely respectful, respected 5-star customer, how do you do, I am 008231 AI, at your service. How do you do? Luo Feng smiled as he looked at the female AI, happy within. Everything was exactly as Babata had said. As he had successfully opened the 5-star account, he had already been confirmed as a 5-star customer by the Universe Galaxy Bank. One had to know. Luo Feng had acquired 20 billion universe dollars through Mingyu. This was comparable to many domain lords' entire wealth. However, he was only confirmed as a 2-star customer. 5-star customer, just how respected was that? This Universe Galaxy Bank, for the 5-star customers, had many very good services. Of course, services required money. I need to get rid of some items. Luo Feng looked at the female AI before him. The female AI bowed and smiled, respected 5-star customer, our universe. Galaxy Bank has an item selling service. Our bank has very strong sales channels in all the universe countries in the vast universe. We can get your items sold in a very short period of time. We only need to collect 1/1000 of the transaction fee. Luo Feng smiled. This was the treatment of a 5-star customer, selling an incomparably hot treasure. It was just that simple. Other than the item selling service, our Universe Galaxy Bank also has an item purchasing service, however the purchasing price is based on the standard price. The female AI's voice was clear and melodious, smiling, incomparably respectful. I choose the item selling service. Luo Feng said. Even though the item selling required a 1/1000 processing fee, the selling price was usually not bad. Even with a 1/1000 processing fee, the final price was still much higher than the bank's direct purchasing price. With the experienced Babata by his side, Luo Feng wouldn't lose out in this aspect. These are the 48 items I need to sell. Luo Feng swiftly used his virtual assistant Babata, sending the detailed information of the 48 treasures to the female AI before him. 48 items. Our Universe Galaxy Bank can immediately sell them in the virtual universe's various universe countries' auctions. The female AI smiled. Please confirm the location and time for your 48 items to be delivered to our bank. Ganwu Star Region, Black Dragon Mountain Star Field, Milky Way's Bailon Star. Luo Feng reported the location and time. The estimated time was 8 days later when he would reach Bailon Star. Time and location confirmed. The female AI smiled. Please sign the selling documents. A contract floated before Luo Feng. The contract was very detailed, including the rights and responsibilities of both parties, and the terms of breaking the contract, etc. D. The selling documents have been signed. The female AI smiled. Respected 5-star customer, I wonder if there's anything else I can help you with. There's nothing else. Luo Feng smiled and stood up, turning to walk towards the door, pulling it open and walking out. Rumble, the luxurious room immediately disappeared, returning to its normal sealed self-service room. 5-star customers, as the Universe Galaxy Bank's most important customers, the bank prepared many services for these customers. However, since it was a service, it naturally required money. However, in the universe, without a certain channel, there were some things that couldn't be done even with money. If he sold the 48 treasures, if he sold them in the Black Dragon Mountain Star Field, it would definitely cause a huge wave. However, through the Universe Galaxy Bank, selling them in the various universe countries, it wouldn't even cause a small wave. The 48 treasures were probably worth about 10% or 20% of Sector Lord Kabu's wealth. But Sector Lord Kabu, compared to the UNMO planet's master, was worlds apart. After 7 months, Luo Feng and the others returned to Bailon Star, this life planet that was very close to Earth. Back then Luo Feng and the others spent 3 months in the world of thunder. In the world within a world, they first mined for universe crystals and thunderstones, spending a month, and then continued battling for a month and a half. If the time taken to return to Sunglan Star from the world within a world and return to Earth from Sunglan Star, about 7 months, year 2063 April, Luo Feng and the others left Earth. China time, year 2063, November 16, 1:16 p.m. in the afternoon, the universe ship entered Bailon Star. Within the ship control room, Luo Feng and the other two looked down at the warehouse base. Before the warehouse was an incredibly beautiful universe ship with the Universe Galaxy Bank logo. This universe ship was shaped like a sword, giving off a dreamlike feeling. Third brother, are those treasures that easy to trade? Thunder God looked at the spacecraft below. Right, it's that simple, I'll just hand the treasure over to him. Luo Feng smiled. They won't kill and steal, right? Thunder God looked uneasily at the ship below. Haha. Luo Feng laughed loudly. Second brother, this is the Universe Galaxy Bank, and look at this ship, it's an E-grade ship, this represents wealth and power. Like the Universe Galaxy Bank, the Universe First Bank, these two super banks, they value their reputation the most. Compared to our 48 treasures. Treasures that are thousands to tens of thousands of times more valuable, even the Universe Galaxy Bank wouldn't be moved. Don't be so petty. What's more, when I hand over the goods, the scene will be monitored by the ship's bank AI system, the internal staff of the bank won't dare kill and steal. Luo Feng smiled. The moment they go against it, they'll explode with a pong. While they were talking, the ship landed on the ground. Hua, the cabin door opened, Luo Feng, Hong, Thunder God and Ao Gu all jumped out, immediately flying towards the distant, incomparably dreamy ship. Outside the cabin door of the sword-shaped ship stood 3 men dressed in the Galaxy Bank uniform. One of them was a domain lord, the other 2 were universe levels. Sir, please hand over your goods. The domain lord smiled humbly and courteously, even though he could tell with a glance that the people before him were all star levels. However, the level of this transaction was extremely high, and his every move was being recorded by the bank's AI system. Hence he had to follow the bank's requirements. Humble and courteous, he had to smile. These are the goods. Luo Feng handed over a space ring. Chi. A dreamy light shot into the space ring from the universe ship. After a while a voice resounded, goods confirmed. Sir, the transaction is a success, thank you for your support of our Universe Galaxy Bank. The domain lord bowed, his face couldn't help but twitch. A domain lord bowing to a few star levels? Haha, then I won't send you off, we'll be leaving first. Luo Feng laughed loudly, turning and leaving. The domain lord and the two universe levels returned to the ship. The three of them had weird expressions on their faces. A few star levels actually came to trade with us, that's too funny. I even had to bow to them earlier. Just thinking about it makes me uncomfortable. The two universe levels were extremely unhappy, the domain lord beside, his green eyebrow creased. Our service level is very high, usually we trade with undyings. Occasionally we trade with sector lords. This time we actually met a star-level punk. He could be some super family, or some absolute warrior's pampered disciple. The other two universe levels nodded. Right. Their team's customers were usually very high. They were all either 4 or 5-star customers, and under normal circumstances, 4-star customers were usually undyings, or some extremely lucky sector lords. As for 5-star customers, those were absolute beings that could make countless galaxies tremble. It's fine if you complain, but don't leak any information about the customers, otherwise the bank will deal with you. Don't blame me for not reminding you. The green-haired domain lord ordered. Yes, lord. The two universe levels replied respectfully. After Luo Feng and the others finished their trade on Bailon Star, they sat in a ship and left Bailon Star, going through universe travel, heading back home. Earth, within the ship's control room. Ha ha ha, the domain lord bowing to us? Thunder God laughed proudly. It's unbelievable. Hong exclaimed. Big brother, second brother. Luo Feng smiled as he looked at Hong and Thunder God. The payment has been received, everything will be distributed according to the old rules. Stop. Thunder God shook his head. I don't want it anymore. You gave me 5 thunder techniques. Those 5 techniques themselves cost a lot of thunderstones. It's worth about 20%. What's more, within these 5 techniques, one of them has a living AI, that old Wu. He allowed me to receive Sector Lord Kabu's inheritance. Accurately speaking, my gains are the biggest. Don't give it to me. Since the second brother has received Sector Lord Kabu's inheritance. Hong smiled. That Sector Lord must have prepared everything for him. Luo Feng smiled and nodded. He had received his teacher's inheritance. His teacher had split his savings into 3 accounts for himself. His second brother Thunder God probably received quite a bit. Big brother. Luo Feng looked at Hong. I have enough money, if you want to give it to me, buy me a life fruit later. Hong said, 1 life fruit, it's worth about 20%. Life fruit? Luo Feng nodded. The life fruit, in the world within a world's exchange list, even though it only required 800,000 thunderstones. In reality, in the outside world, the life fruit was hard to buy. Even if one wanted to, the price would be extremely shocking. Even with 20% of his wealth, it would be hard to say if he could buy a life fruit. All right. Luo Feng nodded. Then I'll first enter the Virtual Universe Network. Virtual Universe, Black Dragon Mountain Island 9-star Bay. Luo Feng's study, the screen was before him. So many mail. Luo Feng sat in his chair, opening the first mail. Respected customer, how are you? Your consciousness-bound account in our bank has just received a remittance of 1,230 billion universe credits. Your account balance has reached the limit of 10 mixed elements. Mixed elements are a high-level unit. Each mixed element is equivalent to 1 trillion universe credits. It has automatically been upgraded to a 3-star account. You have automatically become a respected 3-star customer of the Universe Galaxy Bank. As a star customer, you have many special rights. The mail has a list of special rights and explanations. Universe Galaxy Bank. This first mail was the mail from the transfer. Over 110,000 billion? Luo Feng held his breath as he read. 110,000 billion universe dollars, what kind of concept was that? Normally in the universe, a galaxy's worth was between 100 billion, 1 trillion universe dollars. That meant to say, Luo Feng's wealth was equivalent to tens of galaxies. And a sector lord warrior would normally be able to get a galaxy after joining an empire. Of course, if a sector lord put in the effort, getting a few galaxies wouldn't be hard. 110,000 billion universe dollars was equivalent to tens of galaxies. It definitely belonged to the level of a sector lord warrior's wealth. In the universe, there are 2 types of currency, one is universe crystals, universe dollars. That's formed from a sector lord's condensation of the universe's energy. The second is undying crystals, undying coins. They are formed by undying beings. They contain the universe origin laws, a strange energy crystallization. They're even more valuable. However, universe dollars are considered the universe's currency. As for the undying crystals, they're considered strategic reserves. Whether it's the human race or other races, nobody is willing to sell them. Babata's voice resounded in Luo Feng's mind. As for the mixed element unit, it's considered a large unit used by the absolute warriors when they trade. Luo Feng blinked twice. In an instant, he had become a millionaire with tens of galaxies. Don't get excited, this bit of wealth doesn't mean much in the vast universe. You're just a 3-star customer. In the vast universe, you're just a small shrimp, tens of galaxies? You can barely be considered well off. Babata said, work hard and train. When you become a domain lord and inherit your teacher's 5-star account, then you'll be awesome. P.S. 2 chapters completed. Tonight, I'll prepare. Tomorrow's target is 4 chapters, work hard to pay back the debt. Alright, I'll just be a little. Luo Feng smiled and continued to look at the screen. On the screen, including the ones he had seen before, there were a total of 7 messages, of which the first 5 were from the Universe Galaxy Bank, the 6th from the Virtual Universe Company and the 7th from the Battleaxe Coliseum. Luo Feng's finger gently tapped on the screen and opened the second message. Respected customer, how do you do? Do you often store large amounts of funds in your account and withdraw them when you need them? I have to warn you, this is a very inefficient way of operating your funds. As long as you hand over your funds to us to help you operate them, you will receive an endless stream of profits. We first guarantee that you will never lose money. As for the yearly profit rate, according to the market, it varies. The highest we've ever allowed a user to earn over 100%. Yes, as long as you hand over 10 trillion universe dollars to us to manage, in a year, it can very well become 20 trillion universe dollars. Even in the worst case scenario, we can guarantee that you won't lose money. The following are a few random results from our investment department. Luo Feng couldn't help but laugh. He extended his finger and gently opened the third message. Respected customer, how do you do? Our team has the pinnacle of planet management experience in the universe. Do you have a large number of planets, however, they don't give you enough profits? As long as you hand over your planets to us to manage, we will nurture the most elite warriors for you, the most loyal warriors. At the same time, the earning efficiency of each planet will greatly increase. Also, we can help you build a religion, or build a strong and stable family, religion model, family model, dynasty model, academy model. You can choose any mode and let us manage your planet territory. Luo Feng finished reading the first 5 messages in one breath. The second is from the Universe Galaxy Bank's investment department. They want me to hand over my money to them for financial investments. The third is for my services. They want me to spend money and they will help me manage my planet, helping me nurture incomparably loyal subordinates. They're also split into religion model, family model, etc. The fourth still wants me to spend money to help with investments. The returns are higher, the risks are higher too. The fifth is specially for me to enjoy, providing various services. Luo Feng shook his head. Out of the 5 emails, 2 of them were about helping with financial investments. One of them was guaranteed to not lose money, while the second had uncertain returns. And according to what he understood from his little brother, the world of financial investments in the universe was dark. The investment departments under the 2 super banks absorbed money from normal investors, forming a huge amount of funds to stir up trouble. Usually, they would use the money of ordinary investors to carry the palanquin for their own exclusive accounts. Luo Feng, the 6th and 7th male, look, they are very important. Babata's voice resounded. Ah? Luo Feng was shocked. Very important? The 6th was from the Virtual Universe Company. Luo Feng extended his finger and opened the 6th mail. Hello. From the moment you become a 3-star client, you have the right to step into the Ganwu auction. And our Virtual Universe Company's auctions will give them the chance to purchase many precious items. The Ganwu auction is held once every 3 years. The lowest requirement to participate in the auction is to be a 3-star customer of the Universe First Bank, Universe Galaxy Bank. The next Ganwu auction will be held in 2 years. For the details of the auction, please look at the attachment of this mail. Virtual Universe Company. Luo Feng's expression was serious as he looked at the screen before him. This Ganwu auction's requirements were indeed high. The lowest requirement to participate was to be a 3-star customer of the 2 super banks. As for 3-star customers, they were usually sector lord experts and some rich and powerful people with superpowers. For a group of sector lord warriors to participate in the auction, Luo Feng, in this Ganwu auction, there will be many incomparably precious treasures. Like the life fruit, or some precious level 5 weapons that only undying warriors can create, and many other restricted level weapons, these can all be seen in this auction. To a strong warrior, this auction is very important. Babata reminded, you can only rely on this auction to buy many treasures. Luo Feng nodded. Of course, this auction is a beginner auction. The auctions held by the Virtual Universe Company are split into beginner auctions, middle auctions, and high-level auctions. Beginner auctions, the lowest requirement to participate is to be a 3-star customer. Normal 3-star customers are all sector lord warriors. Middle-level auctions, the lowest requirement to participate is to be a 4-star customer. Normal 4-star customers are all undying beings. Hence, middle-level auctions are auctions that normal undying beings participate in. Every treasure auctioned. I'm afraid your entire fortune might not even be enough to buy a single treasure. High-level auctions, the lowest requirement is to be a 5-star customer. Oh, these auctions, the people who participate, are all absolute tycoons of the large organizations and powers. Or the rulers of the Ganwu Universe country and other universe countries, or even some absolute warriors amongst the lone undying. In these high-level auctions, the items auctioned are all shockingly expensive. However, a high-level auction, just the preparation alone would take many years. The items auctioned in these high-level auctions are usually obtained by undying beings risking their lives. Some risking their lives yet couldn't obtain them, like your teacher. Luo Feng was stunned. His teacher, the master of the Yunmo planet, seemed to have lost his life because of a certain treasure. 3-star customers, in the Black Dragon Mountain starfield, are very impressive. However, in the entire universe, they're average. And for the auctions, you can only participate in the local auctions. You can only participate in the Ganwu auction, you don't have the qualifications to participate in the auctions of the other universe countries. Babata said. Luo Feng nodded. These auctions, the standards were too high, people without status wouldn't even have heard of them before. Even the lowest requirement for the basic level auctions was a 3-star customer. The next Ganwu auction will be in 2 years and 1 month. Luo Feng anticipated within these auctions, he definitely had to participate. Luo Feng sat in his study, reading through the introduction of the auction. He was even more excited. These auctions indeed had many incomparably rare and precious items. This last mail is from the Battle Axe Coliseum? Luo Feng extended his finger, curiously opening it. This mail was a notification for the VIP membership. When he became a 3-star customer, he automatically became a bronze VIP member of the Battle Axe Coliseum. He could watch the Battle Axe Coliseum's battles for free. Battle Axe Coliseum? Is a membership very important? Luo Feng asked curiously. The membership itself isn't important, but the Battle Axe Coliseum's battles are still very important. On Luo Feng's shoulder, the fist-sized little demon emphasized, every battle held by the Battle Axe Coliseum is a life and death battle. At least one side has to die for the battle to end. Hence, these battles are very worth watching. It's also very beneficial for training and comprehension. Ah? Luo Feng nodded. This membership giveaway mail had an attachment. It was a list of the recent battles. Luo Feng casually opened it. The recent 7 days of life and death battles? A total of 6,201? Luo Feng stared wide-eyed. There are 6,118 universe-level life and death battles, 82 domain lord-level life and death battles, and 1 sector lord life and death battle. Luo Feng took in a deep cold breath. In just 7 days, there were so many strong life and death battles? There was even a sector lord life and death battle? Don't be surprised, the Battle Axe Coliseum covers every universe country. A universe country is so big that it can be said to be boundless. With all the universe countries added up, it's very normal to have so many life and death battles in the 7 days. Babata explained, look, among these 6,201 life and death battles, there are only 3 that belong to the Ganwu universe country. On the attachment, there were 6,118 universe-level life and death battles, and they were arranged according to the number of people watching them. The most watched life and death battle, both were universe level 6. Universe level 6, there's actually so many people watching? Luo Feng curiously opened this battle and looked at the details. Both sides came from the desolate Peak Universe country. One side was called Genji, from the Lu Shou clan. The other side was called Hanks, a slave trader's servant. Genji was born on the Lu Shou planet. Lu Shou planet was a planet with extremely harsh living conditions. There were many monsters on the planet, many of the weaker Lu Shou clansmen were killed by the monsters, only the strong could survive. And the Lu Shou clan genius Genji very quickly rose from Lu Shou planet, reaching the Star Traveler level and even the Star level, attracting the attention of the leader of Lu Shou planet. Genji became an elite soldier under the leader of the planet. Genji worked hard and his position rose higher and higher, after which the leader gave Lu Shou planet to Genji. Genji became the leader of Lu Shou planet, becoming the hero of the Lu Shou clan. However, after that, the leader of the planet angered a huge enemy and was attacked. Many of the planets under the leader, including this Lu Shou planet, were stolen and many of the Lu Shou clansmen were sold as slaves. After Genji worked hard to reach the universe level, he sold himself to the Battle Axe Coliseum. The Battle Axe Coliseum stepped in and bought Lu Shou planet from the leader. And Genji had to experience 1,000 battles in the Battle Axe Coliseum. If he didn't die, he would regain his freedom. Hanks lived on a very normal planet, living a normal life. However, many youths on this planet, including the young Hanks, were captured by a slave trader team. After the slave traders captured many slaves, they began to undergo hellish training. Some of the failures were sold as slaves, while the elites continued to train. Hanks was one of the elites, reaching the star level and even breaking through to the universe level, only because he was implanted with the microchip. Hanks was only a slave. However, later on, his battle strength was truly strong, and it wasn't worth it to be sold as a universe-level slave. Hence, the slave trader signed a contract with him. As long as he could survive 1,000 battles in the Battle Axe Coliseum, he would regain his freedom, because in the Battle Axe Coliseum, the longer one lived, the more shocking the appearance fee. This was much more profitable than selling slaves. The slave trader was very clear, only when the slave truly desired and was truly willing, would he be able to explode with his strongest battle strength in the battles. Hence, he gave him the contract to regain his freedom after 1,000 battles. Genji, 691 wins, Hanks, 821 wins, both universe level 6. This battle was the most watched battle in the past 7 days, out of the over 6,000 universe level battles in the Battle Axe Coliseum. P.S. Chapter 1 here. Genji, Fighter, Domain Level 5. Hanks, Spirit Reader Controller, Domain Level 4. To be able to reach Domain Level 4 and 5 at Universe Level 6, these two could be considered geniuses. The most important thing was, these two had extremely high battle talents. Many other Domain Level 4, 5 and even 6 geniuses had died at their hands. 691 wins, 821 wins, these two were definitely the true veterans of the Battle Axe Coliseum. These two. Luo Feng sighed within. Looking at these two's history, Genji was doing it for his home race. Hanks was a slave being squeezed by a slave trader. However, one of them would definitely die. This battle, I definitely have to watch. Luo Feng carefully looked at the screen's introduction. 1 hour? A universe ship, using universe travel, flying from Bailon Star to Earth, it took about 8 hours. Luo Feng immediately pulled Hong and Thunder God over to watch the battle together. Battle Axe Coliseum, one of the 5 great leviathans of humanity in the universe. Within the virtual universe network, there was a specially open space. This space had an incredibly wide river that flowed through the entire space. The water's buoyancy was shocking. On this endless river were many floating islands. Every island was a coliseum. Island 08921. This was an island covered in snow. On the island's most majestic structure, was that huge Colosseum. In the center of the Colosseum was an incredibly vast empty space, all around it were densely packed seats. The second, third and fourth levels of the Colosseum were all private rooms. Only members could enter the private room. As for ordinary spectators, they could only watch the battle from the densely packed auditorium. I like Genji, his blade work is really powerful. Every time I see it, I feel like I'm in a dream, filled with life energy. He will definitely win. Betting on Genji? Genji's odds are very low. What's there to be afraid of? Genji's odds are 1:31, Hanks's 1:268. From the Battleaxe Coliseum's official odds, obviously the Battleaxe Coliseum thinks Genji will win. I'm not afraid of the odds, as long as I can earn money, that's enough. I've already made a lot of money betting on Genji. I'll bet on him again this time. If I bet on Hanks, I might be able to make a comeback. I bet 600,000 universe dollars. Only 600,000 universe dollars, I'll bet 2 million universe dollars on Genji to win. I'll bet 1 million universe credits, just for fun. 3 orcs with green horns on their heads were dressed luxuriously, and they were sitting in the audience seats and laughing as they discussed. Suddenly, a silver-haired handsome man carrying a child walked towards the stairs at the side of the corridor. Step, step, step. He quickly went up the stairs. Upstairs? The bank account should be at least 3-star. Who is that silver-haired man? I don't know, us 3 brothers only know people from our own starfield. In this place, many of the people that come are not even from the same universe country as us. Who knows him? The 3 green-horned orcs discussed among themselves. A moment later, another 5 people went upstairs together. As the live broadcast of the duel began, the number of people in the dojo grew. The first level was filled to the brim with spectators, more than half of the seats were filled. There were at least 100,000 people, and there were even quite a few who went upstairs. To be able to go to the private rooms upstairs, one had to be at least a 3-star bank customer, or even higher. Look at those 3 punks, those curious gazes, that aura, one look and you can tell they're punks from some random corner who haven't seen the world. I agree with Big Brother, from my experience interacting with people all day, these 3's aura are obviously lacking, they're not big figures. I agree too. The 3 green-horned orcs looked at the 3 youths walking side by side in the corridor not too far away, they were laughing and chatting, occasionally curiously looking at the structure of the dojo. Up. 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 The 3 of them went upstairs. The 3 green-horned orcs stared wide-eyed, they actually made a mistake. 3-star customer? What the hell? I actually made a mistake. Luo Feng, Hong and Thunder God swiftly went upstairs, following the number of the private rooms, they entered one of the private rooms. As members, they had their own private rooms. Members could bring their own family, friends and servants to watch the battles. As for how many people they brought, it was up to the members. However, the private rooms were only so big, the more people they brought, the more cramped it got. Third brother, this Battleaxe dojo sure is generous. I saw before, to watch such a broadcast, the entrance fee is very expensive. Members can actually watch for free. Thunder God sighed, and when we walked into the dojo earlier, those densely packed people, from their discussions, it seemed like every single one of them was betting a few 100,000 universe dollars, even a few million universe dollars, they're really rich. Hong smiled, those who can come here, even the spectators on the first level, most of them have many planet territories. Luo Feng smiled and nodded, right, 1 trillion black dragon dollars is equivalent to 300,000 universe dollars. In other words, those people had casually placed their bets on a few or even dozens of planets. In their respective starfields, they're definitely people with status. No matter how much status they had, they still weren't considered members. To be a member of the Battleaxe dojo, the lowest requirement was to be a 3-star bank customer. Normally only sector lords would have such a status, like the Black Dragon Mountain starfield, even though the heads of the 16 families were all sector lords, they might not all be 3-star customers. Ladies and gentlemen from the various universe countries. This life and death battle is about to begin, everyone please hurry and place your bets, there's not much time left. Genji's victory, the odds are 1:1. 31. If Hacks wins, the payout is 1, 2. 68. If both sides die together, the payout is 1, 81, which is 81 times the current payout. In a battle between powerhouses of similar strength, it is very likely that both sides will die together. A loud voice, standard universe language, resounded in the spectators' ears. There's only 5 minutes left until the betting deadline, everyone please hurry. Within the private room. First time here, you should bet. Thunder God smiled. Big brother, third brother, who are you guys prepared to bet on? I'll bet on Hanks. Hong said solemnly, looking at him. I'm reminded of back when I was young and was trained as a killer. This Hank's suffering is a million times worse than mine. The slave trader's hellish exploitation, I believe, he should be able to win. I'll bet on him. 100 million universe dollars. 100 million? Luo Feng looked shocked at Hong. How much money Hong had? Luo Feng was very clear. He had given Hong 4 billion universe dollars before, and with the universe crystals, Hong had over 1 billion universe crystals too. In terms of wealth, Hong only had over 5 billion universe dollars. Throwing 100 million at once, it seemed like it had really struck a chord. I choose Genji, 100 million universe dollars. I feel his chances of winning are higher. Thunder God said, third brother, what about you? Me? Luo Feng looked through the private room's window. At the center of the huge dojo, on the floating screen was the detailed information of the two opponents. That Hanks was incomparably cold, almost as though he had walked out from hell. Genji, his eyes were filled with determination, with a sense of anticipation, his face always carrying a smile. I choose him, Genji. Luo Feng said, 100 million universe dollars too. Not knowing why, looking at Genji, thinking of this warrior's struggle for his home race, to let his home planet Lu Xiu regain its freedom, to let his own race no longer be enslaved, when he couldn't deal with the enemy, he even chose to sell himself to the Battle Axe Dojo, letting them act for him. Luo Feng felt a sense of resonance. He too was under heavy pressure, the threat of the Newland Shan family still hadn't been eliminated. However, he was different from Genji, he had many more trump cards. I hope you succeed, and survive through the 1,000 battles. Luo Feng thought within. Virtual Universe, Dojo 08921. Betting has ended. Ladies and gentlemen, this life and death battle has begun. The two sides of this life and death battle are the fighter Genji and the spirit reader controller Hanks. They are both Universe Level 6. The location of this life and death battle is within the Desolate Peak Universe country's Red Bird Star Field, a normal desolate planet. Right now, we'll begin the live broadcast. Following the announcer's voice, the dojo immediately became dark. Simultaneously a snow-white planet appeared in the center of the dojo. The planet continued to expand. On the surface of the planet, the wind howled, mixed with the white shards of ice and sand danced madly. Faintly, within the madly dancing sand, there were two silhouettes. One was dressed in a dark blue battle robe, with boots on his feet, a battle blade and a round shield on his back, a cold and handsome youth. He was Genji. In the distance, there was a young man with a scar on his face. He wore a black battle suit and his long hair fluttered in the wind. He had two scimitars by his waist and a snow-white dragon that danced around him. He was Hanks. The life and death battle, the location was a desolate planet. Between the two of them, only one could leave this planet alive. Begin. A thick voice resounded from space, entering the ears of the two warriors on the ground. Amidst the extremely thin atmosphere of the star, a bald robust man in golden combat clothes and combat boots was looking down from above. He was a region lord, and he was the supervisor of this life and death battle. If both sides dared to flee before the outcome of the battle was decided, then he would act and kill the one who fled. Universe level battle, Domain Lord Supervisor. Domain Lord battle, Sector Lord Supervisor. Sector Lord battle, Undying Supervisor. These were the rules of the Battle Axe Coliseum. The moment one signed the contract and agreed to battle, there was no turning back. Lu Xiu. The blue-robed youth muttered softly, following which his eyes lit up, like two beams of light, looking at the distant black-cloaked man. 822, Victory. The black-cloaked man Hanks, his eyes seemed to be filled with an incredibly thick killing intent, like a demon that had returned from hell. Rumble. Rumble. The madly dancing storm fiercely exploded, and the Battle Axe Coliseum's cameras swiftly and clearly captured the battle scene, transmitting it to the virtual universe network, projecting it onto the dojo 08921. This allowed the spectators in the dojo to clearly see the battle scene. Seal. The black-robed man, Hex, floated in midair, and the sand around him danced in the air. With a low shout, the snow-white dragon that was flying around him suddenly stopped. It turned out that it was actually many silver-white needles with complicated patterns on their surface. A large number of these needles released a silver-white light and formed that long dragon. Pung! Large amounts of needles dispersed, swiftly covering the surrounding land and skies. Every needle emitted a silver light. In an instant the land and skies became a silver world, Hank's domain. Ice Snow Domain. This can't stop me. A blue-robed figure walked step by step towards Hex. He seemed to be moving slowly, yet he was actually moving swiftly like a bolt of lightning. At the same time, the blue-robed figure actually created 3 afterimages, causing others to be unable to determine for a time which of these 3 walking afterimages was his true body. The 3 blue-robed silhouettes stared at Hanks, their gazes like needles. It's useless. The black-clothed man Hank's eyes were cold. Xiao. 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 The 39 needles quickly formed into a thin silver snake, stabbing towards the 3 blue-robed phantoms. With a pu sound, 2 of the phantoms were destroyed, leaving behind the blue-robed man, Genji, who was surrounded by a green light. Genji held a shield in his hand, waving it around to form a defensive formation. The silver snake could not go around the shield at all. The blue-robed man walked over step by step, his aura growing stronger and stronger. He wielded his blade, however he didn't attack. Virtual Universe, Dojo Private Room. Luo Feng and the other 2 watched with beads of perspiration on their foreheads. Hong exclaimed softly, "Unbelievable, just relying on a shield, he can defend to such an extent. Almost like there's no way out of his body, it's completely sealed off. This is simply too exaggerated. This shield technique has already reached an unbelievable level. Very exaggerated." Thunder God too held his breath. Powerful. Luo Feng too used a shield, hence he was even more clear on how terrifying Genji was. That Hanks is very powerful too. He actually used a spirit weapon to merge with his domain, forming an incredibly powerful ice snow domain. There was always someone stronger, there was always someone stronger. Luo Feng and the other 2 had always thought highly of themselves, however watching the 2 warriors in this life and death battle, whether it was mental state, domain level, shield technique, spirit weapon technique, they all far surpassed Luo Feng and the other 2. But from the looks of it, Genji might win. Thunder God frowned. Luo Feng nodded. Yes. Hong sighed softly, that Genji's aura is completely suppressing his opponent. Furthermore, Genji's shield technique is practically invulnerable, while his blade technique is constantly accumulating power. The moment he attacks, it will definitely be extremely tyrannical. On a desolate planet. The blue-robed youth Genji seemed to be moving slowly, but in a blink of an eye he had traversed a few kilometers. Hanks, who was floating in mid-air controlling his spirit weapon with all his might, had an ugly expression on his face. He gritted his teeth and roared, 3 dragons. Break! Xiao! 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 The needles quickly combined into 3 thin silver snakes that attacked Genji from all sides. Humph! Genji let out a low snort as he stomped on the ground, leaving behind a series of afterimages. The battle blade in his hand had already turned into a dark green chain of blade shadows, enveloping Hanks, who was floating in mid-air. At the same time, Hanks pulled out the scimitars from his waist with both hands. With the 2 scimitars in hand, he immediately turned into 2 arcs of light. Clang! 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 The battle of the universe-level warriors, the clashing of their weapons created an incredibly strong shockwave. Immediately the ground was shaved off a layer, immediately sinking tens of meters. The surrounding tens of kilometers were reduced to ruins, the shockwave still spreading out in all directions. Layer upon layer of shockwaves formed an incredibly violent energy wave, sweeping out in all directions. Block it! Block it! Block it! Genji muttered. The blade in his hand was incomparably elegant as it slashed at Hanks time and time again. The blade became a dreamy green blade shadow. Looking at these blade shadows, it was like watching a small blade of grass breaking out of the ground, tenacious and strong as it grew. That sort of continuous life force made one feel helpless. Hank's forehead beaded with sweat. He bit his lips and continuously dodged, borrowing the power of his blades to block, at the same time controlling his spirit weapon to attack Genji, occasionally even using soul attack techniques. Alas, Genji wasn't affected at all. The blade shadows that were filled with life force became stronger and stronger, stronger and stronger, asterisk 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 within the private room. Genji has won, Hanks can't hold on much longer. Luo Feng said, looking at the projection in the center of the dojo. That man's eyes were filled with hope, his blade techniques filled with endless life force. 30. If Genji wins, then we'll earn. Thunder God revealed a smile. It's not the final moment yet. Hong's expression was serious. Luo Feng and the other two, Luo Feng resonated with Genji's past, Hong resonated with Hanks's life. The two were both hoping for their opponents to win. Of course, if Hanks were to die, Luo Feng would feel regret. However, in this life and death battle, one had to die, there was no other way. Luo Feng's expression changed. There's hope. Hong's eyes gleamed. That's weird. Thunder God stared wide-eyed. Wah. A special situation has occurred. Haha, it's time to turn the tables. The entire dojo was filled with shouts of shock, all sorts of discussions. One had to know that these life and death battles had accidents, but they were after all rare. These life and death battles relied on both parties' strength. Genji's strength was indeed a head above Hanks, whether it was his shield technique or his blade technique, one for defense and one for attack, it was already close to perfection. And Genji's willpower was extremely terrifying, his soul defense was extremely strong, other people's soul attacks and illusion techniques were unable to affect him. Hence, even the Battle Axe Coliseum's payout rates were very low. Obviously Genji's strength was much stronger than Hanks. However now, heaven-defying. This Hanks actually comprehended the origin laws at the moment of life and death? It's indeed the origin laws, it should be the water origin laws. Even though he just comprehended it, he still stepped through a huge door. Haha, this life and death battle, to actually be able to see such a scene, it's worth it. Luo Feng and the other two heard the discussions in the spectator stands. They knew very little about the origin laws, however at this time, they could clearly see the sudden change in the battle between Genji and Hanks. The shockwaves caused the earth to tremble, creating an incomparably terrifying energy wave. The two silhouettes moved like lightning. Chi. 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 Hank's eyes gleamed, the ice and snow domain enveloped the surrounding land and land, the three silver snakes seemed to have come to life, just like three slithering little snakes, surrounding Genji and madly attacking. Genji used his shield to defend, he was already starting to panic, he no longer had that relaxed rhythm. Clang. Clang. Genji not only used his shield, he even used his blade to defend. No. No. Genji's forehead was beaded with sweat, the shield and blade's defense had already exceeded its limits. The black-clothed man, Hanks, who was floating in the distance, looked down at this scene. His eyes flashed, and the three silver snakes suddenly increased in attack speed, making it even harder for Genji to defend. A ray of silver light brushed past his shield, and Genji's shield smashed into the silver snake, causing it to explode. However, the front half of the silver snake, the needles became a silver light, brushing past Genji's head. Silence, all the needles stopped attacking, floating in mid-air, the silver needles quickly gathered together, along with the surrounding needles that controlled the area, finally forming a round plate, landing beside the black-clothed man Hanks. Genji, who was wearing a blue battle robe, with a bang, his knee smashed onto the ground, and his upper body slowly fell down. He, hurry up and run, come to daddy. Daddy, daddy. In Genji's blurry eyes, he could vaguely see a beautiful grassland. On the grassland, a cute 5 or 6-year-old girl kept laughing, chasing after a tall figure, her mouth shouting, "Daddy, daddy." That was the grassland of his dreams, the most beautiful grassland in Genji's dreams. His home, the place he wanted to protect. Lu Shou. Lu Shou. The moment Genji's soul was shattered, he was calling out the name of his home. Bang, his body smashed onto the ground. Genji's forehead was bleeding, although it did not look like he was heavily injured. In reality, his sea of consciousness had been pierced, his soul had been shattered. The wind howled, the black-clothed man Hanks flew over from afar, landing on the ground, looking at the blue-clothed man's corpse. Hanks slowly squatted down, gently caressing Genji's eyes, letting him close them, only. Hanks felt his hands touch a liquid. Hanks looked at his palms, the liquid was transparent. Tears? I'm sorry. Hanks lowered his head to look at Genji's body, saying softly, I just want to go home. Every time they fought, Hanks would never show mercy. And every time the battle ended, he would say sorry. Hanks closed his eyes. That beautiful planet in his memories, his home, he hadn't been back for thousands of years. 822, there's still 178 matches. I'll be able to go home. Hanks stood up. Rumble, rushing into the sky. Leaving behind ice and sand in the air, the madly dancing snow-white ice and sand quickly covered Genji's body. A universe level 6 warrior, a warrior with a bright future, a warrior with limitless potential, had fallen just like that on a desolate planet. Within the private room, the Battle Axe Coliseum's cameras were incomparably advanced, even the 2 lines of tears left behind by Genji's death were clearly captured. The ending, Genji's death, Hank's victory. Luo Feng and Thunder God had both lost their bets, Hong had won. However, Luo Feng, Thunder God and Hong were all silent for a while. Even Hong, who had won, watched the final scene of the body covered in sand and sand. Genji's dead. Luo Feng said softly, Hanks too needs to win another 178 matches to return alive. Hong and Thunder God were silent. In the universe, to struggle and rise up was indeed very, very difficult. Any genius, if they were careless in certain areas, they could fall. And the strongest warriors of the entire human race were the 3 of them. After watching this battle, Luo Feng, Hong and Thunder God all felt the pressure. Leaving the dojo, they returned to reality from the virtual universe network. Within the control room of the universe ship, Luo Feng and the other 2 were feeling heavy. This damn universe. Thunder God couldn't help but curse. Luo Feng was silent. Don't curse, there's no point. Hong shook his head, where there's light, there's darkness, there's naturally competition. Even on this small earth, killers, prostitutes, cheats, robbers, corrupt officials, schemers, what kind of people don't exist? Not to mention the vast universe. The universe is vast, hence there are many cruel and evil people, there are many more. However, at the same time, there are many people with bright hearts, chasing after their dreams. Diverse, encompassing everything. What we can do now is to do our best and protect our race on Earth. Only when we become important figures in the entire universe will we have the power to do anything. As for now, don't think too much. Hong shook his head. Luo Feng and Thunder God nodded. The ship continued to fly. After over 8 hours of flight, it finally reached the coordinates of the solar system in the dark universe. The space coordinates here were completely covered by the Yun Mo Planet Master space techniques. Hence, if other universe ships wanted to come to Earth, they could only go through the wormhole and fly for a long time in the universe before reaching Earth. And Luo Feng and the others could directly go through universe travel. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 3, 2, 1. Universe travel. Within the dark universe. As the universe ship stopped, it was immediately pushed out of the dark universe, passing through and returning to the solar system of the actual universe. China year 2063, November 16, late night 2208, a triangular universe ship entered Earth, arriving in the air above the Jiangnan headquarters city of Asia continent, Yangzhou City. Hong and Thunder God, long before they arrived on Earth, Luo Feng had already sent them to their respective homes. Yangzhou City, Westlake Courtyard. Daddy. Daddy. When Luo Feng, dressed in his alloy armor and boots, brought along his servant Ao Gu and appeared at the entrance of the castle, Luo Feng's family, who had received the news beforehand and were waiting, especially his 2 sons Luo Hai and Luo Ping, immediately shouted excitedly and rushed towards Luo Feng. Haha, Ping Ping, little Hai. Luo Feng looked at his family and couldn't help but smile. Oh, wow, much heavier than last time. Luo Feng hugged his two sons and laughed. Daddy, your armor is so hard. Ping Ping waved her little fists, pong, 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 hitting Luo Feng's alloy armor. You didn't even change your clothes when you came back. Su Xian walked to the side and said with a smile, you're wearing this metal lump. I got used to wearing it outside and didn't have the time to change, laughed Luo Feng. The alloy battle suit had indeed been worn for too long. Actually, the alloy battle suit looked tough on the outside, but the inside was still very comfortable. Of course, it couldn't be compared to those ordinary cotton casual clothes, but after some time, one would naturally get used to it. Xiao Feng, dinner is ready, I've been waiting for you. Mother Gong Xian Lan smiled. Yup, Mom's cooking is the best. Luo Feng smiled, I'll go change my clothes and shower first, we'll eat together soon. Changing out of his alloy armor and boots, he changed into a comfortable set of casual clothes. Luo Feng ate dinner with his family. He breathed in the air of his hometown, looked at the moon in his hometown, ate and chatted with his family. After roaming the universe for so long, he really missed this feeling. Luo Feng and his team's return, the 5 great countries of Earth quickly got wind of it. On the 3rd day of Luo Feng's return, the 5 great countries sent 15 representatives to Luo Feng's house, discussing with him about the universe migration. Within the meeting room, Hong and Thunder God rushed over too, mainly to discuss with Luo Feng and his team. These 15 representatives could already completely represent the powers within the 5 great countries. Mr. Luo, fear won't solve the problem. We are all very clear, there are many dangers within the universe, however, we can't just wait for the dangers to descend before we face them. The best way is to make contact with the other races and humans in the universe as soon as possible, making all sorts of preparations. A female president from the European Union said seriously. Yes. Please understand, our countries have already made their preparations. America's new Caucasian president looked at Luo Feng and his team. China, India, and Russia's representatives also looked at Luo Feng and his team. Whatever they could say, they had already said. Luo Feng, Hong, and Thunder God exchanged glances. Luo Feng finally nodded. The 3 had already made their decision. I understand everyone's thoughts. Luo Feng looked at the leaders of the 5 countries around the table. I admit, your words are very logical. If you want to migrate to the universe, that's possible. Luo Feng emphasized. The leaders of the 5 great countries couldn't hide the glee in their eyes. However, I have to remind everyone. First point, when they reach the other life planets in the universe, I will give the migrants the most basic guarantee of life. However, you have to understand, only those who reach the Star Traveler level will have the qualifications to become universe citizens, hence the moment these migrants leave the planet I control, I will not be able to guarantee their safety. Second point, leaving Earth is very easy, however returning is very difficult. From the other life planets in the universe to Earth, just the time spent on the journey alone will take at least 3 years. Third point, regarding the information on Earth, we have to keep it strictly confidential, not a single bit of it can be leaked. Luo Feng emphasized. Actually, there wasn't much important information on Earth, the only important thing was information on the golden horned beast. However, normal people of Earth didn't know that the swallowing monster was the golden horned beast, and those migrants, Luo Feng definitely wouldn't let them take any pictures or videos of the golden horned beast. The moment the migrants left Earth and reached the planet Luo Feng controlled. Firstly, the other races of humans on the planet Luo Feng controlled were all normal people, who would know about the swallowing monster, the golden horned beast. Anyone who divulges any information on Earth will be considered a traitor to Earth, immediately executed. Luo Feng emphasized. No problem. Agreed. Agreed. Mr. Luo Feng, you don't need 3 years to return from the universe, right? The American lady secretary looked at Luo Feng and the other 2. Luo Feng creased his eyebrows, staring at her. That formless mental pressure caused the lady's forehead to be filled with cold sweat. Luo Feng shouted, this first batch of migrants is the first contact between the humans of Earth and the universe. I don't want any accidents to happen. The moment any accidents happen, then you will be the sinner of Earth. Remember my 3 points, agree, I can agree to the migration. If you don't agree, then work hard on your own ships. Luo Feng said coldly. Oh. I'm sorry, Mr. Luo Feng, I was just curious, I didn't mean anything else. The lady secretary said. That's how it is, the migrants will officially leave Earth, half a year later. In this half a year's time, choose your people well. Remember, just the return journey alone will take 3 years. Luo Feng said. The 15 representatives from the 5 countries left, Luo Feng, Hong and Thunder God couldn't do anything about it. There are benefits to this too, we can't always carry the pressure on our shoulders, we should let them suffer a little outside. Without pressure, there's no motivation. Always under our protection, the humans of Earth's progress will slow down. Hong said. Luo Feng nodded, those people won't be able to do anything even if they want to, what's more, there's the rule of betraying the humans of Earth, we're all Earthlings, there's even less people who dare to leak information. Even if they do leak information, everything will be under my control, after all that's my territory. Luo Feng currently had over 100 planets as his territory, however, as for the migration of the humans of Earth, Luo Feng was prepared to specially buy a few planets as his territory. To the current Luo Feng, buying a few planets was indeed very easy. After staying on Earth for a few days, Luo Feng boarded a universe ship and headed towards Mars. He also used the virtual universe network to order a nutrition cabin. Sir, are you sure you want to buy this E-grade nutrition cabin? This nutrition cabin, as the highest E-grade nutrition cabin, even for a sector lord, it can have a body recovery and evolution effect. At the same time, it's also a warrior evolution cabin, it can completely create a universe-level warrior. However, it only allows a warrior's body to evolve to the universe level. To break through further, one needs to comprehend the domain etc., just relying on this nutrition cabin won't do. And relying on the evolution cabin to break through, it'll easily cause one's foundation to be unstable, unable to comprehend the domain, naturally one will never be able to break through to the domain lord level. Also, the consumption of the nutrition cabin is shocking. Spending over 100 years of effort to create a universe level, the money spent is enough for you to buy over 100 universe level slaves. Hence, using it as a warrior evolution cabin isn't worth it. Its only use is that when a sector lord is injured, even the genes in his body will be damaged, he can rely on the nutrition cabin to recover. This is the most practical, the most important thing is its healing effects. We have to remind you of this, if you feel that there's no problem, sign here to buy it. E-grade nutrition cabin, costs 860 billion universe dollars. As for the nutrition liquid you need, 1 ton costs 10 billion universe dollars. 1 ton is enough to create a universe level, of course, 10 billion universe dollars can buy you over 100 universe level slaves. Oh, you need 10 tons of nutrition liquid, understood. This is the contract. When sector lords battle, some directly damage the soul, some directly damage the genes. At times like this, one can only rely on the nutrition cabin to recover. Hence, the nutrition cabin is very expensive. It has one side effect, the warrior evolution cabin. And Luo Feng bought it to increase his Earth body's evolution speed. As for being unable to break through? With the golden horned beast's body as your foundation, Luo Feng, you won't have any bottlenecks, there's no such thing as an unstable foundation. And you have money, of course you'll buy the best. This E-grade nutrition cabin, its evolution speed is also the fastest. This was what Babata said to Luo Feng. Luo Feng brought the nutrition cabin and stationed himself on Mars of the solar system, beginning his first long period of training. Because Luo Feng's golden horned beast body was about to break through to the universe level, and breaking through to the universe level had many important problems, of course he chose a place where no one would disturb him. In the world of thunder, the golden horned beast was a star level 9. From a star level 9 to the universe level, it normally required over 50 years, and Luo Feng's metal combination could increase the evolution time by 89 times, hence in half a year, he had already reached the critical point. And right now, Luo Feng was already at the critical point of breaking through, *** 4 chapters. Completed. Looking at the red comments section, Tomato thanks everyone. It's been a long time since I've asked for monthly and recommended votes, please support me, vote for Tomato, thank you. Solar System, Mars. This was an incomparably dry and barren planet. However, a pure black disc-shaped universe ship was parked in a deep pit with a diameter of a few hundred meters. This universe ship was also one of Luo Feng's backup ships. And now, this ship has become Luo Feng's temporary base of training on Mars. In the universe ship's huge meditation room, a dark green rectangular nutrition cabin was placed in the middle of the room. The entire nutrition cabin was 21.6 m long and 8.3 m wide. Its entire body was dark green. At the same time, on the metal surface of the nutrition cabin, there were many complicated patterns and decorations, along with a few simple buttons. E-grade nutrition cabin, one of the best nutrition cabins in the vast universe. Just the purchase price alone reached 860 billion universe dollars, which was equivalent to 3 or 4 cheaper and more desolate galaxies. The dark green metal on its surface was comparable to the hybrid copper essence, an F8 grade metal, cyan crystal mother, which was extremely expensive. Of course, the weapon Luo Feng used, the hybrid copper essence shard, even though it was just a small piece, its price was still shocking. That was because of its craftsmanship. Its value lay in its blade shape. To make such an incomparably hard metal like the hybrid copper essence extremely sharp was an extremely difficult task. The higher the grade of the metal, the harder it was to make it. Hybrid copper essence was a terrifying metal that even an undying being's punch could only leave a small dent. Back then, the master of the Yunmo planet, in order to create the triangular blade shape of the ship's edge, he indeed paid a huge price. This made the Yunmo planet ship incomparably powerful. Once it accelerated, cutting through planets and meteorites was like cutting vegetables. As it was made of the cyan crystal mother's outer shell, even an undying being would have to spend a huge amount of energy to destroy the nutrition cabin. Within the cabin, a naked young black-haired man with a perfectly proportioned body was lying in the dark gray nutrient fluid. Waves of energy filled with life force were flowing through every pore of his skin, quickly seeping into the depths of his body. The strange energy that was rich in life force, after seeping into the genetic matter of his cells, immediately began to improve and evolve the genetic matter. 1 ton of nutrition liquid could buy up to 100 universe-level slaves, could buy up to 10,000 life planets. His hair was constantly growing longer, his skin was becoming more crystalline, his bones were becoming more compact, his muscles were becoming denser, his explosive power was becoming stronger. Close. Luo Feng ordered the AI on the nutrition cabin. Chi-Chi the nutrient fluid quickly decreased and the cabin quickly became empty and dry. Waves of high-pressure heat wiped Luo Feng's body like a towel. After that, the cabin automatically added fresh water to wash Luo Feng's body, and finally dried it. Luo Feng stood up and jumped out of the nutrition cabin that was 3 meters tall. At the same time, a dark red battle robe automatically formed on his body and a pair of battle boots appeared on his feet. His combat boots stepped on the alloy floor of the spaceship. This nutrition cabin, no wonder it's an E-grade nutrition cabin. The effects of evolution are truly shocking. Luo Feng's eyes flashed as he looked at the dark green coffin in front of him. No matter how good your evolution is, your body has to strike a balance between work and rest. You've been lying in the health pod for nearly half a month. You have to rest for at least half a month before you can enter again. Oh yeah. Luo Feng, how's your 10,000 blade soul seal coming along? A very casual voice echoed around the universe ship. This was the AI Babata. Right now I can unleash 226 soul seals at once. Luo Feng said. The 10,000 blade soul seal, of course Luo Feng wouldn't slack off. After all, only by mastering the 10,000 blade soul seal can he unleash the slave soul seal. Only then will he have some success in the soul seal path. Too slow. There's still a long way to go before I can unleash 10,000 soul seals. Don't even mention the 10,000 blades into one. Yelled Babata. I understand. Laughed Luo Feng. After continuously evolving for half a month and training his spiritual force, Luo Feng was also very tired. He immediately walked out of the cabin door of the universe ship, flew out of the deep pit, and arrived on the surface of Mars. The red, cold sand stretched as far as the eye could see. In the distance, a dust storm could be faintly seen. Luo Feng, whose entire body was covered in the cloud contact armor, looked at the land. Suddenly, in the dust storm, an incomparably gigantic shadow swiftly approached. This was a gigantic monster that was like a mountain range. Its body was covered in black scales. Only its two horns that pierced towards the sky were covered in golden engravings. Its neck and back were also covered in golden engravings. Hell, the golden-horned beast in the distance let out a roar that pierced the sky. Its cold eyes looked towards the human Luo Feng in the distance. Luo Feng also looked at the golden-horned beast in the distance. It's about time to break through to the universe level. Luo Feng frowned. The golden-horned beast's body and the human body of Earth could both appear in the outside world. One could also appear in the outside world alone, or neither could appear in the outside world. When both bodies aren't in the outside world, the core will be in the outside world. No matter what, the core will definitely be in the outside world, unable to enter the internal world. As for the body, whether it's the golden-horned beast's body or the human body, even if it's damaged, it can be repaired. Because to Luo Feng, the core of his life is actually the core that contains his soul. Of course, the core is the Achilles heel. Luo Feng doesn't dare to leave the core naked outside. That's purely looking for death. In the battle before, when the golden-horned beast appeared, the human body hid in the internal world because Luo Feng didn't want others to discover the relationship between his human body and the golden-horned beast. As for now, because the entire solar system has a defense system installed, he definitely doesn't have to worry about people discovering him and the golden-horned beast on Mars. Universe level. It's about time to break through. Luo Feng shook his head. With a wave of his hand, a pile of precious metals appeared on the ground. Luo Feng became a beam of light and flew towards the distant universe ship. The golden-horned beast's mountain-like body, however, was entrenched in the desert. It extended its claws and covered the pile of metals. The space warped and the pile of metals swiftly shrunk, before disappearing into the golden-horned beast's palm. Mars was as peaceful as ever. There were only two more lives. One was the human hiding in the universe ship, the other was the space beast underground in the desert. Time passed day by day. Even though Luo Feng was anxious, he could only wait. China time year 2063, December 26. This day, in a certain area of the Martian desert, the golden-horned beast was entrenched within. Hell, a thick voice filled with excitement resounded through the skies. Rumble, a human silhouette swiftly flew out of the universe ship, floating in midair. Looking at the distant nest of the golden-horned beast, his face filled with joy, the internal world finally broke through. The golden-horned beast's internal world. A continent shrouded in a golden mist. This continent was squarish, with a length and width of 90 kilometers. However, at this time, the entire world shook violently. The large amounts of metal mist surrounding the continent madly surged towards the entire continent, causing the metal continent to madly swallow the mist, madly expanding. Its length and width continued to expand, and its height continued to expand. This continent also became thicker and thicker. The golden mist rapidly shrunk, in exchange for the continuous expansion of the golden continent. It was an expansion that left everyone dumbfounded. Within a few short hours, this continent had gone from a length and width of 90 kilometers to a length and width of 1,000 kilometers. Its surface area had expanded by more than 100 times. The core of the golden-horned beast was its core. The core of the core was the internal world. Swallowing large amounts of metal was also to allow the internal world to expand and become even more perfect. Only when the internal world expanded could the golden-horned beast break through, and at this time, from a length and width of 90 kilometers, it had broken through to a length and width of 1,000 kilometers in an extremely short amount of time. The internal world had already completed a fundamental change. Rumble in the depths of the Martian desert. Without the internal world's restrictions, the golden-horned beast that had been suppressed to the pinnacle of the star level 9 finally underwent a fundamental change. Following an incredibly excited howl, the golden-horned beast's huge body began to slowly grow, its bones became thicker, its scales became harder, and even a third horn began to grow on its forehead. Like an armor, the golden engravings that covered half of its body began to emit a mysterious light, constantly seeping into the golden-horned beast's body. Within the core. Within a huge tower that almost enveloped the entire space, 9 incomparably hot fireballs were following a peculiar trajectory, revolving around each other, forming a peculiar celestial structure. This was the actual structure of Luo Feng's soul. After losing the internal world suppression, immediately, the pure energy of the universe was madly absorbed. Immediately, the 9 fireballs that had already reached their limits, following the absorption, the 9 fireballs began to tremble, their sizes rapidly expanding. Rumble in an instant, the entire universe's energy above Mars was madly absorbed, forming a terrifying energy whirlpool. With such a shocking amount of energy, the 9 miniature stars rapidly expanded. Within a short period of time, their sizes had increased by 10 times. The 9 fireballs were all trembling. At the same time, in that instant, the largest miniature star had expanded to its limit. Pung! The largest miniature star fiercely exploded. Pung! 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 The other 8 miniature stars continued to explode, exceeding their limits. They all exploded at the same time, becoming countless star fragments, even forming large amounts of dust and nebula. After a while, everything returned to normal. Within the core. After the big explosion, large amounts of nebula, star clusters, dust, and many incomparably small planets formed a huge whirlpool galaxy. This huge whirlpool galaxy's core had the most small planets, numbering in the tens of millions. At the same time, the entire whirlpool galaxy had 8 spiral arms. The densest whirlpool galaxy's core, however, had an extremely small dark region. There was the entire whirlpool galaxy's first black hole. This tiny black hole was slowly swallowing the surrounding stars, dust, etc. At the same time, in places it couldn't reach, it was producing threads of pure energy. Chi-chi, like a thin mist of spirit energy, it seemed to be produced out of nowhere, appearing around the huge whirlpool, causing the entire galaxy to be enveloped in a layer of light. The strange mist energy that formed this halo was what a universe-level spirit reader relied on. Spirit force, incomparably pure spirit energy, the golden horned beast, had officially stepped into the universe level. P.S. Chapter 1 here. Within the desolate depths of Mars. Luo Feng's face was filled with excitement, swiftly drilling underground, breaking through to the universe level. Only then can one truly step into the ranks of the strong. As the golden horned beast with the pinnacle bloodline in the entire universe, reaching the universe level, only then can it display its heavenly talent. Shua, Luo Feng's entire body vanished, entering the internal world. And the body of the golden horned beast had already grown larger, its body length had already exceeded 1 kilometer. From its 3 horns, head, neck, back, wings, fur, claws, tail, all of these had golden engravings on its scales since birth, and were currently glowing faintly. A blurry golden domain enveloped the golden horned beast's surroundings. This is a domain? Luo Feng's soul could clearly feel this peculiar energy. This was something he had just broken through to the universe level with the help of the natural engravings. His spirit energy, genetic energy, willpower, and body had naturally reached an incomparably beautiful and harmonious state. The energies had even fused together, and the fused golden energy actually had control over the surrounding space. The bloodline inheritance memories say that the golden horned beast, even if it eats and sleeps, during its long growth process, it will still naturally have its own domain, and the domain will continue to rise, 1 level, 2 level, all the way to 9 levels, and finally breaking through to the world energy, stepping into the sector lord level. Even obtaining the universe origin laws recognition of the gold origin laws, reaching the pinnacle of sector lords. The inherited memories, it's indeed true, it's indeed true. Too heaven-defying. Luo Feng's excitement surged. Comparing oneself to others would only make one angry. Comparing oneself to the pinnacle bloodline of the space beasts, or even the pinnacle bloodline of the universe, the golden horned beast, was even more infuriating. Having a domain was very difficult. Like Hong and Thunder God, one was an internal martial arts master, the other had absorbed the essence of China's internal martial arts and ancient Indian yoga. These two had gone through the great nirvana period, before finally breaking through the internal martial arts and ancient yoga's highest level of Taiji perfection, man and nature as one, reaching the next level and having a domain, and the golden horned beast, as the pinnacle bloodline of the vast universe, it was destined to grow to the very end, obtaining the universe origin laws recognition, reaching the pinnacle of sector lords. What are you so happy about? What are you so excited about? Hong and Thunder God, they already had their domains at the Star Traveler level. You only have a domain after reaching the universe level, and you're still so happy? As for the laws, during the battle between Hanks and Genji in the arena, Hanks was able to comprehend a trace of the origin laws of the universe. Also, last time in the slaughterhouse, you and Thunder God were easily defeated by a white-robed woman. That white-robed lady is only at the star level 1 and has already comprehended the laws. There are many geniuses among the humans in the universe, what are you so proud of? Having great talent doesn't mean that one's achievements will be high. The golden horned beasts have been passed down from generation to generation, adding up all of history, there have been many golden horned beasts. Even though they are both golden horned beasts, the difference in achievements is huge. Some golden horned beasts purely rely on their own resources, eventually reaching the pinnacle of sector lords. After a long period of time, they die of old age. Some golden horned beasts started off purely relying on their talent, wasting their long lives. Only when you experience setbacks will you wake up, and only then will you work hard to cultivate. However, they wasted too much time before, and many of them were unable to become undying beings. Only very few golden horned beasts understood early on, talent is one aspect, hard work is also very important. Only these golden horned beasts would train a few techniques, like absolute space, 9-stage space tearing to an extremely high level, even stepping into the undying level. Even some golden horned beast undyings would create a few techniques. They would become the heroes of the entire golden horned beast race. Pinnacle of sector lords. Undying. An absolute warrior amongst the undying. Which one do you want to become? If you only want to become a pinnacle of sector lords, you can play around every day. Back then in the Pacific Ocean, when you fought to the death and obtained the golden horned beast's body, it was already decided. Becoming a pinnacle of sector lords, to you, shouldn't be difficult at all. Want to become undying? You'll have to work extremely hard. An absolute warrior amongst the undying, even stronger than your teacher. That requires hard work, viciousness, comprehension, and many other factors. Which one will you choose? Babata's series of scoldings caused Luo Feng to wake up. Babata was right, Hong and Thunder God had their own domains at the Star Traveler level. The white-robed lady who easily defeated him back then had comprehended the laws at the star level 1. In terms of talent, maybe humans couldn't compare to the golden horned beast. However, there were simply too many humans in the universe, with an incomparably huge base number. It made it so that there would always be geniuses with extremely high comprehension. The golden horned beast's talent is incomparably heaven-defying. Then I will have to compete with the universe's most heaven-defying geniuses. Luo Feng's eyes gleamed. Golden horned beast? There have been many generations of golden horned beasts. If I want to succeed, I'll become the strongest. Luo Feng was filled with pride within, his huge dark golden eyes glowed. Teacher back then only possessed the Lonka youth's body, I, however, possessed the golden horned beast's body. Teacher relied on himself back then to create the soul imprint technique. And I have the golden horned beast and the Yunmo planet, these two techniques have the foundation. Talent, foundation, I have it all. Perseverance, I have it too. Comprehension, I'm not bad either. I have everything, then I'll at least first become an undying, and then, become an absolute warrior amongst the undying. Even stronger than the undying that killed teacher back then. Luo Feng was filled with anticipation for the future. The golden horned beast was entrenched in the ground of Mars, with the natural engravings on its scales. When the golden horned beast calmed down, it could faintly feel a peculiar ripple. That was a ripple from the vast universe origin laws. However, this ripple seemed to be covered by layers and layers of gauze, making it very difficult for Luo Feng to feel it. However, even so, it made Babata extremely shocked, because under normal circumstances, only those who reached the 8th or 9th level of domain could vaguely feel this ripple. And Luo Feng, with just his first level domain, could vaguely feel it. The golden horned beast, within the metal continent within the internal world, felt the gold origin laws, the ripple of the universe origin laws. It actually got a little clearer. Time flowed like water, rushing past. Month after month, in the days that followed. First were the immigrants from the 5 great countries of Earth. The earliest batch of immigrants, added up to about 80,000 people. Luo Feng bought a planet within the Silver Blue Empire's Milky Way galaxy. It was called Jade Rainbow Planet. Jade Rainbow Planet originally had a few 100 million humans living there, and right now the earliest batch of people from Earth were arranged to stay on Jade Rainbow Planet. After arranging this, Luo Feng immersed himself in his training. The human body was focused on the 10,000 Blade Soul Seal. He also spent a portion of his energy on the soaring shuttle. As for the Golden Horned Beast, it was completely immersed in the domain and origin laws. In the blink of an eye, it was already the year 2065. 2 years had passed. China year 2065, October 25, Luo Feng's training base on Mars. Within the universe ship's spacious quiet room, a dark green nutrition cabin sat there quietly. Suddenly, the cabin automatically opened, revealing the human body within, a completely naked, 3-inch short black-haired man. Luo Feng's entire body swiftly formed a layer of armor and boots, after which he flew out of the nutrition cabin. 2 years of work, I've finally stepped into the star level 7. Luo Feng smiled. This E-grade nutrition cabin is indeed not bad. How's the space techniques training going? Babada's voice resounded within the ship. No clue. Luo Feng shook his head. The space techniques are simply too difficult. I haven't improved at all. 2 years ago in the world within a world, Luo Feng started training the 10,000 Blade Soul Seal. This 10,000 Blade Soul Seal was one of the more basic soul seals in the Yun-Mo planet's soul seal. However, it still took Luo Feng close to 2 years of hard work before he finally reached the large success stage of the 10,000 Blades as one. After completing the 10,000 Blade Soul Seal, training the Slave Soul Seal, it was very easy to succeed, and at this time, Babada passed Luo Feng a technique, saying these words, Luo Feng, even though your teacher hasn't completely comprehended the space origin laws, he has still gained the recognition of the space laws, and has great accomplishments in the space techniques. He can even travel through the dark universe, directly covering the universe coordinates. This, amongst the undying beings, only a few can do it. Even though you're the golden horned beast, you can only sense the gold origin laws. What's more, the space origin laws have always been extremely difficult to comprehend in the universe, along with the time origin laws. They're the two most profound and unfathomable origin laws. Hence, right now you've made small progress in the Soul Seal, succeeded in the 10,000 Blade Soul Seal, succeeded in the Slave Soul Seal. You also have your own domain. I can barely begin to comprehend the secret space technique. Let's start with the simplest part. Every step of the secret space technique is extremely difficult from the very beginning. However, you've trained the Golden Horned Beast's absolute space technique before, maybe it'll be easier for you to comprehend the space techniques. Work hard. The origin laws are the true paths. The gold origin laws, you let the Golden Horned Beast train. This space techniques will be your main training from now on. Babada was filled with anticipation back then. He thought that Luo Feng had the Golden Horned Beast's talent, it should be easier. It was a pity that after training for a few months, he didn't succeed at all. He didn't even succeed at the beginning, accurately speaking, he couldn't even touch the door. Babada, this space techniques are incomparably difficult to even begin with. Luo Feng said. Don't lose heart, if a few months can't succeed, then a few years. If a few years can't succeed, then a few decades, a few centuries. Take it slowly. Babada laughed, maybe I'm being too harsh on you. This spatial secret technique, it's usually easier for a sector lord to train in. However, the earlier you succeed, the greater your future accomplishments. Understood. Luo Feng nodded. Right, Luo Feng. That Newland Shan family's troops, according to the time, they should be arriving within the next 10 days. If we count in the errors, that universe ship of theirs could appear in the solar system any time in the next few days. Babada reminded. The Newland Shan family? Luo Feng smiled. I've been waiting for them for a long time. 2 years and 8 months ago, he had already known that the Newland Shan family had passed through the wormhole and were heading towards Earth. After such a long time, Luo Feng had long made ample preparations. Full of confidence. The universe ship resounded with Babada's mocking voice. Right, Luo Feng, we should return to Earth now, right? No rush. Luo Feng shook his head and smiled. The Golden Horned Beast is currently training deities of the world, it can't stop for now. Let's wait a while, I'll take the chance to head to the Killing Fields Battlegrounds to train, it's been a while since I've gone there. Killing Fields Battlegrounds? It shouldn't be a challenge for you. Jumping levels, then it's a challenge. Luo Feng smiled, following which he sat crossed-legged and closed his eyes, his consciousness connecting to the Virtual Universe Network. Virtual Universe Network, Black Dragon Mountain Island, one of the battlegrounds. It was a boundless desert. Two men stood in the desert, one of them had green scales on his face, a horn on his forehead, on his back were two crossed blades. He stared coldly at the distant opponent. His opponent was dressed in a white battle robe, with silver long hair and silver eyes, a handsome man. 100 blades? The silver-haired man sneered, you actually dare to jump levels to battle, I'll let you know. The difference between a universe level 9 and 8. Humph, the green-scaled man snorted coldly, this made the silver-haired man's expression sink. Rumble. Rumble, the green-scaled man and silver-haired man suddenly became two beams of light at the same time, clashing together. Within a certain study room in the Killing Fields. Newland Shan, who was dressed in a dark green battle uniform, was currently conversing with a man in a grey robe. At the same time a screen appeared in front of them, on it was the battle between the green-scaled man and the silver-haired man. Baikaluo's strength has risen a lot from before. The grey-robed man's eyes were long and narrow, smiling as he complimented Baikaluo's talent, perseverance and comprehension, he's the most outstanding of all the disciples under me. Newland Shan said proudly, even though I've received the Battle Axe Fighter title, back when I was at Universe Level 8, I might not have had his current battle strength. Such a high evaluation? The grey-robed man was surprised. Then, do you think he can win this battle? We can win. Newland Shan nodded. His opponent is a Universe Level 9. The grey-robed man said. Just watch. Newland Shan was extremely confident. On the screen, the green-scaled man Baikaluo and his opponent were engaged in a fierce battle. Azure gales revolved around him. Baikaluo was like a darling of the wind, his entire body turned into a spinning top, constantly spinning, the blades in his hands turned into bright blades of light, constantly cutting towards the silver-haired man. And the silver-haired man's figure was incomparably graceful, his body was surrounded by rays of white light, his entire being was like a sun. This silver-haired man controlled a thread-shaped spirit weapon, constantly coiling around Baikaluo. 10 strikes. The green-scaled man's face was ferocious as he growled. The saber light suddenly turned into 10 saber lights. 50 strikes. Yet another low growl. That snow-white saber light grew even brighter, each of the saber lights seemed to form a lotus, every single saber light becoming the petals of the lotus. SSSS, a thread-shaped weapon danced about, time and time again slashing towards Baikaluo. 100 strikes. Baikaluo roared in rage. Rumble, incomparably dazzling rays of snow-white saber light instantly seemed to form a huge tsunami that soared into the sky. The huge wave formed by over 100 snow-white saber lights instantly drowned the silver-haired man. The silver-haired man's eyes were filled with terror and disbelief. But then, with a bang, his entire body exploded. Baikaluo, whose face was covered in green scales, snorted coldly and disappeared from the battleground space. Beautiful. The grey-robed man revealed a look of joy, shouting excitedly. How was it? I wasn't wrong, right? Newland Shan smiled. It was very beautiful, this disciple of yours is simply too powerful. The grey-robed man's face was flushed red from excitement, his blade technique and wind domain has already perfectly merged together. And that blade speed is actually getting faster and faster, constantly rising and advancing. The further it goes, the stronger his attacks become, finally directly crushing that universe level 9. Right. Newland Shan nodded. Baikaluo's strong point is that the more he uses it, the stronger it gets. However, his weakness is also very obvious. When he first uses it, the power of his blade technique isn't that strong yet. If the opponent were to grasp this moment, he would be able to kill him. Haha, don't be too harsh. This disciple of yours uses 2 blades, continuously attacking. And with the wind domain, his body is agile and nimble, to kill him at the start would be very hard. And the moment his blade technique is unleashed, the opponent would be finished. The gray-robed man laughed. Not bad at all. Can he pass? Newell and Sean looked at him. No problem. When we return, I'll send this footage to the Lord to watch. I believe, to make Baikaluo a special elite of our 100 Tiger building, there shouldn't be a problem. The gray-robed man laughed. Newell and Shan's smile grew even wider. After a while, within the study room, only Newell and Sean was left. Pung. 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 The sound of knocking on the door resounded. Enter. Newell and Sean shouted. The door opened, revealing the black-robed Baikaluo and the pointy-eared man Dewen walking in. Head ancestor, teacher. Dewen and Baikaluo bowed respectfully. Newell and Sean lifted his head to look at the two. Baikaluo's black robe, that face covered in green scales, made him look extremely cold. However, the more Newell and Sean looked, the more he liked him. Baikaluo, I've just recommended you to the 100 Tiger building, to be nurtured as a special elite. Thank you, teacher. Baikaluo bowed slightly. Newell and Sean looked at Dewen. Dewen, you and Baikaluo should be reaching Earth soon, right? Head ancestor, we're very close to Earth now, estimated, we'll reach Earth in 3 days. Dewen's eyes were filled with anticipation. This journey had taken them 2 years and 8 months, of course he was filled with anticipation. Very good. Newell and Sean was excited. Baikaluo. Newell and Sean looked at Baikaluo. Teacher. Baikaluo respected his teacher very much. Remember, when you head to Earth, the first goal is to get the automaton ship. Hence, don't alert the people on Earth, and don't alert Luo Feng. First get the automaton ship, the most important thing. Newell and Shan's expression was serious. Once we get the automaton ship, we'll wait for an opportunity. If there's a chance, we'll get rid of that Luo Feng. Yes. Baikaluo and Dewen replied respectfully. Go on, I'll wait for your good news. Newell and Sean smiled. Baikaluo and Dewen immediately left. When Baikaluo's battle with the others had just ended, in the same slaughterhouse space. Break! Luo Feng looked at his opponent. A golden swordfish flew through a beautiful arc, causing one to be immersed in that stunning beauty. The golden swordfish had already passed through his opponent's head. Madman, victory! Break! Under the domain that was filled with golden light, the golden fish was extremely excited. It jumped, and with a swing of its tail, it immediately turned into an extremely strange arc. It easily found a gap in the seemingly tight defense, and directly pierced through it, piercing the opponent's forehead. Madman, victory! Break! 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 Black Dragon Mountain Island Slaughterhouse. Madman's reputation was extremely huge. Madman, he was a 9-star rated absolute warrior. Every battle he fought now was 1 level higher than him. Previously, he was still a star level 6 spirit reader, yet he was already able to sweep through the star level 6. When he stepped into the star level 7 spirit reader, he too swiftly rushed to the 9-star rating within a short period of time, constantly being invincible within the same level. Even when he fought against those higher levels, his victory rate was over 99%. Incomparably terrifying. In the Black Dragon Mountain star field, many powers had already noticed this absolute genius. Whether it was the 4 great organizations or the 2 sacred lands, they all extended an olive branch to this absolute genius. However, this genius called Madman didn't even bother with them. It's over, I'm not playing anymore. Luo Feng smiled, vanishing from the battlefield space. On Mars. Within the ship, Luo Feng, who was sitting cross-legged, opened his eyes. The Black Dragon Mountain Island's killing fields really aren't that challenging. Luo Feng exclaimed. What are you so proud of? You rely on the golden horned beast to have 4 domains, and you even have some comprehension of the gold origin laws. You have to know, in the Battle Axe Coliseum, like that universe-level life and death battle, one of them comprehended a thread of the universe origin laws. We'll win immediately. You've comprehended the origin source law, and you're at the 4th level of the domain realm. Most importantly, the strength of your consciousness far surpasses your opponents of the same level, because your consciousness strength is the golden horned beast's consciousness strength. His domain, laws of origin, and consciousness are all incomparably powerful. Invincible within the same rank in the Black Dragon Mountain starfield, is that strange? If you want to compete, then compete with the geniuses of the Ganwu universe country, compete with the geniuses of the entire universe. Babata couldn't bear to see Luo Feng happy, so he would often come to attack him. Luo Feng grinned and flew out of the universe ship, arriving on the surface of Mars. Rumble in the distance, and incomparably huge, one couldn't even see the end of it, a huge beast covered in black scales, broke through the ground. Its cold and tyrannical dark golden eyes looked at Luo Feng, following which the space beast vanished, entering Luo Feng's internal world. Deities of the world is really hard to train. Luckily in the world within a world, I acquired a shocking amount of wealth. That's how I was able to afford those incomparably precious materials. No wonder so many golden horned beasts, in their entire lives, can only at most master the first level of deities of the world. Luo Feng exclaimed and shook his head, swiftly flying towards the universe ship. Rumble the universe ship took off, leaving Mars and returning to Earth. Earth, Asia continent, China's Yangzhou city. Luo Feng stored the universe ship and directly descended towards the Westlake courtyard. It was currently afternoon and evening, the bright red sun hung in the west, shining on the already withered grass field. On the grass field was a huge alloy arena. On the arena were two boys, wielding blades, becoming two blurs as they battled. Rumble! Rumble, the air exploded, the speed was so fast it created sonic booms. Stop! Next to the arena, a seemingly honest bald man with thick lips smiled. There were strange runes on his bald head, somewhat similar to some of the strange symbols of Buddhism on Earth. The two boys stopped. The bald thick-lipped man bowed, his eyes filled with respect from the bottom of his heart. Master Fan, I'll have to trouble you. Luo Feng landed, his boots stepping on the arena. Daddy! Daddy! Luo Hai and Luo Ping's eyes gleamed, happily running towards Luo Feng. Luo Feng smiled as he looked at his two sons. 2 years had passed, his two sons had become much more outstanding. As he had enough resources to give his sons the most outstanding training, plus Luo Feng had the Yun Mo planet bloodline and the golden horned beasts inherited memories and techniques, he had allowed his two sons to receive the best training. Right now, his two sons, in terms of battle strength, were already at the advanced level war god level. This level may be exaggerated on Earth, but in the entire universe, it wasn't much. A 6 or 7-year-old child with a better bloodline, even if they weren't carefully trained, would have already stepped into the Star Traveler level at this age. These two punks, how have they been lately? Luo Feng smiled as he looked at the bald thick-lipped Fan. The two young masters have been working hard, their blade work foundations are very solid. Fan complimented. Daddy, you heard that. We've been working very hard. The two children said proudly. Luo Feng couldn't help but laugh. You two go play first, I have something to discuss with your Uncle Fan. The two children nodded heavily. They looked at each other, a hint of excitement in their eyes. Then, they dashed towards the castle. To them, being able to enter the virtual universe to play the virtual game was an extremely happy thing. There were many other children around their age. Fan, how's your training recently? Luo Feng smiled and asked. The secret technique that Master imparted to me, Soul Saber Slash, is indeed unfathomable. I've made some progress recently, but there are still many areas that I'm confused about, Fan said respectfully. Speak. Luo Feng said. Master, please guide me. Fan said respectfully, the first level of the Soul Saber Chop is about the fusion of mental energy into a saber, Fan asked. Luo Feng replied. More accurately speaking, it was Babata who was answering. This was because the secret technique Soul Blade Slash was one of the most powerful secret techniques in the Yun Mo planet. It was obtained by the Yun Mo planet master from some historical remains, so there were no special requirements for cultivating it. As for the Soul Seal, it could only be used after the soul had been converted. Babata had recorded the cultivation experience of the Soul Blade Chop. Hence when Fan met with difficulties, Babata would answer and Luo Feng would recite. This Fan. Luo Feng finished, seeing Fan deep in thought, he couldn't help but exclaim within, to be able to buy this slave, I'm really lucky. Yes, Fan was a slave bought by Luo Feng, and it was a Universe Level 9 slave. In the vast universe, relying on the biochip to control, one could at most control a Universe Level 9 slave, because the moment one broke through to the Domain Lord level, the Domain Lord could completely shatter his own brain and destroy the biochip without dying. Hence, the highest level slaves sold outside were only Universe Level 9. Of which, the price of a Universe Level 1 slave was usually between 10 million to 30 million Universe dollars. That was equivalent to 10 life planets. And a Universe Level 4 slave was priced between 100 million to 300 million Universe dollars. A Universe Level 7 slave was priced between 1 billion to 3 billion Universe dollars. A Universe Level 8 slave was priced between 3 billion to 10 billion Universe dollars. A Universe Level 9 slave was also priced between 3 billion to 10 billion Universe dollars. This Universe Level 8 and 9, why were their prices about the same? That was because, buying a Universe Level 9 slave had its risks. Even though it was extremely difficult to break through to the Domain Lord Level 9, and the chances were very small. However, there was still a possibility, who knows, maybe one day, a Universe Level 9 slave would break through. Breaking through to the Domain Lord level, no longer being controlled by the biochip, regaining its freedom, it was very possible that in a fit of rage, it would kill the master that had been controlling it. In the universe, after a Universe Level 9 slave broke through, in a fit of rage, it had happened many times. This caused the price of a Universe Level 9 slave to be similar to a Universe Level 8 slave. Fan, a Universe Level 9 slave, to be able to train to a Universe Level 9, one could see how powerful his talent was. Back when Luo Feng bought Fan through the slave trader even advised him, "Sir, this Universe Level 9 slave is extremely dangerous, the moment he breaks through, no one will be able to control him. Why don't you just buy a Universe Level 8 slave? Even though it's only one level lower, it's extremely safe, wait for the Universe Level 8 slave to break through to Level 9, then you can sell the slave, it won't be a loss at all. I'll buy him." Luo Feng didn't hesitate back then. After buying Fan, Luo Feng transformed into the Golden Horned Beast's body. Through the Golden Horned Beast, he used the slave imprint he had just trained, ordering Fan not to resist. As a slave, Fan naturally wouldn't resist. Just like that, Luo Feng planted the slave imprint deep within Fan's soul, merging it with his soul. From that moment on, Fan became Luo Feng's most loyal slave. It was loyalty from the very core of his soul. Using the slave imprint to control people, it has an effect on your soul too. Your teacher only controls the 9 undying slaves, hence, you have to focus on quality, don't chase after quantity. Babata reminded Luo Feng. Understood. Luo Feng trained in the soul imprint technique. He had carefully read up on the slave imprint side effects and other things to take note of. Of course he was clear, choosing a slave, one had to be extremely careful. Because this was a slave controlled through the soul, the two souls had a connection. The master could completely control the slave, but the slave could also affect the master. Fan was a slave from a long time ago. As a slave, his training conditions were extremely poor, yet he was able to train to this stage. I've checked his background, this person is worthy of becoming one of my soul slaves. Fan, Luo Feng's first true slave, **********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************̈̈̈̈̈ at any time, hence Luo Feng didn't enter the nutrition cabin these few days, quietly waiting on Earth. China time year 2065, October 28, the edge of the solar system. A streamlined axe-shaped D3 grade universe ship, like a shooting star, was flying towards the solar system. Within the ship's control room, Baikalo, who was dressed in a black robe, and Dewen, who was dressed in a blue robe, were standing side by side in front of the control panel. The entire spaceship was simulating the scenery, allowing the two of them to clearly see the beautiful solar system in the distance. That dazzling star was surrounded by planets that revolved eternally around it. Among them, there was a small and inconspicuous blue planet that attracted their attention. Earth. Baikaluo's voice was ice cold. Yes, Earth, we've arrived. Dewen's face revealed a smile, turning to look at Baikaluo. Baikaluo, do you still remember teacher's words? Let's not alert the people of Earth, we'll first quietly retrieve the automaton ship. I know. Baikaluo said coldly. Dewen was unhappy within, however on the surface he still smiled and nodded. At this time, at the edge of the solar system, among the scattered asteroids, there were a few satellites disguised as asteroids. Actually, in the entire solar system, there were many of these disguised probes. One could say, the entire solar system was incomparably tight. Unless it was the automaton ship's level of technology, otherwise to not be detected by these probes, it was impossible, a small asteroid with no rules and regulations. Do. The signal swiftly transmitted the images to Earth's entire planet's defense system command center. Luo Feng's family's castle. Many signals were sent. This D3 grade universe ship was completely scanned clearly. Earth, China time, 7 p.m. The sky had long darkened. The entire Yangzhou city was bustling with activity, the lights were resplendent, and as the holy land for countless warriors in Yangzhou city. Luo Feng's residence, Westlake Courtyard, was filled with laughter. Luo Feng's family was gathered around the table, eating dinner. Luo Honghua, Gong Xian Lan and her wife, his brother Luo Hua and his wife and their children, Luo Feng himself, his wife and 2 sons, of course Luo Feng's first slave Di Fan was also present. Uncle Di Fan, I really did train my blade technique for an hour in the afternoon, right? Little Hai shouted. Yes. Di Fan smiled and nodded. Mom, you heard that right. Little Hai frowned, looking at his mother Su Xian beside him. Luo Feng looked at his son's adorable look, he couldn't help but smile. Suddenly the arm guard on his arm emitted a sound, D. Luo Feng's expression changed. This was a warning he had set long ago. The moment the planet's defense system had a few major problems, it would immediately alert him. Luo Feng looked down, the screen on his arm guard had a live feed, a streamlined axe-shaped universe ship was flying at extreme speed at the edge of the solar system, heading towards Earth. It's here. Luo Feng's eyes gleamed. Dad, Mom, you guys eat first. I still have things to do. Luo Feng smiled as he stood up. You have the most things to do. Luo Honghua said. Luo Feng smiled, simultaneously patting his 2 sons' heads, holding his wife's hand, saying softly, Su Xian, I'll be heading out for a while, I'll probably be back tomorrow morning. Be careful. Su Xian said. His family was clear, Luo Feng sometimes had important things to do, sometimes he would go into closed-door training for half a month, hence it was rare for Luo Feng to eat with his family. As for Luo Feng suddenly going out, they were already used to it, it was just that, before they even finished eating, his dad Luo Honghua had to say a few words. Di Fan. Luo Feng signaled to Di Fan with his eyes. Di Fan stood up too. The 2 swiftly left the castle. So, the 2 rushed into the sky, flying straight into the air above Yangzhou city. In the sky suddenly a black disc-shaped universe ship appeared. Luo Feng and Di Fan entered the ship, immediately changing into alloy armor and boots etc. Rumble, the universe ship accelerated, rushing straight into the atmosphere, swiftly leaving Earth and heading into space. Battle, if it were to happen, it had to happen in space. A universe-level battle, to a planet, that was catastrophic. The black disk universe ship became a beam of light, swiftly piercing through Earth's atmosphere and entering space. Within the universe ship's control room, Luo Feng stood expressionlessly before the control screen, behind him stood his slave Di Fan. The alloy armor they were wearing, under the light of the control room, it reflected a special glow. How long will they take to arrive? Luo Feng said to the control screen. The little devils had appeared on the screen, with that D3 grade universe ship's current speed, it'll take about 8 hours 49 minutes to reach Earth, 8 hours 49 minutes? Luo Feng smiled, then we'll welcome them. Yes. The entire universe ship immediately began to accelerate, even though the universe ship's acceleration was shocking. Due to the ship's internal gravity control system, it allowed the ship's gravity to maintain a unit of Earth's gravity. The universe ship headed outside the solar system, and the Newland Shan family's previous head De Wen and Newland Shan's most outstanding disciple by Kaluo, the D3 grade universe ship they were on was heading towards Earth. The distance between the two was swiftly shrinking, the D3 grade streamlined axe-shaped universe ship's control room. Senior, you've informed teacher? By Kaluo, who was completely covered in a black robe, said coldly. Yes, the head ancestor knows we've arrived in the solar system, he's extremely happy. De Wen's handsome face revealed a smile. The head ancestor even said, he'll remain online, in the virtual universe network, waiting for our good news. Baikalluo nodded. Beep. 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 A piercing sound resounded within the control room, immediately causing De Wen's expression to change. Warning, warning, the navigation system has discovered a universe ship, it's heading towards us. It's heading towards us. A loud sharp voice resounded within the control room. What? De Wen's expression changed greatly. Universe ship? Baikalluo was shocked too. The universe was too vast, with the size of a universe ship. If it was too far in space, it would be like a speck of dust. Baikalluo and De Wen couldn't even use their naked eyes to discover that 100 m diameter ship from 10 million kilometers away. Within the disc-shaped universe ship's control room, Luo Feng looked calmly at the control screen before him. Activate the rail cannon. Luo Feng said. Understood. On the screen, Demon Babata started up. Immediately at the front of the entire universe ship, there was a layer of energy barrier, and under the barrier, the alloy hull automatically caved in, revealing a silver-gray, 6 m thick malevolent cannon barrel. The cannon barrel slowly extended forward, directly extending out of the energy barrier. The mouth of the cannon barrel changed slightly. There was a faint light in the depths of the barrel, and the surrounding space seemed to be distorted. Energy activated, counting down, 60, 59, 58, 57. 10, 9, 8, 7. 3, 2, 1. Activation complete. A voice came from the control panel and echoed in the control room. Babata, seize the opportunity and destroy it. Luo Feng ordered. Haha, leave it to me. The little devil on the screen was very proud. Railgun, this was one of the gifts Luo Feng had prepared for the Newland Shan family, as he had long since scanned it. It was a D3 grade universe ship. So in these 2 years, Luo Feng spent a huge amount of wealth, 260 billion universe dollars to buy a D5 grade rail cannon. D5 grade rail cannon, as long as it was a C grade technological weapon, it would be considered a restricted grade. It was very hard to buy it through normal channels. Also, the price of these technological weapons would be extremely ridiculous. Even though the upcoming auction would lower the price of these technological weapons, Luo Feng couldn't wait any longer. Hence, he spent 260 billion universe credits to buy a D5 grade railgun through a super company with a very powerful background, the House of Rarities, a galaxy, like the Milky Way. To be able to reach 260 billion universe dollars was already not bad. One could see just how much money Luo Feng had spent. And this was after Luo Feng had spent a huge amount of money in the Wonders shop. Only then did the Wonders shop agree to help Luo Feng get this D5 grade rail cannon. If it wasn't for the huge amount of money from before, the Wonders shop wouldn't even help Luo Feng get this restricted grade weapon. This huge amount of money, it was for Luo Feng's training of deities of the world. He bought all those incredibly precious materials. To buy those materials, the amount of money he spent was much more than buying the D5 grade rail cannon. Many golden horned beasts, even till their deaths, only managed to train up to the first level of deities of the world. One could see just how high the price of training deities of the world was. The golden horned beast was normally a sector lord pinnacle and had 3 bodies. Hence Luo Feng was able to buy those materials through the human world. The golden horned beast naturally knew how to create a human body, and then buy the metals from the human world. With its sector lord pinnacle strength, its wealth was shocking, yet it usually only managed to train up to the first level. Training deities of the world allowed the golden horned beast's body to shrink, the density of its bones, muscles etc. rapidly increased, causing its strength to soar. Usually, the younger the beast, the easier it was to train. Just like how a human child's flexibility was easy to train, the stronger the body, the harder it was to shrink. Hence, the universe-level golden horned beast, when it came to training, the requirements were actually lower. However, even so, to completely train up to the first level required large amounts of precious materials. Luo Feng was still lacking 2 types. These materials were really expensive, and incomparably rare. Luo Feng had spent a huge amount of money on these materials in the Wonders shop. He had spent too much, hence the Wonder Shop naturally valued such a huge customer. Hence they were willing to help get that D5 grade rail cannon. Rail cannon. Fire. Babata's excited roar resounded within the control room. In space. That D3 grade universe ship had already discovered the Black Disk universe ship closing in. It's a C9 grade universe ship. Dewen creased his eyebrows. Can we shake them off? Master, we're flying towards Earth, it's coming from Earth, no matter how we change direction, they can still easily close in on us, we can't shake them off. On the screen of the control room, the AI's voice resounded, and if we want to change our speed, we'll need a lot of time. A universe ship may be able to reach light speed, but that's only after a long period of constant acceleration before it finally reaches light speed, the ultimate speed in the universe. And to accelerate sideways or decelerate etc., it's impossible to accelerate too quickly in an instant. This made it very easy for the enemy to close in. If we don't go to Earth, we can shake them off. The AI said. Don't bother with that ship. Baikalua said coldly, a C9 grade universe ship can't affect us. That ship should be under Luo Feng. Dewen creased his eyebrows. Right now, I'm afraid they already know we've arrived. The head ancestor ordered us to secretly obtain the automaton ship. Since we've already been discovered, there's no need to hide. Baikalua said coldly, continue heading towards Earth. Baikalua and Dewen had just finished arguing for a few seconds. Rumble. An almost undetectable rail cannon shockwave left a space ripple in space, and with light speed it struck the D3 grade universe ship. Caught off guard, under this light speed rail cannon, this D3 grade universe ship's navigation system could only transmit signals at light speed, the moment the D3 grade universe ship received the signal. The rail cannon's blast landed on the universe ship. Chi. This streamlined spaceship with the shape of a giant axe head instantly had a large hole torn out from the side, passing through the entire abdomen of the spaceship and coming out from the other side. This caused the universe ship that was still maintaining its high speed to immediately break apart. Large amounts of alloy wreckage shot out in all directions, causing the solar system space to be filled with space trash. Within the control room of the ship wreckage, two silhouettes swiftly flew out. Floating in space. It was Dewen and Baikalua. How is that possible? Dewen's eyes stared wide. We've already been hit, what's impossible? The black-robed Baikalua roared. A light-speed long-range weapon that exceeds the D3 grade, this is definitely a restricted grade. In terms of price, it's comparable to a level 5 spirit weapon, genetic energy weapon. Even Sector Lord warriors normally wouldn't be willing to waste their money to buy a D-grade rail cannon. Dewen shook his head, his face filled with disbelief. On Earth, how could there be a D-grade rail cannon that even Sector Lords wouldn't be willing to buy? D-grade rail cannons, to Sector Lords, even though they could afford them, they rarely bought them. This was because a casual attack from a Sector Lord could exceed a D-grade rail cannon. And without the strength of a Sector Lord, to be able to afford a D-grade rail cannon was extremely rare. That's impossible. Dewen's face was filled with panic. Don't worry about this. Without a universe ship, it would take us half a year to fly to Earth. Baikalua communicated coldly. Rumble in the distance, a beam of light swiftly approached. Dewen, the enemy is here. Baikalua communicated. Dewen looked up. What he saw was a black disc-shaped universe ship swiftly approaching. However, the strange thing was, this universe ship was constantly decelerating, finally stopping a few hundred km away from them. Simultaneously, the cabin door of the ship automatically opened and a silhouette swiftly flew out, swiftly heading towards them. A few hundred km, the opponent arrived in the blink of an eye. This was a bald man dressed in black armor, thick lips, looking very simple. So fast. Dewen was shocked. Rumble, a curved silver blade pierced through the air, its speed so fast that the universe level 6 Dewen couldn't dodge in time, his eyes staring wide with fear. Puchi. A. Headshot, the second-generation head of the Newland Shan family, Dewen Newland Shan, had fallen. The silver blade's speed didn't seem to decrease at all, heading straight for the black-robed Baikalua. P.S. Chapter 1 has arrived. His brother's votes were simply too awesome. Tomato was so touched he was about to cry. How many votes do we have? Throw them all to Tomato, it's the last day. Without a sound, Baikaluo's black robe swiftly flowed into his body, revealing Baikaluo's intrepid and ferocious body. He was dressed in a green alloy robe. It was made of scales, layer upon layer of scales. His face was covered in green scales. There wasn't a single strand of hair on his head, just green scalp. There was a curved horn on his forehead that looked like a curved saber. From head to toe, his entire body was green. On his back were 2 crossed sabers. Chong. The lightning-fast horizontal movement created a dreamy phantom. At the same time, the saber in his hand instantly struck the silver saber light, directly reducing the speed of the silver saber light. Within the universe ship's control room, through the external simulation, Luo Feng could clearly see the two's exchange. When Baikaluo revealed his true appearance, Luo Feng was shocked. Blade Clan. On the ship's control screen, the demon Babata was shocked. Blade Clan? Luo Feng was shocked. Right, it's the Blade Clan. This person should be Nuolanshan's strongest disciple Baikaluo. On the screen, the little demon jumped and said, "In the virtual universe network, there's very detailed information on the Blade Clan. The Blade Clan is a race that worships the strong. At the very beginning, the Blade Clan planet was an aboriginal planet. However, it was on such a primitive planet. When the civilizations of the universe discovered them, they realized that on this primitive planet, there was actually a domain lord, 12 universe levels. The members of the Blade Clan, as long as they reached adulthood, they would reach the Star Traveler level. This was a very strong planet. It was because they didn't develop technology, they didn't have universe ships, hence the Blade Clan had always stayed on their home planet. And following the assimilation into the universe, the Blade Clan swiftly rose. Before the Blade Clan assimilated into the universe, they had a tradition of adventuring and training. Every matured member would explore the planet. And after stepping into the universe, every matured member would enter the universe to explore, to undergo life and death training. The Blade Clan, they didn't seek power or enjoyment, they all pursued the path of the strong. Whether it was to become a disciple of an absolute warrior, or join a power to learn techniques, this caused many absolute warriors to emerge from the Blade Clan. In the history of the Blade Clan, there were undying beings, sector lords, they all existed. Therefore, the Blade Clan is considered a very famous clan among the human races in the universe. Babata explained in detail. Oh? Luo Feng was shocked. It's a planetary state at adulthood. It's not a very strong bloodline in the human race. However, the reason why the Blade Clan had such a huge reputation was because of the Blade Clan. It's their personalities, Babata said. Because of their perseverance, their determination to become stronger. This kind of belief is ingrained in their bones, that's why so many experts were born. While Luo Feng was shocked at the Blade Clan, in space, the Universe Level 9 D-Fan was madly battling with Baikaluo. D-Fan stood in space, controlling the spirit weapon. As for Baikaluo, he was surrounded by waves of cyan gale, causing his figure to become incomparably blurry. His 2 blades were already extremely fast, fusing into the gale domain, forming an unending blade wave. Clang clang clang. That arc light clashed with the snow-white blade lights, causing D-Fan to reveal a look of shock. This Blade Clan man before him was obviously only a Universe Level 8, however he actually relied on his 2 blades to block his spirit weapon attacks. 100 blades. Baikaluo roared. Rumble, large amounts of snow-white blade lights overlapped, forming a huge wave of blade lights, immediately engulfing D-Fan. With a pung, the wave of blade lights collapsed. D-Fan's expression was pale. Baikaluo revealed a look of shock, he actually blocked his ultimate attack. This punk. D-Fan squinted, roaring, soul blade slash. The formless spirit energy immediately became a blade that the naked eye couldn't see, swiftly piercing into Baikaluo's consciousness. Chi, Baikaluo's eyes slightly dimmed, after which they lit up, staring hard at D-Fan. He actually blocked it. D-Fan was extremely shocked. Within the universe ship, Luo Feng couldn't help but exclaim out loud. He actually blocked it. Luo Feng's eyes gleamed. This Baikaluo was a true genius. A Universe Level 8 was able to rely on his 2 blades to take on a Universe Level 9 spirit weapon. This was already very impressive. However, Towards this, Luo Feng could only exclaim in admiration. He wasn't too shocked. Because Defan wasn't proficient in spirit weapons, he was mainly proficient in soul attacks. He even trained in the Soul Blade Slash, even though it was just the tip of the iceberg, its power was already shocking. A Universe Level 9 Spirit Reader, unleashing the Soul Blade Slash, was actually blocked by a Universe Level 8. Shocking willpower. On the screen, the little demon shouted excitedly, his willpower is too shocking. This by Kaluo is a Universe Level 8 fighter, and also a Universe Level 8 Spirit Reader. However, Defan's Soul Blade Slash, its power is extremely huge, same level opponents would find it hard to block it, however he can actually block it. Willpower. He has an incredibly shocking willpower. The little demon said, Luo Feng, quickly, use the slave imprint to keep him. This is definitely a slave even more outstanding than Defan. Keep him? Luo Feng was stunned. Every slave had to be incomparably careful. I dare say, he's definitely at the battle axe fighter level, even compared to his teacher, under the same level, his teacher Newell Shan might not be his match. The demon Babata roared, his domain is high, his blade work is strong, these don't mean much. However, his willpower is shocking, it means his determination is extremely strong, he definitely has the potential to become an absolute warrior, as long as you nurture him well. Luo Feng, this is a rare opportunity. Battle Axe Fighter level, stepping into the Domain Lord level, has a 50% chance. What's more, with his shocking willpower, along with our Yun Mo Planet secret techniques, stepping into the Domain Lord level is even more certain. Babata shouted, also, you're lacking a fighter slave. Luo Feng nodded. Defan, specialized in soul attacks, he was indeed lacking a fighter slave under him, in space. Your spirit attacks are very strong. Bai Kaluo's gaze was cold, gritting his teeth and shouting, however, the final victor will be me. Rumble, following a wild gale, Bai Kaluo's body floated in an arc, his body surrounded by a green gale, after which his two blades madly slashed at Defan. The genetic energy, strength, and willpower within the blades had already reached an incomparably high level of compatibility. Blade. Reincarnation. Bai Kaluo's eyes were filled with madness, the two blades became two snow-white blades, madly slashing at Defan. The snow-white blades continued to accumulate, very quickly forming a huge wheel of light. The huge wheel of light rumbled, pressing down on Defan time and time again. Chi the spirit weapon was knocked away, Defan spat out a mouthful of blood, his eyes filled with pity, unleashing the strongest move his master Luo Feng had prepared for him. Pung, a dark blue stream of light instantly smashed the huge light wheel, directly causing the light wheel formed by a large number of blade flashes to collapse. This also caused the dark blue stream of light to rebound slightly. This seemed to be a broken blade fragment, hybrid copper essence fragment. This sharp fragment drew an arc in the air as it flew towards Bai Kaluo. Spare his life. A voice resounded in Defan's mind. The soul imprint within the soul allowed Luo Feng and Defan to form a connection between their souls, able to communicate through their consciousness, just like how the quantum computer could communicate with humans, just like how the cloud contact vine could communicate with Luo Feng's consciousness. Chi. The dark blue light drew an arc, immediately slicing through Bai Kaluo's arms, cutting them off, the blade falling, ************ space was silent, the distant shipwreckage floated down, that universe-level warrior De Wen's body was still floating in space, however Bai Kaluo was just standing there, dumbfounded. Destroy his quantum computer. Luo Feng ordered. Who? The dark blue blade light directly chopped down on Bai Kaluo's arm guard, directly shattering the AI, while Bai Kaluo stared at Defan in the distance, and transmitted his voice, why didn't you kill me? My master ordered me to. Defan looked at him. Master? Bai Kaluo creased his eyebrows. The distant disk universe ship's cabin door opened, a human silhouette swiftly flew over, it was Luo Feng dressed in the cloud contact armor. Luo Feng. Bai Kaluo squinted. Bai Kaluo, you've lost. Luo Feng looked at Bai Kaluo before him. Even though Bai Kaluo's broken wrist was covered in blood and flesh, slowly growing back, he himself stared hard at Luo Feng. Obviously Bai Kaluo realized, he had lost this time, lost very badly. I didn't expect you to have a Universe Level 9 servant, even my teacher didn't expect it. You even have a D-grade long-distance lightspeed weapon, it's no wonder I lost. Baikalua laughed coldly. Luo Feng, if you want to kill me then kill me. With your servant here, I have no power to resist at all. In space, even if I wanted to escape, I wouldn't be able to. In the vast space, without a ship, how could he escape? I have high hopes for you. Luo Feng looked at Baikalua. I'll give you two choices now, one is to submit to me, the other is to die. Submit or die, choose. Luo Feng looked at him. Submit? Haha. Baikalua laughed loudly. Luo Feng, are you joking? Just a little star-level punk like you actually wants me to submit to you. If it was that Baldy, if he wanted me to submit, I'd still consider it, because he's too strong, his last move easily defeated me. But you, a little star-level punk, wanting me to submit. Baikalua shook his head. Think carefully before you answer. Luo Feng's voice became even colder. The moment you reject, that means death. If you die, everything will be for naught. Your pursuits, your dream of becoming a strong warrior, everything will be gone. I'll ask you one last time. Luo Feng's voice was ice cold. Death, or submit? Luo Feng stared at Baikalua. P.S. The second chapter has ended, there's still the third chapter today. The space was vast and boundless, the three silhouettes stood there. Luo Feng, you really want to kill him? Babata's voice resounded, he definitely has the potential to become an absolute warrior. Humph. I admire his backbone, but I'm not so shameless as to go coax him. He came to kill me. I should have killed him anyway. Luo Feng's expression was cold. I admire him, so I gave him the chance to submit. However, if he doesn't, I'll just kill him. Potential to become an absolute warrior? Don't even mention potential, even an absolute warrior, like a sector lord, like an undying. There are many of them in the vast universe. Luo Feng looked at Baikalua, waiting for his reply. Baikalua stood in space, his eyebrows furrowed. The moment you reject, that's death. If you die, everything will be for naught. Your pursuits, your dream of becoming a warrior, everything will be gone. Luo Feng's words resounded in Baikalua's mind, causing him to unconsciously recall all these years of struggle. That beautiful planet, his home. That vast flowing river, it had appeared countless times in his dreams. Grandfather, I'm leaving. The day I return, will be the day I enter the temple. I will make our Metal Rock Mountain clan proud of me. That dusky evening, the young Baikalua bid farewell to his grandfather, stepping on a long journey. Leaving his home, entering the universe. Wandering from galaxy to galaxy, his strength constantly rose. And after seeing Newland Shan's battle footage in the Battle Axe Coliseum, he became a disciple of Newland Shan. Newland Shan was an absolute battle type. From the start, his disciples had to fight to the death. Baikalua was extremely hardworking, very quickly becoming the most outstanding disciple. Breaking through to the universe level, possessing a domain, creating his own blade techniques, improving along the way, even his teacher Newland Shan was unable to guide him. His battle experience, techniques, etc., were already no less than his teacher, becoming in existence in the Newland Shan family, second only to Newland Shan. However, he never enjoyed it, always wearing a black robe, wholeheartedly researching his blade techniques, researching domain, temple. My Blade Clan's temple. Baikalua roared within, I, Baikalua, must enter our Blade Clan's temple. I will make our Iron Rock Mountain range proud of me. I will become the legend of the Blade Clan's Iron Rock Mountain lineage. Blade Clan Temple. All the men of the Blade tribe dreamed of going to the place where their names would be forever engraved in the temple. That was their greatest pride, but to inscribe it in the temple was extremely difficult. As the experts of the Blade Edge clan appeared one by one, the requirements to be listed in the sacred hall grew higher and higher. During the Aboriginal Planet era, universe levels were enough to enter the sacred palace. After the Blade Edge race entered the universe, they were quickly raised to the Domain Lord level before they had the right to enter the sacred hall. Hundreds of millions of years ago, only those who were promoted to realm lords had the qualifications to enter the sacred temple. It would take a long time for the entire Blade tribe to have their name engraved on it. This was the most glorious moment for the Blade tribe. Those who were listed in the sacred temple would be known as the legend of the Blade Edge clan. Enter the temple, become a legend. Baikalua raised his head, looking at the dark red battle-robed youth in front of him. Have you thought about it? Luo Feng looked at Baikalua, his gaze cold. Submit, or die. Who? Baikalua knelt down on one knee in space, lowering his head. Blade Edge clan. Baikalua greets the Lord. Lord? Luo Feng frowned. When your strength surpasses mine, I'll willingly call you master. Baikalua said respectfully, and right now, I'm willing to be a soldier under your command, a bodyguard. Soldier, bodyguard? Luo Feng smiled with interest as he looked at Baikalua. From now on, you can call me master. Baikalua frowned. Haha. Luo Feng laughed loudly in the universe. Rumble. Luo Feng vanished. Simultaneously a continuous undulation, like a huge mountain range beast appeared in space. Its scales were even bigger than a normal person's dining table. The edges of the scales were as sharp as blades. The entire beast's body length reached a shocking 6 kilometers. Its 4 claws were at least 2 kilometers tall, almost like the legendary pillars of the heavens. That long tail swayed slightly in the starry sky. Its huge head was like a mountain. That pair of dark golden eyes gazed down at the little Baikalua. Gold, gold. Baikalua stared wide-eyed. Golden-horned beast. Right, it's me. A majestic voice, under the powerful genetic energy, pierced through space, like a wave spreading out, resounding within Baikalua's ears. Rumble. The golden-horned beast vanished. Luo Feng appeared, smiling at Baikalua. Rumble. Luo Feng vanished. The incomparably huge golden-horned beast appeared in space. Do you understand? The golden-horned beast's voice was like thunder. Its eyes shot out 2 beams of light, shining on Baikalua. In theory, there was no way to transmit sound in space, however that incomparably powerful genetic energy was the medium. Relying on the golden-horned beast's powerful genetic energy, its voice resounded throughout the surrounding space. You are. Baikalua was extremely shocked. So, Luo Feng is the golden-horned beast. Accurately speaking, the golden-horned beast is Luo Feng. The golden-horned beast vanished. Luo Feng stood in space looking at Baikalua. Earlier Luo Feng had ordered Defan to destroy Baikalua's quantum computer. It was for this appearance. The golden-horned beast's secret was extremely important. Naturally he couldn't be careless. As for letting the golden-horned beast appear, it was to use the slave imprint. It's actually like that, this. Baikalua was extremely shocked, following which he looked at Luo Feng. You will be stronger than me, I admit that, however right now that golden-horned beast should be weaker than me. Weaker than you? Luo Feng laughed. Baikalua, even I am not master's match. You? You'll only be tortured. Beside, Defan laughed and communicated through spirit energy. What? Baikalua shook his head. Impossible. Try me and you'll know. Luo Feng smiled. Rumble. Luo Feng vanished. The golden-horned beast once again appeared in space. The current golden-horned beast had indeed reached universe level 6. 2 years ago in December, the golden-horned beast broke through to universe level. And now it was the end of October. A full 20 months had passed. Within these 20 months, as he had a huge amount of wealth, Luo Feng naturally bought incomparably precious metals, using the best combination for the internal world to absorb and grow. However, the universe-level best combination only raised the evolution efficiency to 56 times. 56 times, 20 months, that was equivalent to 93 years of normal evolution. When the golden-horned beast was in the star level. From level 1 to level 3, it required 1.5 years. From level 4 to level 6, every breakthrough required 2 years, a total of about 6 years. From level 7 to level 9, every breakthrough required 12 years, a total of 36 years. And from level 9 to universe level, it required over 50 years. The entire star level lasted about 100 years. And the universe level lasted close to 1,000 years. From level 1 to level 3, it required about 15 years. From level 4 to level 6, every breakthrough required 20 years, a total of 60 years. From level 7 to level 8, every breakthrough required 120 years, a total of 360 years. Finally, from universe level 9 to domain lord, it required over 500 years. This was the evolution speed, and Luo Feng relied on the best combination, which was equivalent to a normal evolution of 93 years, causing the golden horned beast to grow to universe level 6. As a heavenly talented golden horned beast, at star level 7, it already had the ability to kill a star level 9 human fighter. In space. Like a black mountain range, the golden horned beast fiercely waved its claws. The claws on its claws were like huge blades slashing towards Baikaluo. Roar! Baikaluo roared. The green energy around him danced, and following the infusion of his origin power, the two blades became 2 meters long snow-white blade waves, directly resisting the golden horned beast's stomp, rumble. The energy waves exploded. The strong impact became a shocking shockwave that spread in all directions, causing the distant De Wen's body to be flung away. The universe shipwreckage was also sent flying. You are not bad. The golden horned beast's voice rumbled, like a god. Rumble. The golden horned beast's 3 horns glowed with a piercing light, following which the golden light swiftly followed the peculiar golden engravings and flowed throughout the golden horned beast's entire body. Its scales, wings, claws, horns and tail all underwent minute changes. Even the scales seemed to have become denser, the claws even sharper. One of the 3 great talents, strengthening, the golden horned beast's strength immediately rose. Rumble. 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 For claws that were like pillars of the heavens, stomping down again and again, under the strengthened state, that incomparably strong force of impact was something Baikaluo couldn't defend against directly. Hell! The golden horned beast let out an excited roar. When the golden horned beast's entire body began to ripple strangely. The strangest thing was, its entire body was swiftly shrinking. Every single scale on its body was shrinking. At the same time, the scales seemed to undergo a strange change. Its bones were also swiftly shrinking. The spine that was originally 5 to 6 kilometers long was now 2 to 3 kilometers long. The density of the bones was increasing, causing the spine to undergo a strange change. The 3 horns on its head were also shrinking. Even more dense, yes, the entire golden horned beast, from its body length of over 6 kilometers, it immediately shrunk to just over 3 kilometers. Deities of the world's first level beginner level. Once the first level was completed, its body length would shrink by a full 3 times, its strength would increase by 3 times. And right now, the golden horned beast relied on Luo Feng's huge wealth to buy the precious materials to train. It could already shrink by 2 times, its strength increasing by 2 times, strengthening by 2 times, deities of the world, strengthening by 2 times again. Rumble. The claws stomped down, Baikaluo spat out blood and was sent flying. Xiao. The tail that was as fast as lightning swept over. The speed was so fast that Baikaluo couldn't even dodge. His blades were immediately sent flying, his arms were immediately torn apart, fresh blood splattering everywhere. Luckily the golden horned beast controlled him, not attacking his vitals, otherwise it could have easily killed Baikaluo. The golden horned beast vanished. Luo Feng appeared in space. Fan. Luo Feng looked at Baikaluo floating in space, heavily injured and unable to resist. Go, send him to the nutrition cabin to recover. Yes. Fan's simple and honest face revealed a peculiar smile. He had been treated as a sparring opponent by his master, and had been abused many times. Right now, he finally had a comrade to be abused. Strengthening talent, deities of the world, unleashed at the same time. Fan and Baikaluo couldn't resist at all. Luo Feng shook his head and smiled, and I haven't even unleashed an attack infused with the gold origin laws. Eating and sleeping and eating, the natural growth of the golden horned beast dared to call itself invincible within the same level. Even in the vast universe, it was very hard to find someone that could match up to it. If one could, then that person would definitely be considered the entire human race of the universe, amongst the universe countries, a true absolute genius. And Luo Feng, this golden horned beast, spent countless amounts of money to train in deities of the world, and also to comprehend the universe origin laws. If he didn't work hard, if he played with his life, to win against the golden horned beast, it was very, very difficult. Within the universe ship. Master. Baikaluo, who was thrown into the nutrition cabin, shouted with complete respect. Alright, hurry and heal up. Luo Feng said casually. After he was done healing, he still had to unleash the slave imprint. the last day of the month, everyone's monthly votes, throw them all in Dewen and by Kaluo, why haven't they replied after so long? Virtual Universe, Black Dragon Mountain Island, within a luxurious villa's guest room, Newell Shan, who was wearing a long robe, creased his eyebrows, his red eyes staring at the screen before him, gleaming fiercely. Contact the two of them for me again. Yes, master. The fist-sized virtual assistant on Newell Shan's shoulder shouted out. Do, something's wrong. Something's wrong. I'll contact them, they wouldn't dare to ignore my call for so long. Newell Shan's eyes were filled with fear. Don't tell me, impossible, with Bai Kaluo's strength, the two of them definitely wouldn't have any problems. Newell Shan shook his head, definitely not. Staying in the virtual universe, waiting for Dewen and Bai Kaluo's news, Newell Shan could already sense that something was wrong. However, he had too much confidence in his most exceptional disciple Bai Kaluo. Dealing with Earth was a simple matter, there definitely wouldn't be any problems. Time passed minute by minute. 5 minutes, 10 minutes, half an hour, 1 hour, 2 hours, Newell Shan's expression was getting uglier and uglier. If one were to say that he had some hope at the start, however, after 2 hours, the two disciples still hadn't responded at all. This completely explained the problem. Newell Shan's throat emitted an enraged roar, fiercely waving his hand, sending the wine cups and other utensils on the table in front of him flying. Those wine cups and utensils flew in all directions, some smashing against the walls, some smashing against the wall, some smashing against the wall, some smashing against the chairs, causing a series of explosions. Luo Feng. Newell Shan's eyes were cold, gritting his teeth, squeezing out these two words. You're vicious. You actually managed to get a Universe Level 9, even a Domain Lord level helper. Newell Shan's eyes were cold, his fists clenched tight, his fingernails piercing into his palms. This time he had lost so badly. One was that he had lost his most important helpers Dewen and Bai Kaluo. 2 was that he was clear, the opponent was able to easily deal with Bai Kaluo. That meant he, Newell Shan, had no hope of acquiring the treasures of Earth. To be able to deal with Bai Kaluo, the opponent is at least a Universe Level 9. And a Universe Level 9 is completely capable of taking away that automaton ship. Newell Shan was getting more and more furious, even if I spent close to 3 years to reach Earth. He was afraid that his efforts would be in vain. What's more, there are those things on Earth. Solar system, Martian surface. When Newell Shan was gritting his teeth over Bai Kaluo's death, don't resist. A majestic rumbling sound reverberated throughout the desert. The golden-horned beast's enormous body was entrenched in the desert, its mountain-like head in the air lowered its head, looking down at the tiny Bai Kaluo. Yes. Bai Kaluo stood there respectfully. The golden-horned beast began to use the Yunmo planet's soul imprint technique. Slowly, a drop of water droplet like crystal flew out of the golden-horned beast's left eye, and began to descend rapidly. This crystal-clear water droplet, if one looked closely, one could see that within the water droplet, there were complex imprints, floating and disappearing within the water droplet. Pooh! The water droplet touched the space between Bai Kaluo's eyebrows. Instantly, it entered the depths of Bai Kaluo's consciousness. Within his consciousness, this was a vast miniature galaxy. It was the manifestation of Bai Kaluo's soul. This miniature galaxy itself was constantly revolving and moving. The galaxy's 8 spiral arms were revolving along with it. A water droplet suddenly appeared and landed within the galaxy. Immediately, a crystal-clear light swiftly spread and began to permeate. Everything happened naturally. After about half an hour, Bai Kaluo, who was standing in the desert, opened his eyes. He looked at the huge golden-horned beast before him with a sense of respect from within his soul. Master. Bai Kaluo bowed. The golden-horned beast's dark golden eyes had a sense of dimming too. Using the slave imprint was like cutting a small piece of his soul. The damage was huge. Rumble, the golden-horned beast vanished and Luo Feng appeared. The slave imprint is indeed mystical. Luo Feng looked at the Blade Clan warrior Bai Kaluo before him. He could clearly feel the respect and worship the other party had for him, almost as though he was facing his own king. Teacher was able to create this slave imprint, that's impressive. D-Fan, Bai Kaluo, let's go, return to Earth. Luo Feng said. Yes, Master. Defan and Baikalua said respectfully at the same time. The black disc-shaped universe ship was currently flying from Mars to Earth. Within the universe ship's control room, Luo Feng was conversing with his two slaves. Master, I brought all the quantum computers from the ship wreckage. Baikalua said respectfully, we definitely won't reveal the scene of the golden horned beast's transformation. Luo Feng nodded. It's better to be safe than sorry, the secret of the golden horned beast definitely couldn't be revealed. Baikalua, what trump card does that Nuolan Shan have, what information does he know about Earth? Luo Feng asked. Trump card? Baikalua shook his head, this Nuolan Shan doesn't have any trump cards at all, his entire family's foundations are shallow, if it wasn't for Nuolan Shan himself holding the fort, the Nuolan Shan family wouldn't even have such power. This time he sent me and Wen, 1, to steal the automaton ship, 2, to kill you master. This bastard, he actually wants to kill master, he deserves to die. Baikalua's words were filled with killing intent towards Nuolan Shan. Soul slaves, worshipped their masters from the depths of their souls, their masters were the most important to them. Hence Nuolan Shan wanted to kill Luo Feng, the current Baikalua was filled with rage and hatred. Haha, that Nuolan Shan is just a clown. Luo Feng laughed. Right, you mentioned the automaton ship earlier? Luo Feng's eyes gleamed, these 2 years, he had been completely immersed in the comprehension of the universe origin laws. Actually this sort of comprehension wasn't hard at all, instead it was like being in his mother's embrace when he was young, his soul felt comfortable. 2 years of hard work, Luo Feng had almost forgotten about Earth's Bermuda region, there was still that automaton ship. Yes, that Nuolan Shan has always been thinking about that automaton ship, that ship is definitely worth more than his entire family's assets. Baikalua said respectfully. Haha. Luo Feng laughed. Babata. Luo Feng shouted, the ship won't return home for now, after returning to Earth we'll head to the Bermuda region, we should get that automaton ship too. Understood. The little demon shouted excitedly. The universe ship rushed into Earth's atmosphere, flying straight towards the Bermuda Ocean region, after which it vanished. Luo Feng and the other two became 3 beams of light, flying deep into the ocean. In the depths of the cold ocean, there was a huge white silhouette. Luo Feng flew closer. An incomparably huge silver-white pyramid floated in the ocean, the entire pyramid's height was a shocking 1200 m, much taller than any skyscraper on Earth. The entire silver-white pyramid floated there, causing the surrounding magnetic fields to distort. Luo Feng could clearly feel it. Automaton universe ship. Defan's eyes gleamed. This is the first time I've seen an automaton universe ship in real life. Baikalua exclaimed, the automaton race's technology is simply too advanced, from the outside it's impossible to determine just what grade this ship is. The technology of the humans in the universe, compared to the automaton race, was indeed very far off. Humanity's constructed universe ships could clearly determine what grade it was, even scanning it could determine what alloy it was made of. However, the automaton race's alloy, humans had no way to accurately determine its grade from the outside. However, according to what Nuolan Shan told me, this automaton ship is at least a D grade. Baikalua pointed below the huge pyramid, at the open triangular pathway, that pathway's defense is at least a C grade, this sort of universe ship is at least a D grade, hence its price is extremely expensive, even many domain lords can't afford it. Ah? Defan looked shocked at Baikalua, that expensive? Why don't you look at its size? And this is only a D grade, if it were an E grade, that would be too shocking. It would definitely be even more shocking than the world within a world treasure that shook the entire Black Dragon Mountain star field. Baikalua shook his head, however, the chances of it being an E grade is too low. It's an E grade. Luo Feng said. Master. Defan and Baikalua looked shocked at Luo Feng. Defan couldn't help but say, Master, this automaton ship is impossible to determine its grade from the outside. It's an E grade. I'm very sure. Luo Feng looked at the huge pyramid before him, after which he looked at Defan and Baikalua, the two of you, what grade are your armors? Master, I'm wearing a level 3 genetic energy armor on the inside, and a D3 alloy armor on the outside. Defan said respectfully. I'm wearing a level 3 genetic energy armor on the inside, and a D5 alloy armor on the outside. Baikalua said respectfully. Luo Feng nodded. Genetic energy armor was similar to the Black God sets from back then. It could cover the entire body as one wished. However, the armor's defense was related to the level of the genetic energy. The stronger the genetic energy, the stronger the armor's defense. This genetic energy armor's price was extremely high, comparable to spirit weapons. Alloy armor, on the outside it was made of alloy, the technical content was very low, just like wearing a huge armor, the price was cheap. The downside was, the alloy armor had many holes, it couldn't protect the entire body 100% of the time. Baikalua, then you enter the automaton ship. Luo Feng ordered, this is an AI chip, after entering the control room, insert it and you'll be fine. Yes, master. Baikalua respectfully received the chip from Luo Feng, after which he turned and flew towards the pathway. Chi-Chi the automaton ship's pathway immediately shot out a 3-colored light, however Baikalua's speed didn't decrease at all, rushing straight in. Automaton ship. Luo Feng looked at the pyramid ship before him, exclaiming within, the owner of this ship, is that automaton undying? P.S. Chapter 1 has arrived. Automaton undying. Luo Feng felt a wave of pressure. Undying, these two words represented absolute power. An undying being was enough to topple the entire Black Dragon Mountain star field. Undying beings, one punch could destroy a planet. Their bodies could reach light speed and travel through the universe. Traveling between the actual universe and the dark universe was as easy as eating to them. Babata, if we want to get the undying ship now, will we meet with any difficulties? Luo Feng asked within, an undying being shouldn't easily let anyone steal his ship, right? Of course, just like the Yunmo planet ship, if I forcefully close the doors, even a sector lord wouldn't be able to enter. Babata said, as for this automaton ship, it'll depend on your luck and character. Because the automaton undying is different from the other races. Different? Luo Feng was stunned. Right. Luo Feng, let me ask you, what's normally used to control a ship? Babata asked. An AI. Luo Feng smiled. Right, an AI. Your teacher used me to control the Yunmo planet ship. However, the automaton race, every single one of them is a living AI. It's much more advanced than any other AI. As for the greatest automaton undying of the automaton race, that's an AI life form that's even stronger than me. Babata said, say, do you think you would need an AI to ride a ship? You mean? Luo Feng's eyes gleamed. The automaton undying, riding a ship, only needs to use a billionth of its operating abilities to easily and perfectly control a universe ship. Babata said, hence, the automaton undying doesn't even need a specially made AI to control the ship, they can easily control it themselves. But he's dead. Hence, there's no one left to control this automaton ship. Right now it'll depend on your luck. If this automaton ship, from the cabin door to the control room, there's a closed checkpoint, like the control room's door is closed, and it's very hard to open. Then it'll be troublesome. If there's no obstructions along the way, then you'll be lucky. Babata said. Luo Feng couldn't help but hold his breath. Luo Feng and Di Fan, the master and servant, stood in the ocean, looking at the huge pyramid ship before them, waiting. It lasted for about 5 minutes. Master, we've succeeded. A thought transmitted. Great. Luo Feng's eyes flashed. My artificial intelligence has begun to infiltrate the control program of the spaceship. Yes, it's a success. Cut off the power supply to the hatch. Success. Babata cheered, Luo Feng, let's go, we can enter the ship's interior. Don't worry about the tunnel being attacked, I've already cut off the power supply. Di Fan, let's go. Luo Feng ordered, leading the way towards the pyramid ship entrance. The entrance was located at the bottom of the pyramid. The passageway was tens of meters wide. The surface of his body was covered in alloy armor, while the surface of his skin was covered by the cloud contact battle armor, which protected his entire body tightly. Luo Feng's thoughts moved and a vine extended into the tunnel. It's indeed safe. Luo Feng immediately flew into the pathway, Di Fan following beside him. What a strange layout. Luo Feng entered the ship and was shocked to discover that the entire pyramid ship's layout was different from the normal human universe ships. Inside the pyramid, there was a main passageway. The entire passageway was circular and continuously spiraled upwards. It was like a mountain road. The circular passageway was 30 meters wide. It circled around the center of the pyramid and continued upwards. The pyramid ship, about 800 meters from the bottom, was the center of the control room. The control room was circular in shape, the floor was crystal clear and beautiful. The entire control room actually didn't have a control panel, only a huge crystal ball floated in the center. Master. Baikaluo looked at Luo Feng. Not bad. Luo Feng smiled. Babada, check this ship. Luo Feng shouted. Yes. Energy barrier, perfect. Damn, the energy barrier level is actually this high. Even if we don't count the entire ship's defense, just the energy barrier alone is able to block an E9 grade attack. Which means, if one hasn't reached the undying level, they won't be able to break through this energy barrier. Babada's voice resounded within the control room. Luo Feng, Di Fan, and Baikaluo were all shocked. Just the energy barrier alone was this sick. Whose universe ship is this? Who was the original owner of this ship? Baikaluo couldn't help but ask, too sick. Even the E9 grade universe ships sold in the universe aren't this ridiculous. Its owner is an undying. Luo Feng said. Automaton undying. Baikaluo and Di Fan's eyes almost popped out. Undying? And automaton undying, any undying was incomparably noble. And the automaton race represented the incomparably advanced technology. The ship an automaton undying rode in, how sick would that be? Attack weapons, perfect. Damn, that's sick. The technological weapons on this automaton ship are even more sick than your teacher's ship. Indeed, an automaton ship famed for its technology. The ship an automaton undying rode in, it's simply too extravagant, too crazy. It actually has 3 star annihilators and 9 E3 grade laser cannons. Luo Feng was stunned. Star annihilators, the legendary technological weapons, star annihilators, as the name suggests, one shot could destroy an entire planet. In terms of power, it was comparable to an undying. Of course the star annihilators had their flaws too. 1. It had a huge area of effect, it couldn't be concentrated like an undying. 2. It consumed a shocking amount of energy. However, even with its flaws, it couldn't stop the universe's human race from yearning for this legendary weapon. Energy system, perfect. Luo Feng, you've hit the jackpot. This automaton ship's energy system is too sick. No wonder the entire ship's design, the corridors are circular. So the entire automaton ship's central core is basically all the energy system. A 1200 m tall ship, more than 2/3 of it is all the energy system cabins. Sick, this ship's instantaneous acceleration, dodging, the various maneuverability, it definitely doesn't lose to your teacher's Xianxia planet ship. I'm dizzy. According to the information on this automaton ship, the ship's body is made of an E-grade alloy. It has the ability to repair itself. Along with the energy shield, it definitely belongs to the pinnacle of E-grade ships. Along with its shocking maneuverability, it makes it even more expensive. And this doesn't even include the Star Annihilator cannon's price. Luo Feng, you've really struck it rich this time. Just this automaton ship alone is more expensive than the entire treasure trove in the world within a world added up. Babada said. Expensive? Within the round control room, Luo Feng wasn't as excited as before, his face filled with suspicion. Even though it's expensive, no matter how expensive it is, it's still just an E-grade ship. And the Xianxia planet ship is F9 grade, normal domain lords use D-grade ships, sector lords use E-grade ships. This undying being should use F-grade ships. This ship is after all only at the pinnacle of E-grade, it shouldn't be that ridiculous, right? Wrong, you're ridiculously wrong. Babada shouted. Master, it's not like that. Baikaluo said too. Luo Feng was suspicious, beside him Di Fan was suspicious too. Luo Feng, when you leave, don't ever say you're a disciple of the Xianxia planet, it's simply throwing your teacher's face. You actually said such foolish things. That D-Fan, he was a slave in the past, it's fine if he's stupid. I usually let you read more books and learn more about the universe, but you complained that the information was too much. Babata began to criticize. Where did I go wrong? Luo Feng interrupted Babata. Firstly, the reason why humanity's universe ships aren't too expensive. It's because of the alloy. Pure metal ships are considered luxuries. Alloy ships are the way to go. You know this, right? Babata said. I understand, the alloy is cheap, the price-to-performance ratio is high. Luo Feng nodded. Similarly, reaching the C5 grade, the alloy was 100 times cheaper than pure metal. However, in the entire universe, the strongest alloy is only the E9 grade. Whether it's the human race, or the even more advanced automaton race, the most advanced alloy they can create is the E9 grade. Hence, to create an F-grade universe ship, the materials used can only be pure natural metals, like the hybrid copper essence your teacher used. Because there's simply no F-grade alloy. F-grade pure metals are extremely rare. Just like the hybrid copper essence, sometimes in a hybrid copper mine, when excavated, the hybrid copper essence may only be the size of one's palm, or 1 or 2 tons. An entire mine can only be the size of one's palm. To gather a universe ship with a diameter of 800 meters, this was an inconceivable thing. Even if you sell the entire Black Dragon Mountain star field, it wouldn't even be enough. Hence even undying beings, the majority of undying beings, can't afford it. Undying beings, most of them use E-grade pinnacle ships. Babata said, undying beings use E-grade pinnacle ships, the difference between them and sector lords is the size is bigger, it's easier to build a large enough engine room, making it more mobile, 100 m long and 1000 m long. The difference in size is 1,000 times, the price is also 1,000 times different. This is the E-grade ships used by undying beings. The difference between them and sector lords. Your teacher was an absolute warrior amongst the undying beings, hence he could afford to play around with the UNMO planet ship. Even so, he still spent a large amount of resources, countless treasures to get that ship. Babata said, and this automaton undying used a ship that's even more advanced than many human undying beings' ships. Mainly in terms of mobility, it's even more exaggerated. I'll give you an estimate, an E-grade ship used by a normal sector lord is about 1 trillion universe dollars. Equivalent to 1 mixed element unit. And undying beings, use E-grade pinnacle ships, normally reach up to a few hundred trillion universe dollars, equivalent to a few hundred mixed element units. Such an E-grade pinnacle, 1200 m tall automaton ship, yet it reaches 1 to 2000 mixed element units. And the treasures you obtained in the world within a world, added up to only 11 mixed element units. Hence, the entire treasure trove in the world within a world, can't even compare to this automaton undying ship. Asterisk, there's still the 3rd chapter today, there's only 1 hour left of this month, everyone throw in your votes. An accurate comparison of numbers was the clearest indication of the automaton race ship's value. Babata had previously estimated that all the treasures in the world within a world added up to roughly 200 mixed elements. It was equivalent to a poor undying, and this automaton race flying ship was worth 1 to 2000 mixed elements. Heavens! Baikaluo's eyes were wide open. His dream was to stay in the Blade Race's sacred hall. As long as he became a world overlord, he would be able to stay in the sacred hall. Even a world overlord wouldn't be able to afford such a flying ship. Just how many universe-level slaves would that be? D-Fan's mouth was wide open. Loss of self-control, the 2 universe-level warriors lost their composure. Such an expensive automaton ship was enough to move the hearts of undying beings, enough to make sector lords go crazy. Much less domain lords and universe levels, just the planetary annihilation cannon alone was enough to make a medium civilization in the universe envious. This was definitely a strategic weapon used to intimidate others. Luo Feng, don't expose this automaton ship. Babata said, just like the UNMO planet ship in your hands, this automaton ship is also one of the treasures that cannot be exposed. Of course, it's impossible to determine the true value of this mechanical race spaceship from its appearance. Most people would think that this is a D-grade mechanical race spaceship. However, you're a star state. Using a D-class automaton ship would make people jealous. Therefore, this spaceship's greatest use to you is, 1. Protect your life. At the moment of life and death, hide in this flying ship. Even peak stage world overlords wouldn't be able to break this flying ship. You can use it to escape. 2. Kill the enemy. You can use 3-star destroyer cannons and 93 grade laser cannons to kill the enemy. Especially with the agility of the automaton race's spaceship. It can quickly approach the enemy and then close the distance. With the combined attack of the 9 laser cannons, even an area lord will definitely die. 3. Sell it for money. You can sell the entire spaceship. The first and second options both have their flaws. The moment you use it, people will know that you have an E-grade automaton ship. This will easily attract sector lords and even undying beings. That's why it's fine if you don't use it, but once you do, you must kill all of them. Leave none alive. If you want to sell it for money, you can. You can sell it through your teacher's 5-star account service. But once you sell it, it will be difficult to buy it back. Difficult. That's because the automaton race's top spaceships that contain the Star Destroyer cannons can be auctioned in mid-tier auctions. The minimum requirement for a medium-level auction was to be a 4-star client. Luo Feng, even if you sell this ship, you won't be a 4-star customer. The minimum requirement to become a 4-star client is to have a deposit of 10,000 mixed elements. The participants are pretty much all undying beings, or some big shots. So, once you sell it, you won't be able to buy it back in a short time, Babata said. Luo Feng knew. Even though this ship was expensive, a ship that could take up 10% of an undying's wealth was already not bad. Undying beings needed to spend money on weapons, armor, treasures, secret techniques etc. After selling the ship, Luo Feng still couldn't be considered a 4-star client. Not selling. I don't lack money right now, laughed Luo Feng. After all, this is a hot item and can be easily sold. Furthermore, keeping it by his side was also a trump card. With 9 laser cannons and the ship's mobility, even an area lord would die without a doubt. If you hide inside, even a peak world overlord wouldn't be able to break through. I'll sell it when I'm short of money. Luo Feng's eyes suddenly gleamed. Babata, can we dismantle this ship's Star Annihilator cannons? Since there are 3 of them, selling 2 is good too. Dream on. This automaton race's craftsmanship is too high. The entire ship is a perfect whole, even the Star Annihilator cannons and laser cannons are infused into the ship. Dismantling it, keep dreaming. Even though the materials aren't as good as the Yunmo planet ship, the craftsmanship is much higher. The Yunmo planet ship's main strength lies in the materials. It's the ship's incomparably sharp edges. One acceleration, slicing through planets, sector lords etc. is like cutting vegetables. As for the other technical aspects, it's a level lower. If we can't dismantle it then we can't dismantle it, anyway we have enough money for now. Luo Feng smiled. Babata, keep this ship in your storage space, let's go home. Even though he had acquired an automaton ship, however, he couldn't simply use it. Because the moment he used it, it would be easily exposed, hence, this automaton ship was the same as the Yunmo planet ship. Luo Feng knew they were very expensive, yet he could only keep them in Babata's storage space. The pyramid ship, at least it's not damaged, it's in perfect condition. Even though the Yunmo planet ship is many times more expensive than the pyramid, it's damaged, it can't be used. Luo Feng muttered as he flew from the Bermuda Ocean towards the Asian continent. Behind him, Di Fan and Baikalluo exchanged glances. This master, too made them speechless. The pyramid ship, even among the undying ships, was considered not bad. The Yunmo planet ship was something most undyings could only dream of but couldn't afford. F-grade ships were incomparably expensive, much less this was an F9 grade. It's good to have a powerful teacher. Di Fan glanced at Baikalluo, communicating. Baikalluo, why did you take that Newland Shan as your teacher, a universe level 9 teacher? He has no future. Just like how powerful Master is, his teacher is an incomparably powerful warrior even amongst the undying. And, he's dead. A dead teacher just happened to give all his wealth to Master. If he were alive, Master wouldn't even be able to get much out of it. Di Fan communicated. Baikalluo glanced at Di Fan, communicating. Scram. Time passed day by day. Back then at the Void Region's wormhole, they had already detected that there were 3 ships heading towards Earth. The first was the Newland Shan family's D3 grade ship, the second was a D1 grade ship and the third was a C8 grade ship. Not long after Luo Feng and the others dealt with Newland Shan's man and acquired the Pyramid ship, China year 2065, November 12, the second D1 grade ship arrived on Earth. Earth's outer space. Dressed in a battle uniform, the bald D-Fan stood in outer space, looking at the dark purple disc-shaped universe ship ahead. "Sir, how do you do? We are representatives from the Black Dragon Mountain Empire's port family." From the ship, 12 star-level humans flew out, of which 10 were star level 9, the other 2 were star level 3 and 5 respectively. The star level 5 was a tall and sturdy youth. Port family, one of the 16 big families of the Black Dragon Mountain Empire. Port family? Humph, right now Earth is one of our 3 Axe Mountains planets, outsiders are forbidden. D-Fan's voice, transmitted through his spirit energy into the 12's ears. 3 Axe Mountain? The tall and sturdy youths. Expression changed. The 3 Axe Mountain was the head of the 4 big organizations. Even the 2 sacred lands had to be courteous to the 3 Axe Mountain. "If you dare barge into Earth, don't blame me for being impolite." D-Fan roared, after which he turned and flew back to Earth. And in outer space, the 12 people beside the ship were all facing each other. "Sir, what do we do? What can we do?" The tall and sturdy youth gritted his teeth and roared, "Every single person that came out is a universe level 9, are we going to die?" The ship could only leave with its tail between its legs. Using the same method 6 days later, the C8 grade ship was also scared off by D-Fan. After all, these 2 ships were merely a scouting team sent by the 2 families. How would they dare offend a universe level 9, After scaring off the 2 ships, Luo Feng's life became extremely peaceful, however he was waiting for a very crucial date. December 16th, the 16th of December, year 2065 of the Xianxia calendar, was the day that the triennial Ganwu auction would be held. Virtual Universe, Black Dragon Mountain Island 9-star Bay. Within the tea room, Luo Feng sat in a chair, holding a glass cup, within it was amber-colored tea. Tomorrow is the Ganwu auction. The lowest requirement for the Ganwu auction is to be a 3-star client. Luo Feng gently sniffed the tea. "However, my account's funds, due to the previous few purchases, have less than 10 mixed elements. It's below the 3-star client boundary. Is the invitation letter sent to me by the Ganwu auction still valid?" "Luo Feng, your thinking is wrong. Your account has previously reached 11 trillion universe dollars, 11 mixed elements, becoming a 3-star account. Now that you've made a few purchases, the funds have decreased. Don't tell me it's not a 3-star account anymore? Some rich and powerful people, the funds in their accounts are always flowing. Today's funds could be 200 mixed elements, they're 3-star clients. Tomorrow, they'll only have 1 mixed element left. The day after, they'll transfer another 300 mixed elements. Don't tell me this rich and powerful person is a 3-star client, and then a 2-star client?" Luo Feng was stunned. Spending is normal, like your teacher. Back then to deal with the UNMO planet ship, his account's funds were almost depleted. And sometimes, after selling a treasure, the funds in the account would rise again, sometimes more, sometimes less. Babata smiled. "The bank won't easily lower an account's grade. Only when your account is below the limit for a long period of time will it be lowered." Babata said, "The higher the account's grade, the longer the duration. Like a 5-star account, even if the money in it is depleted, within 100 million years, its grade won't drop." Luo Feng smiled and nodded. That made sense. Drinking his tea, Luo Feng was looking forward to it. The Ganwu auction that happens once every 3 years, will gather countless sector lords and even undyings from the Ganwu universe country to participate. The lowest requirement is to be a 3-star client. All sorts of items that can't be bought normally, such as restricted items, will all appear in the auction. Buying the nutrition cabin, the D5 grade rail cannon, the precious treasures needed to train in deities of the world, will consume about 5 mixed elements. I'll give my brother Luo Hua 2 mixed elements to invest. Right now, I'm left with a little more than 4 trillion universe dollars. Luo Feng thought, tomorrow, I wonder what treasures I can buy. When I return, I'll ask my brother how his investments have been these 2 years. Luo Feng thought. Tomato had just gotten married, so he would be very busy during the Lunar New Year. He would be so busy that his buttocks would shake from side to side. Therefore, from Lunar New Year's Eve, February 2nd, to February 8th, Tomato could only guarantee 1 chapter per day. Please understand. After the Lunar New Year, his speed would recover. Oh, today was February 1st, so he would update as usual. This Lunar New Year, Tomato would also call for monthly votes. Regardless of whether it was a wedding or the Lunar New Year, everyone had to give some red packets. Just throw some monthly votes. Black Dragon Mountain Island 9-star bay, beside Luo Feng's living quarters, there was a wooden villa. Luo Feng followed the stairs to the 3rd floor of the villa. The glass door of the staircase was closed. Creak. Luo Feng pushed the door open and entered. This was a room that was close to 100 square meters. There were many computer desks inside, and on each desk was a laptop. In front of the computers, there were men and women typing on virtual keyboards, looking at all kinds of information. There were a total of 21 workers in the room. At the furthest back, at the largest table, sat a youth that looked exactly like Luo Feng, only much thinner and weaker. Big brother! Luo Hua shouted, shocked. It's quite lively here. Luo Feng smiled as he surveyed the entire office. Mr. Luo, good day. Mr. Luo. The men and women all bowed nervously. This group of workers were all investors that had been with Luo Hua for a long time. As they were used to it, Luo Hua brought them into the virtual universe. Even though there was a quantum computer to help, there was still a difference between a quantum computer and a human. Big brother, why have you come to my place? Come, let's go to the side and chat. Wait a moment. Luo Hua swiftly returned to the computer, keying in some commands before running over. Let's go. In the office, there was a tea room beside. Luo Feng and Luo Hua sat down. Big brother, coming over when I'm working, it's rare. Luo Hua smiled. It's like this. Luo Feng smiled. Tomorrow is the day of the triennial Ganwu auction. Ganwu auction? Luo Hua was shocked when he heard it, after which he revealed a look of glee, saying, isn't that the legendary Ganwu Universe country's highest auction? The last time I was chatting with an investor, I've heard about it before. I heard the requirements to participate in the auction are very high. The lowest requirement is a 3-star client. Luo Feng nodded. Damn. Luo Hua stared wide-eyed. 3-star client? This auction's level is really high. 3-star clients. In the entire Black Dragon Mountain starfield, those that could be considered 3-star clients were pitifully few. They were all big figures. Luo Feng smiled. I came here to ask, the 2 trillion universe dollars I gave you 2 years ago, how is it going? Speaking of which, Luo Hua revealed an excited look and said, 2 trillion universe dollars, even in the universe's investment market, in many investment sectors, it's considered a huge amount of money. Big capital has its advantages and disadvantages. The advantage is that it can influence the market to a certain extent. The disadvantage is that it's not flexible enough. Sometimes, it can't be sold even if you want to. Last year's operations, we made a profit of 50% at the peak, but there were also times where we made a loss. On average, we didn't make a profit or a loss. I've accumulated some experience in operating large funds and perfected my investment strategy. This year, at its peak, the capital reached 3.6 trillion universe credits. However, the market hasn't been good recently, and there are still 3 trillion universe dollars left in assets. However, there's no rush, the market has to wait. I'm waiting for the market to explode now. Luo Hua chuckled. Luo Feng nodded. I need money right now. How much can you take out? If you want money, you have to sell. After all, my assets are not in cash. Luo Hua said solemnly. But to sell it now, bro, to tell the truth, I've been planning for the past half a year. Now, he just had to wait for the market to explode and make a killing. To sell it now, it's really not worth it. However, bro, if you're in a rush to use it, you can sell it within a day. However, with such a large amount of selling, it would easily cause the price to drop. I estimate that you can get 2 8 trillion universe dollars, that's not bad. Oh, Luo Feng nodded. No rush, this auction will last for 10 days. If I don't have enough money, I'll contact you. Alright. Luo Hua nodded. The Ganwu Universe country's biggest event, the Ganwu auction, once every 3 years, Luo Feng had long been anticipating it. Bro, I'm always online. If you need to raise money, inform me immediately. I'll immediately sell it for cash. If you're really in a rush, I've already discussed it with a friend. When the time comes, we can urgently borrow money, using my investments as collateral. Luo Hua said. Luo Feng. Beside, Xianxia smiled. When you return, you have to tell me about the auction. I'm very curious about this Ganwu Universe countries. Biggest event too. Luo Feng nodded. After bidding farewell to his parents, wife and brother, he immediately left the 9-star Bay district. Summoning his Pegasus, he rode it to the teleportation point. Teleport. Luo Feng stood within the teleportation point, holding the Ganwu auction invitation in his hand. Luo Feng immediately vanished, leaving the Black Dragon Mountain Island and teleporting to a floating city in the air above the Ganwu continent. The invitation shot out dots of light, causing the floating city's defenses to automatically open up, allowing Luo Feng to enter. This was an incomparably elegant floating piece of land within the clouds. This floating city had beautiful sceneries, flowers, and plants could be seen everywhere. And the most eye-catching thing in the entire floating city was that incomparably huge structure, the auction hall. The Ganwu auction that was held once every 3 years, was always held in this auction hall. Sir, how do you do? Welcome to this time's Ganwu auction. This is your seat number. Young miss, how do you do? Welcome to this time's Ganwu auction. This is your seat number. Many people were dressed either beautifully or simply. Some had the body of a snake, others were incredibly tall and sturdy. Those who came to participate in the Ganwu Universe auction were simply a sea of people. At the entrance of the auction hall, there were already 2 long lines. Everyone was queuing to enter. So many 3-star customers? Luo Feng too was queuing. In front of him was a huge man that was almost like a burning flame. Behind Luo Feng was a 1m tall, but with 3 eyes and a cold dwarf. However, that natural aura of a strong warrior made Luo Feng feel pressured. The 3-star customers are almost all sector lords. Very few are big merchants or youths with powerful backgrounds. Babata's voice resounded in Luo Feng's mind. Almost all sector lords? Luo Feng's gaze swept. The queue had already formed 2 long lines. There were at least a few thousand of them. A few thousand sector lords? This auction hall has a total of 16 entrances. Hence, it's not just you who are queuing. The other 15 entrances are all queuing. Right now there are about 100,000 sector lords queuing. Babata said, 100,000? Luo Feng stared wide-eyed. 100,000 sector lords, that was too crazy. Puta, there were about 1.31 million participants in the last auction. Do you think this time will exceed that? In front of Luo Feng, the huge man whose entire body was almost like a burning flame said solemnly. It will definitely exceed. It said that this year there will be a slot to enter the primal universe to study. This slot is a sector lord slot. The highest it can allow a sector lord to enter. Many undying beings have come over, wanting to buy this slot. Just for this slot, there will definitely be many sector lords here. In front of the huge man, a man covered in a robe said hoarsely. Luo Feng was stunned. 1.31 million, primal universe? While queuing, he would often hear the discussions of the sector lords around him. The contents of their discussions caused Luo Feng to be stunned. Because these sector lords were discussing many topics that made Luo Feng confused. For example, this time in the Star Field secret region, out of the 18 sector lords that went with us, only 3 managed to make it out. The other 15, maybe in tens of thousands of years or millions of years they might come out. They might never come out again. Your Tuta army has made a huge contribution in the battlefield outside the region. Congratulations. The sector lords around all knew each other and were discussing these topics. However, Luo Feng just blinked and remained silent. This brother, which family and organization are you from? One of the teams beside Luo Feng, a skinny one-eyed man smiled and greeted Luo Feng. No family, no organization. Luo Feng replied. Oh. The one-eyed man nodded and didn't ask further. Just from the aura alone, one could tell the strength of the people around him. The large group of sector lords around him could easily tell that Luo Feng was a weak punk. However, in this situation, the weaker one was, the more they couldn't afford to offend such a punk. Because for a weak person to become a 3-star client, his background was usually very terrifying. Sir, how do you do? Welcome to this Times Ganwu auction, this is your seat number. Luo Feng received a tag. On it was a translucent screen, and on it was a seat number. KND 99,286. It's huge. Entering the auction hall, Luo Feng was half stunned. The entire auction hall was like a football field on earth. The spectator stands were densely packed all around. However, there were just too many seats in this auction hall. There's a total of 3 million seats here. Every seat is 6 m wide and 10 m tall. Babata's voice resounded in Luo Feng's mind. Luo Feng nodded. Every seat was 6 m wide and 10 m tall. What a huge seat. A total of 3 million seats, arranged in rows, one couldn't even see the end of it. It was almost as though the countless seats formed a world. The seats were designed to be huge, mainly for the huge clients. KND 99286. Luo Feng looked at the number engraved on the seat and sat on it. The 6 m wide seat was even bigger than his own bed. Countless seats, the entire auction hall was filled with discussions, almost as though there were countless gods discussing. So many sector lords? Luo Feng held his breath. The Ganwu Universe country has a total of 13,000 starfields. Just like the Black Dragon Mountain starfield, there are close to 100 sector lords. Then the entire Ganwu Universe country, on average, there are over 1 million sector lords. And in truth, because of the many Undying's teachings, the Ganwu Universe country has a higher chance of producing sector lords. The entire Ganwu Universe country has over a few million sector lords. Luo Feng felt his heart racing. A few million sector lords, the Ganwu Universe country, it was no wonder it was called a universe country. Such a universe country was simply too huge. P.S. Chapter 1 has arrived. The Ganwu Universe country has an incomparably huge power, even your teacher can't compare to it. Undying warriors, in front of the huge Ganwu Universe country, can only lower their noble heads. After all, the Ganwu Universe country has a lot of people. Of course, for an undying warrior like your teacher who has no ties and is extremely strong, the Ganwu Universe country wouldn't easily mess with him. However, if they were to really fight, paying a certain price, killing your teacher wouldn't be a problem. Babata exclaimed. There's no other way, there's strength in numbers. Luo Feng nodded. Looking at the endless number of seats in the auction hall, and the endless number of sector lords, he understood what strength in numbers meant. 3 hours later. Attention all. A clear voice immediately resounding throughout the entire auction hall. The vast auction hall immediately quietened down, everyone consciously stopped talking. Luo Feng looked towards the center of the hall. A bald old man with a black turtle shell on his back stood in the center of the hall, and in the air above appeared a 3D image of this old man that was close to 1000 m tall. Welcome everyone to this year's Ganwu auction. Thank you to the Virtual Universe Company, Universe First Bank, Universe Galaxy Bank, Battle Axe Dojo, Universe Mercenary Alliance and the Ganwu Universe country for their support. The old man smiled. I believe many people recognize me. Everyone can call me Old Batua. This time I'll still be hosting everyone. This is a top-notch gathering. The last Ganwu auction, there were 131,6038 participants, and this time statistics have just been released. Does everyone know how many people are there? 1823959 people. 182 million, more than 500,000 people from the last time. Immediately the entire auction hall was filled with a wave-like clamor. Those who could come here were all at least 3-star clients. Within the densely packed seats, Luo Feng however smacked his lips, sighing within, in the Black Dragon Mountain starfield, my wealth can be ranked in the top 100, however in the entire Ganwu universe country. Different statuses, different views. Without reaching the threshold of a 3-star client, one didn't even have the right to participate in the Ganwu auction. Let's cut to the chase. It's almost time for this year's auction to officially begin. Before the auction officially begins, we'll do the same as usual. We'll start with an auction to warm up the crowd. The turtle-shelled old man pointed to the side, and a huge screen appeared next to him. On the screen, a beautiful cosmic galaxy appeared. Galaxies passed by one after another, and each galaxy had many planets with life. There were also many experts on those planets. This is the Tana Star Zone. Within our Ganwu universe country's 13,000 starfields, it's a small starfield that's ranked towards the back. The entire starfield has a total of 668 galaxies. Previously, this was the territory of an Undying Realm expert. However, this immortal existence is preparing to go on a life-and-death adventure, so he wants to sell the entire starfield. Therefore, our auction's warm-up auction will be this starfield, Tana Starfield. The turtle-shelled old man shouted loudly. The auction hall was in an uproar. Luo Feng, who was sitting high up in the huge seat, was also shocked. Tana Starfield? Auctioning an entire star zone right off the bat? One had to know that the Silver Blue Empire, a low-level civilization in the universe, only had 8 galaxies. Although this Tana star field was a small star field, it still had more than 600 galaxies. The warm-up auction is a small star field. Looks like there will be a lot of high-priced items in this auction. I heard that the finale of this auction is a spot to go to the primal universe to study. This auction is definitely one of the best auctions in the past 10,000 years. Some discussions carried from the huge seat next to Luo Feng. The Ganwu auction is held once every 3 years. However, every auction is slightly different. Once in a few thousand or 10,000 years, there will be an auction with high-level treasures. Usually, the so-called warm-up auction shows the level of the auction. Tana Starfield. An independent starfield, as long as it doesn't establish a country, it will receive the protection of the Ganwu universe country. A starfield like this can definitely be the foundation for a family to pass down for billions of years. There are only so many starfields in the universe country that can raise warriors and slaves, and the ones that come to the auction are even fewer. Now, everyone can start bidding. The base price, 300 mixed elements, yelled the turtle-shelled old man. Each increment must be a multiple of the mixed elements. Immediately, a number appeared on the huge screen beside him, 300 mixed elements, 400 mixed elements. The price immediately soared. This scene caused Luo Feng, who was sitting far away, to be confused. Babada, the price of a starfield is between 1,000 and 10,000 universe dollars. This starfield has a total of 668 galaxies, so in theory, it should be around 200 to 300 mixed elements. Luo Feng, you're talking about selling individual galaxies. And right now, the entire starfield is selling them. This is different. If the galaxies are scattered, it'll be easy for the surrounding forces to bully them, making it hard for them to develop. And the entire starfield is one entity, said Babada. The entire starfield supports each other, so it'll be hard for the surrounding forces to oppress it. So, the price of an individual starfield will be very high, said Babada. Luo Feng held the black tag and looked at the huge screen in the distance. The number on the screen continuously refreshed, 400 mixed elements. 420 mixed elements. 460 mixed elements. In the blink of an eye, it became 860 mixed elements, 861. 868. 876, the rate of increase slowed down. 1,000 mixed element units. The sudden appearance of this number silenced the entire auction hall. No one else continued to bid. 1,000 mixed elements, counting down from 3, 3, 2, 1. Congratulations to the guest KBR 38293, you have won the Tana Star territory and become the owner of the Tana Star territory. The turtle-shelled elder's voice was incomparably loud and clear. This year's Ganwu auction will officially start soon. 58, 57. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. His voice rumbled like a deity's. The center of the auction hall became incomparably dazzling. and the light shone on the faces of the experts in the huge seats around it. This year's auction officially begins. Now, for the first batch of auction items, you can see the 1,000 items that will be auctioned on your auction tokens. Those who want to buy it, please be prepared to bid. The turtle-shelled old man shouted, now for the first item, 92 bonus, a metal-type life form. The metallic life form of the Bona clan can fuse with a spaceship, giving the spaceship the ability to recover and upgrade itself. The metallic life form of the Bona clan, a total of 92. The starting price is 200 billion universe dollars. The highest bid of 92 will receive this metallic life form of the Bona clan, yelled the turtle-shelled old man. Immediately, many people in the entire auction hall started bidding. Luo Feng, who was in the crowd, sat on his throne and lowered his head to look at the black token in his hand, auctioning 92 items at once, pretty fast. This metallic life form can actually fuse with a spaceship, and when the metallic life form's strength increases, it will also continuously upgrade the spaceship? Interesting. Luo Feng looked at the continuously rising price, shook his head, and didn't bid anymore. The auction items were auctioned off one after another like flowing water. The lowest price was a few tens of billions of universe dollars, while the normal ones were a few thousand universe dollars. After all, the initial warm-up auction was an exception. 1,000 mixed elements, those who dared to bid this price were probably 4-star clients. Billowing water fruit, the best item for nurturing spiritual beasts and plant life forms. Even if you're heavily injured, eating the billowing water fruit will have a healing effect. 100 billowing water fruit is actually 1 unit. There's a total of 39 units of billowing water fruit here, and the lowest bid for each unit is 100 billion universe dollars. Immediately, another bid was made. Normally, a galaxy with hundreds of thousands of planets would have a price between 100 billion to 1 trillion universe dollars. Any one of the items here would normally be worth tens of thousands of life planets, or even hundreds of thousands of life planets. Luo Feng, buy the next unit. This billowing water fruit has extremely good nurturing effects for the cloud contact vine. Hence, Luo Feng finally spent 180 billion and 181 billion universe dollars to buy 2 units of billowing water fruit. Automaton Battle Uniform, perfect protection for the entire body. The surface of the automaton battle uniform will naturally form an energy barrier, and the energy source for the barrier is the energy crystal within the battle uniform. This automaton battle uniform is a D8 grade battle uniform. Even if a Star Traveler punk wears it, a Domain Lord level 5 or 6 wouldn't be able to break through it, and their spirit energy wouldn't be able to penetrate it either. This automaton battle uniform, there's only one of it, and it's definitely the best gift for one's beloved disciple, or one's own children. With it, one will be much safer. The starting price is 1 mixed element. The turtle-shelled old man shouted loudly. This item shocked Luo Feng. It actually didn't require any of his own strength to defend against attacks. This automaton battle uniform. Luo Feng had never heard of it before. However, this thing was useless for a sector lord to wear. Damn, the price is rising so quickly. Luo Feng looked at the final result that left him dumbstruck. 8 mixed elements, this was the final price, close to 10 mixed elements. A gift purely for one's beloved disciple, or child, was actually close to the price of all the treasures Luo Feng obtained in the world within a world. Luo Feng, this automaton battle uniform has such high defense, it's extremely rare. Don't even mention a D8 grade, you probably haven't even seen a C grade automaton battle uniform before. This thing is purely a luxury item. The person who bought this automaton battle uniform is probably an undying being. Babada said. The auction items flew by. All sorts of auction items dazzled one's eyes, just one of them was enough to make a domain lord go crazy. However, in the Ganwu Universe country's highest level gathering, with over 1 million sector lords gathered, and even a few undying beings amongst them, they didn't hold back when bidding. 3 consecutive batches of items, a total of 3,000 items, were quickly sold. Now, it's the 4th batch of items. On everyone's auction tags, you can see the next 1,000 items that will be auctioned. If you see someone you want to auction, please make your preparations. The turtle-shelled old man was still smiling as he spoke. Immediately, the auction hall went silent. Countless powerful fighters on the thrones all looked at the 1,000 items that were about to be auctioned. Nanshan armament, Nanshan armament. One of the 9 godly weapons of a spirit reader controller, the Nanshan armament. Luo Feng, this is the most suitable spirit weapon for you. This Nanshan armament, you have to get it. Just as Luo Feng was looking, Babata's excited voice resounded in his mind. P.S. 2 chapters completed, both chapters were late, tears, please give me some consolation. Controller of the 9 godly weapons? Nanshan armament? Luo Feng looked down suspiciously at the black tag in his hand. On the screen of the tag was a detailed list of 1,000 items. It's most suitable for you, Luo Feng. It's very hard to buy normally. Luo Feng, you have to buy it. I understand, I'll take a look first. Luo Feng looked carefully at the screen of the tag. Very quickly, he saw one of the items. Nanshan armament. With a gentle tap, he saw the detailed information on the Nanshan armament. Nanshan armament, one of the 9 godly weapons for spirit reader controllers. Its full name is Hun Tianyan or 9-stage Hun Tianyan. The Nanshan armament's normal form is a dark golden long rod. Within it are 10,081 thin golden little blades. Every blade is infused with incredibly profound origin law engravings. Of the 9 great godly weapons, 8 of them were created by combining the laws of time or space with the 8 elemental laws of metal, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, lightning, and light with one of the laws of time or space. The last of the 9 godly weapons is the fusion of time and space, the 2 most profound origin laws, creating a godly weapon. And the Nanshan armament is the fusion of gold and space laws, creating a godly weapon. Its power is immense. The Nanshan armament has a total of 9 forms. Each form is stronger than the last. Similarly, the difficulty of controlling it rises constantly. The Nanshan armament's 9 forms are incredibly difficult. The first form, to a star level, it's incredibly difficult. A star level that can unleash the first form is considered invincible within the same level. The third form, to a universe level, being able to unleash the third form is considered invincible within the same level. Obtaining 1,000 consecutive victories in the Battle Axe Coliseum is extremely easy. The sixth form, to a domain lord, to be able to unleash the sixth form, one is definitely invincible amongst domain lords. Looking at the Ganwu universe country, or even the entire human race, a domain lord that can unleash the sixth form is definitely the most overpowered within the same level and level. Even comparable to the golden horned beast of the same level. The seventh form, if a level 9 sector lord was able to unleash the seventh form, he would definitely be a pinnacle sector lord. The eighth form, incomparably difficult. A sector lord level 9 warrior using the eighth form would be considered invincible amongst sector lords in the Ganwu universe country. The ninth form, the highest form. Throughout the countless years in the vast universe, almost no sector lord has been able to display the ninth form. Usually, a sector lord who could use the ninth stage would have long broken through to the immortal rank. Nanshan armament was the strongest, but also the weakest. It was most powerful because it had 9 forms, each more monstrous than the last. The weakest was because it was too difficult to use. If one's comprehension was weak, they might as well use other spirit weapons. Starting bid, 500 billion universe dollars. A total of 9. Ninefold Hun Tianyan? What a pervert. Luo Feng muttered. At this time, sitting on the huge throne on Luo Feng's left was a black-scaled giant that was close to 6 meters tall. He looked at Luo Feng and said solemnly, "Brother, have you taken a fancy to that Hun Tianyan? That Nanshan armament isn't something normal people can use well. The 9 godly weapons, each one of them is incomparably difficult to use. The most important thing is origin law comprehension. If you don't have the ability, it's better to buy a normal spirit weapon, it'll allow you to unleash even more power. Remember, when buying a weapon, you don't have to buy the best, you have to buy the most suitable one for yourself. That makes sense." Luo Feng smiled as he looked at the black-scaled giant. The black-scaled giant laughed, opening his huge mouth. The 9 godly weapons are extremely difficult to use. Like that Nanshan armament, a sector lord that can unleash the 8th stage would normally be able to break through to the undying level. Little brother, even if you have money, you shouldn't waste it. just buy the most suitable one for yourself. Thanks. Luo Feng smiled and didn't say much, thinking within, this Nanshan armament is the most suitable for me. The gold origin laws, Luo Feng had a certain level of comprehension, and the space origin laws, even though Luo Feng hadn't made any progress, he was still working hard. With such good conditions, he naturally had to work hard to use the Nanshan armament. Luo Feng, that soaring shuttle's maximum power is the universe level. Your current golden horned beast body is already able to fully unleash the soaring shuttle's power. It won't have any challenge for you. And this Nanshan armament, I'm not afraid of it not being enough for you to unleash, I'm afraid you won't even have the ability to unleash its full power. The 9th stage is waiting for you to break through. Understood. Luo Feng was filled with pride. The 9th stage, I'll break through one stage at a time. Babada, how much do you think this Nanshan armament will cost? Luo Feng asked. There's a total of 9 Nanshan armaments. Amongst the sector lords here, only spirit reader controllers will fight for it. And only those who walk the path of gold and space origin laws will fight for it. However, the number of people in the auction house is huge. According to my estimation, the price will be higher. However, with your money, it should be enough. Ah. Luo Feng nodded within. Right now he had about 3,986 billion universe dollars. Buying this Nanshan armament wasn't too difficult. As time passed, the expensive weapons within the incomparably vast auction house attracted bids, swiftly being bought by the warriors from the various starfields. More than 99% of the people here were sector lords. The rest were few people with powerful backgrounds, undyings. The next auction item is the Nanshan armament. The controller of one of the 9 godly weapons, the Nanshan armament. As for its power, everyone should be very clear on it. Many sector lord controllers are often troubled. After comprehending the origin laws and breaking through, the spirit weapons in their hands are unable to unleash their full power. And using the Nanshan armament, you definitely don't have to worry about this. I'm not afraid of not being able to unleash it. I'm just afraid of not having enough power. Nanshan armament, 9th stage. If you can unleash the 9th stage, you'll be able to dominate the vast universe. Not just the human universe countries, even the automaton race, demon race, and even the space beasts, you'll find it hard to find a worthy opponent. The turtle-shelled old man said loudly, all right, let the bidding begin. There's a total of 9 Nanshan armaments. The 9 highest bids will be the winner. The starting bid. 500 billion universe dollars. Immediately, one couldn't see the end of it. On the densely packed huge thrones, millions of sector lords and even undyings, many of them began to bid. Within the countless thrones, Luo Feng sat on one of the inconspicuous thrones, entering his bid, 600 billion universe dollars. Damn. Luo Feng stared. The numbers on the screen kept jumping. On the side of the screen was the 9th highest bid. 550 billion. 600 billion. 660 billion. 700 billion, the price soared, 800 billion. Luo Feng entered again. 890 billion. 900 billion. 960 billion, the numbers beside swiftly surpassed Luo Feng's. 15,000 trillion, the number on the screen soared by a huge amount. Crazy. Luo Feng stared. Luo Feng, the Nanshan armaments auction price usually goes up to 2 trillion universe dollars. Babada's voice resounded in Luo Feng's mind. Indeed, 2,000 billion. 210 billion. 2110 billion, the rate of increase began to slow, 2,180 billion. Luo Feng entered the bid. After which, he stared at the 9th bid on the tag. The rate of increase continued to slow. 2,190 billion. 6 billion. It's jumping again. Luo Feng was getting anxious. Even though there were treasures that couldn't be bought normally in the auction, there were simply too many strong warriors gathered there. Who knows, there might be people who really wanted these treasures. Sometimes, the final price would be terrifyingly high. Indeed, the price continued to rise. 3,000 billion. 3,080 billion. 3,100 billion, the rising price made Luo Feng hold his breath. His eyes were slightly red. Babada, why is the price rising so ridiculously? Auctions, it's impossible to completely predict. Sometimes, a dozen or so experts would suddenly appear in the auction house who wanted the Nanshan armament and had the capital to raise the price. After all, there are only 9 of them. Once they're sold out, buying the Nanshan armament in the future will depend on luck. After all, the next Ganwu auction might not have the Nanshan armament. Babada said, let's bid, we have to get it. I know. Luo Feng gritted his teeth. Looking at the current price, he entered another bid. 3,200 billion, however, following the shocking rise, the price quickly broke through 3,200 billion. Babada, send a mail to my brother. Tell him how much money he can immediately borrow. Luo Feng asked. Once the auction was completed, one didn't have to pay immediately. It had to be done in batches of 1,000. After every batch was completed, the money would be deducted. Your brother has replied. He said that with just a phone call, he can immediately get his friends to transfer the money. Right now, the highest he can transfer is 2 trillion universe dollars. Luo Feng relaxed. The bidding had already begun to slow down. Obviously, a sector lord's money didn't just fall from the sky. 3,611, 2 billion universe dollars. Luo Feng entered the bid. The numbers on the screen slowly rose. 36,081. 36,085. 36090. Finally, the number stopped. The final bid of the 9th place was 3,610. 1 billion universe dollars. The 9th place bid is 3,610. 1 billion universe dollars. Counting down from 3 seconds. 3, 2, 1. Congratulations to the 9 guests. You have become the owners of the Nanshan armament. The turtle-shelled old man shouted loudly, let us continue. The next item is, Luo Feng looked at the line of words on the black tag in his hand. Congratulations, customer KND 99286. You've won the Nanshan armament. Please prepare to sign the contract after the auction ends. Luo Feng, this Nanshan armament will always accompany you. Step into the universe level, domain lord, sector lord, and even break through to the undying level. It will always accompany you. 10,000 years, 100,000 years, or even longer. This will be your most important companion. It will accompany you through life and death. You have to use it well. Babada encouraged. Luo Feng nodded. He couldn't help but feel excited. The Nanshan armament, his own weapon, after about an hour, this batch of auction items were all sold. Luo Feng paid the money too. They agreed on the location of the Nanshan armament in reality. Now is the 5th batch of auction items. Everyone's tag will be able to see the next 1,000 items. If you see anyone you wish to bid, please prepare yourselves. The turtle-shelled old man's voice resounded throughout the vast auction hall. Countless sector lords and their thrones lowered their heads to look at the tags. Luo Feng too lowered his head to look. Damn. Life fruit? Luo Feng didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Within these 1,000 items, there was indeed a life fruit. The life fruit had a starting price of 500 billion universe dollars. There were a total of 12 of them. My balance. I still have about 374. 8 billion left. It's not even enough for the starting price. Luo Feng rubbed his head, blinking helplessly. P.S. New Year's Eve, updated too. Happy New Year, everyone. End of chapter 388. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.